this Thursday at noon. Register now or schedule your free Zoom consult at K2VisionRLE.com. K2Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. Eduardo Rodriguez worked a 1-2-3 second inning in last night's All-Star game. Corbin Carroll struck out in his only plate appearance as the American League shut out the National League 4-0 last night. The first All-Star shutout since 2013. And now the Snakes still have a couple of days off before they start their second half of the season against the Cardinals on Friday. Spain punched their ticket to the World Cup final yesterday after their 2-0 win over Kylian Mbappe in France. And today, Lionel Messi and Argentina will play Harry Kane in England at noon for a spot against Spain in that final on Sunday. And the Summer Suns are in action this afternoon from Las Vegas against the Pistons. Tip-off will be at 3 o'clock as Koa Pete and company look for their third Summer League win. This report is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. Advanced Window Products builds every window in Tolleson, ensuring factory direct quality with no middlemen or delays. Call 480-676-3600 to schedule today.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta,
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin,
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
and Sammy Cebulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy. Him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
And away we go on a Wednesday morning. Hopefully it's a wonderful Wednesday for everybody in the listening audience today. Everybody, is July 15th. I've long held that this is generally the slowest day in sports. Midweek,
No doubt.
middle of July.
Oh, yeah. Without a question.
We're right there. We're right in the middle of no man's land when it comes to sports. Except we have had a very eventful week. We've had sporting events all over the place.
Thank goodness for the World Cup,
about
arguably
it?
the biggest tournament in sports, and it coming every 4 years. So every 4 years during this doldrum of NFL news and the All-Star break for baseball, and when the NBA well dries up in terms of transactions, which has dried up for like a week and a half now. Like we haven't had anything as we await the decision part, whatever, of LeBron James. Hi, Dan. Good morning.
Hi, Kellen Olson. Hi,
That-
Sammy Cebulka.
I wonder.
Hi, Jarrett.
You set that up, though.
Hi, Jarrett.
Hello. I like your. Is that a Kenny Omega shirt you're wearing right
It
now?
sure is, brother. You bet your bottom dollar it is.
The best bout machine himself. I'm wondering if.
What in the heck are you guys talking
no
about?
Wrestling. Whenever you don't know what Jared and I are talking about, it's wrestling. It's
Right,
wrestling.
okay. Bigger.
Not
We'll
just-
talk golf later.
Not just
go.
wrestling. Not just wrestling, Dan. Not even WWE wrestling is what he's representing there on his shirt. But I'm the setup that he just said there, I'm wondering, today, the slowest news day in sports.
Is it
Is
LeBron Day?
Is this LeBron Day?
Could
Is
be.
he's going to know he's going to have and it's also the ESPYs tonight.
Oh, yeah.
So everyone could be talking about that if he
that's
announces
right.
today. Everyone could be mentioning it, in the red carpet and stuff.
Now, Miami Heat fans are convinced he's coming to South Beach again.
Wow.
And all because a radio host down there put out an Instagram story saying that if LeBron comes to Miami, he's going to be a non-factor, enjoy the play-in tournament. And LeBron kind of reposted that with a bunch of laughing emojis. Now, why would LeBron even bother to respond to something like that? Whether it's true or not, Miami Heat fans, Miami Heat fans with their culture, Kellen?
They just think they're going to get everything.
Tomorrow or Friday is my guess. Today, still World Cup action going on at noon. Nothing on Thursday, nothing on Friday. The final is on Saturday, so it feels like in terms of strategically choosing the place where he could dominate the news cycle the most, it's going to be Thursday or Friday, and I'm guessing tomorrow. I'm guessing he's already known for a few days now, and they're just picking the right time to announce it.
Even tomorrow, there's only one baseball game. Like, the baseball doesn't really come back till Friday.
Until Friday.
It'll be tomorrow.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say LeBron doesn't really care about baseball in terms of what games are on and aren't. But
tomorrow's the day then.
But speaking of Instagram stories, did you guys see Durant's little troll fest yesterday?
No, I missed it.
With for Colin Cowherd and Nick Wright.
No.
There was like a kind of like a start-sit cut of announcers, NBA media, all this, that, and the other. And Nick Wright and Colin Cowherd were included on the graphic. And Durant reposted the graphic twice and kind of trolled Colin Cowherd and Nick Wright, both saying they shouldn't be in NBA media in the first place.
Oh boy.
Yeah. He can't help himself, guys.
Shout out Kev.
Shout out KD.
Hope Kev's doing well.
Yeah.
Shout out to you, Kev.
Hope Kev is doing well. But again, to finish my point here, we've got the World Cup. We came out of Wimbledon this weekend, the Open Championship. In fact, you gave me an idea, Sammy.
Yes.
Maybe we should spend a segment where we alternate lines. Jarrett, you can say something about wrestling to Kellen.
See, I think that would be...
I will say something about golf to Sammy. Kellen can respond with something to wrestling to you, and then we can get a wrestling golf.
And between the four of us, we can alienate the entire audience.
Yes.
I could just talk to
That's what we can
myself
do.
about F1 to the wall over there. That'd be fantastic. Yeah,
That is
fantastic.
fantastic.
Sammy likes some of those obscure sports.
I like F1.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sammy and I can handle that.
Oh, God.
We'll figure out a rotation.
We'll drive
here.
it. Can we get a 0 rating is what we'll try to drive it down to.
All right, start the show, Jarrett.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Get him out coming.
The Splash. Brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
All right, here's some of the topics we're going to be getting into today. The baseball all-star game is in the books, and what an El Succo snooze fest.
It really was boring.
It really was, man. 4-0.
If you missed the first inning,
You
it
missed
really was
everything.
dull.
Yeah.
This is like when we come in here after like a 6-3 Cardinals one and be like, don't you love defensive football? And it's like, well, like
Not
there's
really.
appeal to it, but you know what I like is 51-47.
Yes.
I'm sorry that I prefer, hot take, I prefer a little bit of offense. Not 3 hits in the All-Star game from the National League.
Brutal. 27 combined strikeouts. That's what you want to watch.
My goodness.
Guys swinging and missing, swinging and missing.
Yeah, we said
swinging and
yesterday
missing.
it was going to be about pitching, and boy, was it about pitching.
Oh boy, was it ever! So for the All-Star game, the Home Run Derby, big success. The game, not so much. All right, in the World Cup yesterday, Sammy Sabalka, give it up to Sammy. I don't know how much money he won on España, but he called it. Talk about another boring ass match.
I kind of disagree. I thought it was fun.
Disagree.
I found it entertaining just from a dominance perspective. Like
Yeah, I
Spain just
guess.
like tactically from a controlling the game standpoint just had France completely outclassed in every single facet. Rodri was incredible. He just completely dictated the game offensively and defensively. I enjoyed watching it, but I can understand where people are coming from if they found it boring.
I can too, but I enjoy it.
Mbappe had 0 shots on goal. I didn't think that was possible.
España.
It was a dominant performance by Spain.
Yeah, we were talking about it in show prep, like England, Argentina. I don't know who's coming out of there, but I don't know how you could not pick Spain to win the final after watching that yesterday.
And so apparently, behind the scenes, the idea of hydration breaks are causing great strife in the world of soccer.
Really?
Because there's a faction of people who are like, we need this when we sell our next media rights deal, and yet the purists are like, we don't ever want to see this again.
Kills the
You're
flow
a
of the
soccer
game,
guy.
people
Has
say.
it bothered you?
Yeah, tremendously. Because one of my favorite parts about soccer, and again, this is where like people who aren't soccer fans will disagree and say, well, I find it more boring when they pass it back and forth, and opposed to the sports like football where there's a break every 15 seconds when something happens, or like baseball when there's a slight break after every single pitch. That's the appeal of soccer, is that it's kind of never ending, and there's 2 breaks. It always starts at the same time. There's 1 break, 15 minutes, that's it, and it goes. Sammy, the big controversy here is that you are allowing teams to tactically adjust
It's
halfway through a half instead of at halftime, which is what halftime is all about in the sport. That's the part that really pisses people off.
It's kind of like instead of the 2 halves, it almost feels like 4 quarters. Like a team gets a quick.
It's just crazy to me that they could change something. That they just changed something that has been there for 100 years or whatever. All of a sudden, they just decided to change it this year.
You know what's better than money, Jarrett? More money!
Exactly.
Yeah! Capitalism getting a shout out for me on the Bickley Murata program once more, baby.
There isn't a great idea the world of sports and the love of money cannot ruin.
It's a great sentence right there that sums it all up.
It sums up everything, right?
Yeah, 100%.
All right, we're going to get into the Summer Suns. They're back in action against the Pistons today at 3 o'clock. Are they going to hold out? Come on, Malawatch. Have they seen enough?
Is he too good to be there? More coming later in the show.
So we had a 12 o'clock World Cup game, then a 3 o'clock
Keep your
basketball
afternoons
game.
open, everyone.
Wow.
Right.
And you can watch all the shows you want tonight.
This is a streaming catch-up night, I guess.
Oh, some good ones,
Or
too.
you can just go to bed very early tonight. You can do that as well if you want. We're going to visit with Tim Kempton today as well, talk some Suns basketball with him. Bobby Dooley from the Phoenix Rising is going to join us to talk about the troll and goal. What else would we be talking to him about?
Yeah, you going to get a 10-day, Jarrett?
Are you? Yeah. Are you?
You can ask him.
You've been offered a contract?
Not yet, but maybe as a live on air is what he's waiting
call
for.
It, Sammy, a trial? Did he get a trial?
A trial run?
Yeah.
No.
Did the goalie from France make any saves yesterday? I think he made 0 saves.
I don't think so.
2 shots on goal, and
now, I meant to ask you about this.
Where are you going with this, Jared?
I meant to ask you about this, but I've seen on the show. Have you seen handball goalies? Now, that's a goalie that you could be. Have you watched handball in the Olympics?
No.
The goal is about the size of a person, and all they do is stand there and just kind of go.
Tremendous. That's
because they throw the ball so fast and they're 10 feet away from you, you can't anticipate where they're going to throw it. You just kind of have to stand there.
I'll go even above you on that. Have you seen lacrosse goalies? That's truly impossible.
Yes.
They're giving a stick and they're whipping balls at them.
You just kind of have to stand there and hope that they hit you. Yeah, exactly. Now that you could do.
Right.
Jared, I think you could do that.
All right, coming up on the other side, the 96th annual Major League Baseball All-Star Game, kind of a dud. We'll get you informed on what you need to know and how the locals did. Kellen Olson in for Vinny. I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Football soon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. The home of Arizona State Sun Devils football. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizonasports.com, 98.7 FM.
Hey, it's Gambo. I've been on the radio now in Phoenix for just about 30 years. I've seen a lot of companies come and go. M-Drive didn't. In fact, I've been taking M-Drive for over 10 years. Yeah, over 10 years. Every single morning. And these days, that's probably the best endorsement I can give you. Because after you reach the age of 40, you start noticing changes. Your energy's not the same. Recovering, takes longer. Staying in shape takes more work than it used to. That's true for a lot of men. That's why M-Drive was created. It's designed to support healthy testosterone, energy, metabolism, and recovery with clinically tested ingredients. There's no hype. There's no shortcuts. Just a daily habit I've trusted for over a decade. I know the founder personally. I've watched the company grow right here in Phoenix, and I've continued taking M-Drive every single morning. Go to mdriveformen.com and use the code GAMBO for 20% off your first order. That's mdriveformen.com. M-Drive, over 10 years, every morning.
On Saturday, July 18th, pick up a Geraldo Perdomo audio bobble, courtesy of Chaz Roberts. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
All right, Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you'd tell your listeners about them?
Oh, brother, you gotta have shade.
Temps hitting triple digits and the kids won't go outside?
You gotta have shade.
Hosting a backyard barbecue?
You gotta have shade.
Patio furniture fading?
Robert, you gotta have shade.
Wolf, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
The garage door springs that come standard with most homes don't last. And when they fail, it's not just inconvenient, it's dangerous. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello at A1 Garage Door Service. Our springs are the toughest in the industry, backed by our lifetime warranty. That's right. Fix them once and you're covered for life. Don't risk your family's safety or your peace of mind. Let A1 replace your springs before they become a problem. From repairs to upgrades, it's A1 from day one.
A1 from day one.
Ron White, live.
If your eyes go bad, you can have LASIK surgery and they can give you 20/20 vision. But let me tell you something, folks. You can't fix stupid.
Sunday, October 4th, 8 p.m., Talking Stick Resort. Ron White, live. Tickets on sale now at TalkingStickResort.com. For mature audiences.
You have the cleats, the shin guards, the team registration. Now there's just one last thing to check off your back-to-school list, a clean bill of health. Before your child takes the field, make sure they're ready for the season ahead with a wellness check or sports physical from Valleywise Health. Our trusted pediatric providers offer compassionate care. Sports physicals are required for some every year. Schedule your child's visit today at Valleywise Health. You're more to us.
If you don't have gas in your home, but something doesn't smell good.
Ew, what's that smell?
If it smells like rotten eggs, there could be a leak in your neighborhood.
Now what do I do?
If you suspect a leak, move fast, call 911 and Southwest Gas.
From a safe location.
But I don't have natural gas in my home.
Gas lines are buried all around, so even if you don't have gas.
I know, call 911 and Southwest Gas.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Hey, it's Luke. How did Eduardo Rodriguez and Corbin Carroll represent the Arizona Diamondbacks at the MLB All-Star Game? We'll be reacting to the Midsummer Classic at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I mean, complete domination, and it's sort of a window into where the game is right now. It's really tough to hit when you have guys throwing 100 miles per hour. It's moving. And then you see them for a minute, and then they're gone. And that flicker, you can't even adjust off it. And then the next guy has to come up there and hasn't seen someone maybe a couple times. They're in a different league, and that's the advantage that the pitchers may have. And tonight they also executed. So there's not much you can do. Cody Bellinger, in his post game was like, even from my side, you could see that these pitchers were just, really electric, and that's what happened tonight. But the first inning, that was it. Christopher Sanchez couldn't locate, and they jumped on him, and that's all the runs they needed.
All right, the 96th annual Baseball All-Star Game ended up 4-0 in favor of the American League, a game that lasted only 2 hours and 45 minutes. It was gone before you knew it, and it featured a lot of pitching-dominant performances. And you look across the American League, their pitchers struck out 15, which was one shy of the All-Star Game record. They allowed only 3 hits. That is tied for the second lowest total ever. And when it was over with, it was just a lot of pitching and a lot of striking out.
There's no tension really, no drama, especially because most of the scoring was early.
Yep.
And the irony of that and pitching being the story is that pitching could have been the story in an entirely different way. Dave Roberts said after the game that when Christopher Sanchez got to 30 pitches, there was a situation where he could have gone off schedule a little bit in terms of his rotation and how many guys he had available and how many guys he could use, leading to a point where we could have been in a situation where the National League didn't have any pitchers left because Chris Sale stayed on the roster. Braves said, don't throw him. Giants starter Logan Webb was on the roster. Giants said, don't throw him. And something Rob Manfred talked about earlier in the week as well is that he sees teams are now manipulating the Sunday rule, which is if your pitcher starts on the Sunday before the All-Star game, they're not eligible to pitch on Wednesday. So someone like Jacob Mizorowski, for example, started on Sunday. He did not pitch in this game, and then he was also injury replaced due to arm fatigue. We didn't see Paul Skeens. We didn't see Shohei Ohtani. We didn't see Aaron Judge. So there was this part of the circus as well, and then just the lack of star power that was here as well from a pitching perspective, because don't get me wrong, like Sanchez has been electric this year, and it was great to see Mason Miller throw 4 pitches. I guess he was the guy that I was the most excited to see throw.
Him. Yep.
And he threw 4 pitches. That was it. The American League pitchers obviously did fantastic, but I don't think anyone was tuning in to see Joe Ryan or Michael Wacha.
No, you're exactly right about that. Now, what's interesting is the Jacob Mizorowski, the arm fatigue, Shohei in his sore knee. It kind of made it a no-brainer that the National League started Christopher Sanchez last night because the game was in Philly. And as Kellen pointed out, he's been having a sensational year. But in hindsight, whoa, was he all over the map. Could not locate, gave up 5 base runners, 3 runs in the opening frame. And as you pointed out, there was even a time when he looked into the dugout and told Dave Roberts, one more batter, give me one more batter. And he got out of the inning after that, but by then the damage had been done. Now, Eduardo Rodriguez of the Diamondbacks was second up for the National League, and he made tidy work. 8 pitches.
Which is, yesterday we were like, when are we going to see him? Probably not in the first, 3 innings. And for him to be the second one up is pretty cool.
And a lot of it has to do with the guys. There was a long line of guys. There was a long line of guys that were shut down from this game.
Right.
That I'm not sure we were all aware of going into it. But 8 pitches for Eduardo Rodriguez. He induced nothing but soft contact. And boom, boom, boom. And he got Mike Trout out. He got Yordan Alvarez out. Very nicely done for Eduardo Rodriguez.
He was great. And I wonder with pitchers like him if the All-Star game is going to start to be catered to pitchers more like Erod. Not that he's going to be made an All-Star just because he's going to be excited to pitch and want to pitch in the All-Star game, but something that Ken Rosenthal wrote about on The Athletic is that Dave Roberts sounded like he did not have a good time managing the All-Star game, and he's done managing the All-Star game. Like, he doesn't want to do this anymore because he said he was incredibly stressed. He was panicked during the game because he didn't know if he was going to have enough pitching to get through the game, and he said it's extremely clear that players don't really want to play in this game. At least pitchers do not want to use up 15 pitches of their season on this, because we know how that pitching thing goes. Like, every single pitch matters for the rest of the season in terms of how much their arm can hold up through the course of the season. So Rosenthal ends the piece by wondering, we all criticized Mizorowski making it as an All-Star last year, right? And then he came out scoreless inning. He was great. And Rosenthal questions, do we see Mizorowski ever pitch in this game again? Like, do we see top-end arm talent displayed in this game anymore, or are guys just going to keep pitching on Sundays, or are guys going to keep being held out due to quote-unquote arm fatigue when teams just don't want to waste an inning on a meaningless game?
And that will lead it down the line, the slow road towards the end of the Major League Baseball All-Star.
Yeah, well, then it becomes like the NFL Pro Bowl, where you're getting down to guys that don't even deserve to be in a game like that.
We're playing some softball game, or like there's some mix of the home run derby and something else, and that's the game. You're totally right, Jared. We're headed there for sure.
Because if you do that in combination with Caminero getting hit in the first inning, and it seems like he's going to be okay, but getting hit in the hand, one of the best players in the American League right now, players might start looking at that and be like, it's not even worth it to get those extra at-bats, forget the extra pitches in case you get hurt. It's just a slow road that we could be heading down?
Well, yeah. Listen, I think this is a fascinating topic because the All-Star game, to me, it's always had value when you get great individual matchups. Like, for instance, when it was Shohei versus Mike Trout at the WBC, last batter, championship on the line. That kind of stuff has always been, to me, the single most appeal of the baseball All-Star game.
The famous one with Pedro Martinez, where the National League lineup, we struck out like 5 straight future Hall of Famers in a row or something.
The famous Randy Johnson, John Kruk thing when he purposely threw behind John.
And then
Kruk
Larry Walker a few years later again. Yeah.
Yeah, All-Star games just don't work in any sport anymore. With how we approach injuries and how medical staffs and they're not even medical staffs anymore. They're physical performance teams. That's how they're characterized now as well, because analytics are we talk about the analytics revolution of sports and stats like WAR and stats like offensive rating in basketball and Corsi in hockey, but the analytics revolution has really driven the medical use of these players more than anything, and just how they are held out. And I think that's why All-Star games are going to just continue to be in this place where we're not going to be able to make them any better. This is just what they're going to be now.
Yeah, this is really, really interesting. For Dave Roberts to be tripping the way he was, given the limitations and the handcuffs he had on him as to whom he could pitch and whom he couldn't, and then you're sitting there worrying the whole time, are we going to have a fiasco?
Yeah, he said, quote, players are just not interested in participating, and organizations, to be quite frank, aren't as interested in players participating. I'm not a decision maker. You just get the roster and try to make do the best you can, end quote.
Would you miss the Major League Baseball All-Star game? Jarrett, you're shaking your head. No.
I wasn't even interested in watching it yesterday, so and I love baseball.
Yeah, and can you imagine if there was
sports on last night? How many people would have? The people tuning in were just sports depraved that were watching.
Yeah,
let's be honest. We were watching because we were going to talk about it on today's show. That's why we were watching. And we'll talk more about it today. But there's also the bigger picture that baseball just doesn't have the collection of big mainstream stars anymore either that people want to tune in and see face each other.
They do right now, but
they have a few. They have more. They do have more than they had, let's say, 10 years ago. But
they're in as good of a place as they've been with star power in 15 years, in my opinion.
I tend to agree with that.
Those guys are. Can you imagine watching Skeens pitch against Judge? That's what we want to see and have seen previously. We want to see Shohei Ohtani trying to hit off that version of the American League pitcher as well. We just haven't seen that at all because these guys aren't playing in the game anymore.
No, you're absolutely right. The performance teams in sports, they have become now, I won't call them an impediment, but they've changed everything.
Yeah.
They've changed the way every sport looks. Rest. You got to get your rest.
And that's the constant push and pull that happens throughout a season for any team is a player's insistence on, because again, players get labeled soft. They get talked about as soft. The players are the guys pushing back at the performance team saying, I want to play. And that's something locally we've watched Devin Booker battle with for the last 10 years, where they have their own numbers and their own suggestions, but at the end of the day, the player is the one that can feel their body, and the player is the one who doesn't want to sit as well.
All right, the Summer Suns back in action today. We'll tell you what you need to know. We got Kellen Olson in for Vinny. I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I was a little surprised because I didn't know what a big deal it was to actually have a 99 rating, yet Trey McBride is there. He's got everything you could possibly want.
Of all the players in the NFL, only Puka Nacua had more catches than him. And of all the players in the NFL, only Devontae Adams had more receiving touchdowns than him. He's tight end.
Yes.
Those are two of the best. And obviously, look, he had more receptions than Jamar Chase and every other receiver in the NFL except Puka, even more than Jackson Smith and Jigba, and he's a tight end.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Gambo, and when you think about Diamondbacks baseball, everything comes down to what you can see. The pitch coming in, the movement of the ball, the play unfolding in the field. The clearer your vision, the better your game. That's why I've always believed in the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Schwartz and his team have built a reputation on precision, experience, and results. And it's no surprise he's the official team eye doctor of the Arizona Diamondbacks, trusted to help keep the pros seeing their best. If you're ready to ditch glasses and contacts, LASIK is your winning play. It's a quick procedure with fast recovery and proven results. Not a LASIK candidate? Evo ICL or Clear Lens Exchange could be your next move for sharp, clear vision. Schedule your free consultation and see how Dr. Schwartz can clear things up. With locations in Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa, visit teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Hey, it's Bodie with newacunit.com. A lot of people think buying a new AC unit is complicated. It's not. Just answer a few quick questions online, see your price up front, and we'll connect you with a certified install team. No pressure, no upsells, no surprises. Just a better way to buy a new AC unit. And many customers save 50% or more. If you need a new AC unit, don't overthink it, and definitely don't pay more than you need to. Go to newacunit.com today.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. With the price of just about everything going up, we thought we'd bring our prices down. So to help us, we brought in a reverse auctioneer, which is apparently a thing.
Mint Mobile Premium Wireless. How to get 30, 30, bit to get 30, bit to get 20, 20, 20, bit to get 20, 20, bit to get 15, 15, 15, 15, just $15 a month? Sold!
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3 months, $90 for 6 months, or $180 for 12-month plan required. $15 per month equivalent. Taxes and fees extra. Initial plan term only. Greater than 50 gigabytes may slow when network is busy. See terms.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7, all the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Hi, I'm Michaela, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. You found your dream engagement ring. As a jewelry consultant, I recommend to start shopping for your wedding band 6 months before your big day. Don't worry. At Shane Company, we're here to help you find the perfect bands. Our men's and women's bands are crafted to high-quality standards, and it shows in every detail, with a stylish design and comfortable fit. At Shane Company, we'll take care of your engagement ring and wedding bands for life, because a friend wants you to say, I do, to your rings again and again. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. The Midsummer Classic left a little to be desired last night. The American League had their way with the National League in a 4-0 win. The first All-Star shutout since 2013, but Eduardo Rodriguez did work a clean 1-2-3 second inning as Hill looked to keep that form as the Snakes start their second half of the season Friday against the Cardinals in what is a huge series coming out of the break. The Summer League rolls on, and for the Phoenix Suns today, as Koa Pete and hopefully Kaman Malawach and Rasheer Fleming will be in action today at 3 against the Pistons as they look for their third win from Las Vegas. For more Suns news and updates, Diamondbacks second half discussions, and the Cardinals offseason, be sure to head to ArizonaSports.com. And finally, England and Argentina. Harry Kane and Lionel Messi will kick off today at noon for a date with Spain in the World Cup final on Sunday. And that's what's trending now.
Hey, it's Wolf. What do we want to see out of the Summer Suns this afternoon against the Pistons? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
His physicality, his level of physicality, it translates immediately.
Guys feel him on the court, so that presence on the court for him is huge for us and himself. Just feeling this pace of play, just slowing it down for him and being able to use his size.
Welcome back, everybody. Happy Wednesday. That is Chason Allen, the Suns Summer League coach in charge of your Summer Suns. Talking there about Koa Pete, but there have been a few different, I think, pretty enticing storylines out of Summer League, starting with the big fella. Come on, Malawach. Now, I don't know, do you have any intel on who's playing today, out of curiosity?
I do not, but typically the way that this works is once we hit game 3, and this will be game 4, that is when we start to see guys sat, particularly the guys there for their second year. Now, I will say the Suns previously for Ryan Donoso Ighodaro did give them a lot of run last year deeper into this as well, but this is where you get to, they have a full roster, so they want to give the guys on the back half of the roster a little bit of time on the court that they deserve. The guys who are fighting for not only an NBA job, but more likely like a professional job overseas, get some tape that they can send around and stuff. It's a nice thing to do that the league teams typically look to go with. So I would guess that Malawach is done. I would guess that Fleming is done, but I felt that way about Donen and Ighodaro before, so we could see them. But these like last 2 games, this is about like Koa Pete. This is about Kobe Brea specifically. Those are the types of guys to watch in these games going forward. So we'll see who we see later today.
Yeah. So I think what's interesting is before the Summer League commenced, there was a lot of discussion. A lot of it started by Dave Burns of the afternoon show here, talking about how are we going to feel if Kaman Malawach is not a rotational piece by January or February. If he hasn't shown enough improvement to get a significant role on this basketball team, where are we going to be at emotionally with this kid in this story? I don't know if you can draw any conclusions from Summer League basketball, but it's pretty clear that there has been progression with this kid.
Yes.
And I think it's not just the 18 and 12, which I believe he is averaging, 18 points, 12 rebounds, almost 2.5 blocks a game. It's just kind of his demeanor. You can see him on the court. He's being vocal. He's yapping a little bit when he's blocking shots.
He's moving around like a professional basketball player. Like he is moving around like someone who is no longer just completely raw and just started learning basketball 7 years ago. Like you're seeing the progression points there. But to your point and the somehow controversial thing that Burnsy said, which certain sections of the Suns fan base took exception with, which is where you ask, okay, so that
was the point I think they had a problem with when he started doing that. Dave Burns, that's what confused them a little bit. Yeah,
you have to decide where on the spectrum is like the point where you're still okay with Kaman Malawach not being in the rotation, and where this gets difficult to analyze is Mark Williams coming back, because I think undoubtedly, and it's not a doubt anymore because Gambo talked about this on the show yesterday, part of the reason that Mark Williams is back is because they're not ready for Kaman Malawach and Oso Ighodaro to be their front court right now. They're not ready for that this year, which means that they are not ready for Kaman Malawach to be their starting center in year 2, or for Oso to be their starter and for Kaman to be a regular reserve. So we're heading into a year of uncertainty for his role again. So when Ben Golliver on ESPN.com writes about the 10 most interesting sophomore players to watch, Kaman Malawach is not on the list because we can't forecast a role for him right now at the moment. Jordan Ott did start last year with the 3-center tandem. Nick Richards was that 3rd center, but we brought that up all throughout the year as a reason to potentially see Malawach at some point in the year. And we didn't really see that type of rotation that often. We saw it a few games in, and we'll go. But the clear thing with Malawach, Dan, is that he is going to be able to make an impact when he comes into the game. It's just how much are the negatives going to cancel out the places where he impacts the game well, because the 2 things that he doesn't do well right now are the 2 things that are going to drive a coach crazy with a young player more than anything, which is defensive positioning and taking care of the basketball on offense. Those are the 2 places he struggles the most right now, and those are going to be the 2 things that prevent him from getting serious playing time right now.
Kellen, do you think Malawach would be further along now if he had gotten more run and playing time last season, or was that impossible and it would have hurt him because he wasn't ready?
Yeah, that's the tough question, and that's where I feel the need to trust the people that are professionals at this, and I'm just a guy who's been watching basketball for 15, 20 years and trying to analyze it really well for the last 10. I think that guys will always benefit from playing time, but there is like a plateau that you can reach where a guy is just going to keep making the same mistakes over and over again. And he's just not going to be able to learn anymore than he did. I thought that it was important that they didn't go to desperate measures to play small ball all the time when Mark got hurt and didn't play against Oklahoma City. I thought that it was important that Jordan Ott felt like, okay, let's get Kaman out there. Let's get Rasheer out there. And this can be a building block going forward. I think fans wanted to see way more of that. And they wanted to see Kaman and Rasheer play even more to use that series as a launching point for next year for those two guys as well. But that's going to be the question this year as well, because they have got a top 8, a top 9 pretty concretely set in before you even get to any of their young guys outside of Oso. Like it's pretty concretely put in right now.
But I think the danger in that, and while public perception only matters so much, is I think a lot of Suns fans have seen Kaman Malawach in Vegas and been enthused by that.
Exactly.
And then the season begins and now he's getting no run. People are going to be like, where's Kaman? Come on!
A lot of people at this time, they have summer league blinders.
Of course.
Is what I like to call them.
Yes.
Because Kaman Malawach should be looking good, right? Koa Pete and Rasheer Fleming, they should be looking good. I mean, Rasheer's stat line isn't never really going to jump out of the box score, but I don't know if you guys, when you watch the Suns, like I've mistaken Rasheer Fleming for Malawach like a couple of times just because of how big Rasheer Fleming looks on the floor. I don't know if you guys have noticed just how much larger he is, but those guys should be standing out. And so when you have fans that want to see Malawach during the regular season, they quickly forget kind of sometimes how raw he actually looked last season.
But I think they also want to see him develop. They want to see him play so that he could be less raw, and they want to see
that's what
potential for the future. And I think that's the bigger picture question: is what are the Suns' goals?
Well,
is it to develop these players and build the next great team, or is it to just continue to be like a 7th or 8th seed?
It's a combination of both of your guys' points, which is that there are some Suns fans out there that just want to see the kid. They want to see him play. They're excited to watch him play. And there are some Suns fans who believe that Kaman is either the second best center that they have right now or the best center that they have. And they're drawing those conclusions off of garbage time and a 6-week stretch where Mark Williams was hurt and Summer League. Like that's what they're having in front of them. It's undeniable, though, that we are going to come in and do these shows in November and December, and on a night when the Pacers grab 14 offensive rebounds, we're going to be like, why wasn't Kaman Malawach in there once rebounding started to become an issue? And that's where we're going to be talking about, oh, well, he can shoot now, and he can play double big lineups, and you need more size and all that kind of stuff. So it's going to come up over and over again, but that's really been the lean here, and we talked about this yesterday, like, okay, what is your balance between trying to win basketball games and develop players? It was 90-10 towards winning basketball games last year. It's even more slided towards trying to win basketball games right now, because, again, you hear me say top 8, top 9 players locked in. I'll just say them. Jalen Green, Devin Booker, Dylan Brooks, Miles Bridges, Mark Williams. That's your starting 5. Colin Gillespie's got to play. Jordan Goodwin's got to play, and Luke Kennard's got to play. That's 8. Oso is your backup center. That's 9. It's a big problem that I didn't mention Rasheer Fleming, Koa Pete, or Kaman Malawach. That's an issue.
Yeah, let me briefly ask you this. So inevitably in his career, Mark Williams will get hurt during the season.
Almost a statistical certainty.
I think I know your answer. Early in the season, if he were to get hurt, Oso would slide into a majority of those minutes, you'd think, correct?
Yes, unless Malawach is further along than I assume he is, but I don't think that he's there right now. But yeah, Oso will start. He does everything that Ott wants his centers to do, and I think he does it really well. He's a polarizing player amongst the fan base, so there are people listening that think that it should be Malawach starting in those situations as well. But that's a frustrating part of the conversation, too, is that part of the reason why it's like, oh, well, when Mark gets hurt, then you shouldn't have that. Shouldn't be a reason that you do this. Yeah.
If the words inevitably and statistically are before gets hurt.
And guess what? If Mark gets hurt when Kaman is ready, now you can't trade Mark because he got hurt again.
He's hurt.
Exactly.
Yeah, that logic, I've never understood that at all. All right, Chance the Rapper is bringing the Coloring Book 10-year anniversary tour to Arizona Financial Theater on September 16th, and we have got your tickets. Text the word Chance to 620-620 or head to our contest page to enter for your chance to win. Coming up on the other side, your World Cup update, or as I call it, your World Cup date coming up on the other side. Kellen Olson, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Gleason Roofing.
This is Jim Sharp with a reminder to get your roof inspected. And I don't mean doing it yourself from the inside of your house, because by the time the untrained eye realizes there's a problem when water's staining your ceilings or running down your walls, you're looking at major repairs to more than just your roof. Trust the pros at Gleason Roofing, like I did. Gleason Roofing's 25 plus years of doing Arizona roofs means they're experts on what the summer heat and our monsoon season can do to your roof. A Gleason Roofing no-obligation roof audit now can save you thousands upon thousands later. And with Gleason Roofing's flexible financing options, including 12 months same as cash for qualified homeowners, you don't have to wait until there's a big problem to get your roof repaired now. Go to GleasonRoofing.com to schedule your no-obligation roof audit today, especially if your roof is more than 10 years old. That's GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com.
Gleason Roofing. There's a reason people choose Gleason.
Meet Matthew Preston. Inside his apartment, everything he holds dear is protected by Progressive's renter's insurance, like his laptop and a surprisingly valuable collection of baseball bobbleheads. Outside his apartment, his laptop is still protected, as are his bobbleheads, which he carries around with him for reasons no one knows. Renters, the limits of protection aren't just the four walls of your home. When you're in Progressive's Protection Zone, get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
When you see this in your kitchen,
the stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
you hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves, or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan. As a Marine veteran and owner of Precision Air and Plumbing, I'm reminded of the values that make this country great. Hard work, service, and taking care of your neighbors. As America celebrates 250 years of freedom, Precision is offering up to $2,500 off a new AC unit. Freedom from interest with 0% financing for 60 months and freedom from payments until 2027. Precision Air and Plumbing, veteran owned. Make the Precision decision today.
We've got the world's biggest soccer tournament, and it only gets better when you can trade on the outcome. Yep, get in on all the action with Kalshi, because here come the final teams from the quarterfinals, semifinals, and, of course, soccer's ultimate prize happening July 19th. Kalshi, just the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states. Paul Calvise here. Hey, you see the latest? Messi joining Giannis, linking up with Kalshi. Remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in, buy out of your position, and for a limited time. Download the Kalshi app and use referral code AZSports, one word, AZSports, to get $10 when you trade 10. Referral code AZSports, one word, on the Kalshi app. Kalshi, Kalshi, trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Hey, everybody. Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, what can customers expect right now from your service department?
What's up, Dave? It's our red, white, and blue sale all month long. You can save $25 off any service, including oil changes. Plus, with our after-hour drop-off, you can drop off your vehicle by 8 p.m. and we'll have it back to you on the road by the next morning.
And while you're there, don't forget you can also lease a 2026 GMC Terrain for just $269 a month. Schedule your service or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
It's Gambo. Have the Diamondbacks convinced their front office enough to be trade deadline buyers? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
An absolute no-show performance from Kylian Mbappe. 0 shots on target yesterday. That has not happened in, I don't know, forever. And the way he talked about it post-game felt like he was talking out of both sides of his mouth. He talked about the press and that they weren't communicating and that they didn't make the right substitutions. Felt like he was taking a shot at his manager, Didier Deschamps. And I wasn't impressed by that. And this was supposed to be a France team that we were looking at penciling in that they'd be playing for a championship this weekend, and they're not.
At the voice of ESPN's Courtney Cronin talking about Kylian Mbappe, one thing became clear yesterday. While France might have all the star power, Spain has got the better soccer club.
Undoubtedly. And I think this was something, Dan, that Sammy talked about yesterday, and that one of my favorite things about soccer is that we can talk about how the Cardinals and the Seahawks matched up 14 years ago, but they play completely different styles of football. Like now that when they're under the same head coach every single year, okay, maybe that's when it changes. But when Spain and France and Brazil and all these teams change managers, they're still going to play like the same style. Like Spain is always going to play like Spain. France is almost always going to play like France. And Spain in the last couple of years and the last couple of times they played France did exactly what they did yesterday. And the bottom line is whenever you play Spain, you know what they're going to have. They're going to have a world-class midfield. And if you let those guys control the game and dictate the game, the thing that they don't get enough credit for, Sammy, is that Rodri is like a holding mid who's known as like a defensive player, but he can maestro like the Xavis of the world, like back in the day, the Sergio Busquets back in the day. He can do that too. And he was unbelievable and just made world-class players like Mbappe, like Olise, like Dembele, like Barcola, just completely irrelevant in the game because of the pace that he dictated.
I could not believe, having watched every match that France had played, that they got locked down the way they did.
They got kind of bottled up, but I don't know if I agree with what Courtney Cronin said in that Mbappe was a no-show.
Yeah.
In that more of the credit needs to be given to Spain because Mbappe and the French side have shown up every single game and performed at a level that, I mean, most of us thought they were the easy favorite to win the World Cup. Like, the credit here and the focus here needs to be on what Spain was able to do, right?
Is soccer a type of sport where a good defense will always beat a good offense?
That was the question I posed yesterday, and I think we just witnessed it.
Well,
right?
I mean,
it's a great defense.
It is generally, but it's more about, okay, when you get the ball, what are you doing with it? And we saw France's complete inability to take advantage of like the little windows that they had into that. Like Lamine Yamal was someone who defensively is kind of inconsistent, so you could like pick on him a little bit if you wanted to, but France could never get that part of their game going. And the big difference here, Jared, to maybe what you're talking about, like less offense, defense, and more when there's a possession-based team with a great all-time, like great, just awesome midfield like Spain has right now and has always had in all their generations versus a team like France that has all of these awesome attackers, but their weakness right now is their midfield. And then also what happens is probably the best defender in the world, William Saliba.
Yes, he got hurt.
Comes out in the first half. He gets replaced by a guy who should not have been out there. And then immediately Spain just starts really pushing at that weakness. And we talked about what like hydration breaks earlier. It's like, okay, Saliba gets hurt. The next intermission, coaches are like, that guy that just came on, we're going to pick on him relentlessly because we weren't going to go at Saliba at all. Now that he's out, we're going to go at that weakness as well. So, I understand that it was a lot of guys standing still in the passes going back and forth over and over again. But, like, when you watched it for, like, the detail that it was just classic Spain, and I found it a lot of fun to watch.
But I would say a lot of people aren't watching it for the details and aren't hardcore soccer fans.
Yeah.
People who have got engrossed in this World Cup over the last month. I wonder how, as we get further away from the USA being out of the World Cup, as we start to lose, the superstars that we started to know, now Mbappe's out, now the striking Viking is out.
Erling Haaland.
I wonder, and the games are on in the middle of the day.
There's only 3 matches left.
I know there's only so many left, and people like big events, so they're going to tune into the final.
Yeah.
But I wonder if like this soccer craze if it's going to slowly dissipating until it's going to go back to where it was.
I think I'm vibing with what you're saying because as much as you two guys really, really love and appreciate Spain, a club that hasn't lost in 2 years, right? Jared's right. From a casual sports fan, you love that France, the high flying.
Yeah,
you do.
The dazzle, the razzle, all of that stuff.
You do, but there were also some moments, and I know they didn't lead to goals yesterday, but the way Spain was able to put some extravagant passes together and link them. There was a 4-pass stretch for Spain deep in France's third. What?
They made 4 passes in a row. Unbelievable.
It's the manner
we need
in
to
which
get you out on the pitch again and try to see you execute 4 passes.
It's the manner in which
Jarrett.
the passes were done. They were 4 quick passes led to like a backheel pass where Lamine almost scored the goal. And if they had scored that, do you know the sequence I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Well, the second goal they scored actually was a really
and it was
cool,
exactly what
like
I talked about,
pass.
where the defender that was responsible for Porro making the back run was where Saliba would have been. Like they specifically picked it a weakness into what all you guys are talking about here. I think the core difference here is Sammy and I. We love more than anything else a marauding Mbappe counterattack run where he sprints 70 yards in 3 seconds and looks like the best athlete in the world. Like we love watching that, but we love just as much as watching what Rodri did or watching like an exquisite 4 to 5 pass sequence. And that's where we're going to lose.
It's more than fundamentals.
And we're going to lose the casual base. Like when you watch Mbappe to Dembele and watch them just sprint up and down the field, that is a lot more appealing to the majority of the listenership than the style of play that play. And guess what, everyone? Argentina is going to put up another snoozer at noon. They play incredibly slow.
But they have Messi though.
We all watch the game, Jarrett, and we just stare at number 10 and we just wait until he gets the ball, and we just sit there and we wait and we wait,
and then 10 gets it and 3
and
guys
then he gets
run
it for 2 seconds, and then we wait, and then we wait, and then they play their park the bus defense, and we wait.
Didn't you call them Vargentina?
Vargentina, correct. Yeah. If there are any villains of the tournament right now, it is them, which is crazy because Messi is the most unassuming, uncontroversial guy, and it has nothing to do with him.
Yeah.
It has to do with the fact that not only are they benefiting from these incredibly sketchy VAR decisions, they are benefiting from them against. They easily could have lost against Cape Verde. They should have lost to Egypt. They should have lost to Switzerland. So. They have had,
but is this
opinion,
because they have Messi? Is that the view? They have the biggest star, so the FIFA or whatever is.
Would you be watching if it was England versus Switzerland at noon? Like, would the casual person be watching if it was? Of course they wouldn't be. So you have to get Messi in there, of course. You just talked about all the star power fading earlier in the segment. It's there because FIFA put it there.
So that's even worldwide where they just love soccer. That's still all about the stars.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, star power dominates in every facet of this for sure.
Because I understand that for the American viewer, they only know so many players, and Messi is one of them. So I understand that part.
Oh, yeah, and they're a European, diehard soccer fan way above my level or Sammy's level will still sit there and agree with what we're saying, where, an Mbappe run compared to Rodri's passing and clinical play in the midfield and all that kind of stuff is more entertaining to watch. But they're there to see Messi just as much as we are, and I guess we're lucky enough to have a corrupt organization like FIFA that's going to make that happen and probably make sure that he's playing on Saturday as well.
You know, if there's any controversy,
I think this is the one.
They're going to be lighting up FIFA.
True.
The England team. They're going to be ripping the refs. They're going to be ripping. It's coming.
Is England though not a big enough?
No, they are. That's why
name
I think
that they could overcome that. This is one that they
Kane
wouldn't.
Is not Messi.
No,
Jude
but
Bellingham
England
is not Messi.
though. England.
But the thought of it coming home.
That narrative juice is not overcoming the star power that is Messi in probably his last World Cup. Him winning back-to-back World Cups to end his GOAT status would be legendary and just sounds like it's almost too perfect.
Totally agree with you. All right, coming up on the other side, the Diamondbacks, the trade deadline coming. Should they go fishing? And if so, how about a nice big piece of trout? See what I did there, Jared?
There we go. Oh, Jared just got hungry.
We'll talk about Mike Trout and the Diamondbacks on the other side. Kellen Olson, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth, and if you're like most people, you probably spend more time planning your summer vacation than you do on your actual retirement, and that's why a lot of people get to a certain point in their life and they wonder, all right, do I have enough? Do I have the peace of mind I need? Is my money going to last? Will retirement be the reward for a lifetime of hard work the way it's supposed to be? If you have any of that stress in your life, highly recommend you call the fiduciaries at Trajan Wealth, because most people have a tax person over here, an investment advisor over there, and nobody is talking to each other. The family office at Trajan Wealth puts it all under one roof. Your investments, your taxes, your estate planning, all on the same team, all working from the same plan. And if you've ever wondered if your existing plan could be working better, call Trajan Wealth and find out. They'll check out your portfolio and they'll give you a plan that is actually built around you. That's what I did. I came away super impressed with everything about Trajan Wealth. Walked out knowing I was in very good hands. Give them a call. Get your plan started today. 855-TRAJAN-1, 855-TRAJAN-1, online at TrajanWealth.com.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
If your windows can't keep up with the heat, it's time for an upgrade. At the Window Depot, windows are what we do. Biggest inventory, best prices, guaranteed. Found a lower price? We'll beat it. Shop in stock or custom vinyl windows, built for efficiency and style. From one window to full home replacement, we help you get the right windows for less. Lower your energy bills and stay comfortable year-round. Visit a location near you or order online at thewindowdepot.com.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know that hiking isn't for you. Sure, it sounds nice to be in nature while exercising, but that's what a gym and houseplants are for. I mean, you don't even like walking upstairs. So why would you walk up a hill for miles? To what, end up high in the air? Come on, you know you're scared of heights. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Pricing coverage match limited by state law.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like head administrator for a state-of-the-art surgical center.
What can I do for you, Doc?
We need to talk about the lights.
Ah, the mood lighting, relaxing, right? Much better than those old hospital vibes.
A hospital's supposed to have hospital vibes.
You seem tense. Let's dim the lights a bit.
This is your job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters can help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Get a new high-efficiency Lennox AC system installed for as low as $99 a month. Serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins Comfort Masters has served the Valley for over 40 years. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule today. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. Eduardo Rodriguez worked a 1-2-3 second inning in last night's All-Star game, and Corbin Carroll struck out in his only plate appearance as the American League shut out the National League 4-0, the first All-Star shutout since 2013. The Snakes now still a couple of days off before they start their second half of the season against the Cardinals on Friday. Spain punched their ticket to the World Cup final yesterday after their 2-0 win over Kylian Mbappe in France. Today, Lionel Messi and Argentina will play Harry Kane in England at noon for a spot against Spain in that final on Sunday. And the Summer Suns are in action this afternoon from Las Vegas against the Detroit Pistons. Tip-off will be at 3 as Koa Pete and company look for their third Summer League win. This report is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. Advanced Window Products builds every window in Tolleson, ensuring factory direct quality with no middlemen or delays. Call 480-676-3600 to schedule today.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Murata talk D-backs baseball now.
How did we allow a Diamondbacks fan in the house? Beckham, you're a Diamondbacks fan, yes?
He's Diamondbacks. Every team he plays on that year, he's a fan. I hit a home run, and I find out that he's booing me because he's cheering for the D-backs. So.
That the voice of Mike Trout recalling how he hit a home run at Chase Field during the Angels' recent visit here, and his own son Beckham was booing him because his son is a Diamondbacks fan. Now, listen, we're bringing this up as a flight of fancy. Trading for Mike Trout would be very, very complicated. He's got a no-trade clause, and he is owed a ton of money on his contract.
And he's old and always injured.
But aside from
that. And not nearly as good as he used to be.
I thought he was having kind of
He is having a good year, but he's not having a Mike Trout good year.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because in watching the game and finding that out, my first thought was, wow, how about dropping that bat into the lineup? How about that guy hitting 5th or 4th for the Diamondbacks? And
Absolutely.
Then, I mean, sign me up. And if his son loves the Diamondbacks, I thought, hey, why not, right? But he's making $37 million every year between now and 2030. Yeah. So after this season, he's got 4 full seasons at $37 million per on the books. Ooh. So it's too rich for the Diamondbacks' blood, quite obviously.
Yeah, it's a good excuse to talk about Mike Trout's career because it's been really fascinating to watch. I mean, we've seen this tale before where an incredibly promising young player like flounders out a little bit due to injury, but one of the craziest sports facts, in my opinion, of all time is that Mike Trout has played in 3 playoff games over his entire career. 3. That is it. He has 15 career plate appearances. They all came in 2014. The Angels have just been terrible with him around. If you're not familiar with the story, this was a guy that was pacing to potentially be the best baseball player ever. His career got off to an absolutely absurd start in 2012 when he was 20 years old, won Rookie of the Year, was second in MVP voting, and then he finished first or second in MVP voting for 5 straight seasons to begin his career and did it for 3 more after that. I know catch-all stats like WAR aren't for everyone, but just to give you an idea, every single baseball player ever, their first 9 seasons sorted by WAR. Ted Williams, number 1, Albert Pujols, number 3, Mike Trout, number 3, Pujols, number 2. But the problem for Trout, is that since 2020, when you sort by WAR and look for Mike Trout, he's all the way in 52nd. He has been decimated by injuries since then. This is probably his second best season since 2020. He's hitting .237, but the slug is really there with 18 homers and 13 doubles as well. But to Dan's point, it's a fascinating sort of thing that's going to be watched over baseball in the next couple of years if he ever gets traded. It's always been talked about. He is 34 years old, and he is due $35.4 million this year, and then the 4 seasons after that as well into nearly his age 40 season. So on top of the no-trade clause, on top of just his decline as a player overall, even when he's healthy, he's been pretty freaking great, but not to the levels where he was undoubtedly the best player.
His first 11 years in the majors, he was Lou Gehrig, who could steal bases. I mean, it's unbelievable the stats that he put up, batting average, power, speed. And then it's been 5 years where he's been hurt and hardly played.
Yeah, it's
and
true.
now that he is playing, his power has kind of returned, but he's, like you said, he's hitting 239
and
now.
Baseball fans do not want to see this end in LA. They want to see it. If they want to see it end in LA, they want to see it. I know for the Dodgers that's an insane thought to think, but I just want to see him as a baseball fan just play in the playoffs. Like I just want to see him have a moment in the postseason, even if it's as the 7th best player when he's 37 or 38 years old and he hits a homer in the 6th hole. Like, I just want to see him have a playoff moment because it's insane that undoubtedly one of the best players of this generation of baseball, he should have been one of the best ever, but instead it's just a generational thing for him. For him to have 0 playoff moments in 3 total games in the playoffs is just nuts.
And when you think about great players in professional sports who have just languished for an entire career for a bad team and a bad owner and a bad situation, who tops Mike Trout?
Guys, Mike Trout and Shohei Ohtani were on the same baseball team.
I know. And they still couldn't win.
They could.
Isn't that unbelievable?
It's unbelievable.
Mike Trout and Albert Pujols were on the same baseball team. Pujols was had only a couple of years where he still was Albert Pujols.
True.
But Mike Trout essentially played with the 2 other best players of the last 20 years.
And this was the organization that did that insanity with Kurt Suzuki where they gave him a 1-year deal as a manager. Like, they continue to prove their ineptitude, and it's sometimes, look, this might be a controversial take on this program, sometimes it's awesome when players ask to be traded because then they don't get stuck in terrible. So he should have asked out so long ago. Like, he should have forced his way out of here so long ago.
And I've never met an Angels fan in my life. I don't know any Angels fans. I would think even they have to be okay with him leaving by now. It's almost like the very end of Steve Nash's career, where we didn't want him to go to the Lakers, but even Suns fans were like, okay, it's okay to trade him now. It's the only way he ever gets traded, though, is if the Angels take on some of his salary.
And with all due respect to the Angels, who won a World Series in 2002, by the way, he is by far the best player. He is Mr. Angel and will be probably forever. Like, he is undoubtedly their biggest star ever. And to your point, though, there is merit to that. The contract is just really
rough. Onerous.
It's really rough. You hope that he's healthy in his late 30s, and when he's on a year or two left in that contract, maybe there's a contender out there that would take a flyer on him. He would take it. The Angels would take it because, again, as a baseball fan, I just want to see him in October because he's incredible to watch still, even at the level that he's at right now.
I mean, if you're the D-backs, would you give up a prospect for Trout if the Angels were taking half his salary?
Yeah, how much money are they taking? That's the thing.
It would have to be 2/3 of his salary. Like, how much?
I don't know.
Half probably.
I would think maybe the Diamondbacks would go in for half of that.
Because is he worth $16 million a year? He still has power, and that is what they're missing.
Well, look,
he's not a lefty.
Played in 78
how much is
games
Grayson
this year.
Allen making?
Yeah,
Grayson Allen's making like $17 million a year.
Also,
so you're right.
That's right.
We also forget Mike Trout rakes here.
There's the other thing. He loves Chase Field.
Does.
He hasn't played here much, but he loves Chase Field.
And
again, his son is a Diamondbacks
why not?
fan.
Let's go. We missed out on Alex Bregman. Let's get
and
these
I'm
people
sure
5 games played in Chase Field. 5. He loved it here when he is 8 for 19 here.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
It's pretty great. I would love to see him get traded for by a certain team. I don't think the Diamondbacks are the right fit.
Yeah,
but to your point, there is some legs to can they find a deal where the Angels take half the salary and that kind of big time flyer on someone like him who can still be the best bat in your lineup right now in his mid-30s, which is crazy after all the injuries that he's been through.
And here's something I always bring up when we talk about Mike Trout. Imagine being Tim Salmon and not even having a great career and not even being the best Angels outfielder with the last name of a fish.
My goodness.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, right.
And I'm sure we could find him a nice piece of property in Paradise Valley.
All of it. I'd sign up for it if you could pull it off. All right, coming up on the other side, does the NBA have a competitive problem? Does the NBA have an apron problem that needs to be addressed? We think so. We'll tell you why it's important. Kellen Olson, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I had just presumed all along that Rasheer Fleming was going to play and is going to get the minutes. And I understand you're not saying that he's not, but you are suggesting that Koa Pete might be closer to Rasheer than it might surprise us.
If we're doing training camp position battles in the NFL style, like position battles, that's one. I'm listing it for sure.
Koa versus Rasheer Fleming.
Yeah, for sure.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and it's always a great day to visit and head on down to Chapman BMW. Doesn't have to be a holiday, and to prove it, their July 4th savings running all month long. You can get the best selection you are going to find in the state of Arizona. You can find great financing terms happening at Chapman BMW, talking about 0.9% APR financing for 60 months on the 2026 BMW X1, the X3, and the X5. All of them great lines of vehicles, great financing options available. Chapman BMW, the largest dealer in Arizona. They've got 2 great locations, which gives you that selection I talked about. Whatever you're looking for, you are going to find it at Chapman BMW. This is a family-owned, award-winning business for nearly 6 decades. That's a rarity in today's corporate automotive world. They've also got employees who've worked at their stores for 30 and 40 years. That's also unheard of in the automotive industry. Proof that Chapman BMW, a great place to work and a great place to buy a car. So head on down to Chapman BMW on Camelback Road in Central Phoenix, Chapman BMW in Chandler. Take a test drive, find what you like, then get your hookup. Make sure you ask for my guy by name. He's GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He is going to hook you up. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
When your air conditioner stops working or a plumbing problem cannot wait, you need a company that's focused on helping you, not finding ways to charge you more. Home and business owners have trusted Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning since 1957. The home of the no-fee emergency. No trip fees, no overtime fees, no weekend fees. What matters most to Ready Services is saving customers money and doing the job right the first time. For plumbing or air conditioning service, are you ready? Go to nofeeemergency.com.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
The predictions say we could be in for a really wet monsoon season. Don't be the odd person out hoping we don't get rain during a drought in the desert because you don't know if your roof can handle it. Contact Gleason Roofing and have them do what they did at my house. This is Jim Sharp, and when Gleason Roofing came to my place for a no-obligation roof audit, I knew I was going to need something done because my roof was more than 10 years old. But I was pleasantly surprised to find that I didn't need a complete roof replacement. Gleason Roofing only needed to replace my underlayment. The good news is that many roofing issues can be caught early before they turn into a full replacement. A simple inspection by Gleason Roofing now could save you thousands later during monsoon season. Go to GleasonRoofing.com to claim your no-obligation roof audit. That's GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com.
Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason.
It's Gambo. Can Kaman Maluach deliver another strong performance in the Summer League today? We'll react to his performance on today's Burns and Gambo show 2 to 6 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Welcome back, everybody. Dan Bickley alongside Kellen Olson, who's filling in for Vinny, Sammy Sabalka, Jarrett Carlin, all with you until 10 o'clock. Tim Kempton joining us later in the 8 o'clock hour, and then Bobby Dooley from the Phoenix Rising. We're going to get his thoughts on Jarrett, the goalie, the troll in the goal. Still sore these days, Jarrett?
No, feeling better. Ready to
there you go.
Take on the world again.
All right, so there's a trend in the NBA that deserves our attention because inside the lines, this is really becoming a talking point. In New York, Jalen Brunson took less money to give the New York Knicks flexibility to win a championship, and they did. Victor Wembanyama just accepted a contract that was, you could argue he left $10 million a year on the table.
Yes.
And so it's far below market value, and he's doing it for the exact same reason, that with the current CBA and all the penalties and, more importantly, the restrictions that come with being in that second apron, which we've all lived in Phoenix, it's now making players confront these choices. And if you've got a player who really believes in his organization and really wants to win, you're seeing what Jalen Brunson did. You're seeing what Victor Wembanyama just did. The players' union can't stand this because it drives down the value of these contracts. And you know how the players' union is. But this all speaks to a larger issue here. What is the NBA doing with this current CBA? These second apron rules, do the players like it? No. Do the coaches like it? No. Do the general managers like it? No. So what are we doing here?
Does the league like it, though?
Owners do.
This was sort of like what we saw with the anti-tanking thing, where it was an imperfect solution to a problem that the league felt had to be fixed. I don't think this had to be fixed. I think that the tanking had to be fixed. I don't think this had to be fixed. And the problem that I'm alluding to is that what started happening is the luxury tax penalties in place to punish the teams that were willing to spend an inordinate amount of money on their salaries without a salary cap implemented in terms of like this is only the max that you can spend. Teams were willing to go super deep in there if they were going to get punished. And there was a bleep around and find out challenge out there. And a lot of owners like Joe Lacob in Golden State, like Steve Ballmer in LA, were like, okay, I'm going to find out. From 2001 up until 2020, the biggest collective luxury tax payment amount from the entire league was $173 million. That was in 2003. And that was the find out moment for the league. And then since then, no one was around it because it got implemented in 2001, third year. Teams tried it. They didn't like it. They backed away. And then in 2022, after several teams were like, in the mid to late 2010s, like, let's start to rack this up. Let's see what happens. $481 million. So they were just owners like Ballmer, like Lacob, and like a entering Ishbia who were like, I'll pay the money. I don't care.
I don't care.
And this seemed like a huge competitive advantage for those organizations that felt unfair to the other organizations not willing to pay. Now, we know the correct answer here, in my opinion. I don't think this is a gray situation. It's a black and white. All these guys can afford to pay the luxury tax, and it's just who chooses to do it and who chooses not to. Denver, cowards, losers.
Is that a shot at Mitch, too?
Well, listen,
no, not a shot at Mitch. It is a plea that Mitch would love to hear that I am making that you guys can report to him tomorrow when he is sitting in on this chair, and he can yell about it in the microphone a little bit as well. And
their
now
owner, Stan Kroenke, has gazillions of dollars, and he's operating the Nuggets like it's a mom and pop shop.
I have loved what Bobby Marks has been talking about the last couple of months, because every time the second apron gets brought up, he's like pleading with the camera. It's like, look, the second apron sucks. Don't get me wrong. You know what doesn't suck? Having a championship team. Like the Knicks should not have gotten rid of Mitchell Robinson just because of these second apron penalties and restrictions, and something that Matt Ishbia nailed on the freaking head a couple of years ago when he said some owners are using the second apron or the first apron as an excuse because they don't want to pay up. And that's another problem here too. The biggest problem is that Adam Silver spoke yesterday, and he said they like what the second apron is doing. They like that it's working. They like that the parity that it's bringing, which I think is a plus. But the undeniable negative here and the huge biggest issue here is that you are punishing teams for being good at what they are supposed to be doing, which is building quality rosters, drafting well.
That's it.
Trading well. You shouldn't be in that kind of position where you do have to, if you want to bring this team together, pay an extra $200 or $300 million on top of all the roster restrictions that you have here too, because a little discussed part here is with the first apron and second apron getting implemented, the tax repeater penalties were intensified greatly. They were multiplied to an insane degree to make up for this big boom that I talked about in the mid to late 2010s. So a lot of teams, I would say about 90% of the league is just not willing to mess around with that, and there's very few owners that are willing to do it. I think Ishbia is willing to do it, and I think coincidentally Cleveland is willing to do it too because of the whole history there and the measuring contest those two guys are having over the years, to say the least. So I think that is a huge issue with the league right now that is giving us something great in parity, but is coming at a big cost to teams that are doing the right thing.
Now, the idea of this was to prevent teams from doing what the Suns did. It did not work for the Suns, but the idea is to stop teams from just going out and essentially buying players to create an all-star team. They tried that with Durant and Beal. It didn't work, and it was a huge failure. Like you said, it wasn't necessarily put in place for what it's actually doing, which is stopping teams from re-signing their own players on really good teams because they happen to assemble a team full of guys that deserve to be paid.
When you've got to make basketball moves for reasons that have nothing to do with basketball, when you penalize organizations that draft and develop, target young players and develop, there's something wrong with the system. The problem is, as Kellen just outlined, there's a majority of owners who love this system because it gives them a safety net to not spend.
Right. Now, we've often brought it up that, like, just our luck, they put these rules in place when we have an owner. If there weren't these rules in place, though, is there a part of you that fears what Matt Ishbia would do? Because the one time he tried it, it didn't work. Like, would he be too reckless, you think? Like, is there a little bit of safeguards that needs to be put on an owner like that?
Maybe to some degree, I think, but Dan, I think I'm with you and where you're going on this is that you still have to, like, sign smart contracts. Like, it's not like you're going to, because if you just overpay for everyone, then if it doesn't work out, you can't trade anyone. And that's where you run into really big issues there as well. But this is a current war within the league right now. The National Basketball Players Association Executive Director David Kelly said the other day that the second apron must be either softened or removed entirely, citing the Wemby contract, citing how the Boston Celtics used the second apron as an excuse for getting rid of Jaylen Brown as well. The amount of times that you see a general manager come up after they made a big trade and got rid of a significant player, the first thing that they use is the second apron. And I think to that point, it's an excuse for owners to not spend money, and it's an excuse for front offices to get rid of players they wanted to get rid of anyway.
Well, you mentioned David Kelly. David Kelly just took over that job in February, replacing Andre Iguodala. There was a shakeup in the NBPA because of this very issue. This has caused a lot of angst, and in the Players Association, they're wondering, how did we let this happen? Because this current CBA does not expire until 2030. And there's a lot of teams, and now the NBAPA, they want this thing amended because this is suppressing now player contracts.
It changes the way that we think about, like, dynasty building too, because what happened like a year ago when the Oklahoma City Thunder won a championship, we're like, who's going to stop these guys the next 10 years? It's going to be 3 years because they're going to have to trade Jalen Williams or Chet Holmgren in the next 2 or 3 years unless they get a new owner, or their current owner is willing to spend in an unorthodox way previously. And the Spurs are going to run into the same exact problem because they're going to have to pay Wemby this much. They're going to have to eventually pay Dylan Harper this much, and they're eventually going to have to pay Stephon Castle this much, and they're not going to be able to afford to pay all three of those guys. Teams are barely willing to pay a second guy in the max. This is why Jaylen Brown's market was so low. This is why if the Suns try to trade Devin Booker eventually, that his market is going to be so low. You can't have two of these guys, let alone three anymore.
It's a great point. All right, coming up on the other side, you get the Rush Hour reboot. We give the wheel to Sammy Cebulka. Kellen Olson, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Tim Tallis stepped up in a big way. 7 hits, 7 RBIs, a couple of home runs as well. Nolan Arenado. Yes, Ildemaro Vargas, James McCann. Here we go. And by the way, the Arizona Diamondbacks right now have the best catcher in baseball. Okay?
Yeah.
I'm just saying right now.
How about this guy playing to his potential finally at the plate, and Gabby Moreno? You already know he's great defensively. Now he's hitting like this. If nothing else, it puts you back in the conversation with 16 games coming out of the All-Star break before the trade deadline on August 3rd.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
LASIK and Evo ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta here. I wore glasses and contacts until I was 30. Then I had LASIK and it changed my life. But now my vision, still pretty good. It has changed, and I was curious about it. I scheduled a consultation with Dr. King from K2 Vision and found that I'm a candidate for RLE, a permanent solution that also ensures I'll never develop a cataract. If you're at all thinking you want to fix your vision permanently, I'm urging you to hear directly from the doctors who have performed over 300,000 procedures. Join Drs. King and Kopstein for their free live webinar tomorrow at noon. Register now or schedule your free Zoom consult at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE, no glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Did you know the 30-year fixed mortgage was born during the Great Depression? So why are homeowners still using a Depression-era loan to build wealth in the 21st century? The Life Changer loan allows homeowners to put their money to work, reduce interest costs, accelerate principal reduction, and maintain 24/7 access to their equity and pay off in just a few short years, not decades. It's not magic. It's just math. So visit lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
We've got the world's biggest soccer tournament, and it only gets better when you can trade on the outcome. Yep, get in on all the action with Kalshi, because here come the final teams from the quarterfinals, semifinals, and, of course, soccer's ultimate prize happening July 19th. Kalshi, just the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states. Paul Calvise here. Hey, you see the latest? Messi joining Giannis, linking up with Kalshi. Remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in, buy out of your position, and for a limited time. Download the Kalshi app and use referral code AZSports, one word, AZSports, to get $10 when you trade 10. Referral code AZSports, one word, on the Kalshi app. Kalshi, Kalshi, trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/music. That's ethos.com/music. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I knew with this pregnancy something didn't feel right.
I was scared. I was scared a lot of the time because I just felt like no one heard me.
I'm glad I didn't stop at no. And I'm glad someone finally heard me. Someone finally listened to me.
Black women are more likely to die from pregnancy-related complications. Learn the warning signs and be the one to hear her concerns. Visit cdc.gov/hearher. It could help save her life.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. The Midsummer Classic left a little to be desired last night. The American League had their way with the National League in a 4-0 win. The first All-Star shutout since 2013, but Eduardo Rodriguez did work a clean 1-2-3 second inning as he'll look to keep that form as the Diamondbacks start their second half of the season Friday against the Cardinals in what is a huge series coming out of the break. The Summer League rolls on for the Phoenix Suns today as Koa Pete and hopefully Kaman Malawach and Rasheer Fleming will be in action today at 3 against the Pistons as they look for their third win in Las Vegas. For more Suns news and updates, D-backs second half discussions, and Cardinals offseason, be sure to head to ArizonaSports.com today. And finally, England and Argentina. Harry Kane and Lionel Messi will kick off today at noon for a date with Spain in the World Cup final on Sunday. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Summer road trips start at Freeway Chevrolet. They have the lineup to handle whatever comes your way, and right now you can save on every new Chevy. Hurry in today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bentley and Murata Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
Good morning. It's 7:33. I'm Sammy Cebulka. This is the Rush Hour Reboot, and I want to start with something that Jared and I were talking about at the break. So, the All-Star game last night, 4-0, kind of a little snooze fest. And when I was growing up, like when I watched the All-Star game, it actually meant something. Are you guys upset that the MLB All-Star game doesn't mean anything?
No, he's not saying that they used to play hard like when we were growing up.
Oh.
He's literally referring to it meant something because he grew up where it decided the home field for the World Series. And he misses that.
I do miss it because I do feel like when I was growing up, I was excited to watch the All-Star game. And the guys actually played. I get there were substitutions and all that, but there was actually something at stake.
That's a little too much.
Fair.
To be at stake.
And I get it.
In real time, I remember when Bud Selig rolled that out, I thought, okay, well, at least that's exciting. And then you 5 minutes later, you do the logic of it, and you're like, I don't know.
That's a defining baseball image. Him in the seats in Milwaukee. Yeah, you'll never forget that one for sure.
Right.
I can't say, Sammy, that I grew up as a sports fan, like super looking forward to All-Star games. Yeah. So I kind of have an acceptance at what it is now, and also just covering the Suns for 10 years, like just see the perspective of the other teams now and why there would be less reliance on it as well. Of course, the NBA has found success with this, and I think, again, like my take, like on the Home Run Derby yesterday, is that there are going to be good versions of these games. Yeah. We just need to like kind of let them happen, like this ultra wacky format for the NBA All-Star game that required like a 15 slideshow for you to understand on a PowerPoint.
Yep.
Worked. It was fun. And then you'll remember the year when Devin Booker was in the All-Star game when like Kyle Lowry was taking charges, the Elam ending, all that kind of stuff.
Yes.
The NBA has still had like really great All-Star games. It's mostly going to be boring 7 times out of 10. Those other 3 times it's going to work, and I think we just have to accept that that's the way these games work now.
Yeah. Also, something yesterday that was going around social media, there was a clip of someone asking all the All-Stars about the salary cap. And every single one of them absolutely bashed it. So is an MLB lockout next year inevitable?
Yes.
Sure feels like it, Sammy. Yeah, listen, and again, we just had this conversation about the NBA and owners. Everybody points to the Dodgers as if the Dodgers are doing something illegal.
Right.
Every team in Major League Baseball could do what the Dodgers are doing.
Right.
A majority of them are choosing not to. They're going to use this as the reason why we need a salary cap. It's more of the same. It's a safety net for owners who don't want to spend money and don't want to feel pressured by the ones who do.
The line, they're so, like, the trenches have already been built. Like, everyone is already in their spot, ready to get to March. And then when we get to March, it's like, okay, who's going to start to move the needle a little bit? Is it going to be the players who are completely locked in on this? Or is it going to be the billionaires?
The annoying thing is...
We'll see. Let's find out.
Who wins, the players or billionaires?
Tune in to Bickley Murata on April 7th, 2027 to find out.
Who's going to win, Sammy? It's going to be the players.
Yes.
It's not going to be the billionaires because
Right, their league doesn't exist.
At least if history says anything, the players' union in baseball is extremely strong, and they will never, ever cave in to a salary cap.
Over under February 7th, the first replacement player's story. When does that come out?
The annoying thing is that they've been talking about this for a while.
Mm-hmm.
They're really talking about it now. Start negotiating now. Why do they have to wait until March of next year?
Why does Mike Hazen have to wait to buy or sell until the last day of the trade deadline? That's how this stuff works,
The reason,
man.
Jared, no, it's a very, very fair question, and that's because
It is for sure,
because there
yeah.
are no cooler heads that are going to prevail here.
Remember how annoying it was during the 2020 season? How they just kept waiting so long to negotiate everything that it went down to they only were able to play 60 games by the end of it.
When I worked,
we kept saying go, just come on, get this done.
And it was like 94, right? That was the last strike season.
Yeah.
So people of my age and people of Sammy's age, we haven't experienced a year without baseball before, and I am not looking forward to the possibility of that at all.
When I worked in Chicago at the Sun-Times,
that was different because that ended in the middle of
the season, right?
Yeah. The baseball baseball season ended in the middle of the season and there was no World Series.
Yeah, that's insane.
It wasn't like the start of the season.
No World Series just seems insane.
The
to me.
World Series was
killed
it
baseball.
violated and it broke the agreement with baseball fans, and it took them years, if not a decade, to recover. I was going to say really quickly, when I worked in Chicago, the newspaper I worked for, it was a union shop, and every now and again we'd get to the end of the contract, and we'd all, as a newsroom, we'd have to walk downstairs with picket signs, and it was a really, 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 really super stressful time. Because you don't want to be without a job. You worry about getting replaced by replacement writers. But it has to go down to these last minutes because that's the only time people feel desperate.
Yep.
You're totally right. Nailed it.
All right, so let's do a little cross-sport talking point from yesterday. The MLB All-Star Game, the National League got shut out, and France, this high-powered locomotive offense, got shut out by Spain. Was yesterday a good reminder that good defense is almost more important than good offense in sports?
Well, yeah, certainly in the last couple of days, great defenses, and I think great is the word you have to use with the great. Great defenses are trumping the great offenses. We saw that at the All-Star Game where the quality of pitching now, you put an even with the marquee pitchers who sat that one out, you're letting a pitcher who can gas it up there at 100+ go one inning and just pour everything into one inning? Night, right? And then that soccer match between Spain and France. I didn't think that there was a soccer club on this planet that could slow France down. And those midfielders you were talking about controlled the entire game.
Did you watch that game thinking if they played 10 times, Spain would win every time?
No, I think it's. I
Was
genuinely.
it that much of a?
I genuinely think the teams were pretty even, and if you play it 10 times, I think it's 6-4, 5-5.
I don't know about that. Yamin Lamal is now 7-0 against France.
Yeah, he is. He dominates them. But
that stat that I think he hasn't lost yet since playing for Spain. Like Spain, when he is in the lineup, has yet to lose yet. They only have a draw or win. That's insane. So talk about not losing in youth academies and stuff. He hasn't lost for Spain on a national level. It's crazy. I think good defenses are traditionally easier to build, but a good offense can trump a good defense if it's revolutionary enough. Infamously, the Boston Celtics a couple of years ago basically won a title because they were ahead on the three-point craze and playing 5 out and things like that.
Yeah, and lastly, Kellen, have we established you're not a golf guy, right?
I used to be my dad was big into golf, so I watched every Tiger major that he was in and things like that, but I am not tuning in for a major these days, correct?
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
I was going to then I'll ask Dan, what's biggest story from Royal Birkdale this week?
Oh, I think there's a lot of them. I think that don't you always start with Rory at the Open?
Yeah, I wrote down 22 of them, so.
Oh, you did? Run through your top 5.
Tommy Fleetwood grew up 5 minutes from where this tournament's being played, and he's arguably one of the best players to not win a major.
That's great.
Rory McIlroy has a chance for a double this season, the Masters and the Open. Scottie Scheffler missed his first cut last week and forever.
And lost a playoff to Victor Hovland, so he is not having a Scottie kind of year.
No, and this is the same place where Jordan Spieth won his last major, Royal Birkdale. And lastly, this is a fun one. After Thursday, we're going to come on Friday morning, and Jarrett is going to ask and wonder, what name is on the top of that leaderboard, because it's going to be some random guy from South Africa.
To our conversation,
Kellen, real quick.
Yeah, what's up?
Real quick, break down Kenny Omega versus Will Ospreay, and
yes, there we go.
Why that could be the match of the year.
Yeah, it definitely has the potential.
Even in 2026.
It definitely has the potential to be in Wembley. They're going to do absolutely insane, psychotic stuff. Like, I'm scared that one of them is going to seriously injure or maim the other, just in the fact that it is Wembley. It's Will Ospreay's moment. It's been building up to him. By the way, if you're a wrestling fan listening, I interviewed Will Ospreay a couple of years ago. When AEW was
probably
in town.
still find it on YouTube.
Nicest dude in the world. It was so fun to talk to him for 10 to 15 minutes. So it's on YouTube if you want to go check it out.
Good job, Sammy. We appreciate that. Coming up on the other side, we're going to get into the Cardinals from the viewpoint of Mina Kimes and what she thinks about our NFL franchise. Kellen Olson, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Football soon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. The home of Arizona State Sun Devils football. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, 98.7 FM.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and sports fans know the sideline is no place to be, and if joint pain is dragging you down and holding you back, there's a way for you to get real relief without surgery, without the downtime, without putting your life on pause, and that's because my friends at QC Kinetics, they are the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine. These are cellular level treatments that help your body repair and restore damaged joint tissue at the source wherever you're hurting. These treatments are all backed by science. These treatments all happen in their office. You get your treatment, you walk out the door, you go about your day. They're simple procedures that deliver life-changing results, and there are tens of thousands of satisfied clients in this country who wish they had done so sooner. So if you're missing work or activities you once enjoyed, if you don't want surgery or a long recovery, if you're relying on pain meds to get through the day, you are exactly the kind of patient QC Kinetics helps every day with these advanced regenerative treatments, and today can be the day you turn the corner and finally get real relief. You can find them 4 different locations here in the Valley: Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get a free consultation by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-7246 for QC Kinetics.
And now, a no-frills ad brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Here it is. You can save big when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive. That's it. See? Just a good old-fashioned, straightforward ad. See if you can save at Progressive.com.
2 different companies can install exactly the same air conditioner, and it will perform entirely differently in your home. If not installed correctly, that system will break down often and die an agonizingly expensive death. At Gettle, we install air conditioners the right way, not the easy way. From measuring and adjusting the static pressure in the ducts to cleaning out the pre-existing copper lines, because it doesn't make any sense to install a new heart without cleaning out the arteries. Gettle, G-O-E-T-T-L, will keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. I spent years in professional football taking hits. Never backed down from anything, Basinonians, but living with teeth that are broken and falling apart, that wore me down in a way football never did. Every meal was a battle to smile. What a gamble that was. Listen, I got the all-on-4 implants. It really changed. It's a game changer. Eating what I want, smiling without thinking twice. Trust me, if you need this done, you want the best hands in the game, and that is Dr. Joe. That's right, at Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. Over 3,000 full-mouth cases. 3,000, man. This is what he does day in and day out. Right now, Aria Dental is running their summer promotion, the all-on-4 with premium zirconia teeth, starting at $12,500 per arch. This deal will not last. Call now, 602-877-0429.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? There are so many families stuck with student loans they can't afford, and with payments so high, they feel hopeless. If that sounds familiar, Why Refi can help. They refinance distressed and defaulted private student loans, the loans other lenders won't touch. They're not a debt settlement company, and your credit score doesn't matter. Why Refi works with you one-on-one to create a custom payment based on your ability to pay. They can reduce your monthly payment, guarantee interest rates under 6%, and they may even lower your total loan cost, saving you thousands. They offer a 3-minute rate check with no credit impact, accept bad credit, and can release co-borrowers from the loan. Take control of your student loans today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. YREFI, a light at the end of the tunnel.
Not available in all states.
Hey, it's Gambo. Have the Diamondbacks convinced their front office enough to be trade deadline buyers? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Welcome back, everybody. Dan Bickley, Kellen Olson, Sammy Cebulka, Jared Carlin with you until 10 o'clock. Not too long from now, the Arizona Cardinals are going to be reporting for training camp. That's coming up pretty quick, just around the corner. When they do, they're going to be gifted with low expectations. I think we can all assume that can be a gift.
I would argue no expectations. I would argue that there are none at all. Like a successful season for people varies. Like you could say 7 wins is extremely successful, but someone like me could argue that's not successful because I think this team needs to lose a lot of football games and get their quarterback in the draft next year as well. But the expectations are varied, low, or none at all.
I think that's very accurate, and I do think that this has been a very rough offseason for the Cardinals. Quite obviously, they have been a piñata for much of the national media. They have taken a lot of hits, and many of them deservedly so. Mina Kimes and Danny Kelly from The Ringer did a podcast. They talked about a lot of different Cardinals issues. Let's start with the Cardinals offense and what they think about that.
The running backs are obviously sick. You have one of the best, if not the best, tight ends in football in Trey McBride, and then you have other, role guys around him blocking and whatnot. The offensive line, I think, is the one area where I'm like, oh, they might have really turned this around. You brought in Seumalo and Elijah Wilkinson, those were such problem positions for them. Paris Johnson Jr. has to stay healthy, but when he's been healthy, he's been good.
Yeah.
Froholt's fine. And then they drafted Chase Besantis, who I think he wanted to win the guard job. So this could be a decent offensive line. It could be a decent run game with a combination of that in the backs. If Harrison Jr. if you get anything out of him, it's also a decent receiving group. Michael Wilson's good. Bourne has always been capable. So I don't think this is going to be a above average offense as a whole, but I think it might be the kind of offense where we're like, all right, when they pick a quarterback, we're not all being standing around and saying, like, oh, that's awful. That, you know what I mean? Like he's walking into like a hell situation. Yeah. I actually think this could be a pretty nice one by the end of the year.
All right, so I guess when you look at the pieces, maybe the Cardinals offense does give you hope. Trey McBride, one of 6 players in Madden to get a 99 rating for whatever that's worth. It's a bragging point, I guess. But she did mention the running backs rooms, and there's a couple of area concerns. Number 1, Jeremiah Love.
Don't let Jeremiah Love have an Ashton Genty rookie season where he's just absolutely getting tackled in the backfield on every play, because I feel like that's just bad for it's bad optics, maybe.
Totally. I do think this line is better than the Raiders and the Chargers lines from last year for Hampton and Genty.
Because they want to have some positive vibes and feel good about that pick. And I think there is a world in which, going into next year, going into the 27 season, he is a really critical part of their offense, but it feels like people have already moved on from Genty a little bit, and don't really think he's that good. I think Jeremiah Love is going to be a really good player. I just think they should. I hope that they have some positive vibes coming out of this pick, because it was obviously such a high pick and it was such an important pick for their roster. That I hope, hopefully, going into the year after this next year, that there'll be some better vibes around it.
Isn't it something how that is the sort of the attachment to every national criticism of the Jeremiah Love draft pick? I hope they don't ruin him.
Yeah. And maybe is that just because they feel a running back can only do so much on his own, and they might be looking at like he's going into such a bad situation that he can only do so much? Like they brought up the Ashton Genty thing, that they've ruined him after 1 year essentially.
I do feel like it's slanted a bit, that the running back discussion and taking the guy too high. Like the example brought up recently is like Bijan Robinson and how many games the Falcons have won. It's like, okay, well, the Falcons have a completely different offense because they have Bijan Robinson. So that's the effect that you hope Jeremiah Love has. And in my opinion, the pick is successful if you look at the Cardinals offense differently and as an explosive one that has the potential to be explosive, at least because Love is in there, and we'll see what it is. But I agree totally with Mina's point, not only in terms of like the placeholder issue, not issue issue for the quarterback, but if you had a competent quarterback in there or a young quarterback in there, you're setting him up for success. Like, for example, if Jared Goff, like a middle-of-the-road quarterback, was the quarterback of this offense, you feel like, yeah, that could be like an above-average offense for sure. That's just the problem, is that it's going to be Jacoby Brissett or Gardner Minshew or Carson Beck, and I think that's fine, and it's sort of by design. I don't know if you have the cuts in there specifically, but Mina brought up a really interesting point about how this isn't the worst year for the Cardinals to be terrible, because what on earth were they supposed to do in their division anyway? But the duality of that, of course, is that Monty Ossenfort could be in his last year with the organization as well. So how do they juggle that together?
Cardinals spin zone here. It's better for you, given the state of the rest of the division, the coaching, to have a take your medicine season.
Oh, 100%.
Than a muddle along and play your way out of top draft pick season. I actually think, like, because of the division, this is the right way to go about things.
It's purely logic. This is all logical, right? Like, you three of the best teams in the NFL, legitimately, in the Seahawks, Rams, and 49ers. The odds of you winning the division are minuscule. And if you were in a bad division and you win like 7-8 games and then you don't make the playoffs, or you even do make the playoffs and you lose in the wild card or whatever, it's like, what did you gain from that, I guess? So from a purely pragmatic point of view, it's a good season and a good time in this division, sort of the way that it's set up to just like not play very well this year and go into next season. Great quarterback class, see what you can do, or theoretically a great quarterback class, and see what you can get out of that.
And hopefully offensive line looks decent. You're not stressed about the quarterback walking into off situation. You have elite tight end. You have elite running back. Receiving group's not so bad. So could be worse, honestly.
Yeah, I hate being into this lane that we're in right now, where all of everything they just said makes perfect sense. And as you pointed out, until the Cardinals know they've got their franchise quarterback in the building, they've got Stugotz. They've got nothing. They've got no hope whatsoever. That has to be priority number one. I get conflicted all the time. You hear me trying to unveil a plan, a short-term plan for Jacoby Brissett if you happen to catch magic and lightning in a bottle. When you hear people laid out like that, what are the odds of catching any kind of lightning in any kind of bottle?
And what even would that look like? Because even that lightning in a bottle would probably be like a 5-3 start.
Maybe, yeah.
And like a best case scenario, like a 9-8 season. And then where does that leave you? Like, that's the best case scenario.
I just cannot stand go before training
I know an
camp,
entire season.
An entire season. And yet this is the ditch the Cardinals have landed in.
It's the NFL. Anyone can win 11 to 13 games. It seems like you look at last year's standings, and if you're playing like a little like contender pretender game in your own head of like, was it legitimate that the Jacksonville Jaguars went 13-4, the Texans went 12-5, or that the Eagles were able to go 11-6? Like, there are some pretenders there that I mentioned for sure. The Broncos going 14-3. Like, there is an ability to do this in the league, but the hard time, Jarrett, that you have is that if this would have been last year's schedule, for sure, like, you could talk yourself into maybe they get off to a decent start, but their schedule all the way through the year, but especially at the beginning, is brutal. The easiest part is at the end, and you worry that if they drop their first 5 or they drop 6 of their first 7, like, where the state of like the team's like morale and just like connectivity is going to be once the schedule starts to lighten up by then.
From a fantasy point of view, I want Jacoby Brissett to be the starter because it's good for fantasy, and I don't really care and they don't care probably about winning or losing this year. In fact, they probably want to lose, but it's just irrelevant, I think, for the team because they're in the hardest division in football and they're not going to win. So, like,
right, you don't want to be average. You want to get a special quarterback, but I do think a priority is we want to find enough pieces so that when we get that quarterback, we feel like there's some, like, if Marvin
going in the right direction.
Yes. And I actually, like, this is why Marvin Harris Jr. is so important, because if you feel like you have a true number one and then you have Trey McBride and the offensive line is improving and you have Jeremiah Love, you're kind of in great shape.
Totally.
If Harrison Jr., however, doesn't take the step, then it's like, okay, you probably also need a receiver and quarterbacks.
I've also heard a lot of people say that along with losing and getting into the top 5 of the draft so you can get a franchise quarterback next year if Carson Beck isn't the guy, and I have real doubts that he can be, that at the very least you better have a good offensive line in place. Because what you want to avoid, and Mike Florio has talked about this repeatedly, is getting in the Arch Manning sweepstakes only for the Manning family to go, keep walking. We're not playing for you.
It's a lot of trust and money, Austin, for it to pick this quarterback as well.
Oh.
I was very surprised that he was back this year because I don't even know how you could, you're expected to lose this year. How are you going to, let him go if you go 3-14? That's what everyone's
How did you judge him on this
you
season?
To do. So he's going to be back next year. He's going to be the guy that picks the quarterback, and that makes no sense to me at all.
No, it makes no sense to me either. He's Kellen Olson. I'm Dan Bickley. We're midway through the Bickley Blast on the other side. Fire! We're back right after this.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke this morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Hello, I'm Eric Bryan, Marine veteran and owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. I know what it means to have someone you can count on, and that's what your family gets every time we walk through your door. All month, we're celebrating America's 250th birthday by giving you $2,500 off a new AC unit, 0% financing for 60 months, and no payments until 2027. Precision Air and Plumbing, veteran owned. Make the precision decision today.
Hey, sports fans, you know this. Every great team has one thing in common. They diagnose the problem, they adjust, and they execute. Pain works the same way. If you're dealing with sciatica, numbness, tingling, or that deep ache that shoots down your leg, you need a team that knows how to fix it. That team is Desert Institute for Spine Care DISC. These are fellowship-trained, board-certified orthopedic spine surgeons who pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, the least invasive surgical technique available. It uses incisions smaller than 1/4 of an inch. That means faster recovery, less pain, and getting back to life, the life that you love. They've treated thousands of patients, including athletes who need to get back super fast. If pain is keeping you from workouts, from coaching your kids, from enjoying the game, it's time to get your life back. Go to sciatica.com and connect with Disc today, because pain shouldn't be your opponent. That's sciatica.com. Or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now. Eduardo Rodriguez worked a 1-2-3 second inning in last night's All-Star game. Corbin Carroll struck out in his only plate appearance as the American League shut out the National League 4-0 last night, and the first All-Star shutout since 2013. The Diamondbacks now still a couple of days off before they start their second half of the season against the Cardinals on Friday night. Spain punched their ticket to the World Cup final yesterday after their 2-0 win over Kylian Mbappe in France. Today, Lionel Messi and Argentina will play Harry Kane in England at noon for a spot against Spain in that final on Sunday. And the Summer Suns are in action this afternoon from Las Vegas against the Pistons. Tip-off will be at 3 as Koa Pete and company will look for their third Summer League win. And that's what's trending now.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
The other day, the Suns put out a Welcome to the Valley social media post for Miles Bridges, and the comments went off the rails just like you might expect. And it raises a very significant question. For all the $2 menu items and other fan-friendly gestures, are the Suns out of touch with the community they represent when it comes to this very polarizing player? And that's because the Suns are different. They are our heritage organization representing generations of fans. They're more than a sports franchise. They are family. And watching the team roll out the red carpet for a player with Bridges' background feels like a betrayal of community values. Now, not everybody feels this way, but many do. And some of the outrage stems from the fact that the off-court issues are not relics of the past. They remain volatile to the point where before the Bridges trade was officially processed, it was learned that he and his ex filed dueling assault complaints in North Carolina following a chaotic custody exchange in late June. Now, Bridges surely fills a need at power forward, but he's never been an all-star, and it's fair to wonder if he was worth the price they paid and the risk they assumed. Bottom line, the Suns better be right about this guy, because while winning usually cures all in professional sports, this is going to test the limits, because for a significant portion of the Suns community, rooting for the name on the front of the jersey becomes very difficult when you don't respect the name on the back of the jersey. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW. Make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
Everything. I think you have to take into everything. I don't think usually it's basketball fit and and then there's the background part of it. I think you have to take everything into account. I think you have to factor in if there's going to be a blowback from our sponsors, if there's going to be blowback from ticket sales. I think you have to be prepared for everything here and everything. So I think, I don't think they went in this with blinders on as far as doing this year, and hopefully they've done their due diligence here, and and there's not going to be blowback as far as from a community and from a fan base.
That's our buddy Bobby Marks talking about the acquisition. And again, next week is going to be a big week for Miles Bridges, for the Suns. The introductory press conference is going to happen, and there's going to be an elephant in the room that's going to have to be talked about.
Undeniably, yeah, that is going to be a portion of the press conference. We'll see. It's up to the people asking. That's all I'm going to be asking about, to be honest. Like the basketball stuff, we can talk about it later. This is the part that we need to talk about now. But in the blast, you hit on a really important part here, which is something as innocuous as like Luke Kennard got a Welcome to the Valley Luke graphic.
Yes.
Whoever else they are going to bring in this season, if they would have brought in someone who is going to be the 15th man, if they brought in someone like Cam Spencer or Pat Spencer, on a two-way. It's like, welcome to the Valley, Pat. Like that used to totally be an innocuous thing that everyone gets, and everyone is going to get a happy birthday post when it's their birthday and that kind of stuff. Like when you are acquiring a player like this, you are signing up for all of it, and you have to do all of this kind of stuff because this is how the league works. This is how social media works for these players and making everyone happy and giving them all these posts. But with that, again, this is just like it might seem like a trivial thing for Dan to bring up, but he's totally right, because this is an example of how this is a team that is going to have to promote this player and speak well of this player. And a lot of people are going to have difficulty in doing that. Like when he has a big game, they're going to go crazy and be like, can you freaking believe it? Miles Bridges is unbelievable. And then there's going to be the people responding that are going to bring in the replies and bring in all the history and that kind of stuff. And this is never going to go away. I think that in terms of the subject matter, sure, it's going to fade in some respects, but this sense of him being polarizing, and you know how this goes, Dan, in today's society, let alone in sports, whenever anything is polarizing, what happens? It turns into tribalism. So the people,
very much so.
The people that are in support of Miles Bridges right now as a Phoenix Suns member, they're going to get their jerseys. Like they're going to go crazy for this because that's kind of how this works. And in the same opposite way, the people that are opposed to this are going to say, I'm never going to go to a Suns game again. And they're going to show screenshots of their season tickets being canceled and all that kind of stuff. So it's just going to go very... You're always going to land at some ending like this where it is going to be ugly in that sense alone with the fan base. You are creating a divide in the fan base by acquiring this player, and it shows with a welcome to the Valley Miles post, and it's going to show a lot more over the course of his time here.
That's so well put. In that welcome to the Valley social media post to Miles Bridges, it created a firestorm of responses, like you said. And as you just outlined, there are a lot of people saying, how can you do this? This is the Phoenix Suns. You can't do this to our franchise. And then there are people, and I don't know if they're so much Miles Bridges fans, but they're just on board with what the Suns are doing. And the morality involved here doesn't necessarily bother them. You can land wherever you want on this issue, but what's happening now is the people who are expressing concern about this are now getting attacked by the Suns fans who are on board. Cry harder, that kind of stuff. That shouldn't happen in a fan base. You shouldn't have that kind of conflict in a fan base where one side is attacking the other for a belief that isn't in line with their own. But that's the tribalism that we all are. That's the world we're all living in today.
And did we get a date on his press conference? It's Tuesday.
Yeah, Tuesday, 2:00.
Yep.
I think, too, another thing that they're going to have to speak on is something that Matt Ishbia has talked about. I believe he's not speaking on Tuesday. I believe it's Brian Gregory. But he has spoken about how, like, he is here to, give to do what's best for the fans and in that kind of way. And we can bring up that quote and go on several different tangents here about this in relation to the Miles Bridges thing. But, again, this trade specifically is one that now automatically divides your fan base. Now, this can happen in several different ways in basketball. Like, for example, Jared, when we were in the Luka Ayton year, that automatically created a divide, automatically created a sense of tribalism on both sides, where the people that thought DeAndre Ayton was going to be good were even more severe and direct about their opinions and just steadfast and concrete about what they thought, just as much as the people on the other side. So there are different versions of decisions that you make, but this was one they didn't have to make, and that from a basketball perspective, you don't even see really why they felt the need to do it. The exercise that is very helpful to me in orchestrating my point on that is go through the core attribute that Miles Bridges is going to bring to the team as the fifth starter and tell me where he is better than any of the other guys that would have slotted in there previously, as a shooter, as a defender, as a rebounder, as a playmaker off the dribble, as a playmaker in general, a secondary ball handler, any of that kind of stuff. I don't think that you can make the case based on how he's played over the entirety of his NBA career that he's better than any of those guys. Now, is he a better player than some of those guys? For sure, but in terms of what the team needs and the role that he is going to play and the attributes that he is going to bring, it's not there as well. And
so real quick, why did they do it, in your opinion?
And that's another troubling thing, because people who have a hard time wrapping their head around this, what answer do you think they arrive at?
Michigan State.
And
big name.
Brian Gregory killed it in his first year, but we had the same conversation last year. It was like, how do you land on this road where this is the guy? And the end road was like, this is Matt Ishbia's close confidant. This is his guy. Like, that is why he got the job. That was the conclusion that we led to, at least in believing in why he got the job.
Yeah.
And Brian proved a hell of a lot of people wrong, including me, in his first year. But the only reason that they would do this, Jared, is because they look at who Miles Bridges has been as a player, and they believe that they are going to bring out the best version of him. And the only two reasons they believe they are going to be able to do that is because he went to Michigan State and because he played for the Charlotte Hornets. They were wrong about that last part with Nick Richards. They were wrong about that last part with Cody Martin. They were wrong about that last part with Mark Williams. Will they be wrong for the fourth straight time with Miles Bridges? Stay tuned to this Phoenix Suns season to find out.
Quit stirring up Hornets' nest, Suns. There you go. All right, the Half Day Club returns July 22nd for the Diamondbacks versus the A's. Wolf and Luke broadcasting live and tossing out the first pitch. Can you believe that, Jared? Luke Lipinski?
Old noodle arm Lipinski.
That guy sucks.
You can get lower level tickets for just $9.87 before taxes and fees. All you got to do, text half to 620-620 for details. Coming up on the other side, there's an interesting article about coach-player pairings. What relationships are the most significant going into the 2026 season? We'll discuss next. Kellen Olson, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I was a little surprised because I didn't know what a big deal it was to actually have a 99 rating, yet Trey McBride is there. He's got everything you could possibly want.
Of all the players in the NFL, only Puka Nacua had more catches than him. And of all the players in the NFL, only Devontae Adams had more receiving touchdowns than him. He's tight end.
Yes.
Those are two of the best. And obviously, look, he had more receptions than Jamar Chase and every other receiver in the NFL except Puka, even more than Jackson Smith and Jigba, and he's a tight end.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Waltz TV and Appliance, and if you're looking to take your fandom to the very next level, if you need a new television, if you're looking to upgrade your entertainment center before football season gets here, do me a favor, forget about the big box stores, get offline, get in your car, head on down to Waltz TV and Appliance, ask for my guy Bear. He's one of the Henley brothers who owns and operates Waltz. Tell him I sent you, because if you do that, I can guarantee you, you're going to get the best price you are going to find in the Valley. You will find everything you need at Waltz. Great selection, all the major name brands you're looking for. Big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches. Great selection of audio components. Great selection of outdoor televisions. They've got inventory you will not find anywhere else. Plus, their pricing is as comparable and as competitive as the big box stores, and you are going to get 10 times the service. That means you can get same-day delivery 7 days a week. It means you can enjoy a worry-free installation done by a pro. Remember, this is a Valley institution that has been serving Arizona since 1957. Finally, when you're there, drop my name. You get an additional 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. That is your decision. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can always shop online at waltz.com.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to My Computer Career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, most people think having a 401k and a CPA means they have a plan, but they don't, do they?
Well, they have accounts and not a strategy. And there's a big difference. A real plan connects your income, taxes, investments, and estate planning all working together.
All right, let's say they're not connected.
Things start working against each other. You can do everything right and still make costly mistakes, especially in those first years of retirement.
So what does Bright Wealth do differently?
family. We build one coordinated plan, everything aligned, no gaps, no surprises, and right now we're offering a complimentary written financial plan, no cost, no obligation.
Nice. All right, how do people get in?
Call us right now, 844-726-9116. One call, and we'll show you exactly where you stand and what needs to change. Don't wait. Call us at 844-726-9116 or online at brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Folks ask me how to spot a termite. I tell them, if you're waiting for a sign, you're letting them get the jump on you. Termite don't want your attention. He wants the bones of your home, and he's been whittling at them longer than you think.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites get the jump on you. Smart protection starts before the damage does. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns and John Gambadoro. And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water. Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies. To learn life-saving water safety tips, go to Fulton2seconds.com or text the word SWIM to 620-620. And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
All right, very interesting piece by Ben Solak, who examines the best new coach player pairings to watch in the upcoming football season. Some of them are pretty obvious. Some are a little more nuanced, but it's an interesting look at what is. You know, every year you get an influx of brand new head coaches in the NFL, and how they vibe with a particular player on that team, how they maximize that particular player is going to be instrumental. We're going to get into it from a Mike LaFleur standpoint in a minute, but clearly right on this list, Vikings coach Kevin O'Connell and quarterback Kyler Murray.
I'm fascinated by this because I think that you can simply look at O'Connell's history with quarterbacks and you can say intermediate balls over the middle. Kyler doesn't throw those. This isn't going to work. Or you can look at what Kyler prefers to run and what O'Connell doesn't run, and you can say this just isn't going to work, like stylistically for O'Connell on his side or for Murray on his side. But what Ben gets into in the piece is despite like Goff, Stafford, Cousins, Darnold, all the quarterbacks that O'Connell has worked with from his time under McVay and his time in Minnesota, and how they throw over that spot where those are top 10 to 12 guys in terms of those intermediate routes over the middle, where Kyler ranks as one of the lowest guys, 36th out of 40 guys in the last 5 seasons. But what Ben goes on to point out is that when J.J. McCarthy and Carson Wentz were the quarterbacks, they weren't really throwing over the middle as much. When Joshua Dobbs or Nick Mullins was in and O'Connell somehow got competent quarterback play out of them in 2023, he didn't like revamp the offense entirely, but he tweaked it to maximize his players as well. So it's like, okay, is he going to find more comfortable places for Kyler to get the ball? Yes. And is he going to maximize Kyler in the way that he sees fit? Yes. But the more interesting part of this, Dan, is the other side. Where is Kyler going to buy into everything that O'Connell wants out of him? What is Kevin O'Connell going to want him to do because he's never had this type of quarterback before? He's going to want Kyler to run the ball. He's going to want designed reads. And I spent so many years in my early times filling in on these shows 5-6 years ago, yelling about how part of the reason why we took this freaking guy number 1 overall is because of his dynamic ability to run the ball, and we're not using it anymore, and why aren't we using it? And I came to the conclusion without any reporting on this or direct confirmed quotes that Kyler didn't want to really do it anymore, and that's why we weren't running zone reads 8 to 12 times a game. O'Connell is going to want him to do that, and I'm curious to see in week 1 how much Kyler does this. Ben, who knows his stuff to say the least, ends this by saying the ceiling in Minnesota with Murray is far, far higher than we're inclined to estimate. He later writes, desperation can foster spectacular innovation in the NFL. So he believes that in terms of like what the Vikings could be, they could be like a 7 or an 8 win team, or they could probably be like a 12 to 13 win team if this really explodes in the way that he believes that it could. It could.
Kevin O'Connell has got a reputation as being probably the number 1 quarterback whisperer, if you will, in the NFL. A slogan that once applied to our own Bruce Arians back in the day.
And Cliff Kingsbury.
Oh, boy. That wasn't exactly productive. Listen, there's a couple things about this. I do believe, like you do, in watching the Cardinals, there was a time when Kyler Murray, when he took off and ran downfield, that produced some of the most entertaining sports we could watch in Arizona. But he stopped doing it. So I'm curious if this new place and this new head coach is going to insist upon it, or I wonder if Kyler Murray is just done with it.
But see, how many of those plays in your memory, or how many of those plays that stood out, were designed runs? They were when plays broke down and he made something magical happen.
The Monday Night Football game in Dallas is the one game where it felt like they made a designed rushing attack work with him, because I can remember it off the top of my head, the one game where it felt like it really happened consistently. And it's like, to your point, it was the scrambling ability. It was never like designed consistently. Like it was the run in San Francisco, I believe, too, where he just, no one touched him and he reached that point and pointed and he was gone.
Right.
It's kind of like the DeAndre Ayton thing, where we can name off the top of our heads how many times we saw that version of him we wanted to see.
The only times I remember it happening is sometimes they would do it like when they were on like the 2-yard line.
Yeah, for sure.
Or for like a 2-point conversion, where they would have one where he'd just fake one way and then just like walk in the end zone. But most of his spectacular plays felt like when he was scrambling and a play broke down.
If you look it up, though, no matter how it happens, when Kyler Murray used to get to 10 rushing attempts in a game, the Cardinals wouldn't lose.
Nope.
And it was there for everybody to see. Here's the other thing that's going to happen in Minnesota that I think a lot of people, I know my friends who cover the Vikings in Minnesota, I've already talked to them about this. What's going to happen the first time Kyler Murray, under pressure, under duress in the pocket, sits down? Meaning he just sacks himself. They're not gonna play that way in Minnesota. We dealt with it here because he had a body of work. We saw a really good version of Kyler Murray in years 1 through 3, where when he started doing that stuff, we kind of gave him a pass. They don't have that in Minnesota. They've not seen Kyler Murray before, and to see a quarterback sack himself,
it's not fun.
It's not going to be a good deal for them.
And Kyler, too, is kind of like Jordan Love, where Jordan Love's a better quarterback than him, don't get me wrong. But Jordan Love is going to do something really dumb, like twice a game. And it's going to be, okay, is the defender going to catch that ball if it goes into their hands? And Kyler will have one really bad brain fart a game. And as a Cardinals fan, you were just hoping that it came on the right play where it didn't impact the totality of the game. And there were a few that he made over the course of his career. It was like that could not have been the worst time for him to decide to throw that ball when he should have just thrown it away or whatever. A really interesting angle on this that Ben got to, Dan, that I hadn't thought about at all. Kevin O'Connell kind of needs this to work, not only as just like a head coach and like he needs to be successful this year, but he is the quarterback whisperer, quote unquote. He couldn't whisper to number 9 over there. J.J. McCarthy, he tried to whisper to in every single kind of way.
No, you're right.
And that weirdo he couldn't get through to at all. If he comes off of not developing McCarthy and not making this work with Kyler, all of a sudden his reputation as the quarterback whisperer takes a major hit as well.
They also let Daniel Jones walk out their door, and they let Sam Darnold walk out their door, and he won a Super Bowl. So you throw all that together, there's a lot of pressure on him. All right, the other pairings, Sean Payton in Denver with wide receiver Jalen Waddle, and I guess that would be giving Bo Nix a real threat on the edge. Titans offensive coordinator Brian Daboll and quarterback Cam Ward, how those two are going to vibe, I think that's interesting. Big year for Cam Ward. Kyle Shanahan and wide receiver Mike Evans.
Man, that's one where if it can explode, because you've got Christian McCaffrey, George Kittle, and then like the ancillary pieces to a number one like Evans, like Ricky Pearsall is going to be great for them this year. I think Christian Kirk should have a good year for them as well. Like that's suddenly like one of the best skill position groups in the entire league if Mike Evans is Mike Evans.
That's right. Rams defensive coordinator Chris Shula and newly acquired edge rusher Myles Garrett. Still can't believe we have to deal with that.
I think I could be the defensive coordinator for Myles Garrett, and he would have 15 sacks. I think we're good there.
Chargers offensive coordinator Mike McDaniel and running back Omarion Hampton. That'll be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Clint Kubiak in Vegas with tight end Brock Bowers. And then finally, Robert Saleh and defensive tackle Jeffrey Simmons. Who do you think Mike LaFleur is the one player you would pair with him?
It's got to be Marvin.
Yeah, it's got to be Marv.
It's got to be Marvin.
That's where, if we're talking about like the storylines to develop and like going off of the same beats that we were hitting when Mina Kimes was talking about this team and just how, like, okay, like you can just take your medicine this year, lose 13 games, lose 11 games, lose 15 games, however many it is. The one development that needs to come from this year, I think some people would argue that like Carson Beck needs to be your guy. That's next year. Don't worry about it. It is Marv. You need to, and it's more so, is this your guy or not? Because if it's another complacent, lackadaisical season, you start to worry about that fifth-year option too, on top of other things. Yeah.
All right, coming up on the other side, we will visit with Suns broadcaster Tim Kempton. Stick around. Kellen Olson, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Damon Allred. Archie Bradley views the Diamondbacks' sweep of the Dodgers as the turning point of the season. Eduardo Rodriguez tossed a 1-2-3 inning in his first MLB All-Star game. And Mike Trout revealed his son Beckham is actually a Diamondbacks fan. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
The Lovebird Lowdown with Tom and Tawny.
Wow, look at those tough Toyota trucks.
Tundra is so tough.
Tacoma, nimble and tough.
Tough like me. What was that?
A teacup Pomeranian.
Wow, those little things can really project.
Get behind me, honey.
Right now, get 3.99% financing for 60 months on a rugged Toyota Tacoma. Or get low 2.99% financing for up to 72 months on a full-size Tundra on both gas and hybrid models. With great deals like these, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 3.99% with $18.41 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 2.99% with $15.19 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 8/3/26 and exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models. See dealer for details.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
The sounds of summer. They're great until they're not. Luckily, AutoZone has free battery testing and charging.
Let me check that for you.
To help make a rough moment smooth. Don't miss the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone. Free products with select deals until July 27th. And free services every day. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
When you're hurt in an accident, results matter, and Sweet James stands above all the rest. They deliver the best medical care, the most amount of money, and justice to every single injured victim. You're not just another number. You're a real person who deserves the best. Oftentimes, the attorneys at Sweet James represent a second chance at life for many clients. They take that seriously. If you're ever hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
You've heard the cash offer companies on TV and radio. We'll buy your home fast. What they don't tell you, those offers come in below market value, loaded with hidden fees. The Carol Royce team, Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty, does just the opposite. Carol's proven systems sell your home for more money fast into a qualified buyer who will pay top dollar because Carol has the buyers, guaranteed, or she'll buy it. That's a promise. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. The Midsummer Classic left a little to be desired last night. The American League had their way with the National League in a 4-0 win. The first All-Star shutout since 2013, but Eduardo Rodriguez did work a clean 1-2-3 second inning as he'll look to keep that form as the Snakes start their second half of the season Friday against the Cardinals in what is a huge series coming out of the break. The Summer League rolls on for the Phoenix Suns today as Koa Pete and hopefully Kaman Malawach and Rasheer Fleming will be in action today at 3 against the Pistons as they look for their third win in Las Vegas. For more Suns news and updates, Diamondbacks second half discussions, and Cardinals off season, be sure to head to ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona. Big wins are waiting at Casino Arizona with your chance to win a 2026 Jeep Wrangler or a share of $25,000. Join us July 29th from 6 to 8. Details are at CasinoArizona.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. What do we want to see out of the Summer Suns this afternoon against the Pistons? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Welcome back, everybody. Dan Bickley alongside Kellen Olson. Not a bad afternoon for sports. You've got Argentina, England in the World Cup semifinals at noon, and then it goes right into the Summer Suns at 3 o'clock against the Pistons. With that in mind, our great pleasure to welcome in former NBA star, current Suns broadcaster. He is Tim Kempton. Good morning, Tim. How are you?
Gentlemen, what's going on?
All right, let's start with some of your observations from the Summer League. Notably, Kaman Malawach, is he showing you things from the big man development school that you needed to see?
Yeah, without a doubt. One of the things that you wanted to see from Kaman is just to get rid of that Bambi deer in the headlights, running all over the place. He's definitely more solid. He understands where he needs to be. He's not using excess energy just running around to look active. His activity is solid. He's in the right place. And, yeah, really, really like what he's doing, using his size, being available, catching the ball, rebounding the ball, changing shots if he's not blocking them. But, I think Kaman's really taking a big step, off those minutes from last year. We talked about it at the end of the year where he started playing more when Mark Williams got hurt. Those reps against NBA competition night in and night out, when you're getting on the floor, or you just can't place a value on him, and we're seeing what he made from that in this Summer League this year.
Tim, how do you think he's going to continue to build trust with Jordan on, and what do you think is the path towards Kaman finding some playing time here in his second season?
Yeah, keep on doing what he's doing. He's really making a nice statement in the Summer League, and then just be that solid guy off the bench. Listen, if it's Mark and Kaman at that center spot, that's pretty darn good. I'll take that all night long with Mark and his length and what he's done in the NBA and the continued development of Kaman Malawach. That's a pretty solid position in today's day and age. And we're seeing Kaman even have a little bit of confidence stepping out and shooting that three. If he shoots that, anywhere from 35 to 40%, and then is able to post up and use his size, he's going to keep other teams off balance at the center position greatly. So I expect him to be, first guy off the bench for Mark Williams, especially what I've seen in the summertime. He's just developing confidence and with that coaching staff and with his teammates that are watching him.
All right, during your career, you were known for your toughness, for your physicality, for being an enforcer when it needed, when it was necessary. What are you seeing from young Koa Pete?
Yeah, love his physicality. First and foremost, another guy where he's not a deer in the headlight. He knows this is where he's supposed to be. He doesn't have the body language of a first year, 1 year and done at U of A, coming to the NBA. He does what he does in a very confident manner. He's strong. He's physical. He handles the ball very well. He passes the ball. He creates opportunities for teammates. So, Yeah, I love, you talk about Kaman Malawach, now you got two guys on the same, path age-wise and development-wise, guys that have shown a lot of ability and the ability to get better. I think Koa Pete's going to play a lot this year. It's not going to be, he's not going to be in the situation that Kaman Malawach and Rasheer Fleming were last year. I think he's going to be in the rotation a lot sooner than those guys were as rookies.
Where do you think Miles Bridges helps this team the most on the floor in terms of the weaknesses for this team last year compared to this year?
Yeah, another guy that brings physicality to the power forward position. One of the things that, Kellen, you and I talked about at games, I know you talked about it in your pregame, observations and whatnot, but rebounding.
Yeah.
The Suns needed to be better, especially on the defensive end. So now you have a physical guy that goes and gets it. You have Mark Williams, Kaman Malawach, Koa Pete. You got all these guys with size and strength and not afraid to use it. Listen, Miles Bridges is a little nasty. The Suns need that. Koa Pete brings a little bit of nastiness to it. So, you can always use that physicality, and those two guys seem to have it. And Miles Bridges is a phenomenally talented guy and looking for a new chance. I think, at this point of his career, it's okay, I got an opportunity here. Let's put my best foot forward with this new organization with developing young guys. I can be one of the veterans that is part of this team growing and becoming better.
Yeah, let's definitely hope that happens. So I'm curious, in sum, a starting five of Dillon Brooks, Miles Bridges, Jalen Green, Devin Booker, and Mark Williams. What do you think that's going to look like? You've got a lot of guys who want the ball in their hands. You got a lot of athleticism in that starting five. You think it's going to mesh? Do you think it's going to gel?
Well, I think it will mesh and gel for all the reasons we talked about. Miles Bridges wants to get off on the right foot. Obviously, Jalen Green didn't have the year that he expected. Book needs to get back to being Book. And then Mark Williams was hurt a lot last year. I also think you'll see quite a few different lineups. You've got shooters in Luke Kennard now and Pat Spencer. So I think you're going to see different starting lineups throughout the season. Is it a matchup scenario? Is it trying to make the other team match up to you where they have a weakness on the defensive end? But I think it'll be a little bit of a moving starting lineup. They'll work it, obviously, in training camp and preseason to see what works the best. And then, again, one of the things that I really loved last year with Jordan Ott and his staff was going 9-10 deep. I'd love to see it happen again this year. 10 guys playing and, you cut down minutes, so you take some of those injuries away and you make it difficult for other teams to match up with you with the talent that you have on your bench.
With Grayson Allen and Royce O'Neal departing in the Miles Bridges trade, who are some of the guys in the rotation that you think need to step up and produce in the areas where Grayson and Royce did these last couple of years?
Yeah, Colin Gillespie needs to get back to being Colin Gillespie. Have that confidence, realizing that he doesn't have to do too much, but do what he's really capable of. He needs to step up. Obviously, you're going to depend on Luke Kennard, the best shooter in the NBA the last couple of years, and he's another guy. Grayson Allen came over with a little bit of a reputation of, he can't do this and he can't do that. Luke Kennard is another one of those guys that does a lot of things really well, but he's got this reputation, he can't do this, he can't do that. So I think Luke Kennard, as a veteran and as a shooter, is going to step up and have a big opportunity. And then you go back to Kaman. I think Kaman's going to be that first guy off the bench for Mark Williams and has the chance to play a lot of minutes and affect the game with what he does well.
What do you think about the balancing act between the player development of the young guys from Rasheer Fleming to Kaman Malawach to Koa Pete versus the win now mentality that I think the team, the lane that they're in right now? How is Jordan not going to pull off both of those?
Yeah, well, that's where you get into finding rotations that work well. You put Koa Pete out there with three-point shooters to open up the floor so he can work that mid-range area where he's so good at. You get Kaman Malawach touches in the low post when he's on the floor, not just to get him to score, but get him involved in the offense. Hey, if you see a double team come, make the right pass out of it, but also have the ability, because he's pretty darn good around the hoop, finishing and using it. The same thing with Miles Bridges. Put him in a situation where he can catch the ball, be aggressive, get downhill. I'd really like to see this team play with a little bit more pace this year. Put pressure on teams early on the offense, and that goes back to what we talked about before, is get that defensive rebounding, push it up the court, because, listen, Miles Bridges handles the ball well in transition. Koa Pete handles the ball well in transition. So it's get it and go. If Devin Booker took off and he's up the court, kick it. Find Jalen Green on the wing. And if nothing's there, let Kaman Malawach just run the middle of the lane if he's open, catch and dunk. So there's a lot of ways you can develop talent with getting wins, because you're putting them on the floor with people that bring out the best in the young players to develop what they do well.
Good stuff, Tim. Thank you so much for your time this morning. Enjoy the rest of your summer. I'm sure we'll be in touch again soon.
Look forward to it. Thanks for having me on, guys.
You got it. Former NBA player, former Phoenix Suns, current broadcaster Tim Kempton joining us. Always appreciate that. Coming up on the other side, the All-Star Game, yet another good night for Eduardo Rodriguez, who's putting together quite the season here in Arizona. We'll discuss the All-Star Game, the Diamondbacks, and Erod. Kellen Olson, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hi, it's Wayne from AMCO, stopping by the station to check in with Roller.
Hey, Wayne, what's going on today?
Well, the biggest question I hear lately is, do you have to go back to the dealer where you bought your car to get service or repairs?
Wayne, that's a good question. Do you?
No, Roller. If you bought a new or a new used car and you have an extended warranty contract that's hiding in your glove box, please don't forget it's there and that you can use it at any AMCO.
Oh, I thought you had to go to the dealer to keep your warranty valid.
Yes, most people do, but that's not the case. You can have your vehicle serviced at any authorized service center, and AMCO is authorized by all of the major warranty companies.
Wow, that's great. It's so nice to have other options.
I'll say AMCO has dealership quality, rental cars, no hassles, and faster service.
Wayne, that's great. And just to make sure, AMCO does more than transmissions, right?
That's right. If you need your vehicle repaired or hear, feel, see, smell, or even think you have a car issue, please call AMCO first or for a second opinion.
There you go. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/music. That's ethos.com/music. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I knew with this pregnancy something didn't feel right.
I was scared. I was scared a lot of the time because I just felt like no one heard me.
I'm glad I didn't stop at no. And I'm glad someone finally heard me. Someone finally listened to me.
Black women are more likely to die from pregnancy-related complications. Learn the warning signs and be the one to hear her concerns. Visit cdc.gov/hearher. It could help save her life.
This feeling is brought to you by Aleve for Arthritis Pain Relief. What feeling is that? Well, it's the feeling you feel when you have relief from arthritis pain. It's that my hands don't hurt just holding things feeling. That, wow, I can actually move well feeling. You know, that go about your day without worrying about every little movement or ache feeling. Oh, yeah. Because Aleve targets arthritis pain at the source of inflammation for long-lasting relief, so you can keep moving through it. Feel up to 12 hours of arthritis pain relief with one dose. Feel Aleve. Use as directed for minor arthritis pain.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on that, is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Murata talk D-backs baseball now.
All right, as we previously discussed, it was not much of an all-star game. In fact, the words that you might describe the all-star game, Jarrett?
El Succo. I would have also accepted El Crapo.
That too. Yeah, that too. What you had last night is you had a pitching-dominated all-star game where there were 27 combined strikeouts, 15 by the American League, and the American League pitchers only allowed 3 hits. Now, Christopher Sanchez started the game for Philly. He gave up 5 base runners and 3 runs. The American League didn't get much after that. So after that little microburst in the first inning, it was pretty much a really dull baseball game. With all due respect to the All-Star game. The exception locally for me was Eduardo Rodriguez, who worked a perfect second inning, threw only 8 pitches to get out Mike Trout, Yordan Alvarez, and Ernie Clement. And he did it in the same way that he's been starring for the Diamondbacks all year long, with precision, with location, and with inducing soft contact. So a good year for Erod, just keeps getting better.
It does, and it's going to be really fun to watch him continue to combat the numbers that dominate baseball right now, which is it's an analytics-driven sport. We've talked about this all the time, and when you go to a page like Baseball Savant and you look at Erod's numbers, whether it's his whiff rate, his strikeout rate, his barrel rate, whatever it is, everything scores average to poorly. There's not really a metric that he scores well and outside of the value that he's getting out of his pitches, which is just a great of how excellent he's been as a player, but even his expected ERA, looking at like the quality of contact that he's giving up. His expected ERA is 5.06. So all of these numbers are essentially looking at Erod's number, and they're calling cap on it, as the kids say. So I'm really curious to see and fascinated to see not so much the regression to the mean that I talked about on yesterday's show, but to use that word again, how he combats this, because all of the numbers are trying to tell you that he's going to have a major skid here in the second half. I don't think that's going to happen because, to your point, like Yordan Alvarez, by the way, making a run for the Triple Crown right now, like he made that look easy, and Erod has just been so consistent. It's always a joy when your baseball team has that guy every 5th day that you can rely on and just know you're going to get 6 or 7 awesome innings out of them, and Erod's been that dude all freaking year.
Yeah, listen, and it started in the World Baseball Classic, and when we were hoping aloud that he would follow that up, I think most of us were just hoping, because the first couple of years of Erod was a little underwhelming.
Or like be just a little bit better.
Yeah.
Not like, and again, the season's played out the way it has. Erod's been great, and the Diamondbacks have needed him to be great, given the fall off of Zach Gallen and at the beginning of the season, Merrill Kelly. Like, but if Erod came into the season and he had a good World Baseball Classic and he was just a little bit better than last season, we would have been like, okay, Erod is okay, but we had the expectation he would be the 3rd, 4th best pitcher in the rotation anyway. It's flipped on its head of not only has he been the Diamondbacks' best pitcher, they've needed him to be the Diamondbacks' best pitcher.
Listen, and when you go back to the World Baseball Classic, he was perfectly comfortable in that environment. He looked perfectly comfortable last night, even though it was his first All-Star game. Where would this team be without what he's given them this year?
Well, to that question and the next year of his contract left, which is the final one, which is next year, let's say the Diamondbacks tumble a little bit coming out of the break and they decide to sell. Would you consider trading Eduardo Rodriguez, or do you want to keep him? Because you would get a pretty hefty return for him with how he's pitched this year.
You talk about a tough decision. If the Diamondbacks were inclined to sell,
he'd be their big chip.
He's the big chip, and you would be selling high. You would be selling at peak Erod, which is what you do. That's the way you can flip out of a trade deadline if you have to sell and come out in really good shape.
And that's it. If you decide to sell. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, who's pitching for you next year then?
Well, there's that, but you got Corbin Burns, and hopefully you'll get Mike Soroka and
Ryan Nelson.
Wait.
Yeah, Gallen a free agent, Soroka a free agent as well. Ryan Nelson coming off the injury, coming off of not a very good year, by the way. As well, Merrill not coming off of a good year so far. I think he's starting to bounce back. I'll always believe in Merrill that he'll be there. But it's whatever Corbin Burns is next year. Mm-hmm. It's whatever Merrill Kelly is next year. And it's whatever Ryan Nelson is next year. Maybe Brandon Pfaadt, maybe one of these Cole Drake, Mitch Bratt, Jose Cabrera types is like that fifth guy, and you don't ultimately need Erod. But if you're looking for the guy that you can rely on the most next season, if you want to be competitive next season, Erod's number one on the list because everyone else is injured or in a funk right now.
Or if you get a good prospect in that Erod trade.
The haul would have to be...
That could come in next year, potentially.
You would need a Zach Gallen-esque, like he's already in the majors.
Right,
pitching. We can't do the Cole Drake, Mitch Bratt thing again because it was talked about at the time as guys who would be able to pitch for you in 2026. That hasn't worked the case so far. And Mike Hazen's history, by the way, of selling has been brutal. And all of these types of trades where he has gotten back a few prospects, whether they're middling, whether they're pretty decent, it's been bad, and it's going to be really, really bad if the trends from last season sell.
Are you telling me Tyler Locklear is not the
answer?
First baseman in the
future?
Corbin
Martin was not the answer. No, if you look back on his entire history, he has lost those trades pretty decisively. And I think when I looked back on it for Burns and Gamble last week, like Josh Rojas was by far the most valuable player that they had gotten back in any of those sells. And no offense to Josh. So that's the type of thing I think about, Dan, too, when they sell is like, well, whenever they sell, they don't get back much and don't turn it into much either as well. But teams have already called about him. I guarantee it. They've already called about him, and they're going to call about him in the next couple of weeks.
All right. So now the All-Star Game as an entity, it's still the best television event among all the major All-Star games. Draws about 7 million viewers a year. Next year, the All-Star Game is at Wrigley, which will be a great scene. But Kellen brought up something earlier today, and why don't you reset for people who didn't know what Dave Roberts went through and why the Major League Baseball All-Star Game might be an endangered species.
Stress and anxiety. It sounds like Dave Roberts never wants to manage the All-Star Game again because the pitching fiasco that has invaded the All-Star Game is tarnishing it in a lot of ways. Like Paul Skeens did not pitch. Jacob Mizorowski did not pitch. Those guys were replaced. Don't get me wrong. Chris Sale was not replaced, but Atlanta told Dave, don't pitch our guy, please. The San Francisco Giants ace, Logan Webb, was on the roster, was in line to pitch, and the Giants called up Dave and said, hey, he can't pitch either, please. Okay. So when Christopher Sanchez's pitch count keeps climbing in the first inning, Dave is like, I've got a script for 9 innings, and that's it, because I don't have any other freaking pitchers left. And all of the pitchers that I do have left, except for Robleski, my own pitcher, are limited to an inning as well. So I got to nail this perfectly. And what Ken Rosenthal wrote about on The Athletic is we weren't that far away from a Milwaukee All-Star Game type of fiasco where he would have had to have a position player pitch to end the game. And Roberts just put it down to the players don't really want to play in the game that much anymore, and the organizations really don't want their players playing in the game anymore because apparently that 1 inning or those 2 innings of Chris Sale or Logan Webb pitching could be detrimental to their success or their health later in the year as well. So Ken Rosenthal in The Athletic even proposed, are we ever going to see Jacob Mizorowski pitch in this game again? Wow. Teams are selectively pitching guys on Sunday, which makes them ineligible to pitch during the All-Star Game as well. That was the case for Zach Wheeler in Philly because this was a pitcher showcase, But with no offense to the pitchers that were showcased, it was not the elite all-star level superstar talent that we should be seeing out there to headline these games and get us interested in watching.
So then going down that road, if you're not going to get the absolute best players and true all-stars and biggest stars, what's the point of the game?
Exactly. And it's this trend is everywhere in sports. It's the performance teams. It's the rest police. It's the don't do anything for free. That kind of stuff.
Yeah, it sounds like, again, like this should be the whole point of the All-Star break is like a physical break, but a mental break as well. And Dave Roberts had to stress about this for like 2 to 3 straight days, talked to so many different managers and general managers on the phone, I bet. And then during the game, he's like, man, if Wroblewski like can't get through 2/3 of an inning here, I'm screwed. Like I have nothing to do, and then I'm going to be the guy that gets blamed for it when it's not even my fault. It does not seem like a fun time right now for the All-Star game.
All right, 9 o'clock hour is upon us. Social studies will give the wheel to Sammy Cebulka when we get back. He's Kellen Olson. I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
Marte grounds it to first, and it's under the glove of Sheets. That's into right field.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
They call Life Changer Loan the loan the big banks do not want you to know about, and that is because for the longest time, the home buying process has remained archaic. You apply for a mortgage, you make a big down payment, you spend the next 30 years of your life paying it off, and a lot of people reconcile it because they think they have a really good interest rate. Like one of our listeners, his name is Jack, who before switching over to a Life Changer Loan found out it wouldn't be until year 22 of those 30 years when he finally paid more principal than interest, and at the end of it all, he was going to spend $700,000 for a $300,000 home. There's a much better way. On a Life Changer Loan, you do your banking inside of your mortgage, you pay all principal first. In fact, all of your income goes to wiping out all of your debt. You do it without changing any of your spending habits because you always have access to your equity. The average length of time it takes a Life Changer Loan client to pay off their home, 5 years, which obviously does a lot of great things. It helps you build wealth, but that 24/7 access to your equity is a really big deal as well, because when times are good financially, you have the power to pay off and pay down very, very quickly. But in times of financial instability, you can use that access to your equity to borrow back from yourself whenever you need it. Find out if you're a good fit. If you are, you're going to love the results. 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-381-4183, 800-381-4183, or biglou.com.
Hey, it's Bodie and Victoria, owners of NewACUnit.com.
In Arizona, it hits 100 degrees and suddenly AC prices magically go up.
We don't play that game at NewACUnit.com.
Even with manufacturers raising prices this year, we've used our buying power to keep your costs down.
And the price you see online, that includes everything. Unit, install, delivery, no surprises.
Just a smarter, more affordable way to stay cool at NewACUnit.com.
Have you ever tried to play through pain? I'm not talking about a bruise. I'm talking about that sciatica lightning bolt ripping from your lower back down your leg. At Desert Institute for Spine Care, DISC, the world-class spine surgeons right here in the Valley, they don't just treat symptoms. They identify the pain generator and attack it with precision. These are innovators behind endoscopic spine surgery, a technique so minimally invasive it uses incisions smaller than 1/4 of an inch. That means faster recovery, less pain, and getting back to life the life that you love, whether that's the gym, the golf, or cheering on the Bird Gang, whatever it might be. Sciatica, herniated disc, spinal stenosis, whatever's knocking you out of the game, Disc has seen it, diagnosed it, and fixed it for thousands of patients across Arizona, just like me. Visit sciatica.com to schedule your appointment with Disc or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply. Hey, it's Gamble, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, you handle retirement planning, financial planning, tax planning. How important is estate planning to somebody's overall portfolio?
Listen, I think it's one of the most overlooked things. A lot of people say they're going to get to it eventually, and they never do. Look, I mean, here's the thing. I sometimes say I'm a bit hypocritical because I've been preaching the importance of having an estate plan and a living trust for 20 years. I just got mine done a few years ago. So a lot of you out there know they need to get it done because, look, here's the thing. Probate is not an evil process. It's just expensive and time-consuming, and it's a process you can avoid by having proper estate planning.
And especially for those of you in split families, because then you've got to divide assets among two different families. It becomes very difficult. If you want to get an estate plan as part of your portfolio, call Stuart Willis at Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now. Eduardo Rodriguez worked a 1-2-3 second inning in last night's All-Star game. Corbin Carroll struck out in his only plate appearance as the American League shut out the National League 4-0 in the first All-Star shutout since 2013. The Diamondbacks still have a couple days off before they return from the break for the Cardinals on Friday. Spain punched their ticket to the World Cup final yesterday after their 2-0 win over Kylian Mbappe in France. And today, Lionel Messi and Argentina will play Harry Kane in England at noon for a spot against Spain in the final on Sunday. And the Summer Suns are in action this afternoon from Las Vegas against the Pistons. Tip-off will be at 3 o'clock as Koa Pete and company look for their third Summer League win. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE Refractive Lens Exchange. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Register for K2 Vision's RLE free live webinar tomorrow at noon at k2visionrle.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
All right, it is the 9 o'clock hour. That means it's time for some social studies. You can find us at Bickley_Murata on X, at Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook. And we are live every single day on YouTube at Arizona Sports. What's up, YouTube? Thank you guys for watching. All right, our first question. We've talked a lot about the Summer Suns, talked about Rasheer Fleming, Koa Pete, but this question about Kaman Malawach. What do you need to see from Kaman Malawach this season, and why?
Just him on the court so we can kind of learn and assess where the future of the position goes, and then in like some extreme circumstances like the future of the franchise goes, because if he plays like one of the better picks in his draft class and plays to the level of being a top 10 pick, then that kind of changes how you feel about the future of the franchise for the next 2 to 3 years. If you play him and he still either just looks like he's a ways away or looks like he could be in trouble with his long-term development, then that changes your trajectory as well over the next 2 to 3 years. Like, there's a lot riding on this kid and how good he could be.
I take a look at everything that I've seen from him so far in the Summer League, and I'm seeing a player that's carrying the demeanor that you want to see from a second-year guy in the Summer League, meaning he's acting like he's that dude on the court, right? The body language, the communication with his teammates, the yapping at players when he blocks shots, the hustle, the activity. When you get back to the NBA season, I want to see him be able to take that same stuff against men, not kids.
Yep.
against real NBA players who are much stronger and much more advanced than the people he's playing against now.
Yep. Longtime listener and social studies contributor Tom Foss laid it out specifically for us. He said 10 points, 10 rebounds, shooting 60% from the field, 75% from the free throw line on 20 to 25 minutes a game, and most importantly, at least 2 blocked shots a game as well. I mean, I think we'd sign up for a double-double, 2 blocks a game from Kaman Malawach on 20 minutes a game. Let's see. Daryl Lee said, I need to see him be the reason they add more items to the $2 menu. In a good way. Not in a way we suck, so here's more cheap food. And then Buck said, I need to see him grab all the rebounds. Every single one of them. All right, next question, poll question for you guys. With the All-Star game being somewhat of a pitcher's duel, I guess, which type of low-scoring game is least enjoyable to watch and why? Is it the MLB pitching duel? Is it the NFL defensive struggle? Or is it the NBA physical battle? Least enjoyable.
Least enjoyable to watch.
Which low-scoring game is least enjoyable to watch?
For me, I would say an NFL defensive struggle because I think that ultimately is the byproduct of ineptitude.
Yes.
Whereas you could say an NBA physical battle is just because of how physical the defense is and how I think better offense, better defense is the type of, or better offense is always going to beat better defense, and that kind of way applies to the NBA. And I think in some ways with the MLB and the pitching, like you're watching terrific pitching on hand. In the NFL, like if you're watching a 7-3 final, that's because the quarterbacks have been miserable.
No doubt.
Yeah, I think I'm going to vote in that same lane because if it's an NFL defensive struggle, you're probably got a game involving bad quarterbacks or inferior quarterbacks. And I don't enjoy football with bad quarterbacks. I'm voting NFL defensive struggle as well.
Yeah, I think that's my vote as well. 50% of the vote, actually, NFL defensive struggle. 28% MLB pitching duel. 21% NBA physical battle. Stephen Ruiz said, great pitchers executing at a high level is beautiful to watch, in my opinion. A physical battle in the NBA in 2026 is all about flops, consistent play stoppages, and arguing with the refs. Therefore, I voted NBA physical battle. Let's see. Seabacher44 said, remember the Cardinals-Seahawks Thursday night game years ago?
Yeah.
Ugh, definitely NFL defensive struggle for me.
6-6 tie, yeah.
And then our friend George, he said, wow, I like the sound of all 3 of these. I know, I'm a weirdo. Respectfully, all 3 of them, I just can't really get behind.
You're an offensive guy in general.
Well, I mean, in the NFL I am. I want to see points in the NFL.
And in the NFL, if we're watching like an unbelievable performance from the rushing defense, we're watching like 14 carries for -3 yards. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
we're not watching like Aaron Donald dominate this gap and being like, that was unbelievable to watch his discipline and how he overcame the double teams. Like that's just, at least for me, that's not how I'm watching the sport.
Well, and I think an NFL game between 2 really good teams can still be fun to watch and low scoring. Like a 17-14 game with like Mahomes and Josh Allen, a lot of different things can be involved. Like you could have weather, some turnovers, some weird plays. Like that could be a quote defensive or low scoring game, but still be fun to watch.
Yeah, for sure.
And I love an MLB pitching duel because the games go by like that, and all of a sudden it's a hour 40 game, and you're out of there.
And you're out of there.
Okay, this is a fun last question. Kellen and I are kind of big soccer guys. We all kind of have our niche things that we like in the sports world. So what is the most obscure thing in sports, pop culture, or media that you love, and why?
My first one's brought up already, wrestling for sure. But all 3 of the things I'm going to bring up have like really large audiences. Like especially wrestling is in this current boom where like the last couple of years it's grabbed on a lot of people who are fans of it growing up. Number 2 for me is esports, which has a gigantic audience, especially in certain games overseas, like their European audiences for Counter-Strike, their Asian audiences for like League of Legends, for example, is those games.
Are you talking about playing
huge.
or watching though?
Watching
for esports.
Watching.
Okay.
Yeah, it's fun to watch like people at the highest level in like any kind of craft, and that's one for sure. Where it applies at number 3, Survivor. It's like the thing I'm the craziest
really?
about. Probably
You're a big Survivor guy?
I am gigantic into Survivor.
25 years in.
I really enjoyed it before the pandemic, but as a lot of people did during the pandemic, I did like the let me watch every season and have something on. It's my 5th sport. Like I watch it like a sport. It's fantastic. I love that show.
That's fun. I might say I love snow games and football. I like Olympic ping pong.
Really?
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you see Marty Supreme, by the way?
I have not.
Oh, okay.
Fantastic.
Is it good?
Great. Recommend.
Especially if you like Olympic ping pong.
When I covered the Olympics in Beijing, I had an idea one day that I was going to go to a park in China where they have outdoor table tennis tables set up, and they're all like marble. They're not like fold up. They're like
the chess tables in New York City.
In New York City. And you basically go there and you play pickup games. Seriously, so I waited, and there's this Chinese dude who was chain smoking, and he's like eyeing me. He's like, "You're next." We didn't speak, but he points to me. Some of the spins and some of the shots he threw at me, I've never seen anything like it. He just wiped the floor with me. It's a good story, though.
Jarrett, you?
Obscure. Go on to somebody else. What's yours, or go to the listeners?
Obviously, this is no secret. I love horse racing.
Yes, you
do. So I think that's pretty obscure. And golf is not, but like I'm probably in the next level of golf nerds and sickos. So probably those two things.
I love professional wrestling. I love Broadway and theater and show tunes and stuff like that. And I love old game shows and old sitcoms.
That's so good.
The Game Show Network was unbelievable back in the day.
I can't believe you drive around listening to show tunes.
That's
I listen to the Broadway channel.
I can picture it in my head. A couple quick responses. AZ Sports fan, he said, back when I was in high school, I used to stay up till 3 a.m. to watch Korean esports.
There we go.
Andy Bryant said indoor football in the Arizona Rattlers. Matt from Arizona said EuroLeague basketball and independent pro wrestling, i.e. not WWE or AEW. And then Seabacker44, this is a kind of interesting, cooking shows.
Oh.
Not contests, but the ones that actually show cooking recipes.
I love the Food Network.
Who was it that shouted out independent wrestling?
The Matty from Arizona.
Matty, let us know what promotion you're talking about. Like, is he talking about a local fed? Is he talking about something else? I'm curious to what he's watching.
There's not as many as there used to be, that's for sure.
There sure are not. It's a sad time in that regard, at least.
Thank you, Sammy. Appreciate it. All right, one gets smashed on the griddle, the other gets smashed out of the park. Text the word smasher to 620-620 for your chance to win a $25 Sonic gift card and an autographed Diamondbacks baseball. One grand prize winner takes home $500 to Sonic. Make sure you check that out. Coming up on the other side, we will visit with Bobby Dooley from the Phoenix Rising. We'll see if he's about to sign Jared Carlin as a backup goalie. Kellen Olson, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Football soon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. The home of Arizona State Sun Devils football. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, ArizonaSports.com, 98.7 FM.
We've got the world's biggest soccer tournament, and it only gets better when you can trade on the outcome. Yep, get in on all the action with Kalshi, because here come the final teams from the quarterfinals, semifinals, and, of course, soccer's ultimate prize happening July 19th. Kalshi, just the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states. Paul Calvise here. Hey, you see the latest? Messi joining Giannis, linking up with Kalshi. Remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in, buy out of your position, and for a limited time. Download the Kalshi app and use referral code AZSports, one word, AZSports, to get $10 when you trade 10. Referral code AZSports, one word, on the Kalshi app. Kalshi, Kalshi, trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-381-4183, 800-381-4183, or biglou.com.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. I saw a $29 AC tune-up ad the other night, and I just laughed. I mean, nobody's sending a skilled technician to your house for just $29 without a catch. Our complete AC tune-up is $159.95, and we actually tune it up. We clean your coils, check and replace your Freon, measure airflow. We run full diagnostics. It's real maintenance. Make the precision decision today. Call 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Decision with Precision Air. Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, this sounds like the month to upgrade your SUV.
That's right, Dave. Our red, white, and blue sale's going on all month long, and we've got some incredible offers. You can lease a brand new 2026 GMC Terrain for just $269 a month or save up to $6,000. If you're looking for something bigger, the new 2026 Yukons are arriving daily with leases starting at $699 a month.
Stop in a Liberty GMC or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
On Saturday, July 18th, pick up a Geraldo Perdomo audio bobble, courtesy of Chaz Roberts. Get your tickets today at dbax.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. Can Kaman Maluach deliver another strong performance in the Summer League today? We'll react to his performance on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6, on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Welcome back, everybody. Dan Bickley, Kellen Olson. We've learned a couple of things over the last couple of weeks. And number one, the World Cup is a great sporting event. And number two, Jared Carlin is perfectly capable of embarrassing himself on a soccer pitch. With that in mind, our great pleasure to welcome in the president of the Phoenix Rising. He is Bobby Dooley. Bobby, joining us on video. Good morning.
Morning, guys. How we doing?
All right. So, what was your reaction? I'm sure you've seen the footage of Jarrett Carlin playing goal for you guys. What were your thoughts?
Yeah. First and foremost, I was traveling at the time, so I wasn't able to witness this in person, but I certainly saw the videos, and I also heard a little of the backstory. I heard he didn't look the part at first, so that's the first step. So I know we had to fit him out a little bit, and then. You know, he's got some of the characteristics of a good goalkeeper, right? He's a bit crazy. He looked fearless out there, confident.
He is that.
The stopping part is really important for goalkeepers. So it was fun to see.
How entertaining was that for you with some of the chatter that you hear about your sport constantly, and for Jared to be willing to play that role to show people it is not as easy as it looks?
No, it's crazy. Obviously, the whole world's watching soccer right now, and we all sit there and say, you know what, I could do that. But the speed, I mean, you could probably, my daughter's on one of these pictures here in my background, and she's 9 years old, and I jump and go in front of her sometimes, and I'm thinking, there's no chance. So, no, it's pretty cool to see, where soccer's at today. But, it's a lot harder than it looks, and these guys are world-class athletes, that's for sure.
Well, you're right about one thing. Jarrett did show up looking fairly ridiculous. He had sneakers on. He had
knee pads. I had knee pads from my Ultimate Warrior wrestling costume I wore on Halloween one year, and they made me take them off.
Sunglasses on. Yeah, and your manager, Pa Modaka, he was lighting Jarrett up. I don't know if you got to hear any of that. It was very comical.
Yeah, that's his MO, man. He's going to be tough, and there's fines if you're not wearing cleats on the field. So we had to make sure you had cleats on and take those knee pads off.
All right, so Bobby, let's get into this because, as you mentioned, the whole world is paying attention to the World Cup. The whole world is paying attention to soccer at this time. Do you hope there's some carryover once it's gone that people, especially in the Valley, will turn to the Rising as their next alternative for their soccer fix?
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, we want to ride the wave, right? You're seeing a lot of corporate support, of course. You're seeing a lot of fans. I dropped my kids off for their first day of school today, and you see a lot of soccer jerseys walking into school. So, obviously we want people to continue to watch the game, and these local pro clubs that are all over the country that continue to pop up, and stadiums and infrastructure and academies that are being built out, and the money that's being invested. It's our job to not let that candle burn out and allow the people of Arizona to come out and watch really high level soccer and players that are representing their national teams here and also representing Phoenix Rising in the state of Arizona.
At the halfway point of your guys' season, it's a really bunched up Western Conference right now where you guys are so close to just about every team in the conference. How would you assess the half to the season that you guys have had and the push towards a playoff spot in the second half of the season here?
Yeah, no, it's been a challenging, first half of the season. Certainly not where we want to be. We built this roster with a lot of youth, and Pa's a fantastic developer of players. As you see, we were able to move on one of our players earlier to an MLS club a couple months ago. So that's part of what we're trying to do here is develop players, bring in young talent from all over the world and move them forward. Now we got to get results. There's no doubt about that, and we haven't been where we want to be. Again, dealt some bad luck and some crazy injuries and sicknesses, and hopefully we can get healthy. We can build a little confidence, and we can start Saturday night with the back half of the season on a dollar beer night, which we've historically had a lot of success with. Get a win and build a little confidence, and as we all know in sports, once you build a little confidence, you can build some momentum. So hopefully, get healthy. Get everybody on the field, build confidence, and get on a roll here.
Yeah, I don't think you can find a sports fan who isn't down with dollar beer night, Bobby, and that's going to happen Saturday at the Phoenix Rising Stadium. You're going up against Monterey Bay FC. We'll tell our listeners the time, all the details to take advantage of dollar beer night.
Yeah, no, obviously you said it. Dollar beers are fantastic and a good opportunity for fans to come out. I actually think the weather's going to be pretty good as long as we dodge some of these storms. But 7:30 kickoff, we have an opportunity to be the fifth team in league history to win our 100th home game. So we need our fan support and to come out and hit that triple figures of home wins, and again set us on the back half of the season in the right direction.
All right, and also on Sunday, the following day, you guys got a cool thing set up at Arcadia Tavern. You've got a watch party for the World Cup final.
Yeah, watch party on Sunday at Arcadia Tavern. I mean, we've been doing watch parties for the U.S. games, for the Mexico games, and of course now the final. The energy, the excitement, the crowds have been joining us. We've had our players been out there as well. Like you said, there's a lot of buzz, there's a lot of excitement, a lot of energy around soccer right now, and there's a great weekend of soccer here. Saturday night at Phoenix Rising, Sunday World Cup final, and then the back half of the season with high-level Phoenix Rising soccer here in Arizona.
Bobby, for a fan who might have caught a Rising game a handful of years ago since the new stadium opened, what has that done for you guys, and what has the experience been like for a fan at the stadium the last couple of years since it opened up?
Yeah, it's centrally located, right? You got a light rail stop right out in front of us, so accessible from all parts of the valley. We know this is a sprawling valley. We know there's people all over. There's soccer fans and kids playing soccer all over Arizona, so it's accessible with the freeways. It's right here by the airport. You get to watch the flights take off, the sunset. You're right downtown in central Phoenix, and there's not a bad seat in the house. So again, affordable tickets. You can get in for $15, have a few dollar beers, and have a fantastic Saturday evening for under $20. So so hopefully we get more and more people coming out here and supporting it as to piggyback off the the success and the high of the World Cup and come out here and support us and know that you got a group of people here in the front office, coaches, players that are working really hard to put a really good product on the field.
Well, Bobby, thank you very much for your time. Good luck to you guys on Saturday night. And again, thank you for indulging our crazy producer with his attempt to be a soccer player.
Anytime. That was awesome. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, buddy.
Thanks,
Bobby
Bobby
Dooley, president of the Phoenix Rising. Yeah, Jarrett, you would have been fined if you'd have taken the pitch in those gym shoes.
I thought, look, I thought I was coming ready.
You're coming
looking athletic.
Yeah. And hey, look, I thought the knee pads and the sunglasses were a good look. Looks good on you.
Hey, I could have showed up in what I normally wear, to be fair, and tried to go on the pitch. Why do they call it the pitch?
Why
do you have any
call
idea?
It the pitch?
Yeah. Anybody? Any of you soccer nerds on the show know?
Soccer dorks?
Why is it called the pitch and not a field?
Is it the...
We're just going to leave that one for interpretation.
A soccer field is called a pitch because of a 17th and 18th century British tradition where people literally pitched an area by driving stakes into the ground to mark boundaries with ropes.
Duh, Jared.
Look at that. Done.
And why is it called a kit instead of uniforms?
How much longer? Do you have any other questions, Jared?
No.
What else should we cover here?
All right, coming up on the other side, we've got an interesting edition of Mock My World. Stick around. Dan Bickley, Kellen Olson, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
If you're Mike and you're trying to read the terrain here a little bit, there are a few teams in there that feel like they could be fizzle-out candidates. Miami feels like a fizzle-out candidate. St. Louis maybe ends up being a fizzle-out candidate. San Diego, who knows what they're going to do, right? Like, if you believe that eventually those teams are going to slide out, that might be one of your motivating factors to do it as well. With the bullpen performing the way it is and with the pieces that are in place and some of the guys that are coming back, I could see them being a buyer.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've seen his face on billboards, Valley buses, commercials during Suns games. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name. It's a fun brand. But know this, the work they do is extremely serious. And when you're hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice. Sweet James Accident Attorneys, a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They've even got a full in-house trial team, which is pretty significant because all the trial experience they have with that 98% winning record means insurance companies know Sweet James will not back down. They've got a serious reputation, and when the law firm that represents you is taken seriously, that means you are taken seriously, and having the right attorney on your side can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. With Sweet James, you can expect maximum compensation, and remember, the call is free, the consultation is free, and you will pay nothing until they win your case. The number, 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Big wins are waiting this July at Casino Arizona. Join us for the final grand prize drawing on July 29th from 6 to 8 p.m., where you could take home a new 2026 Jeep Wrangler or your share of $25,000 cash. Continue earning entries now through July 29th. The countdown is on. Get all the details at CasinoArizona.com. Casino Arizona, uniquely Arizona. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Folks ask me how to spot a termite. I tell them, if you're waiting for a sign, you're letting them get the jump on you. Termite don't want your attention. He wants the bones of your home, and he's been whittling at them longer than you think.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites get the jump on you. Smart protection starts before the damage does. Call 602-BLUE-SKY for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
When I was a kid, my dream wasn't a mansion. It wasn't a yacht. It was a 250cc Kawasaki dirt bike sitting in the garage. That garage and that bike represented freedom. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. At A1 Garage Door Service, we know your garage holds more than tools. It holds dreams. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
Hey, Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
To learn life-saving water safety tips, go to Fulton2seconds.com or text the word SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. The Midsummer Classic left a little to be desired last night. The American League had their way with the National League in a 4-0 win, the first All-Star shutout since 2013. But Eduardo Rodriguez did work a clean 1-2-3 second inning as he'll look to keep that form as the Snakes start their second half of the season Friday against the Cardinals in what is a huge series coming out of the break. The Summer League rolls on for the Phoenix Suns today as Koa Pete and hopefully Kaman Malawach and Rasheer Fleming will be in action today at 3 against the Pistons as they look for their third win in Vegas. And finally, England and Argentina, Harry Kane and Lionel Messi will kick off today at noon for a date with Spain in the World Cup final on Sunday. And that's what's trending now.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question.
All right, today's Arizona Sports Poll Question. Which Summer League player will play the most minutes for the Suns this season? Is it Kaman Malawach, Koa Pete, Rasheer Fleming, or Kobe Brea?
Ooh, I'm going to let Kellen cast the vote on this one.
Hot take, Koa Pete.
Wow. I love that answer.
Homer.
And guys,
you are not a homer.
He got the second.
That is what Tim Kempton predicted as well. Is that Koa Pete's going to be in this rotation?
Koa Pete more than Rasheer Fleming.
Does a lot of things that Jordan Knott likes. Not that Rasheer doesn't, but Koa a little bit more variety to what he does as well. Not a specialist with what he does. A more well-balanced game. He can't shoot, but I think he does a ton of other things that will apply to what this team needs.
Yeah. Kaman Malawach led the way, 48%. But Koa Pete, 29% of the vote. Rasheer Fleming, 19%. And some Kobe Brea backers out there, 4% of the vote on today's Arizona Sports Poll Question.
Again, they did trade up for Koa Pete. So they were wanting for some reason.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Mock-ups are the bane of my existence, guys.
If you cut me open, mock drafts would pour out.
Bickley and Murata, Mock My World.
All right, today's edition of Mock My World, it's going to be an interesting one. We're doing the best duos from all countries on Earth. So you can pick a combo platter of two athletes. Now, did we explicitly say different sports?
Different sports.
Yes, different sports.
Two athletes.
All time.
From anywhere across the globe. And we all have the ability to pick one American team. And you can do that whenever you want strategically.
And other than America, once a country is taken, they're off the board.
Got it.
And it's not like a duo that is like known to be together.
No,
we're just picking two athletes from a country.
This sprung from yesterday organically. You were talking about Mbappe. We were previewing the game, and you were saying Mbappe and Wemby. Is that the best combo?
Well, there was a picture that the two met each other, and the difference in size was It's exactly what you think it would be.
Right.
All right, we've got an order today.
We
Jared?
do. Random.org, since we can't go by last week's results. By the way, Vince dominated last week, won but 59% of the vote. So,
really?
Right. But random.org, Dan Bickley with the first pick, then Kellen, then myself, and then Sammy. 4-round snake-style draft.
All right.
This is a tough one.
It is.
There is some strategy here.
There is some strategy for sure.
We all can say we have our favorites for our USA picks. Do you want to take them early? Do you want to take them later? Dan, what is your choice here?
I'm going to go with the pairing that sparked this entire contest. Give me France, Kylian Mbappe, and Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah, we all are going all time. If you want to talk about current duos, that might be the number one pick right there for sure. I'm going to go with something a little bit further back. I'm going to go to Canada. I'm going to go up north. Give me Wayne Gretzky and Steve Nash.
Dang it. Good pairing, KO.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
That was very good. I actually had, that was good.
We are going to have things where we take one person from the country, but not two, and we had different pairings for sure. That'll be fun to watch unfold here too.
Yeah.
Jarrett?
Okay, I'm going to continue the trend of not going with America.
Yeah, who's going to buckle first?
I am going with Novak Djokovic and Nikola Jokic.
No.
Serbia.
Had to go in the first round. Had to go in the first round.
Man.
Come on, Sammy, you knew he had to go.
I know, but I didn't think Jarrett was going to
They even have most of the same letters in their names.
Oh, man.
All right, you got two
The fourth
picks,
pick here is tough. All right, I will take Lionel Messi and Manu Ginobili from Argentina.
Messi and Manu. Okay.
Manu?
Good pick.
Oh, man. This is where it gets tough. Because...
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Because I know my next two picks are going to suck. I'm going to take Rafa Nadal and Andres Iniesta.
Okay, Spain off the board.
Who is Andres Iniesta?
One of the best midfielders
of all
time. He should have gotten brought up when we were bringing up Xavi and Sergio.
Better than Paul Gasol,
Busquets.
I suppose, from Spain.
I would
Better than Pau
say
Gasol.
So, yes. I would say so, yes.
Jared Carlin.
Okay. Ready for this one? I am going with Shohei Ohtani and Kobayashi.
Whoa!
At one point known as the greatest hot dog eating champion of all time, until controversy kicked him off the tour, and then Joey Chestnut came along.
You couldn't have taken Naomi Osaka.
I could have.
Kobayashi.
I could have.
My goodness.
I feel like the rest of my picks are pretty niche. I'm going to have some good landing spots here, so I will break the streak here, and I will go to USA. This is the first duo that came to mind for me. When we talk about individual dominance in their sports, give me Serena Williams and Simone Biles.
Oh, nice. Two on both on my list.
Diversifying the sports pool in my team a little bit as well. I'm thrilled with that selection.
Very nice. Okay.
Two picks, Dan.
Yeah, 2 picks for me. Give me from Norway, Erling Haaland.
No way, Bick.
Grab him.
No way, Bick.
Holland and Hovland.
No way.
Oh, man.
And Victor Hovland is like Sammy's
You
favorite
know those
golfer.
are my guys.
I thought this was going to get back to me. Did you guys watch Klabo in the Winter Olympics as well? He's who I had down with Erling Haaland as well. The cross-country skier who set the record for most gold medals. He's behind Phelps now all time.
Yeah.
He's incredible, too. I had him down.
All right, and then I am going to go. Oh boy.
These are the greatest athletes from the same country in different sports.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go USA right now. Give me Michael Jordan and Tiger Woods.
Yeah, those were.
Might have just won the draft.
Those were the ones sitting there for sure that I thought about as well.
KO, what do you got?
Question.
Yes.
Can I pick the United Kingdom or do I
is
have to
England? I think it's
England.
England,
All right. I will take Lewis Hamilton, the greatest F1 driver of all time.
Yeah.
And then I will take Wayne Rooney from soccer.
Oh, Wayne
as well.
Rooney.
Nice
Give me Wayne Rooney on that end. I was hoping to pair Lewis Hamilton with Rory McIlroy, but
I know.
Kind of stretching a little bit.
Lennox Lewis, I think he could have been.
Yeah, he was a pick too. Yeah.
All right, I'll go with my American pick now.
Okay.
I'm going with Tom Brady.
Tom Brady.
and Michael Phelps.
Yeah.
Michael Phelps.
There was like a big six, I think, that were there, and whoever comboed them together, and whoever waited until the end, that's noisy.
Jordan and Tiger's a tough one.
You've still got some left here for sure.
You got 2 picks, Sammy.
All right, I'm gonna go Sweden, and I'm gonna take Bjorn Borg and Zlatan Ibrahimovic.
Bjorn Borg and Zlatan.
Very World Cup influenced your list. I love it.
And Annika Sorensen.
I know she was on the list. I don't know.
No, I think he picked
all
the
right,
too.
and then it's not a Sammy Sabolka team without some LeBron James, and I'll take Muhammad Ali.
It's a good pick.
Not bad.
That's
not bad.
that's pretty good. Yeah,
deep pool in the old USA.
Yeah, I mean,
deep pool.
Babe Ruth left on the board.
Left out there. Jackie Robinson left out there.
Jared Carlin.
Oh boy, I've got a few left here.
This is where it gets
I'm
tough.
going to go with Usain Bolt and Patrick Ewing.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
that
thought about
is
this.
a good.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Born in Jamaica.
Very good.
Yeah, that is good.
Getting Usain in the 4th round is incredible value, and then one of the best centers of all time, of course, yeah.
I was looking for somebody to
Me
pair
too,
with
man.
Well, that's
Me
the thing.
too.
And I forgot that Patrick Ewing's Jamaican.
That's one of the tough things about this at a certain point is that you can find a great person from one country, and then you're like, well, who's the greatest, best person from Switzerland to go with Roger Federer? You know what I mean?
Yeah, there was none. Kellen Olson.
Somehow, after taking a Formula One star and a soccer star, I'm going to get even more niche with my last pick. Let me go to
I picked
Brazil.
the hot dog eating champion. So.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
no.
okay.
I
That's true.
stored away Brazil, and you're going to take it from
Let
me.
me go to Brazil and let me get Pele. And the second pick is an interesting one. Give me Anderson Silva from the world
that's a great
of
one.
mixed martial arts.
Yeah.
Excellent.
I had stored that away. I thought for sure nobody was
Yeah,
going to get
Take
it.
that,
And I had
Leandro
that
Barbosa.
I know.
exact same pairing.
Wow, how about that?
Isn't that
Not one of the
that's a bummer.
Gracies? Aren't they Brazilian?
Yeah, they were like more innovators, pioneers, but Anderson Silva, like at his best, was maybe the best fighter we've ever seen in the sport.
All right, last pick.
So, last pick for me. I think what I am going to do is I am going to go to Germany. Give me Steffi Graf and Dirk Nowitzki.
Oh, man.
excellent.
What a,
Everyone has a really, really good team. Like, I think the overall performance from all four of us is really strong.
Really good.
The three I had left on my list.
I had 3 left.
Martina Navratilova and Jaromir Jagr.
That's what I had down
from
as well.
the Czech Republic.
Ooh, I
Same
didn't
exact
have that
one.
one.
Canelo Alvarez and Fernando Valenzuela from Mexico.
That's a great one.
And Alex Ovechkin and Vladimir Putin. Putin, of course, famous for his hockey playing. And
I had Ireland, Shane Lowry or Patrick Harrington and Conor McGregor.
Okay.
And then the DR, Al Horford was born in the Dominican Republic, and I had either Albert Pujols
or Pedro Martinez. Yeah, I had those as well. Good job, all you. I have Kylian Mbappe, Victor Wembanyama, Erling Haaland, Victor Hovland, Michael Jordan and Tiger Woods, Steffi Graf, Dirk Nowitzki. KO has Gretzky, Nash, Serena, Simone Biles, Lewis Hamilton and Wayne Rooney, Pele and Anderson Silva, Jared Carlin, Novak Djokovic, Nikola Jokic, Shohei and Kobayashi, Tom Brady, Michael Phelps, and Usain Bolt, Patrick Ewing, and then Sammy, Lionel Messi, Manu Ginobili, Rafael Nadal, Andres Iniesta, Bjorn Borg, Zlatan, LeBron James, and Muhammad Ali. Those are 4 good teams. I don't know.
That was a great idea. That was really fun.
That worked out pretty well. We'll come back on the other side. Wrap up today's show. Stick around. We're back right after this.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
And now the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
So the home court advantage is a really big deal in sports, and the home court advantage is exactly what you're going to get from my friends at Advanced Window Products, Arizona's #1 window replacement company, and I say that because they've got their factory right here in the valley. It's located right in Tolleson, which means they are going to build your windows that are specifically designed for Arizona's harsh climate, and they're going to build windows specifically designed for the dimensions of your home. They're never retrofitted on site. Highly recommend recommend Advanced Window Products. They replaced all of my windows. Could not be happier with the result. They look tremendous, and everything from the installation to the cleanup process was immaculate. And that's because they're installers. They are all vetted, full-time employees, never random subcontractors at Advanced Window Products. They'll build your windows, install your windows. They'll guarantee them for life. That warranty is transferable if you ever sell your home, which adds value to your home. And the accidental glass breakage is a great fixture, which means if anything happens to one of your windows, a golf ball or a rock breaks it, they come out and replace it. No questions asked. These are windows that will literally pay you back. Give them a call for great summertime savings at 480-676-3600. That's 480-676-3600 for Advanced Window Products.
Buying a home comes with a lot of upfront cost. Earnest money, inspections, movers, it adds up fast. That's why Lund Mortgage is stepping in. Right now, we're covering the cost of your appraisal on every purchase loan we close. That's $600 to $800 you keep. We've got it covered. Think about it. Hundreds of dollars back in your pocket? That's a big grocery run, your first HOA payment, or just a little breathing room when you need it most. Give us a call and let's talk about your free appraisal today. Or go to lundmortgage.com.
Terms and conditions apply.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Hey, it's Bodie with NewACUnit.com. A lot of people think buying a new AC unit is complicated. It's not. Just answer a few quick questions online, see your price up front, and we'll connect you with a certified install team. No pressure, no upsells, no surprises. Just a better way to buy a new AC unit. And many customers save 50% or more. If you need a new AC unit, don't overthink it, and definitely don't pay more than you need to. Go to NewACUnit.com today.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the Day. The song of the day is thanks to Gettle Air Conditioning and Plumbing. GOETTL, keeping you cool but hard to spell.
Today is gonna be the day that they're gonna throw it back to you. By now you should have somehow realized what you gotta do. I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do about you now.
Here's the big question. Will the Three Lions be singing this song in about 2 o'clock this afternoon?
That's a fantastic question, Bick.
Listen, you diagnosed the Spain game yesterday. Break it down for us, Sammy.
Well, so in my research, both for this game and the Open Championship going on in England this weekend, the tournament has already made plans to, if England were to win today, to move around the Open Championship so that English fans can watch both the championship and the World Cup Championship. So I want to say England, the writing's kind of on the wall. But if you don't think I'm backing the GOAT, then you got another thing coming. It's Argentina. 2-1.
It's Argentina to you, Sammy. VAR.
Argentina in penalties.
Ooh.
England has not won a World Cup since 1966. And they're one of those countries, it's much like the Toronto Maple Leafs.
Very much.
And that they care more about this sport and this team than anything in the world, and yet they just cannot win, and they've had a lot of heartbreak.
And they have got a slew of second place finishes. They're always close, but never quite there. Mm-hmm. And I'm kind of with Kellen Olson here. I don't think the powers that be in soccer are going to allow England to win this game. I don't mean to be that jaded.
Why would you be jaded? We watched it affect our team more than any other team in the tournament. The two presidents who seemingly are friends. And by the way, an article came out a week before the whole Balogun thing about how the own FIFA European committee was looking into his relationship with Trump and this whole thing. So FIFA's gonna FIFA, man. Argentina's gonna win today.
FIFA's gonna FIFA.
Yeah, I hate to say it because I love the sport a lot, but I wasn't as in this lane before the Switzerland game. I'm in the lane after the Switzerland game. That converted me.
Today's song, Wonderwall by Oasis.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid.
Off the grid.
Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
All right, we're going to have another little Caitlin Clark discussion here, Kellen, and that is because multiple sources told the Sports Business Journal that NBA Commissioner Adam Silver, you ever seen this guy?
Oof.
He had to implore WNBA Commissioner Kathy Engelbert to reverse course and suspend Alyssa Thomas after their incident when the Fever played the Mercury. Engelbert subsequently suspended Thomas for one game in order to flagrant 2 penalty that carried a $1,000 fine. Had to be pushed to do that by the NBA commissioner.
Yeah, that league is in a really sloppy position right now, and if they don't get their act together in the next couple of years, they're going to lose everything that they have at their disposal right now, and then some. I thought Nafisa Collier did an outstanding and tremendous job to try and get this thing back on track, and her efforts were successful. And then they just continued to be more of a mess as a league this year than they have been previously. And again, this is not just something where they're going to continue to get this amount of momentum for the entirety of their existence. This is it's not too dissimilar. I'm not trying to bring up wrestling on purpose, I swear, but Jarrett, there are certain eras where the Attitude Era in the 90s, you look at what's happening right now in the last couple of years for them, there are certain eras for this league where they're going to, just like the NBA, you talk about the Jordan and Magic and Bird and that kind of stuff as well with those booms. They're going through their first real boom as a league right now, and they don't know when the next one is going to come. So they got to get on track here, and they got to get someone else in that seat besides her.
WWE is also in danger of fumbling their latest boom.
Exactly.
In a similar way.
If I cared, I'd actually ask you to explain, but I don't care. Meanwhile, Dick Vitale yesterday went on social media, said, quote, "It is really sad the way Caitlin Clark is treated by many in the WNBA. She's been the leader for the league in many ways, PR, TV interest, etc. Come on, those that are critical, she deserves to be treated like royalty," end quote. That got Eddie Johnson of Phoenix Suns fame. That got him to respond. And Eddie Johnson came out on Twitter or X and said, quote, "Mr. Vitale, I love you, but didn't you coach at the University of Detroit? You and I both know on a basketball court there is zero royalty. I remember the physical in-your-face players you had, like John Long and Terry Tyler. Don't do this. There are no friends between the lines. Zero." What do you think of that?
And Eddie Johnson versus Dick Vitale Twitter feud over Caitlin Clore. That's a really weird talking point.
That's called a fever dream, Kellen.
Oh crap! Did I sleep through the show? What time is it? Oh God! How do you wake yourself up? Wake up, Kellen! Wake up!
Wake up, Kellen!
Oh nope. It looks like I'm still here and I made the show and I didn't sleep through it. Okay. It's really weird. I would love for most of the Caitlin Clark conversations to just be about her basketball play, and once that stops, I'll be more entertained and more into the league. But until it just becomes a drama fest like it has this year, it gets me less inclined to watch.
Her being injured most of last year kind of gave this extra legs. I feel like it's almost like it's starting over again this season. Because you would think by year 3 this would have dissipated
at
this
least
talk.
The Angel Reese discourse was about whether she was good or not at basketball. This is just about ineptitude and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and the fact that Kathy Engelbert had to be prodded by Adam Silver to punish Alyssa Thomas over an incident we all saw with our eyes, man.
She can't be back next year. She's got to go.
She has got to go. What a terrible commissioner. Finally, the Astros are finalizing a trade of Lance McCullers Jr. to the Milwaukee Brewers, the oft-injured right-handed pitcher, joining, what do they call Milwaukee? The pitching lab.
The Brew Crew.
That's scary. McCullers is still pretty good, and the Brewers have turned so many guys into more competent versions of themselves than they should be.
All right, Jared, actually, I am interested. Can you tell me in 30 seconds why the WWE is at a crossroads?
TKO, they sold the TKO, and TKO is only about maximizing profits, and they're pricing out fans. They're making deals. They're pushing mainstream celebrities and old stars instead of trying to build new stars, because all they care about is making money, and it's everything. The vibes are getting worse.
Wow. Okay, there you go. All right, on behalf of Tim Kempton, who joined us, Bobby Dooley, president of the Phoenix Rising, on behalf of Kellen Olson, who did a great job filling in the last 2 days.
Thank you, guys.
He earned that nap this afternoon. On behalf of Sammy and Jared, I'm Dan Bickley. We'll see you tomorrow, folks.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Meet Lee Platts, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
When you see this in your kitchen,
the stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
You hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves, or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
Hi, I'm Tom Shane, third-generation owner at Shane Company. As a family jeweler for almost 100 years, we're known for doing right by our customers. Our legacy of integrity depends on it. We stand behind our engagement rings with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We handpick the most beautiful diamonds, then negotiate for the best price. At Shane Company, we put you first because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, it's Gambo. I've been on the radio now in Phoenix for just about 30 years. I've seen a lot of companies come and go. M-Drive didn't. In fact, I've been taking M-Drive for over 10 years. Yeah, over 10 years. Every single morning. And these days, that's probably the best endorsement I can give you. Because after you reach the age of 40, you start noticing changes. Your energy's not the same. Recovering, takes longer. Staying in shape takes more work than it used to. That's true for a lot of men. That's why M-Drive was created. It's designed to support healthy testosterone, energy, metabolism, and recovery with clinically tested ingredients. There's no hype. There's no shortcuts. Just a daily habit I've trusted for over a decade. I know the founder personally. I've watched the company grow right here in Phoenix, and I've continued taking M-Drive every single morning. Go to mdriveformen.com and use the code GAMBO for 20% off your first order. That's mdriveformen.com. M-Drive, over 10 years, every morning.
This is Ken Goodrich with Gettle.
When I was a kid, my dad would have me replace all the screws the previous repair guys left out. My job was to find every missing screw and replace it with a brand new one. Our guys still do that today. When motors are whirling and compressors are compressing and electrical contacts are doing their thing, those nonstop vibrations caused by missing screws will cause your system to die long before it's due. That's why we tighten your unit down to factory fresh condition every time. No squeaks, rattles, or hums. Gettle, Goettl, will keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now. Eduardo Rodriguez worked a 1-2-3 second inning in last night's All-Star game. Corbin Carroll struck out in his only plate appearance as the American League shut out the National League 4-0, the first All-Star shutout since 2013. The Diamondbacks now still a couple days away from beginning their second half of the season against the Cardinals on Friday. Spain punched their ticket to the World Cup final yesterday after their 2-0 win over Kylian Mbappe in France. Lionel Messi in Argentina will play Harry Kane in England at noon today for a spot against Spain in that final on Sunday. And the Summer Suns are in action this afternoon from Las Vegas against the Pistons. Tip-off will be at 3 as Koa Pete and company look for their third Summer League win. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Worried if your retirement savings will last? Don't guess. Cash flow test it. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Wednesday morning. It's the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what's up?
What's going on, Luke? How you doing, man?
Oh, you don't seem as set up today.
As a matter of fact, yeah, I'm struggling a little bit here today, Basinonians. Do not worry about it as we broadcast, so you don't have to. Command and Control, how are you feeling back there? Frat boys, are you ready to go?
I just said to Jamal, wow, Wolf's ready. and then Jamal said, well, at least Luke's got his headphones in.
Okay, that's good, yeah.
After yesterday, when you made this big thing about how I need to learn how to put my headphones in, maybe
it's
I
kind
need
of been
easier headphones.
Kind of been a thing, Luke. I mean,
no, it's been,
as of late, it has, right? I mean, you're...
The intro was playing as Wolf was grabbing his headphones.
Yes.
Yes.
I just want to throw that out
having
there.
all sorts of difficulties right now. I'm sitting very low.
Why are you sitting so low now?
Because somebody cranked the microphone this low. I'm going to have to adjust it in the not so beautiful part of the program. So, Jamal, you're doing well. You're ready to go.
Fabulous.
Okay, good. That's good. Rick, you ready to broadcast?
I'm ready.
Okay, that's good. Sammy the Bull. Sammy, you're in the wedge. I know you're done for the most part, but you're ready to broadcast. Yeah, Sammy's ready to broadcast.
Sammy's not done yet.
What?
Who did you pick today, England or Argentina?
I got Argentina in pens.
Oh, okay. Wow.
We're due for just a classic today.
That would be,
okay.
If it goes to penalty kicks, I'm going to miss it driving home.
Yeah. You know, it's just so cool watching France and Spain, of course, play, and France getting ejected. That's interesting. Would you say that Spain and France, they have a history, basically? Would you say they have a history over the years?
They seem to have
there have been many, many wars that have actually
scuffles.
been fought. Go back to the 1600s, ladies and gentlemen, and look at all the wars, medieval period. Yes, indeed. Hammer you with the Braveheart sledgehammer. Let me just say right now that I'm a little jacked up. Can you tell?
No, not at all. It seems like a typical Wednesday.
We are approaching. We are approaching. Here it is. It is Wednesday, ladies and gentlemen. It is Wednesday, and it is July 15th. We are approaching the opening of training camp.
I think camp opens
in a week.
For real, a week from today, right?
Yes.
The open practice is not till next Friday, but I think camp is going a week from today.
Camp is opening up a week from today. Here we go.
Everybody get that? Everybody. I'd love to see what the closed captioning of what you just said is.
And
I
would
did
too,
whatever you
yes.
did to the chair there, too. That was pretty pretty
I
solid.
Had to come up a little bit.
Yeah. Mike Hazen's going to join us in a little bit to talk about the
the
Diamondbacks.
freaky Mike Hazen.
The All-Star game is in the books now. It's just a couple
Freaky
days.
Mike Hazen, wheeling and dealing. He
Sometimes
is.
from New Zealand. But he's not in New Zealand right now. He'll be calling us at 11:45. Josh Weinfuss is going to join us in the 12 o'clock hour. He's got a story up on the Cardinals offense right now on ESPN that we're going to get into, just kind of how different it's going to look with Mike LaFleur as the mastermind behind it. We'll get into all that, but Wolf, let's just start with the All-Star game last night, a game that, like I said yesterday, I still enjoy the Major League Baseball All-Star game. I don't know what it is. I mean, I think because at its heart, it's still baseball. It's not like basketball where nobody tries on defense, or even hockey where they play 3-on-3 some years, or some years they just don't have the All-Star game, or football where nobody tackles. Like, it's still baseball once they start.
Oh, my goodness. I just think about the game we saw last night. Honestly, these guys were out there and they were competing. I didn't see a bunch of guys out there laughing. Did you?
Not the National League guys when they were getting one hit through 7 innings or whatever it was.
Man, I got to tell you, it looked like baseball. It was a baseball game that we saw last night. I just don't know how many other All-Star games you can say that about. And back when they used to play the Pro Bowl.
Pitchers were throwing up and in against Junior Caminero.
Whatever happened, is Caminero like
he's
that?
okay,
okay.
allegedly.
Yeah, the X-rays were negative, but he got beamed on the hand. Can you imagine? What?
Looked like a fastball to me, too.
It sounded like a fastball when it hit him in the finger.
That's kind of a crazy pitch to throw in the All-Star game.
Yeah.
No, man. I mean, honestly, it was, once again, it was a competitive game. It looked like a baseball game. Guys were out there trying. It's beyond a shadow of a doubt. The gap is getting wider and wider and wider. The more times I watch it now and looking at the Major League All-Star game last night, there's no doubt about it. It is the best All-Star game of any sports league as far as I'm concerned.
It still resembles the sport. Erod came in, second inning. I thought that was cool. He was the second National League pitcher. I mean, obviously they have to start Sanchez because that's the way it's set up. And Sanchez having a great year, don't get me wrong. They got a lot of guys in the National League that are having a great year, but Erod was out there in the second inning, Wolf, and he went 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, what were your thoughts on that, man?
I had two thoughts. One, it continues like his crazy season that started in the World Baseball Classic. And two, as the game went on, I was like, yeah, there's Erod. Didn't give up any hits and isn't getting any run support. That was my other thought. It's just like every other game this season.
Yeah, it was. How awesome was it to watch Erod go out there based on his? I mean, he didn't just pitch great. He didn't even get hit hard. The outs.
No. It felt like it was like a 3-second inning.
Oh, it was soft contact and 3 outs in 8 pitches, 5 of which were strikes. Erod, I mean, he looked like he has all season, and you can see the confidence on his face. It's a level of expectation now. What happened? What did you do, Johan Santana? What did you do to Erod? Because
but we need Johan Santana to call Zach Gallen.
Man, I'm telling you, this is special what we're seeing right now. I just wonder, how long will it last?
Could we just get Erod to take his phone, clearly Johan Santana's number's in there, and then just forward that contact, create a new contact, and just send it right over to Zach Gallen further down the dugout?
Yes. Erod, based on he looked like he has all season. Has he not?
Yeah. So just nonchalant. Okay, I'm in, I'm out.
Right. The confidence level, again, it continues to build. This is another hurdle. It's another obstacle going out there against the best of the best and playing and pitching the way that he did. And, he was talking about Johan Santana earlier in the season, and you actually ripped this.
This is before the season actually even started. This was in Cactus League, whatever.
Yes,
after the World Baseball Classic.
And it is so evident to me that this is what lies within Eduardo Rodriguez. And the fact that Johan Santana, he talked about the mentality. He didn't talk about anything that Santana did to him physically. He talked about the mentality and his approach. This is a change that has happened to Erod inside. That's what, to me, and you know this because I love this, makes this so fascinating.
Yeah, there's you can go back and find the story on ArizonaSports.com from, I think it was like March 23rd or something, and it details how Johan Santana was always one of Erod's favorite players, and then he gets to work with him at the World Baseball Classic. And you're right. I mean, he goes in there and says that's why he wore the number he wore. He's talking about what Santana did. One of the quotes, he says, quote, "I was just executing. It was one of those games when you get on a rhythm and you just keep going and going and going until the manager takes the ball away from you." That was talking about the actual final game against the U.S. But he talks about with Santana. He says, "I just learned a lot about the mentality of the game. I learned a lot from those two games I pitched over there. Hope to use it in the regular season this year." Unquote. He's been using it in the regular season this year. He not only has the best ERA of his career by a full point, if he could keep this ERA, he would have the best single-season ERA in Arizona Diamondbacks history.
Yes.
And we've had some pretty good pitchers here.
Yes, and here is the money cut, as far as I'm concerned, from Erod. He said earlier, base earnings before the season started, I learned a lot from him, meaning Santana, how to deal with some things during the game, how to change your mentality, and all of that. Once again, man, how to compete and what lies within. You compete from the inside out, don't you? It appears as though Erod has discovered that.
It's crazy in year 11 that even if it's been your favorite player, the guy you've looked up to as a pitcher, that he could say a couple things to you and completely unlock a whole new level from... You go from, decent pitcher to good pitcher to struggling pitcher in Arizona to clear-cut all-star who has a shot at the Cy Young this year. I mean, again, the National League is loaded with the pitching, but he has a shot at it for sure. Leave work early, July 22nd. Join us at Chase Field. That's a week from today for Half Day Club. We're live before D-backs A's and then tossing out the first pitch as well. Lower level tickets, just $9.87 before taxes and fees. Text half to 620 for details. All right, when we come back, Suns have another game this afternoon. Is there anything else you still need to see from the Summer Suns? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I had just presumed all along that Rasheer Fleming was going to play and is going to get the minutes. And I understand you're not saying that he's not, but you are suggesting that Koa Pete might be closer to Rasheer than it might surprise us.
If we're doing training camp position battles in the NFL style, like position battles, that's one. I'm listing it for sure.
Koa versus Rasheer Fleming.
Yeah, for sure.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com because you got to have shade. We all know you got to have shade here in the Basin. Are you kidding me? The triple digits that we face year after year, day after day, year after year. You better believe it. Listen, when you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you are working with the most trusted local shade company available. That's right, voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau as well, and you can check out all their 5-star reviews on Google, man. There's well over 1,000 of these 5-star reviews. Listen, they came out to the Wolfley compound, and I can tell you, Basinonians, right now, they hooked us up in regard to the shade. That's right. Oh, my goodness, what a difference it makes. It is incredible. These shades are commercial grade. They're industrial strength, hundreds of colors. They can match anything. Here's what you do. You go to allproshade.com because you got to have shade.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagus from Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, a lot of people expect their taxes to go down in retirement, sure, but that's not always the case.
It's not, and for most people, it's the opposite. Every dollar coming out of a 401k or an IRA is taxed at ordinary income. Now you add in Social Security, required distributions, and you've got a serious tax problem.
And worse, people don't see it coming.
Not until it's too late to do much about it. The window to reduce your lifetime tax bill is before retirement or early in it. After that, your options are limited.
All right, so what's the move then?
Roth conversions, smart planning, bracket management, real strategies that actually reduce what you owe, but you need a plan, not guesswork.
And Bright Wealth puts that all together?
That's exactly what we do. Call 844-726-9116 for a complimentary tax review. Call now, 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
We're hiring at A1 Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at a1garage.com/careers.
A1garage.com. A1 from day one.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Damon Allred. Archie Bradley views the Diamondbacks' sweep of the Dodgers as the turning point of the season. Eduardo Rodriguez tossed a 1-2-3 inning in his first MLB All-Star game. And Mike Trout revealed his son Beckham is actually a Diamondbacks fan. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Yeah, how about that? Talk Mike Trout into coming over here.
Yeah.
Son's already on board. That was a hilarious interview. Mike Trout's like, yeah, my own son was booing me because I hit a home run against the D-backs. His son just walks away.
Okay.
If you're watching the interview. All right, Summer Suns have another game this afternoon against the Detroit Pistons, 3 o'clock Arizona time. And they're going to have another game after that, too. It's just we don't know for sure who yet. Anything you still need to see from this group or individuals, I guess. I mean, we're not really talking about the win-loss, but specific players. Anything you're still looking for?
Yeah, you know what? I want to see dogs, man. That's what I want to see. I want to see Kaman Malawach turn into a dog. He's not there yet. He's not there, Basinonians. He isn't. He's got a ton of talent. There's no doubt about that. I want to see him turn into a dog. I want to see Rasheer Fleming turn into a dog. I want to see Cole Pete turn into a dog. I want to see Kobe Bryant turn into a dog. I want to see these guys turn into dogs. I'm serious about this, Basinonians. That's what I want to say. Dogs are consistent. Would you say that dogs are consistent?
Yes.
They are. Oh, my goodness. Your dog is your dog. It's who the dog is. They're unconditional. They're about unconditional love. That's what dogs are. They're going to treat you the same. day after day after day.
That's why everybody loves dogs.
That's why we love dogs.
On.
Well, you know what? I want to see consistency. So far, come on, Malawatch and Rasheer Fleming, and watching Koa Pete go out there, watching these young guys develop. My goodness, it looks pretty good, doesn't it, brothers? Looks good. I want to see this every stinking day. Which one of you guys really, truly is a dog? Which one? You're gonna approach it the same way every day that you come to work, and you're gonna give what you have. Be a dog, man.
So a couple things. I do want to see how Kobe Brea follows up his performance in that third Summer League game. And he spoke after that because remember, he was kind of invisible the first two games. Or when he wasn't invisible, it was not for the right reasons. But in the third game, he went off, hit 6 threes. He talked about his journey through this summer.
Well, I just trust my work. I haven't been playing to the level that I feel like I should have been. But, at the end of the day, I'm going to just trust my work every single day. And I'm going to just roll with the chips where they fall, So I just appreciate my teammates, trusting me and believing in me every moment of the game, all 3 of these games. And, it's definitely been helping me a lot.
What do you do to put yourself in a present attitude, forgetting what happened yesterday, forgetting what happened?
Just focus on the moment, focus on winning the game. Every new game is a new opportunity, so I try not to dwell on it too much, and just look forward to the next one. Really.
It's got to be a tough spot for him because, look, it's not like he has to make it this year or he doesn't make it, but this team is pretty set now. I mean, this is a tough roster to get minutes in if you're if you're Kobe Brea. It's also a tough one for Koa Pete. I want to get to that in just a second, but if you're Kobe Brea, you're pretty blocked here. And I mean, even if you're going to go out there and hit a bunch of threes, I don't know if there's anything he can do in that game on Monday, the game today, their next game. I mean, if he's out there just raining down threes, well, they know he can do that. That's why they drafted him. There's just not really room for him right now. So you have to stay present like he's talking about right there, but you also have to have confidence in the longer view of if you just keep doing this, you're going to find a way in.
Yeah, once again, I want the dog mentality. I want to see these guys continue to nurture this dog mentality. You know what a dog mentality is? When things go well, Basinonians, in your life, when things go well, you don't act like, oh, man, this is, I am so deserving of this. Dogs and those who compete like dogs, when good things happen to them, all that does is make them want to work harder. When bad things happen to them, all that does is make them want to work even harder. Dogs are like that. That's why I continue to say I want to see these guys. If I could have any personal characteristic of Kaman Malawatch, it would be that he is a dog. Things go well, you know what? I'm going to keep my head down. I'm going to stay humble, and I'm going to continue to work just as hard as I have worked. Things go bad, you know what? I'm just going to keep my eyes on today and what it is that I need to do today because it's tough. Things are tough right now, but you know what? I'm going to keep trying. It's never going to change for me. Man, I want a dog mentality. If you tell me that these guys turn into dogs, then all of their physical talents are going to be magnified.
I'm sensing a theme here. What do you think of, I don't know if you heard this, but on Burns and Gambo, it was Burns and Gambo. Kellen was talking with Dave Burns a few days ago about the potential competition for minutes if Koa Pete plays well with Rasheer Fleming. And I think we even have a promo. I remember Burns was like, look, it's kind of just assumed Rasheer Fleming was going to play this year, and I do too, but is there a competition there? Not that's going to get settled in Summer League, obviously, but is Koa Pete potentially in line to get minutes at the expense of Rasheer Fleming?
There's no doubt about it. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. This is going to be about, oh my goodness, coming into this season. How many minutes are you going to get, Ryan Dunn? How many minutes are you going to get, Oso Ighodaro? How many minutes are you going to get, Mark Williams? Seriously.
Yeah.
Come on, Malawatch. How many minutes? This is going to be really, really interesting to see what Jordan Ott does, especially early in the season.
Especially, so two especiallys, because most of their youth on this team is sort of up front. I mean, Mark Williams is not old. Oso, obviously, Come on, Malawatch, Koa Pete, Rasheer Fleming. Like, you got a lot. The Ryan Dunn even. Like, I'm a little worried about Ryan Dunn's playing time this year.
I know.
He's talk about like leaving the door open to be caught by some newcomers, and there are newcomers on this team. So I choose to look back at what Ryan Dunn did as a rookie, and I want to believe he's just going to go back to building off of that. But last year was a step backwards, and that's tough on this team when Koa Pete is something. We don't know what yet.
Yeah.
I'm assuming a step from Rasheer Fleming in year 2, and he and Koa Pete might be competing for minutes and end up taking minutes from Ryan Dunn. Like, this is there's going to be a lot to watch here when we get to camp for sure.
Yes, there is. Oh my goodness, this is going to be really, really interesting to see what happens. But do you get my point in regard to the consistency, the mental approach that I want to see from these guys? That's what I want to see, not just the numbers. Come on, Malawatch is an excellent example. He's posted some really good numbers. Would you agree with that, Luke?
Through
Some
summer
good
league?
numbers.
Yeah, no, these are really good. 18-plus points per game and 12 rebounds.
No doubt about it. Yet at the same time, if you watch those games, it looked even better.
Yeah, it feels like any summer league game he's going to play in, he's going to make a difference in now, which is not the ultimate goal, but it's the next step. Here, he spoke after Monday's game.
I mean, I'm just trying to be there for my team, just let them know that I got their backs and just keep pushing and keep getting better.
You talk about getting better. Obviously, your rookie season, you didn't play that much. How important is this developmental period here in Summer League for your growth?
I mean, it's really important by taking care of every rep, not taking any rep for granted, and just really pushing. And it's a process. It's a process. My time eventually will come, and I just got to be ready for the opportunity that I don't have rather than having an opportunity and I'm ready for it.
Do you mean that? Come on. Do you mean that? Every rep, not taking it for granted. Every rep. Yes, I think he does. This is why I'm really jacked up. Because again, consistency is what we're looking for. Your approach, your rep, every rep does. Do you really believe what you're saying? Come on. Because if you do, brother, you got the key, the golden key. Stick it in the door. It's going to open up doors for you in your career.
I like what he said there at the end. What was it? It was be ready for the opportunity I don't have instead of the opportunity coming and I'm not ready for it. I mean, he's just so disruptive at this. Because he can be so disruptive at this level, it's hard not to believe he can eventually get there at the NBA level. You know, do I expect him to be going out there and just completely altering opposing offenses' game plans in 2026, No, I don't. But that is why they drafted him. Not to do it necessarily this year, but ultimately you drafted this guy to be a disruptive force on defense who is working on the three ball too and can do stuff offensively.
We should see flashes of it this year, no doubt.
That might be one of the more, that might be the most compelling storyline with this team, other than just big picture, like can you win more games? All right, when we come back, let's get back into football. And by back, I mean into it for the first time today because I don't know what day it is. We were looking at position battles yesterday, Wolf, and you said something that I want to press you on. You said there's a personal position battle.
Right.
Okay. You're going to explain what that is next.
The grudge.
It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
Payoff pitch to Beatty. Swung on and hit out to deep center. Waldschmidt moving back, makes an over-the-shoulder catch.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. Listen, I spent years in professional football taking hits, man. Oh, buddy. But living with teeth that are broken and falling apart, that is a mess, isn't it? That wore me down in a way football never did. Every meal was a battle, smiling for the camera, knock it off. Listen, I got the all-on-4 implants, and it was a game changer, eating what I want, smiling without thinking twice. So trust me, if you need this done, you want the best hands in the game, do you not? Of course you want that. Well, Dr. Joe Moranfar, Basinonians, at Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. Over 3,000 full mouth cases. 3,000, man. This is what he does. Right now, Aria Dental is running their summer promotion, the all-on-4 with premium zirconia teeth. starting at $12,500 per arch. This deal is not going to last. Here's what you do. 602-877-0429. 602-877-0429.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Back in the early 2000s, I had LASIK surgery. It changed my life, but what's changed now all these years later is my vision. It's still good, not quite as sharp as it used to be. I wanted to know what was going on with my vision, so I had a thorough exam from the doctors at K2 Vision and found out, like many who have had LASIK in the past, I'm a prime candidate for refractive lens exchange, a permanent solution that alleviates the need for glasses and readers, but also ensures I'll never develop a cataract. If you're at all thinking you want to fix your vision permanently, I'm urging you to hear directly from the doctors who've performed over 300,000 procedures and join Doctors King and Kopstein for their free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Register now or schedule your free Zoom consult at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE, no glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan. As a Marine veteran and owner of Precision Air and Plumbing, I'm reminded of the values that make this country great. Hard work, service, and taking care of your neighbors. As America celebrates 250 years of freedom, Precision is offering up to $2,500 off a new AC unit. Freedom from interest with 0% financing for 60 months and freedom from payments until 2027. Precision Air and Plumbing, veteran owned. Make the Precision decision today.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. Eduardo Rodriguez tossed a 1-2-3 second inning in last night's MLB All-Star game, but the National League lost 4-0 to the American League. The Diamondbacks resumed their season Friday at home against the St. Louis Cardinals. The Summer Suns are in action today at the Thomas & Mack Center in Las Vegas. They take on the Pistons with tip-off at 3. And the World Cup semifinals continue today with Argentina taking on England at noon. The winner of the game will take on Spain in Sunday's final. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? They have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring. They're a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Go to thewindowdepot.com.
Today is gonna be the day that we're gonna throw it back to you. Aye, what's all this then? Did England make the bloody World Cup final, did they? Those buggers, Bickley and Marotta, we'll talk about it tomorrow, 6 a.m. on the Wonder Wall. It's coming out.
Oh, that was quite the mashup right there.
I don't know if it was the song that I'm playing in the background, but I think that was Jarrett's worst one.
I mean, it doesn't match with Travis Scott. I think he was trying to be Oasis. I don't know.
He was.
Okay. Well, all right. We all made it through that, though.
By the way,
yeah.
What happened to Oasis?
They're back.
They're back?
Yeah.
Oh,
Do
interesting.
they play him after every English win? I know they played him after one of the wins.
No idea. You're asking the wrong person there.
All right. Should I go ask Jarrett?
Probably.
I'm not going to. All right. Let's get into football, Wolf. And we were going through position battles to watch at training camp when it opens next week, 7 days from now. And we kept doing this, and we kept getting stuck on quarterback for some reason.
Yeah.
Because they don't know who their quarterback is, and that kind of matters.
Well, yes.
But there are other guys on this team.
Yes.
So then yesterday, we're like, we're not talking about quarterback when we do this. So we started at corner, and that pretty much took the whole segment.
Yes.
And you said something in there where you were talking, I believe, about a different position where you said, what about a personal battle?
Yeah, very personal battle.
Okay.
And when I say that, base earnings, I don't mean, it's personal between me and you. We're fighting for the same position in the game of football, and it's personal between us. That's not what I mean. Let me just say that over the years, I have said this, and I continue to say it. You have to make the game personal. If you want to be good at football, you have to take it personally, how your performance is, and what you do and what you don't do, how well you play. You have to take it personally, how well you play. And when you've got one guy that is competing for the same position, and oh, by the way, everybody knows it. And when I say that, there are certain positions you go into camp, guess what? You got no chance. You have absolutely no chance of unseating Budda Baker. You're done, okay? You got zero chance of that. Trey McBride, nobody's beating out Trey McBride, okay? When you go in, you have these end of the offseason meetings, these exit meetings with your coach, and your coach tells you where you are, if you've got a chance to start and if you don't. You know where. This is not a mystery. Are you just trying to make the roster like I was so many times, or are you trying to start? You know exactly where you are.
I don't know where you're going with this, and I have a guess, but I truly don't know what position you're going to bring up. I have one guess, and it's on the offensive side of the football.
Okay, and there you go. And again, when you've got two guys that know it, they know it, everyone on the team knows it, it's up for grab, coaches know it, and the front office knows it. So who is that guy that this is going to be a personal?
So you're saying specifically two guys for one spot. That's it.
So who is that position for you?
For me, I would say Isaiah Adams and Chase Basantis.
Yes.
Is that what it is?
Right.
Okay.
You
all right.
got it right.
All right.
It is. Listen, these are two young guys trying to make their way. Isaiah Adams is still a young guy, and he's a guy that I liked. He's a guy that has flashed and played really, really well when given the opportunity. He just hasn't been as consistent as he needs to be. See, that's the problem.
It seemed like it was going to maybe be his job a year ago.
Yes. Yes. So now all of a sudden you've got this rookie, this second-round rookie coming in, Chase Basantis. And you've got this third-round guy, Isaiah Adams, who's going into his third year. I mean, this is it. We talk about Marvin Harrison Jr. Hey, it's time for you to actually grab the horns, grab the bull by the horns, and show us what you are and who you are. Well, the same thing. This is it for Isaiah Adams. He's got the opportunity to do it. Chase Basantis and Isaiah Adams, two young guys playing a very physical position in right guard, and they are competing. This is an open competition, I believe, for that right guard spot. Who's going to win?
That 2024 draft. Like, you talk about guys with a lot on the line this year. So many of them are from that draft. Marv is obvious. Darius Robinson. You just brought up Isaiah Adams. Trey Benson, I would say, doesn't have starting for the Cardinals on the line, but he could end up somewhere else in a key role if he shows something. I would say Max Melton has a lot on the line this year. There's the guys that have come out of that draft so far. We're like, okay, I kind of feel like I know where they are on this team are Rabbit and Tip Ryman. Especially Tip Ryman had to be the happiest guy in the world that Mike LaFleur took over as head coach.
Yes.
Because it's perfect for him.
Well, once again, yes. He's loving the fact that Tip Ryman is a hyper-physical tight end, and I think we're going to see a ton of 12 personnel. I was talking about this before. I think in rundown situation-based audience, we're going to see more two tight end sets, maybe than any other team in the National Football League.
What was your number earlier on 3 tight end sets?
As a matter of fact, this was something that actually was tweeted out or X'd out, ladies and gentlemen, by somebody else, and it was about how many times the Rams in the NFL set a record last year, an NFL record, 331 plays out of 3 tight ends, 13 personnel. 331 plays. The next closest in the NFL, it was the Pittsburgh Steelers at 145.
Look, I couldn't have given you those numbers off the top of my head by any means, but didn't it seem that way? And I know Mike LaFleur has talked about it. LaFleur's talked about it since he got here, that's just kind of the way last season went. And so McVay leaned into it, and it worked pretty well for the Rams. But, I mean, Colby Parkinson, Tyler Higbee, Terrence Ferguson, they went. All of those guys played a huge role. And some of there was injuries, but still, like the Rams just leaned into it more and more with the 3 tight ends and the 2 running backs. And the Cardinals can't replicate it perfectly yet, obviously. They don't have Matthew Stafford, but they've got some pretty good tight ends and some pretty good running backs.
Yeah, and you're going to have 13 personnel, of course. What's going to happen, Basin Orleans? You are going to run the ball. You are going to run the ball, and you better have a right guard. Typically, your right guard is the most physical. One of your most physical offensive linemen. That's why Will Hernandez actually played at right guard. Very, very physical. That's what you want. You want a mauler. You want a brawler at right guard. You want some guy that is, listen, you want a mauler and a brawler at every position.
I was going to say, why limit it to right guard?
But especially your right guard. And that's why it's going to get personal. It is. When you come in every day and you're looking at the depth chart, I don't know how Mike LaFleur is going to do it. I don't know how the Arizona Cardinals have done it historically. I don't know how. Every coach is a little bit different in regard to informing you what the starting lineup is. Do some teams just post it on the board?
We're going to get that thing where the Cardinals depth chart drops in like week 2 of camp, and everybody's like, that's not the official thing. That's just we're just putting this out.
That's right. That's why I say it's personal.
Yeah.
Because again, Basinonians, even though it's nothing personal between these 2 men, it's personal because one guy is trying to keep the other guy from taking his job. We're talking about your job. Can you imagine? I laugh about this all the time. Can you imagine if there was somebody who followed you around every day and all he was doing was trying to take your job? Can you imagine everything you do?
It'd be kind of annoying.
There's somebody sitting there, and what if somebody was trying to keep you from doing that, by the way, because he wanted your job? Can you imagine if somebody was right in your face trying to take your job?
All day, every day.
That's exactly.
And you liked your job.
That's why.
Some people are like, cool, have it.
That's right. And that's why I say it's kind of personal. There's a lot of money at stake, isn't there?
It is the one position, if you just look at offense, other than quarterback, which is so weird to say, but everything else feels like there's a pretty clear hierarchy going into camp where it just feels like, okay, Love's your lead back. Marv and Michael Wilson are going to be your top 2 receivers. McBride's obviously your starting tight end. Paris Johnson Jr., Isaac Seumalo, Yelda Froholt, Elijah Wilkinson. Like, it feels like all these positions, and there's some movement, right? If you're going with 3 receivers, then you could have a conversation, I guess, if somebody could pass Kendrick Bourne. If you're going with 2 tight ends, I would assume Tip Ryman's the second one. But you're right. At right guard, there doesn't really seem to be a clear-cut answer right now. That feels like let's just see what happens in the next month and a half.
Yeah, and you don't change your offensive linemen from play to play.
Yeah, you want to, especially, we'll get into this with Josh Weinfuss later, but the offense that Mike LaFleur is going to run here, it seems like you just want to have everybody on the same page. And so that's not changing up your O-line. All right, we come back.
Wait.
How big was that Diamondback sweep over the Dodgers? We'll get you Archie Bradley's thoughts on it. That's still a player's perspective he can give us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Football soon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. The home of Arizona State Sun Devils football. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, ArizonaSports.com, 98.7 FM.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Sorry, something went right into my throat. Listen, they've got a brand new facility in Mesa and Phoenix. Of course, they've always had that one in Phoenix, but they've got a new facility in Mesa serving the East Valley, of course, and giving them full coverage. They are hiring as well. That's right. Right now, if you need a job, especially if you're a student, you're young, and you need a job, they are looking for you. What an amazing opportunity for college students this summer. You can earn a great wage. You can stay active, build relationships. A brotherhood actually forms, and you can make an impact, man. Very competitive pay and bonuses as well. Nobody wants to move in the summer, but it's inevitable. New job, new home, changing schools. Let the trusted professionals take that burden and stress away from you so you can focus on what matters. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Many times, a person hires a law firm after an injury without doing research. It can be a big mistake or not. Sometimes, after you have hired a certain lawyer, you realize you made a certain mistake. But guess what? Just because you hired them doesn't mean you can't fire them. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you think you've hired the wrong firm, you may have. So do this. Google Morgan & Morgan results or visit forthepeople.com for cases just like yours. You may find that our full-service injury firm should have been your choice in the first place. Last year, almost 12,000 people discharged their law firm and hired us after further research. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. Visit forthepeople.com today and let's get started. Or call Pound Law on your cell phone. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7, all the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Every great player needs a great team behind them. For your child, that starts with you. At Valleywise Health, we're proud to be part of that team. With regular wellness visits, vaccinations, and pediatric care you can trust. And while most days are filled with games, practices, playgrounds, and after-school activities, sometimes unexpected injuries happen. When they do, Valleywise Health also provides specialized pediatric emergency care designed just for children. Valleywise Health, you're more to us.
Is it what the can you even hear me? Standing with your spotlight on me. Not enough to feed the hungry. I'm tired and I felt it for a while now.
Hey, it's Gambo. Have the Diamondbacks convinced their front office enough to be trade deadline buyers? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, before we get into baseball, LeBron's really waiting until the end of the World Cup to pick his team, isn't he?
I think so.
Like he's going to announce his team early next week because it's before NFL training camps open up and it's after the World Cup.
Yeah.
No, he has the chance to do the funniest thing ever tomorrow. I'm not trying to get too political here, but president is speaking tomorrow, and he could just announce it during the president's speech.
I think he just wants nothing else going on, so he has the whole day.
Yeah.
There's no way he doesn't know where he's going at this point. Like,
Yeah.
Do you think LeBron, when free agency opened, was like, oh, I'm a free agent. What do I do? Like, he knows full well what he's doing.
Yeah. What do you guys think? I think he's going to Cleveland.
I think he's going to Cleveland, too.
Yeah, it's. I think it's pretty easy to just go to Cleveland. But in 2010, I feel like everybody was like, oh, he's just going to go back to Cleveland. And the whole Heat thing was like, he's not going to do that. No one's going to do that. And then it happened.
I mean, I guess, I don't know, what would be the wild card? Philly? I guess Philly is the only one that makes any sense why this is taking any time. Because I'm guessing he already knew where he was going. And then Philly's like, hey, we're just going to get Jaylen Brown from Boston for basically nothing.
There's no way he goes to Philly.
But that's the only thing that would justify why it's taking that long. The environment changed.
Yeah.
He's going to Cleveland.
Can I just say right now, is there a possibility that LeBron is not trying to wait till he's got everyone's attention in the world before he announces it?
What's the other option?
That he's still maybe considering 2 teams and weighing 2 teams, and maybe they're still having conversations as to what they're going to. Is there any possibility that is the case? Do we really think he would be that self-absorbed to say, you know what, I'm going to wait. I'm going to hold out till there's nothing going on.
Well, I tell you what. We can put this to the test.
Really? Do you believe that?
If I kind of believe it, we'll see. Like if he announces it next Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, yes, I fully believe that.
And I'm not necessarily saying based on needs that's a bad thing that he's doing it. Okay, but it is a little self-absorbed. Well, if you're waiting for that,
I mean, he's LeBron, though.
Yeah, this just feels like the fact that we all made this joke 2 weeks ago. When free agency opened, and we're like, okay, well, hold on. The World Cup's a big deal, and that's going on right now. He's going to wait till it's over. I thought he was just going to wait till the U.S. got bounced, but apparently he's waiting till the whole thing's over.
Or he wants to, again, steal the spotlight from something else. So either announce, tomorrow during the speech or Sunday during the World Cup final or something so that LeBron is the biggest news and not anything else.
I think it's going to be like Monday.
Yeah.
If we had, you know what, let's just pick right now. What day is he announcing the team that I'm sure he already knows he's going to? I will say next Monday. I will say, and if we can legitimately pick when, then that says something.
Yeah, okay.
I'll say July. Let me do the math on this. What is next Monday? Next Monday, whatever next Monday is.
Okay, you say next Monday.
Yeah. So that's the 20th, right?
Second half of the World Cup final on Sunday.
Okay. You think on a Sunday. All right,
wow.
That's bold. Okay, so
that
Rick
is.
Says, okay, World Cup on Sunday. Jamal?
July 23rd.
July 23rd.
So next Thursday. Oh, wait. Yeah.
Okay. Your confidence is really showing through in this pick. Why? Do you have a reason?
It's 23rd, 23.
Okay.
Is the number.
All right.
Okay.
You don't think he's caught up in Cardinals training camp? You think that's a big enough deal?
Yeah,
okay.
I think he's going to announce it at Cardinals.
Okay. I just think he's going to announce this Monday, July 20th.
That's what I said.
I know, but why should I pick a different if I don't believe?
Okay.
He's going to, okay, we're on the same page.
Okay.
All right. July 20th.
July 20th, LeBron will pick his team. It's going to be between the 20th and the 23rd because that's when football hasn't gotten going and the World Cup's over.
Yeah. Whatever. I mean, honestly, I don't care. I don't care at this point in time.
That's going to upset LeBron. He needs everybody to care.
That's right.
Here's something
Especially if he's that self-absorbed that he's doing it specifically to go, look, everybody, look at me. LeBron, really? At this point in time, how old are you? How many things have you done? How many world championships have you? Do you really care for the spotlight now at this point? God, no, do knock it off.
I mean, after all that, you picked the exact same day I picked after all that.
Knock it off. Don't tell me LeBron is sitting there, he's waiting for the spotlight to be just on him so that he gets all of that.
So,
really?
So this is what I tell people about LeBron. And I think a lot of people either take like, oh, LeBron's so annoying, I can't stand him. Or they're like, oh, I'm such a big LeBron fan, I stand by everything he does. No. Here's my thing on LeBron. LeBron is an extremely self-centered, annoying human, but he's great at basketball, and I love watching him play, and he hasn't really gotten in trouble off the court, so, like,
I don't even find him that annoying. I just feel like this is kind of what's going to happen.
Yeah, I think
he could have announced it on.
I think he's 100% annoying. Just announce where you're going, dude.
Seriously.
Well, we'll see. I mean, eventually
my
he's
young
have
Crunk
to pick
brothers,
a team.
live your life, man. Live your life out loud. Okay, don't plan and plot everything. Live it, bruh.
Speaking of living out loud and not planning everything, Archie Bradley joined Bickley and Murata yesterday. And they asked him, okay, so that sweep over the Dodgers seems to have kind of gotten everybody. You have to take notice, at least. Hey, maybe the Diamondbacks can do something here. If you can sweep the Dodgers, you feel like you can beat teams like the Pirates and the Nationals and the Cardinals. What's the rule from dodgeball? If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. That's basically what this is. If you can beat the Dodgers, you can beat anybody. So they asked Archie Bradley, what does that do for you as a player on that team?
I'm going to start by saying yes. I'm the energy guy. For me, for a team that is looking for something to go into the break, are we going to be buyers? Are we going to be sellers? I know we still got a little to play to figure that out. But again, man, this is the team to beat. This is the team in your division that is going to go win the World Series. They're back-to-back. There's no one else that's better. Beating them on the field, again, I go back to 17. It proves that when you take everything out and just stack 9 against 9, we can play with them.
He also said this about Torey Lovello.
I was thinking about this question on the elevator ride up today.
Really?
Because I literally, on the drive in, I was thinking about Torey and this team, and I heard you guys talk last week. I listen, I keep up, and hey, we got to go. And Torey's name is floating around, one-year deal, Who else are we going to go get? Again, I just talked about it off air. This is a different sports city than New York, than other places. I know we want to win, but let's just be real about our market, the money we spend. And I'll give King Kendrick credit. We've been spending a lot more money. We're not lacking that, but we're not a thriving like, hey, if we don't win, Corey's got to go.
Right.
You know what I mean? Unfortunately, we're in the same spot. Are we going to be buyers? Are we going to be sellers? Are we going to make a wild card run? Torey is the guy for me. I'm biased. I played for him. But when I think about the Diamondbacks, what he thinks about is winning now. And again, I heard Mike Hazen. I'm bringing Hazen in now. This is a team and a franchise that you have to think about now. And unfortunately, you do have to worry about next year and the season after because of the way we spend, because of our talent. We're not the Dodgers. We're not some of these other teams that just have this endless pool. And so, yeah, it's so funny you say that. Torey is our guy here.
Torey is our guy. It is fantastic to hear this, and it reminds me, basically, so much of a player's mentality and how I feel. Would you say that Arch was a very accountable player?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say he's really, really an accountable player, a guy that looked at himself first before he looked at anybody else, a guy that looked at himself and held himself accountable before he was pointing to everybody else and blaming everybody else. To me, that's how I remember Arch. Now, I may be wrong on that, Basin Orleans, but that's how I remember him.
I remember him getting to third base against the Rockies in that wild card game. That's how I remember Arch.
That was awesome. There's no doubt about it. But again, I'm not. Here's a guy that is not going to look at his manager and say it's your fault. I'm going out there and sucking buttermilk. It's because of you. Again, players their mentality is different than fans. Their mentality is different than front office personnel sometimes. Their mentality is different. And because of that, they're never going to point to a guy and say it's your fault. We're losing.
I think a lot of this is just going to come down to, if you're talking about Torey, what happens the rest of this season, because they're 49-47 right now. A year ago at this time, they were 46-50, so not as good, but very close. The year before that, they were 49-47 right now. This is what they tend to be around the All-Star break. He said it. Unfortunately, we're back in the, wait, are we buyers or are we sellers? When they got in the position to be buyers, they took off. When they got in the position where they had to sell, they actually played well after the trade deadline last year, but they played so poorly leading into the trade deadline that it was too big of a deficit to overcome. He's right. This isn't the Yankees, where if you're not winning the World Series every 2 years, your job's on the line, but you do need to make the postseason. You know my thoughts on Torey. I think he's part of the solution, not part of the problem, but I also understand if I'm an owner, and I get where fans are coming from, if you're looking and saying, hey, it's been 10 years and we've made the postseason once or twice, depending what happens this year, maybe 3 times, you start to look around and say, okay, what can we change? So it's nuanced. It depends how you get there, certainly, but we've seen them kind of get through the first 95 to 100 games, and then you kind of pick a direction. They're going to pick a direction here in the next 2 weeks.
Took the team to the World Series.
He did. And he was
not capable.
He was instrumental in that, and that wasn't that long ago.
3 years later.
All right, when we come back, what is the Cardinals' offense going to look like this season? There's a good story up on ESPN detailing what exactly Mike LaFleur wants his guys to do, what's going to make it work, and how they're buying in. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Listen, if you need a new vehicle, it's been on your mind, I've got a great reason why you should head on over to Tim Hovig's Santan Ford. Listen, their summer sales event is happening right now. Oh, yeah, the summer sales event. And they're making it easier than ever to get behind the wheel of a brand new Ford, man. It's time for you to gather around the transistor right now. You can drive home a new Ford with no payments for 90 days, and they'll even include two years of premium Ford maintenance at no extra cost to you. Maybe you're dreaming about hitting the trails or have been looking for fuel efficiency, or maybe you just want to hear the engine rumble. Well, Santan Ford has some serious summer incentives that are available to you right now. We're talking $5,000 off MSRP on the 2026 Ford Bronco, $5,000 off MSRP on a 2026 Mustang GT. Summer deals like this don't stick around forever, so stop by Santan Ford and see what's going on right now. Start shopping now at santanford.com. That's santanford.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where there's big news coming from your service departments.
That's right, Bic. We have slashed prices on major repairs and 12 essential services, from oil changes to brake pads. The savings are incredible, and you don't have to take my word for it. Just go to ChapmanBMW.com, put your VIN number in, and you'll see all the money you're saving. And it doesn't matter where you purchase your BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
One great experience.
Hi, it's Wayne from AMCO, stopping by the station to check in with Roller.
Hey, Wayne, what's going on today?
Well, the biggest question I hear lately is, do you have to go back to the dealer where you bought your car to get service or repairs?
Wayne, that's a good question. Do you?
No, Roller. If you bought a new or a new used car and you have an extended warranty contract that's hiding in your glove box, please don't forget it's there and that you can use it at any AMCO.
Oh, I thought you had to go to the dealer to keep your warranty valid.
Yes, most people do, but that's not the case. You can have your vehicle serviced at any authorized service center, and AMCO's authorized by all of the major warranty companies.
Wow, that's great. It's so nice to have other options.
I'll say AMCO has dealership quality, rental cars, no hassles, and faster service.
Wayne, that's great. And just to make sure, AMCO does more than transmissions, right?
That's right. If you need your vehicle repaired or hear, feel, see, smell, or even think you have a car issue, please call AMCO first or for a second opinion.
There you go. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Hey, it's Bodie and Victoria, owners of NewACUnit.com.
In Arizona, it hits 100 degrees and suddenly AC prices magically go up.
We don't play that game at NewACUnit.com.
Even with manufacturers raising prices this year, we've used our buying power to keep your costs down.
And the price you see online, that includes everything. Unit, install, delivery, no surprises.
Just a smarter, more affordable way to stay cool at NewACUnit.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. Eduardo Rodriguez tossed a 1-2-3 second inning in last night's MLB All-Star game, but the National League lost 4-0 to the American League. The Diamondbacks resume their season Friday at home against the St. Louis Cardinals. The Summer Suns are in action today at the Thomas & Mack Center in Las Vegas. They take on the Pistons with tip-off at 3. And the World Cup semifinals continue today with Argentina taking on England in just about an hour. The winner of the game will take on Spain in Sunday's final. And that is what is trending now.
Hang on, there's something in the back room. Hope it's not the creatures from above.
Hey, it's Gambo. Can Kaman Maluach deliver another strong performance in the Summer League today? We'll react to his performance on today's Burns and Gambo show 2 to 6 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Hour number 2 of the show, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on a Wednesday. It's Wolf and Luke. Mike Hazen's going to join us in about 40 minutes.
Cool.
Talk about the D-backs as we're about 3.5 weeks away from the trade deadline. 16 games.
By the pricking of my thumb. Something wicked this way comes.
He's a good guy to talk to today, of all days, as they head into this stretch coming out of the All-Star break. Josh Weinfuss is going to join us in about an hour or so. Wolf, of course, covers the Cardinals for ESPN. He has a story up there right now, and the title of it is "Will Cardinals' Deceptive Offense Produce Magic?" It's a good read. It's not like super long or anything, but if you are excited about this Cardinals season for reasons beyond just, hey, it's football and I'm excited for football, I think if you're excited about the Cardinals, if you have hope in the direction that they're going, a lot of it hinges on what can Jeremiah Love do for the offense. What does Trey McBride look like in this offense with a new coach? But I think a lot of it hinges on Michael Fleur as an offensive mind, training along some of the guys like Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay. Maybe he can just unlock this offense, and that's what this story dives into.
Yeah, I think you just set that up beautifully because that's exactly what I expect from this offense. I think this offense is going to be shadows of Kyle Shanahan. Maybe we'll just call it the shadow hand
I
offense.
see what you did there.
How about that?
I could see you were
the
going
shadow hand. Oh, the shadow knows. Okay, don't get me sidetracked.
Sounds like a book
at all. Okay. Listen, I love it too. I love the fact that they're going to do this, and I'm really hoping we're going to see this. Basin O'Neens, you've heard me talk about it before, but I'm going to go over it again. Rundown is fun down. In this offense, rundown is fun down. 1st and 10, 2nd and 1 to 6, somewhere in there. That is classic rundown situation in the National Football League. Rundown is going to be fun down with the Mike LaFleur offense because the complexion or the illusion of complexity, let's put it that way, the illusion of complexity. I almost malapropped that thing. That would have been one for the ages, would it not?
But I got to look up like half the words you just said, but go ahead.
The illusion of complexity is alive and well in the Kyle Shanahan offense, or the shadow hand, as we like to say.
As we've been calling it for the last 48 seconds. Here's Trey McBride from last month. He was asked his favorite thing about his early impressions of the new offense.
I just think it's there's so much that it can do. Its ability to marry up the run game and the pass game is probably one of the most important things. Everything kind of looks the same. Whether you're running a run play, you're running a pass play, we're going to motion down. We're going to do the same things in both aspects. Maybe we're going to run a play action off of it, and the next one we're going to run the actual run. So it's really cool to see how he's able to utilize that, how he's able to move people around, get into 12 personnel, 13 personnel, do the same thing that we're doing in 11 personnel, but just do it with a few more tight ends on the field. So his ability to move people around, get people open is pretty fun.
That is huge right there, what he just said. It really is. Because once again, 11 personnel or 13 personnel. You can run the exact same play based on it. You can. You can run the same play. You're probably asking a wide receiver to block at some point in time if you're going to run the ball. out of 11 personnel, using the same type of play that you would run with 13 personnel, of course. It's one of the reasons why I like the Arizona Cardinals offense this year because of that. I think the 3 top wide receivers they have are all guys who can block.
Yeah. Yeah.
Michael Wilson.
Michael Wilson's huge.
Are you kidding? Michael Wilson's he's gonna block. Are you kidding me? 1,000-yard receiver. That's right. He's gonna block. Marvin Harrison Jr. is gonna block. He's gonna give you what he's got. Kendrick Bourne is also not some small slot. He's gonna block as well and knows how to do it, especially coming from the 49ers offense. So this is the illusion of complexity is alive and well with the Arizona Cardinals offense because of there's so many different things. Personnel groups, you just heard Trey McBride talk about it, but personnel groups that are different, yet you run the same play.
Yeah.
It's not a giveaway.
I can feel my brain trying to shift from, boy, I hope they get a good pick in 2027 class and get that quarterback, to, okay, training camp's opening, and I'm trying to look at this, how can the Cardinals win the most games this season? And everything that we saw from the Rams offense, what we know about a Kyle Shanahan offense, that we know Mike LaFleur is going to try to bring here, everything I've heard from Cardinals players, everything you see in this story, it's something you can get behind. You know, there's a real good chance Mike LaFleur is just a really good offensive mind. I mean, look at who he has grown up around in this game. And a lot of it, you talk about the illusion of complexity. If you go into the story, it's a few different players talking about how all the plays are going to look almost the same, but they want to make it look complicated to plant that seed of doubt in the defense's mind where they have to think for just a second, wait, are they handing off to Jeremiah Love or is he rolling out and throwing it to Trey McBride? But I got one question. I really have 2 questions for you, Wolf, and I'll ask these to Josh when he's on too. But just from your perspective of having played in this league, this all seems, and I know you've been saying for a while, this is stuff the Cardinals should do. This all seems like something that every team would want to do. So why does it work so much better when Kyle Shanahan or even Sean McVay do it? And does that mean it's going to work when Mike LaFleur does it?
Yeah. You know, once again, I'm not saying there aren't a lot of teams that are doing it, because there are a lot of teams now that are picking it up because of the success that Kyle Shanahan has had, okay? It's always been a tenet in the game of football. But you got to remember the spread was real. And the spread came into the National Football League 2017, 2016, 2017, somewhere in there, and it was real. The concepts totally changed so much of what football was all about. And that's why I say the pendulum is coming back more towards the center. There are coaches that are saying we got away from the game of football. And I think because of that, because there has been a seismic change, of course, a shift, if you will, there's been a lot of coaches that were caught out of place and really weren't qualified to be in the National Football League anymore because they're spread people as opposed to some of the more traditional
that was their specialty.
Concepts. That was their specialty. So, again, I think it's all changing and evolving right now. But, listen, it comes down to how you coach these plays as well. Schemes are schemes, but based on skulls. That's what matters. That's what makes the play work. It's skulls. So it's also the coaches that are trying to actually identify this guy's going to be really good in our offense. He's going to be really, really good because we're going to ask him to do A, B, and C. And he's really good at A, B, and C. So you got to find guys that you can plug in as well. Something as subtle as this, Basinonians. Think about this. If you're going to run play action, okay? You're going to run a play action pass. Do you have offensive linemen that know how to get their pads down, that know how to get their hats low in order to deceive the box personnel? I'm talking about the front 6, front 7, however many guys are in it, front 8, whatever it might be. The guys in the box, how are you impacting them? How much do you fake? How much do you sell the run when it's play action? How well do you do it? This is why this is where coaching does matter and really comes into play. And then it's up to the player to execute it. You look at the 49ers. The 49ers offensive linemen, they do an incredible job of keeping their hats down. because immediately, again, the secondary and the box, they look at that and they say, oh, man, it's a run. No, it isn't.
See, this is another question I have about this, where it's littered throughout this story. We've heard players say this over the last month and a half since OTAs got going and everything, of the importance of everybody being on the same page for this to work. Where if all the plays are going to look the same, you can't be the guy on the field who's like, oh, I'm running the wrong play and I'm looking over. Well, it looks like this. It's not going to, they're all going to look the same. If there's that much importance placed on, okay, we all have to be on the exact same page, maybe even more so than your typical NFL team that always has to be on the same page, then doesn't it matter that you have your quarterback in there from the very start of training camp? Yeah. Like that seems especially valuable in this particular situation. All right, when we come back, if the Arizona Diamondbacks end up buying at the deadline, and that seems like that's a real possibility again, what exactly do they need, and is it enough to get them over the top to be actual contenders in the National League? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
If you're Mike and you're trying to read the terrain here a little bit, there are a few teams in there that feel like they could be fizzle-out candidates. Miami feels like a fizzle-out candidate. St. Louis maybe ends up being a fizzle-out candidate. San Diego, who knows what they're going to do, right? Like, if you believe that eventually those teams are going to slide out, that might be one of your motivating factors to do it as well. With the bullpen performing the way it is and with the pieces that are in place and some of the guys that are coming back, I could see them being a buyer.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The garage door springs that come standard with most homes don't last. And when they fail, it's not just inconvenient, it's dangerous. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello at A1 Garage Door Service. Our springs are the toughest in the industry, backed by our lifetime warranty. That's right. Fix them once and you're covered for life. Don't risk your family's safety or your peace of mind. Let A1 replace your springs before they become a problem. From repairs to upgrades, it's A1 from day one.
A1 from day one.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
Tired all the time? Gaining weight? Lost your edge? Those aren't just signs of getting older that could be low testosterone. Vital for Men is Arizona's original men's health clinic. Not a franchise, not a side hustle for some med spa. We're open Monday through Friday. We accept most insurance, and right now your first testosterone test is free. Find out where you stand. Call Vital for Men or go to vitalformen.com. It's time to stop guessing and start living.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. What will we get from the Summer Suns today against Detroit? We'll talk about our basketball team. Join us. The fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Trade deadline is about 3.5 weeks away in Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
If I'm doing the math right. Mike Hazen's going to join us in about 30 minutes. Last time he was on the show, he did say, as the interview was ending, that he is hoping to be buying at the deadline. Now, a lot has changed since then, for worse at first and then better. I think they're kind of back where they were last time we had him on the show, and a lot can still change. They have 16 games coming out of the All-Star break before the trade deadline, and 10 of them are against teams right around them. And, within those 10, Wolf, it's the 4 against the St. Louis Cardinals, including the first 3 starting Friday, that really are going to determine a lot of this. But let's just say for a second that the Diamondbacks are in position and early August rolls around and they are looking to buy. I guess let's start here. What specifically do they need to buy?
Oh, man, I think we'd all say first base.
First base.
Right? We'd all say first base.
We're all on board with that? Okay.
Yeah. Command and control. The frat boys are giving us the thumbs up right now. And I would also say, too, probably a rotation starter.
Yeah. I think
those two things.
Those are the first two things that come to mind for me, too. Maybe they would do something with the bullpen. I wouldn't really mess with it, especially because I would assume Puck or Martinez comes back at some point.
Yeah,
I'm fine with the bullpen.
The bullpen I think is okay.
It's a weird spot. Usually, though, every contending team adds something to the bullpen, don't they? I don't think I'd mess with it.
Right. I mean, Mike Hazen, once again, put this bullpen together. He does it every year going into it's late that he puts the bullpen together. And suddenly we're all like, man, what's going on with the bullpen?
This year, like, hey, Mike, you don't have any lefties back there, right? He's like, yeah, I get it.
What are you doing, Mike? We don't have a left-hander in the bullpen, and you're telling me, right, Mike, you do this over, you paste this thing together. And
I love how we interview the GM of a team, and we're like, hey, Mike, I know this is your whole life, and you stress out over it 365. We just wanted to point out, in case you didn't know, you don't have any lefties in the bullpen.
Yeah, Mike, I don't know if somebody forgot to tell you this, but, man, Justin Martinez and A.J. Puck, these guys aren't going to be back right away.
So you need to add guys.
Do you know what's going on here?
Well,
he does. This is why he
great.
is the freaky Mike Hazen. His brain is bigger than yours.
Well, yeah, because how many of these guys that were just small moves?
Freaky Mike Hazen, wheeling and dealing.
You gotta write some of these new songs. Rick, do you have the dunk song again, by the way, next time we play anything with Come On Malawatch? No, look, some of these moves he made for the rotation, or for the bullpen, rather, were just seemingly minor moves in the offseason last year when we were talking about, whatever. We're talking about the NFL playoffs, or we're going into the middle of the NBA season. Oh, the Diamondbacks went out and got Taylor Clark, or they went out and they added Jonathan Loaizaga. Like these little moves that in the moment don't feel huge, but they have been huge. So this is a long way of I want to get to this. If they could add a first baseman, and they could add a rotation piece.
Yeah.
Is there a way they can do that where it's not just, hey, we're trying to get that third wild card? Could they actually be dangerous again? Because the last time they went to the postseason, they went all the way to the World Series. You're still laughing at Loizaga?
It's just so, I mean, honestly, I feel so badly because that was the one guy specifically, too. Not only did I call him Loizaga.
You're not the only one.
Okay,
a lot of people do
that's
that.
right. I'm sure a lot of people are out there, but I called him Loizaga Basinonians. And not only that, he was the quintessential, this is what Mike Hazen does. He takes these guys and he just pastes them into the bullpen. These guys that were lesser known commodities. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, look out. Look at what Jonathan Loizaga has done. Look at what he's done
Got a
for this
2.17
bullpen.
ERA.
Oh, my goodness. This dude is death
And the other
to
guy,
an opposing team right now.
The other guy, Taylor Clark, I mean, he had a whole month where he didn't give up a run.
I know.
He's got his ERA is in the 2.59. Brandon Garcia right now is the biggest piece that came over in that trade with the Mariners
Oh, my
last
goodness,
year.
yes.
They're still doing this.
Don't forget about Juan.
That's true. Anybody you can steal from the Dodgers that ends up being good. How about Paul Sewald, who was like done?
Paul Sewald was baked. Once again, I mean, honestly, look at this. Paul, we love Paul. Oh, my goodness, how competitive he has been as a Diamondback and what a leader he's been in the clubhouse. We hear this from guys. Paul Sewald, Mike, did you notice that Paul kind of struggled? He's not ready to close again. He doesn't even call himself a closer, Mike.
That's true. On this show, he said, don't call me the closer.
Sure enough, look at this. Paul Sewald is his metaphorical death to somebody else. If he's got a save, he's going to go out there, he's going to get the save. He might give up a run, but he's going to get the save.
So,
unless it's a non-safe situation.
Then you need to run.
Then you're in trouble.
He might work himself back into the save situation.
He's like, hold on, this isn't where I'm supposed to be. Let me get back into a save situation.
5-1. Here's a home run. All right, now we're good.
Don't you guys love that, though? How mental that is? That is mental.
This is what I love, okay? The Diamondbacks last year had 18 different guys record a save. And the team leader in saves was Shelby Miller. Remember him?
Oh, man.
This is last year. I'm not talking about like 2017. I'm talking about last year. Shelby Miller led the Diamondbacks with 10 saves.
Oh, my goodness.
Paul Sewald already has 22 at the All-Star break.
22.
And there's nobody. There's a couple guys that each have one. Murillo, Garcia, and Loizaga each have one. But that was just situationally. They got a save.
Yes.
The Diamondbacks, more so than almost any team in baseball, have a clear-cut closer.
Just think about this, Masonines. Honestly, this is how good the Diamondbacks bullpen has been. We could play For Whom the Bell Tolls every time they go to the bullpen.
Yeah, we probably should.
We could. I don't care who it is. Just bring out Taylor Clark.
Everybody has the same music.
For Whom the Bell Tolls. Bring out Juan Murillo. For Whom the Bell Tolls. Bring out Loizaga. Don't say Loizaga.
And the guys that were struggling in the bullpen in the first 2 weeks of the season were instantly gone. Just gone.
I love it, man. It just is, it is awesome to see these guys go out and compete, not listen to anybody say anything, especially some dude who's 63 years old. Savage,
Still savage
but 63.
Yeah.
Don't listen to anybody say you can't do something. Watch this. Give me the ball and let me go do it. Man, this has been awesome to watch the Diamondbacks bullpen come together. Now, Mike Hazen also likes to typically do something with the pen at some point in time, too. So he might add to that even.
So real quickly, though, back to the original question. If they can go out and get the first baseman they want, and they can go out and get a starting pitcher they want, does that put them in the, is there a way they can do that where it's like, okay, hold on, this is a team that could take the Braves out or the Brewers out, or so, is it just we got to sneak into the wild card, or if you make the right, let's say 2 moves here in the next few weeks, could you be dangerous?
Yes, especially if you brought Christian Walker home.
Ooh. How if you bring Corbin Burns back? All right, when we come back, let's get into college football. ASU's coming off 2 interesting seasons. One where it was amazing, nobody was ready for it, and they should still be playing in that playoff if anybody knew what targeting was. And then last year was like not bad, but disappointing. So what does it all mean for the state of ASU football heading into the 2026 season? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
It's really hard to overstate just how out of left field these last 4 games have felt. They got that last win in San Diego, then they went into Los Angeles, and in a weekend where their 3 impact players did nothing. It was the lower half of the lineup that was leading the Diamondbacks in each of these games, and that's exactly where they have been a big, dark, black hole.
It was the others, as
it was the
Shaquille O'Neal.
others.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and joint pain is awful when you're the person who's fighting through it, but I'm betting you aren't the only ones affected by it. Maybe you love someone who struggles with joint pain. You see what they don't say, what they've slowly stopped doing. For instance, it's July, the days are long and hot, it's time to be in the pool, moving, living, and you're on the sideline sitting it out. Let's talk about getting that life back, because at QC Kinetics, that's what's happening every day. People who were stuck in that cycle of pain are finally stepping out of it with regenerative treatments done right there in the office. No surgery, no long recovery, no putting your life on hold, just real relief. The inflammation eases, the pain lets go, and you suddenly feel like your old self again. Go find out what's possible with a free consultation. They have clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
We've got the world's biggest soccer tournament, and it only gets better when you can trade on the outcome. Yep, get in on all the action with Kalshi, because here come the final teams from the quarterfinals, semifinals, and of course, soccer's ultimate prize happening July 19th. Kalshi, just the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states. Paul Calvise here. Hey, you see the latest? Messi joining Giannis, linking up with Kalshi. Remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in, buy out of your position, and for a limited time. Download the Kalshi app and use referral code AZSports, one word, AZSports, to get $10 when you trade 10. Referral code AZSports, one word, on the Kalshi app. KALSHI, Kalshi, trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm with the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, Stuart Willis. Stuart, I've got a friend going through a divorce. He's worried about what it could do to his retirement. What should someone in that situation be thinking about?
Well, Gambo, the biggest thing is this. Divorce doesn't just divide assets. It can completely rewrite your retirement plan. Someone may have thought they were only 5 years away from retirement, but after dividing retirement accounts and pensions, home equity, income, and future expenses, that timeline may change.
So how do you help someone get clarity?
Well, we cash flow out the new retirement picture. At Asset Preservation, we use planning software like eMoney to model out their income, expenses, taxes, Social Security, everything. We don't replace the divorce attorney, but we can help people understand whether the settlement supports their long-term retirement goals.
Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Triple digits are here, and you can avoid an AC system breakdown by calling Collins Comfort Masters to schedule an $89 AC tune-up. Collins is trusted by the community with nearly 11,000 five-star Google reviews and expert technicians that get the job done right the first time. Take advantage of this offer now, so your home will stay cool and comfortable all summer long. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, the no-worry solution for all your air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration needs.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. Eduardo Rodriguez tossed a 1-2-3 second inning in last night's MLB All-Star game, but the National League lost 4-0 to the American League. The Diamondbacks resume their season Friday at home against the St. Louis Cardinals. The Summer Suns are in action today at the Thomas & Mack Center in Las Vegas. They take on the Pistons with tip-off at 3. And the World Cup semifinals continue with Argentina taking on England at noon. The winner of the game will take on Spain in Sunday's final. And that is what is trending now.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. What will we get from the Summer Suns today against Detroit? We'll talk about our basketball team. Join us. The fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Turn this off, Basinonians.
This is like the best coming back from break music because it's like 5 different
Especially right
intros. But there's like 5 levels to it.
Going to the goon walk as you're playing the bass. You know the goon walk that I'm talking about? Okay.
Do you want me
I'll have to do it for YouTube
I think
at
this
some
part
point in
picked
time.
up even better right here. I like this part right here.
Yeah, I know. Oh, that does feel good.
I almost feel ridiculous. I'm not even going to play audio until we get through the full intro. I'm just
You know what? So where's the eye black while we're talking about this? For whom the bell
See,
tolls.
it hits another level right here, too.
James Hetfield.
What was the point of this the other day? You were saying this would be the best closer music you could have.
Yeah,
like
no,
you're the closer, you walk in.
This will be it, right?
There's a light show going on while this is happening. Like the lights start dark and then
No doubt about it. Yeah, the flashing, the flickering, for whom the bell tolls. But you got to start with the bell, of course.
Yeah.
And you just gotta, you let that
You gotta have
reverberate
guy,
a little
like,
bit.
ringing the
you
bell.
hit it a couple of times.
And then it picks up right here one more time, too,
and
doesn't
then
it?
that door opens up. Punch it.
But you did bring up a very important point. If you're going to have this
Time marches on
as your closing music, you can't then come out and walk the first batter. Like if you're going to play this music,
That's right.
You better be throwing strikes.
You better have a save percentage that is 96, 97.
Yeah,
I'm
or
talking
higher.
about really, really high.
Yeah.
Yep.
You need to
come
be-
out and you are
like
veritable death.
Striking guys out or at least hitting them. You
Yes.
can't be like nibbling around the corner like,
No.
here's ball 3. Did you guys hear my music?
Can you imagine? Oh my goodness! You better have a guy that comes out and is a bad
Walking
man.
out, listening to like Jason Mraz throwing walks all over the place. Sorry to Jason Mraz if he's out there listening, but that's not really closing music. That's just the most opposite of Metallica I could think of. Sorry if it's all over your phone, Wolf. I know you're a big Jason Mraz guy.
Yeah.
Kenny Dillingham, speaking at Big 12 Media Day, talked about...
Kenny knows all about Metallica, by the way.
I'm sure
Kenny knows all
he's
about
probably
it.
listening to Metallica right now.
Yes.
Talking about coaching continuity for the program and what that does.
Yeah, I think it makes you more efficient. I think anytime that you can have consistency on your staff, a lot of the things that you would spend time on, you don't have to spend time on, which allows you to give more time off to your staff, which makes them want to stay more. And then the more time off you give them, the more they want to stay, but then the more continuity you have. So I think it's a what came first, the chicken or the egg scenario in terms of that really just provides a lot of time-saving scenarios. And we can all get on the same page. We all know how we think, we know how we work together. And I think it's a huge advantage for us. It allows us to see our families, to get away from the game, and also get the same amount of work done, if not more, than other places with extreme turnover.
I felt like the offensive, actually defensive, maybe even more so than offensive, but just across the board, the continuity they had roster-wise from 2024 to last season was a huge advantage over other teams in this era when everybody's encouraged to switch teams. And then they didn't have as much of it because so many guys got hurt early in the season, like so many big guys like Sam Levitt, and Xavier Alford, and all these guys, that Jordan Tyson.
Yeah.
But the coaching continuity that he's talking about right there, I just think that's huge as you're bringing in new players now because you're trying to recapture what you had in 2024.
Yeah.
Right? And I think this is a big year for ASU because 2024, you were legit. Nothing from last year makes me think 2024 was a fluke. If anything, ASU should have beaten Texas. But last year, you go 8-4, technically 8-5 at the bowl game, even though nobody was playing. But whatever. I think this year is really going to determine how a lot of people view them. If they go out there and win 6 or 7 games this year, people are going to be like, okay, they're decent. If they go out there and win 10 games again or more, then I think you've solidified what they're building.
It's so amazing to listen to Kenny talk about this because coaching continuity, Basinonians, to me, it's one of the most underrated pluses that a program can have.
Ask Devin Booker.
Or minus. The coaching continuity at the college level. Stop and think about it, brothers. I mean, once again, because of the NIL and because of the fact that you're coaching kids that you're also recruiting. I'm talking about coaching them and wanting to coach them hard, but you really can't because you're also recruiting them for next year. You're recruiting a player that is right in front of you so he doesn't go and hit the portal at the end of the season. Do you know how difficult that is to do? And coaches despise it, by the way, and I know this for a fact. There are so many college coaches that are trying to get out of college football so they can go to the NFL.
Look how many
because they
good
don't
ones
have to do
left.
it. That's exactly right. They don't have to do it anymore, Basinonians. I can go to the NFL, and I'm going to stay here on my own merit. Now, if they are given that opportunity, you don't see a ton of NFL coaches running to go coach college football. You don't, and it's because of the NIL and the fact that you have to recruit a kid that you're coaching in the moment. It's an oxymoron to me.
It's the NIL. If Kenny Dillingham ever leaves, I believe that's going to be what does it. And not that if he goes to another college, you don't have to deal with the NIL, but it's just like he's not going to go. I think if the NIL wasn't a thing right now with the just constant free agency, the combination, I think he would be here for the next 20 years. I have zero doubt because I think he'd ride out the highs and lows of wins and losses, and I think they'd win a lot more than they lose.
I think you're right.
But if he ever leaves, I think it's going to be to go to somewhere that just prints NIL money. It's not going to be, this team won in 2003, so that's a better program than ASU. It's not going to be that. He clearly wants to be at ASU.
He's going to a blue blood that happens.
He's going to go somewhere where he doesn't have to ask for money.
Exactly right.
Because that's going to be exhausting behind the scenes. But I still think he's going to be here for a while.
But once again, based on it, stop and think about it. Coaching continuity, how important that is. That you know these coaches, that he is the head coach of ASU's program. He knows all these coaches and their philosophies and how they coach. Are they good at this? Are they bad at this? Are they strong? Is this an area of their strength? He knows. Kenny knows it. And the continuity of knowing your coaches, it's so underrated at the college level because so much of the time you're constantly replacing coaches that are going somewhere else. So when I listen to Kenny talk about the continuity and the fact that, hey, we give some time off here so you can go back, you can hang with your family and hang out.
Kind of hit reset.
How important is that stuff?
Yeah.
At the college level that you're doing that. It's one way to keep coaches.
Yeah. Well, and that's a great point that probably doesn't get talked about enough either. We all talk about Kenny Dillingham and what he's done for the program and how that energy is so contagious and important at this time in the history of college football. They've got some good assistant coaches, which he obviously knows and values.
Yes.
But I mean, that bringing a wide receiver to play for Hines Ward, you don't think that there's a good reputation right there?
And by the way, Kenny's always about, hey, listen, I need more money so I can give it to my coaches.
He's done that 2 years in a row. All right, when we come back, let's get back into baseball and let's talk to the Diamondbacks general manager about what his plans are now in the weeks heading up to the trade deadline. Mike Hazen will join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Dan Bickley here, and summertime has arrived in Arizona, a time when your windows are the only thing standing between you and 115-degree temperatures. And if your windows are shot, your windows are about to cost you a fortune, which is why now is a great time to call Advanced Window Products, Arizona's #1 window replacement company, where they build windows designed specifically for our harsh climate, and they build windows specifically for the dimension of your home, never retrofitted on site. They replaced all of my windows. I could not be happier with the result. They look fantastic, and everything from installation to the cleanup process was immaculate, and that's because their installers are vetted full-time employees, never random subcontractors. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, windows that will literally pay you back. Call 480-676-3600. That's 480-676-3600 for Advanced Window Products.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Let me tell you about the Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite. It's bright, it's bubbly, it's back.
The Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich, it's so rich, and you can choose between the original or the spicy filet.
Ooh, boy.
And then you got those pickled jalapenos tucked right under the filet, and then just to top it all off, you've got a little honey drizzle right on top.
Okay, now I'm a pimento fan.
And I'm feeling the dragon fruit.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com. Or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Hello, I'm Eric Bryan, Marine veteran and owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. I know what it means to have someone you can count on, and that's what your family gets every time we walk through your door. All month, we're celebrating America's 250th birthday by giving you $2,500 off a new AC unit, 0% financing for 60 months, and no payments until 2027. Precision Air and Plumbing, veteran owned. Make the precision decision today.
Every summer road trip starts somewhere. Start yours at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, we have employee pricing for everyone and 0% APR for 60 months on new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 models. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Employee pricing for everyone and 0% APR for 60 months for well-qualified buyers. Must finance with GM Financial. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by August 3rd, 2026.
Freeway Chevrolet. I-10 and Ray.
On Sunday, July 19th, the D-backs take on the St. Louis Cardinals. And the first 5,000 kids to the game will receive a Baxter Ears cap, courtesy of Honeywell Aerospace. Get your tickets at dbacks.com.
Still stuck in a bank CD earning next to nothing? There's a smarter way to grow your money. CanvasAnnuity.com offers market-leading fixed annuity rates with guaranteed terms of 3, 5, and 7 years. Lock in a strong rate while they're available and watch your savings grow. And remember, unlike CDs, your earnings grow tax-deferred, which means you don't pay taxes until you take your money out. Visit CanvasAnnuity.com to see today's rates and start earning more on your retirement savings.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Front Office Focus with Wolf and Luke. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. Great rates that are guaranteed to be a home run for your retirement.
All right, it's Wolf and Luke on a Wednesday. We're a couple days away from the Diamondbacks starting a huge series with the St. Louis Cardinals. Getting through the All-Star break right now. I'm pleased to be joined by Diamondbacks General Manager Mike Hazen on the Arizona Sports Line. Mike, thank you so much for the time. How's the break treating you?
What's going on, guys? It's nice. It's nice when you don't have 3 hours of stress every night, you know?
It's fair. Well, let's start with the Dodgers series going in. It felt like, at least perceptually, that changed the narrative around this season. On the outside, I don't know what it's like on the inside for you guys, but how big is it to go into L.A. and sweep the Dodgers, especially at this time of year with everything that's kind of floating around?
Yeah, it's great. I don't think. I mean, you started off by saying where did it change perception. I don't think it changed anything for us, other than we need to start racking up wins and playing better. So we did that, and that was good to see. Timmy Tawa, killed it, and we're searching for some first base DH production. That's been going on all season. So it was good to see us score 9 runs back-to-back nights. We capitalized on a lot of their mistakes, something that we hadn't been doing, hitting with runners in scoring position, knocking in the sac flies, like the little things that we have not been doing in May and June. And it was good to see us start to do those things. Now, the question becomes, we swept going into the break last year. How do we come out of it? Last year, we did not come out of it very well. This year, I'm hoping that new year, different group of guys, there's a level of motivation here to come out of and start making our way back up the wild card standings. We have a number of teams we have to pass. So, and we're going to face a lot of them here in the next couple of weeks. So it'll be good to see where we are.
So, Mike, as it stands today, right now, this very moment, as a matter of fact, do you see yourself being a buyer or seller at the trade deadline?
Look, you know what I want to do. I've talked about this, but we also have to be realistic about where we are. Unfortunately, you talk about the Dodger series. We took on a number of new injuries. We have a lot of guys that are down right now. Now, I'm hopeful that we're going to start seeing some of those guys coming back. That's going to be a huge addition to this team. The Sorokas, the Lawlers, I'm hoping Nelly won't be too, we're going to get an MRI this week. We'll see what happens with him on the other side. Obviously, Burns is on his way back. We'll see what happens with Gallen. Tommy Troy's going to be back. So I'm hopeful that group is all coming back to us at some point, within the next month or so, plus, differing time frames on all of those guys. That's going to change our profile dramatically without us doing anything at the deadline. But I would love to be able to add to this team, given if they show us that they belong in the wild card race. But we're going to see where they take us in the next couple of weeks. Mm-hmm. Like I said, we're going to be facing the competition we're standing next to in the wild card standings, and we kind of control where this thing goes.
We're talking to Mike Hayes, and Mike, that was kind of my next question. How much do these next 16 games before the trade deadline inform what you're doing? And then also, is it always so clear-cut as just, hey, we're buying a bunch of pieces or we're selling a bunch of pieces? Or with the way the wild card race is so wide open, could it be a situation where you just go out and add maybe one piece without totally trading away a bunch of prospects or whatever?
Yeah, look, I think the biggest thing beyond us taking care of business in the next 2 weeks is watching the medical progression of the guys that I'm talking about coming back. Yeah. If I have reasonable to good optimism that Soroka, Gallen, Burns are all coming back in the rotation, and Nelly, at some point as we move through, yeah, that's going to temper I was not planning on fixating on the starting pitching group going into the deadline. Now I have to look at that a little differently depending on what the what the outlook is going to be for that group coming into the second half. So I think the next 2 weeks we're going to gain a lot of information on that group as they move through their progression. Some have already started, and we get to sort of, okay, where do we optimistically or reasonably think they're going to land in the cycle in August and September, and then what do we have to do to keep the team running until that group gets there? I'm not going to put all my eggs in that basket necessarily, because not everybody comes back, as we've seen already. We've had setbacks. Puck and Martinez could be coming back into the bullpen. All those things are going to factor into what we're doing. The bullpen's been phenomenal for the entire year, pretty much. And that's been a real strength of ours. The defense has been a real strength of ours. The offense is the area that I think we've talked about the most, and still something that I want to focus on. We can get level of production we've gotten out of the last 4 days, and we might be in a slightly better spot. But I'm not going to just sit on that and just, project that's what's going to happen moving forward.
Mike, as I stagger around the Wolfley compound, we mention Zach Allen's name, and we call it the Zach Allen situation. I have so much regard and respect for this guy, and yet at the same time, he's just having a very, very poor season for Zach Allen. Where are you, Mike, on the Zach Allen situation?
Yeah, Zach hasn't had a great season. We've talked about that. He knows it. He's owned it. Where this medical thing is takes us, we'll put that aside. I still very much believe in this guy. I always have. I think this guy has done so much for so long in this league. He has not forgotten how to pitch. I said this on the radio a couple weeks ago. I'll say it again. If we backed up 365 days ago and you guys are asking me about Eduardo Rodriguez, what would you have been saying to me? What were you saying to me at that time? And there's nobody on planet Earth, including myself, that's currently alive that would have looked us in the face and said, Eduardo Rodriguez is going to have one of the best first halves of any Diamondback pitcher in history and is going to pitch in the All-Star game next year. That just wouldn't have been said. And he's carried us, and he's dominated. And so I think these things do go in cycles. Sometimes guys do get in ruts for longer than a couple starts here or there. But, yeah, he's got to pitch better when he comes back. Hopefully, when he's coming back, if this little blow here physically was what was ailing him to some degree in terms of getting the final finish on his pitches, then that could be a deciding factor in how this goes too.
Talking to Mike Hayes, and Mike, since you brought up Erod and you see what he did even in an inning of work last night at the All-Star game and just the totality of what he's done so far, how much of it was a different approach? I mean, it doesn't seem like it's physical. Can you put your finger on what has changed for him so drastically over the last year? Yes, it's actually pretty simple. He's evolved as a pitcher. He's using all of his stuff. He was very heavy fastball dominant. He's always had a really good fastball. He was throwing his fastball way too much in the past. So he's now mixing all of his stuff. That mix is creating uncertainty for the hitters. It's not perfect. He's not, he doesn't strike out 10 guys a night. It's not raw, blow you away with stuff, but it's in the evolution of some of these guys. Merrill Kelly's another example of this. As they get older, their advantage is their ability to pitch, throw multiple pitches, command their stuff, not get rattled when you got first and third and nobody out. That's the separator skill, and you have to use it to your advantage. I think he's doing that more. So he's mixing in a curveball now, which he wasn't doing in the past. Like all of those things that are setting off the hitter's timing or their ability to sit on a particular pitch is creating more doubt. And that's the whole game for pitching if you're not Jacob Mizorowski, right? The whole game is creating doubt for the hitter so they can't just sit on something. He's done a much better job of that. I think as these guys that don't have pure stuff to blow hitters away, as they get older, they continually need to evolve to keep the hitters off balance. These guys in the league know everything about everybody now. You're not sneaking up on anybody. So now it becomes creating the best mix you can.
Corbin Carroll is a guy that is just fascinating to watch his development, of course. I know that he's kind of in a funk right now. I believe 4 for his last 51. Yet at the same time, we know that he's an all-star. He's a perennial all-star at this point in time. Can I just say, is Corbin Carroll developing as a leader, Mike? The fact that he literally called the media around himself in the clubhouse, to me, it's the first time, Luke, back me up on this, I think it's the first time I've ever heard of him doing that. Is he developing as a leader, Mike?
I think so. I think Perdomo and Carroll, they're kind of the same age, kind of came up together, so to speak. I think, the group that's a Marte above them, sort of in that age bracket with Gallen and those guys, and then the guys below like Gabby and Nelly and those types of guys. I think Corbin and Jerry are falling into that sweet spot of obviously being superstar players. That carries a lot of weight, as you know, in a clubhouse. And then now realizing like they're becoming the veterans. There's no more like, Evan Longoria is coming in here and he's just the veteran guy, so he's going to take care of it. These guys are when he did that, those guys were 22, 21 years old, and now they're mid-20s and moving older, and it's time for them to. This is their organization. They're signed. They're signed for a long time. This is their team, and I think they recognize that, and it's good. We need that, and we're going to need that moving forward.
Mike, it's always great talking to you.
Mike,
thank you so much,
buddy.
All right, guys. Talk to you soon.
All right, bye. Take care. That's Mike Hazen joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. There's a lot to react to there. I mean, as far as stuff about the deadline, as far as how he feels about Gallen, and I thought it was interesting to hear a point-blank answer. This is why Erod is pitching.
Yes.
Basically like a Cy Young candidate right now. We'll react to all that a little bit later on in the show. When we come back, we're going to take you through top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to Diamondbacks Front Office Focus, brought to you by Canvas Annuity. Great rates that are guaranteed to be a home run for your retirement. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
Marte grounds it to first, and it's under the glove of Sheets. That's into right field.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hi, how can I help?
Well, my husband and I feel like we've outgrown our current money manager.
I see.
Our lives have changed, and we need something more than just mutual funds to help us in retirement.
She's right.
I hear that often. At Fisher Investments, we'd start by getting to know you, your finances, family, health, lifestyle. We tailor a portfolio around your goals and needs.
Sounds good.
Can you help with estate planning?
Yes. We have a team of specialists who can help you with estate planning, Social Security, investment income, and more. We'll get to know your whole financial picture and help keep you on the path to a comfortable retirement.
And your fees?
We have a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
I feel better already.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hi, it's Wayne from AMCO, stopping by the station to check in with Roller.
Hey, Wayne, what's going on today?
Well, the biggest question I hear lately is, do you have to go back to the dealer where you bought your car to get service or repairs?
Wayne, that's a good question. Do you?
No, Roller. If you bought a new or a new used car and you have an extended warranty contract that's hiding in your glove box, please don't forget it's there and that you can use it at any AMCO.
Oh, I thought you had to go to the dealer to keep your warranty valid.
Yes, most people do, but that's not the case. You can have your vehicle serviced at any authorized service center, and AMCO's authorized by all of the major warranty companies.
Wow, that's great. It's so nice to have other options.
I'll say AMCO has dealership quality, rental cars, no hassles, and faster service.
Wayne, that's great. And just to make sure, AMCO does more than transmissions, right?
That's right. If you need your vehicle repaired or hear, feel, see, smell, or even think you have a car issue, please call AMCO first or for a second opinion.
There you go. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Hey, it's Bodie with NewACUnit.com. A lot of people think buying a new AC unit is complicated. It's not. Just answer a few quick questions online, see your price up front, and we'll connect you with a certified install team. No pressure, no upsells, no surprises. Just a better way to buy a new AC unit. And many customers save 50% or more. If you need a new AC unit, don't overthink it, and definitely don't pay more than you need to. Go to NewACUnit.com today.
Save thousands, save time, buy online, NewACUnit.com.
When I was a kid, my dream wasn't a mansion. It wasn't a yacht. It was a 250cc Kawasaki dirt bike sitting in the garage. That garage and that bike represented freedom. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. At A1 Garage Door Service, we know your garage holds more than tools. It holds dreams. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
We've got the world's biggest soccer tournament, and it only gets better when you can trade on the outcome. Yep, get in on all the action with Kalshi, because here come the final teams from the quarterfinals, semifinals, and, of course, soccer's ultimate prize happening July 19th. Kalshi, just the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states. Paul Calvise here. Hey, you see the latest? Messi joining Giannis, linking up with Kalshi. Remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in, buy out of your position, and for a limited time. Download the Kalshi app and use referral code AZSports, one word, AZSports, to get $10 when you trade 10. Referral code AZSports, one word, on the Kalshi app. Kalshi, Kalshi, trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. Eduardo Rodriguez tossed a 1-2-3 second inning in last night's MLB All-Star game, but the National League lost 4-0 to the American League. The Diamondbacks resumed their season Friday at home against the St. Louis Cardinals. The Summer Suns are in action today at the Thomas & Mack Center in Las Vegas. They take on the Pistons with tip-off at 3. And the World Cup semifinals continue today with Argentina taking on England, and that one just got underway. The winner of the game will take on Spain in Sunday's final. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Worried if your retirement savings will last? Don't guess, cash flow test it. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does it smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
It's noon on a Wednesday. It's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick?
The National League lost 4-0 to the American League in last night's MLB All-Star Game, despite a 1-2-3 inning from Eduardo Rodriguez. That was cool to see. What did you guys like and dislike about this year's All-Star Game?
I liked that it mirrors a real game. I mean, all the way down to the fact that one side couldn't even get guys on base last night. You know, you think All-Star Game, even in baseball, you just think with the raw talent on as far as the hitters, you're probably looking at a game that's going to be like 8-5, or if it's close, maybe 8-7 or something. But you get 2/3 of the way through that game, and the National League had 1 hit. So, I don't know. I like that. I liked seeing Erod be as efficient as he was. We didn't get to see Corbin Carroll a ton, but I just, overall, enjoyable.
Yeah, I thought it was awesome, man. I really did. It was competitive, bro. It was competitive. This is an all-star game, and it was competitive. This was baseball. It looked like baseball. I mean, dudes got hit, if you know what I mean. You know, it was fantastic to watch. I think this is going to be, I felt bad, I will say this, for Christopher Sanchez, who got the start.
Yeah.
In his own ballpark, got the start and went out there and gave up, 3 runs? Yeah, you know, I felt bad for him.
Well, because you figure those 3 runs get buried in an all-star game, and then there was just nothing else.
That's right, there was nothing else. It was incredible. It was a great game.
I'll tell you the one thing I don't love, though. I'm cool with the interviews, like, as the game's going. It just gives me anxiety watching the batter get interviewed as he's batting.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Can you imagine if Caminero had been doing an interview when he got drilled in the hands?
Yes. That would be like, can you imagine sprinting down the field, trying to bust a wedge? Somebody asking you a question right before you busted the wedge.
Are you going to hit that guy?
Thank you to all wedge busters.
Yes, as a matter of fact. Listen for the squeak, if you know what I mean.
Just turn the mic to the guy you're about to hit.
The Summer Suns are in action this afternoon. They face the Pistons at 3. Our Arizona Sports poll question asks, which Summer League player will play the most minutes for the Suns this season? Kaman Malawach, Rasheer Fleming, Koa Pete, or Kobe Brea?
Gotta be Kaman. I seriously think that, man. Yeah. I think he's going to get the most minutes because I think he is going to develop. And if he's developing, why would you not give him more minutes? Feed the developing beast, if you know what I mean.
The seemingly simple answer is Rasheer Fleming, right? But if he has more competition for his minute, I think I'm actually going to say Malawach.
Yeah.
I never would have thought that I would say that by the end of last year. I can't say Kobe Brea. I can't say Koa Pete. Koa Pete's 18. He's never played in the NBA. Yes. But it's possible Koa Pete cuts into Rasheer Fleming's minutes. It's possible, depending what they want to run out there, that Miles Bridges blocks Rasheer Fleming. I think if Malawach takes the next step and Fleming takes the next step, Malawach just has a clearer path to playing time. So, yeah, I guess give me Malawach.
I agree with you guys, especially with Mark Williams, in his injury history. Who knows how many games he's going to play. Yeah. And then that moves up Malawach in the rotation.
I don't know why I'm talking with this tone of voice. I don't know. I didn't expect to say Malawach. But I'm saying
Malawach.
Okay.
I agree with you guys.
All right.
And love how the results worked there.
Did we win?
Sure.
Okay.
Great. Well,
Nice.
anyway,
We
if it
won.
works on your end, Arizonasports.com. Go vote on the
Here
poll
we go.
question.
Malawatch has 47%. Koa Pete has 28. Fleming has 22. Kobe Brea has 3. Wow, Fleming's third behind Koa Pete.
Yeah.
Wow. The U of A fans are out in full force today.
Maybe.
Thank you for that, Luke. Argentina and England are squaring off in the World Cup semifinals right now. It's currently 0-0 in the 6th minute. Would you guys rather see Argentina-Spain or England-Spain in Sunday's final? I think I know what Wolf's going to say.
There's no doubt about it. Are you kidding me? England v. Spain. Yes, I would much rather see that.
I think I'll say England, Spain too, just because they're so crazy in England. I mean, they're crazy about it in Argentina. I get that, but Argentina just won. England is, 60 years since the last time, the only time they've won the World Cup. I kind of want to see them get there and lose. I don't know if that's like the Arizona sports fan in me that's like, if we can't have nice things, then nobody else gets to either.
Yeah.
But if England wins the World Cup and the Knicks win the NBA title in the same year, something's going on.
Yeah, there's so much history, of course, when you talk about European countries, Spain and England, and I'm talking about all the way back to the Middle Ages, basically. It's kind of like France in Spain. You know, the Franco-Spanish War happened 1635, Basinonians, to 1659, almost 25 years. You stop and think about that. Okay, they've had 3 serious conflicts between each other, and yet here it is. Let's roll the ball out onto the pitch and find out who's better in terms of playing soccer.
For the whole thing, too. It's not just like a friendly.
Yeah, it's not a friendly, is it? We're never going to forget what you did to us back in the Franco-Spanish War.
This goes against, like, my thought. Obviously, I wanted the U.S. to win. Even when the U.S. bowed out, I was like, okay, but you still have Erling Haaland and Kylian Mbappe and Messi, obviously, too, with the star power. Now it's like Argentina clearly has the star power over England or Spain. But, yeah, I want to see England and Spain at this point.
What about the Peninsular War?
I also feel like
what about that?
Argentina, haven't they lost like 3 times in the knockout round and they just keep going? Like, they almost lost to Cape Verde. They should have lost to Egypt. They almost lost to Switzerland.
Yes.
They're
Yeah,
still in this.
they keep pulling out these miracles, or, FIFA might be helping them. Just throwing that out there, tinfoil hat. But anyway, Wolf,
Yes, and never
actually,
forget about the War of the Spanish Succession either.
I had it later in the show sheet, but
Wolf, I don't know
cross it off now.
I don't know if you know this, but the reason for Argentina's dark blue away uniforms today goes back to a war between Argentina and England.
Knock it off.
Yeah.
Stop it.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is how to get Wolf back in.
Yeah, right. I could be fully in on this.
All right. Tonight, the ESPYs go down. Wolf, did you win any ESPYs Best Wedge Buster?
No.
They should have done that.
They should have done that. Awards will be handed out for Best Men's Athlete, Women's Athlete, Best Team, and more. I will keep it local, and we don't have enough athletes here for me to separate men's and women's. So, who was the best athlete in the Valley or Basin this past year? Cardinals tight end Trey McBride, 126 catches, NFL record, 1,239 yards and 11 touchdowns. D-backs outfielder Corbin Carroll, who had a 30 season. Mercury forward Alyssa Thomas, who set the WNBA single-season triple-double record and led the Mercury to a finals appearance. Or Suns guard Devin Booker, who was an all-star and led the Suns back to the playoffs after missing it in the previous year.
I got to go Trey McBride.
Trey McBride.
I don't even, all due respect to the other candidates.
Is that a poll question?
Nope, that's I just came up with it.
A lot of years this is really close. I don't know that it's close. I think it's McBride.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, I know his team didn't win, but what else? What more should Trey McBride have done last year that would instantly contributed to wins?
Gonna block
I know.
a little bit better.
I know you're
Trey, you know I love you. You know I do, and I demand this
Would
from
that
you.
have changed the Cardinals' record that much last year, though?
Yes. No, it would not have.
McBride's the answer.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you guys. Yeah, I think it's between McBride and Alyssa Thomas. They both had records. No disrespect to Corbin Carroll and Devin Booker, but those two are pretty crazy years. Anyway, that's it.
All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. When we come back, what is the Cardinals offense going to look like in 2026? At least, what's the plan for that? We're going to talk to ESPN Cardinals reporter Josh Weinfuss will join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Football soon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. The home of Arizona State Sun Devils football. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizonasports.com, 98.7 FM.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and joint pain is awful when you're the person who's fighting through it, but I'm betting you aren't the only ones affected by it. Maybe you love someone who struggles with joint pain. You see what they don't say, what they've slowly stopped doing. For instance, it's July, the days are long and hot, it's time to be in the pool, moving, living, and you're on the sidelines sitting it out. Let's talk about getting that life back, because at QC Kinetics, that's what's happening every day. People who were stuck in that cycle of pain are finally stepping out of it with regenerative treatments done right there in the office. No surgery, no long recovery, no putting your life on hold, just real relief. The inflammation eases, the pain lets go, and you suddenly feel like your old self again. Go find out what's possible with a free consultation. They have clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Ready! At Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, saving customers money isn't a promotion. It's how they built their business. That's why they're the home of the no-fee emergency. No trip fees, no overtime fees, no weekend fees. If you'd like a second opinion on your AC or plumbing repair, Ready Services would love the opportunity to earn your business. They'll do a great job, treat you right, and work to get you the best value possible. Are you ready? Go to nofeeemergency.com.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, there's a lot of excitement around the dealership this month.
There is, Dave. Our red, white, and blue sale is here. Lease a 2026 GMC Train for just $269 a month, or drive home a new 2026 Canyon for only $319 a month. Plus, you pay what we pay, employee pricing on our 2026 GMC Sierra 1500, or take advantage of 0% for 36 months.
Visit Liberty GMC or shop online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Want to hear a shocking statistic? Medical malpractice is the third leading cause of death in America. Don't believe it? Google it. And that doesn't count serious injuries like birth injuries to perfectly healthy children. All doctors wear white jackets, but it doesn't make them all the same. Most medical errors are committed by the same quacks over and over again. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Many hospitals looking for more profits are forcing doctors and their groups to be employees of the hospital or be forced out of their system. It's a troubling trend in medicine. People make mistakes, but medical mistakes are huge and often forever. If you believe your child suffered a birth injury or a misdiagnosis or mistake led to a loved one's death or injury, let our team of medical malpractice lawyers examine your case for free. No recovery, no fee. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, it's Gambo, and when you think about Diamondbacks baseball, everything comes down to what you can see. The pitch coming in, the movement of the ball, the play unfolding in the field. The clearer your vision, the better your game. That's why I've always believed in the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Schwartz and his team have built a reputation on precision, experience, and results. And it's no surprise he's the official team eye doctor of the Arizona Diamondbacks, trusted to help keep the pros seeing their best. If you're ready to ditch glasses and contacts, LASIK is your winning play. It's a quick procedure with fast recovery and proven results. Not a LASIK candidate? Evo ICL or Clear Lens Exchange could be your next move for sharp, clear vision. Schedule your free consultation and see how Dr. Schwartz can clear things up. With locations in Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa, Visit teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
It kills me not to know this, but I've all but just forgotten what the color of her eyes were, and her scars or how she got them has the telling signs.
All right, welcome
of
back. It's Wolf
age
and Luke on a Wednesday. We referenced this story on ESPN earlier in the show. The title is Will Cardinals' Deceptive Offense Produce Magic? And it is written by Josh Weinfuss, friend of the show. So we figured, why don't we just get Josh Weinfuss on the show?
Yeah.
So he's joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. Josh, thank you so much for taking time out of your day. How's it going?
I am fantastic. And that was probably the smart idea, right? Have me on to talk about my story.
It's perfect. It's a great story. I think it's something that I said this earlier. If Cardinals fans are looking for a reason to be excited about this season, it is the upside of a Mike LaFleur offense. So we referenced a lot of it earlier. I just want to start with this question to you. One of the things that really stands out, the way you have it written and some of the quotes you have in there, it seems that much more important for everybody to be on the same page for this to work. So with that in mind, don't they need to have their quarterback like in there for day one of training camp?
I think in theory that'd probably be the best move, right? Like you probably want him there and working with all these guys and making sure that he understands the offense in general. Then the next layer is understanding the intricacies of the offense. So yes, I think in theory you want your quarterback there. Now, the one thing that we've heard from Mike LaFleur all offseason is that he's not terribly worried. This is his public sentiment, at least, about Jacoby Brissett not being there because Brissett's run everything that he's done at some point in his career, maybe not in the same fashion that the Cardinals are going to run it, but he's done all this. So it's not like he has to learn, the scheme per se or the parts of the scheme. He has to learn how to put it all together.
This is so fascinating to me, Josh. What do you think is the holdup? What do you think it is that the Cardinals, the reason why the Arizona Cardinals haven't paid Jacoby Brissett at the moment? What do you think is the holdup?
Wolf, if I had that answer right now, I'd be driving to Las Vegas to make a lot of money. Yeah. It's hard to tell, right? It's hard to say because on one hand, they know they have him under contract, right? And they don't need to pay him more, right? It's his choice to play or not to play. On the other hand, they've told him he's going to be the starter, and he wants to be compensated accordingly. And I think that right now it's a perception issue, right? Like the Cardinals say, we're not going to pay you what a starting quarterback should be paid in the NFL. Then how is that going to reflect in the future on the team? Right? Are other guys going to say, all right, we saw how you handled Jacoby. We don't want to be a part of this. We know how you approach your finances with the most important position on the team. What makes me think you would do it any differently with me? I think part of the reason they don't want to pay him at the moment, or they don't want to give him the number he wants, is because they know he's not part of the long-term plan. I think he knows he's not part of the long-term plan, and there's nothing wrong with that, right? Like he has 1 year left on his deal. They're not extending him. They're going to find a quarterback in the future, whether they already have that in Carson Beck or they draft another guy this year. So I think they just want to get through this year with what they have on the books. Now, the flip side of that is Jacoby Brissett is, like you said, he was told he's going to be the starter. He wants to be.
Josh, can I just interrupt you on that?
Go ahead.
In terms of Jacoby, he was told that. You know that. You can verify that. He was told that he was the starter.
Yeah, a source told me that after they signed Gardner Minshew back in March, the source said that Jacoby was told he was a starter because stories came out that Minshew was told he was the backup and that Jacoby was going to start. Well, a source also told me that Jacoby had not been told at the time that he was going to be the starter. There was no communication. And then later on, the source told me that Jacoby was told that he was going to be the starter. So yes.
Wow.
We're talking to
that
Josh.
Sounds a little cloudy, doesn't it?
It's all been cloudy. We're talking to Josh Weinfuss. Josh, going back to your story for a second, you looked at the illusion of complexity that is around the Cardinals offense this season. I thought you made a good point in there talking about how, okay, the goal is simple, right? You want to make the defense think you're going to do one thing and then do the opposite. You would think every team, and you said this in the story, would be trying to do this. So why is there a belief that Mike LaFleur can get his team to do this better than some other teams can?
It's a good question. I think it's a matter of who they have on the field. I think from a talent standpoint, this offense is loaded. I think people are going to laugh when I say that, but when you look at the individual talent and the skill players, I would put this group up against probably any in the NFL right now, right? You have an all-pro tight end in Trey McBride. You have a third overall pick running back in Jeremiah Love. You have Marvin Harrison Jr., who he's been good, not great. I don't think that's saying anything that's not true. And you have Michael Wilson, who's just coming off of 1,000 yards. And I think that if Jacoby Brissett's your quarterback, I think that's going to be good or fine. He got Michael Wilson to 1,000 yards after Michael Wilson started with 52 or 58 yards within 5 games with Kyler. Then Jacoby took over and got him over to 1,000, which is quite impressive when you kind of take a step back and look at it. So I think from the individual talent standpoint, they have what it needs to kind of confuse defenses, right? Because the ball can go anywhere at any point and plays can be made. I don't think a lot of teams can say that. But I think the biggest question is, like, can they actually do that? Like, can the scheme actually pull that off? Because here's the thing. The last time Mike LaFleur called plays with the Jets, it didn't go great, right? And he wasn't exactly the primary play caller with the Rams. So a lot of people have this misconception that he's just this mastermind, this offensive savant, when in reality, we don't really know how he's going to do as a play caller because he didn't really call the plays with the Rams. That was Sean McVay's job. So I think it's a matter of this situation of, all right, in theory, it sounds good. On paper, it sounds good. Out of his mouth, it sounds good. Let's see them try to execute it on a play-by-play basis.
Josh, what are some of the position battles that you're really going to be focused on when the Arizona Cardinals go into training camp?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think the number one right now is running back, right? They have 4 guys who can start, right? Like, who have started, and obviously you're going to have to play Jeremiah Love in some capacity because you just took him, 3rd overall. But then you signed Tyler Algier, who was a starter, had 1,000 yards, and then he's gone through the situation before. The next season, the Falcons, they drafted Bijan Robinson, and then you have James Conner, who's had 2,000-yard seasons in the last 3 years. Then you have Trey Benson, who can come in and play. He can even be a starter if needed. So 4 really good running backs. How are they going to break that down, right? You can't have all 4 carry the ball at once. You can't have all 4 on the field at once. So what are you going to do? Do you keep all 4 on the roster? Do you not? I think that's going to be the number one position battle. I think cornerback is also going to be up there because there's a lot of guys who are going to try to vie for like 2 or 3 spots because of the way the defense utilizes safeties as their nickel corner. So I think that there won't be a ton of options for playing time for cornerbacks, but I think that that'll be also a very hotly contested contest.
We're talking to Josh Weinfuss. Josh, on the defensive side of the ball, you're talking about corner. This defense a year ago had a lot of young players and was getting a lot of hype, and then obviously last season went the way it did. Now, to be fair, a lot of these guys were hurt and not playing by the second half of the season, but how do you view this defense in terms of upside? Like, do you think there still is upside and it's just a matter of tapping in to the potential of guys like Darius Robinson and Walter Nolan III, or do you feel like there's maybe more of a structural issue here?
I think there's more of a structural issue because this is the 4th year of a rebuild that hasn't been really rebuilt, right? Or they keep rebuilding it, but nothing's come of it. I think this is a huge year for Darius Robinson, right? Like, if this isn't the year where he blows up and shows why he's a first-round pick, I just don't know if it's going to happen at some point with the Cardinals, right? This is a massive year for him. It's also a massive year for Walter Nolan III. We have no idea really who he is. He had 1 good game last year. He was hurt for most of the season. We don't really know what the Cardinals have in him. Can he do it on a week-in, week-out basis? So that'll be interesting to watch. And then, inside linebacker, I think it's going to be a strong suit for them. But I just have so many questions about this defense because it struggled so mightily last year. Like you said, a lot of guys were injured, but the second half of the season, they just were not a good unit, right? It's like Nick Rawls even said it. They played bad ball. Can they overcome that and play good ball this year? With the players they have on the field, a lot of it's the same as last year. I just don't know.
Josh, I want this to be a bit of a game between us, okay? Every time we have you on, I'm going to ask you this question, okay? This is what I'm going to end with right here. What % chance do you give Carson Beck to start at quarterback week 1 for the Arizona Cardinals? Where does it stand right now, Josh Weinfuss?
Wolf. 15% right now.
Oh, 15. I thought you might say 0. I thought you might actually say 0.
No, because here's the thing. Like, I don't know how the Jacoby Brissett situation is going to play out as of now. And then I think if that doesn't play out as both sides want, I just don't know what's going to happen, right?
Okay.
But I think that's going to come down to – I think the backup's honestly going to come down to a training camp battle, right? I don't know if this job is completely Gardner Minshew's. I think if Carson Beck comes in and shows that he is who everyone thought he was and he balls out, like I see a situation where he could be the backup and then that could potentially lead to a starting job week 1. Like there's just so many things that have to play out a certain way. But I don't want to say 0. I don't want to say 50%, so I'll go with 15%.
Okay, I like it. I like it.
It illustrates how crazy things are right now. Josh, thanks so much, man. We'll talk to you again soon.
Absolutely, guys. Thanks for having me.
All right, that's Josh Weinfuss joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. And again, you can check out his story up on ESPN. Just go to the NFL page right now. There's a story on the Cardinals. Will the Cardinals' deceptive offense produce magic? And he breaks down with some quotes from some of the players and Mike LaFleur what they're looking to do on offense this year. More so, not just the personnel that they have, but what they're actually looking to build offensively. All right, when we come back, we just talked to Mike Hazen about a half hour ago. We're going to get into what the Diamondbacks general manager told us about his plans for the trade deadline, which is actually less than 3 weeks away now. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I had just presumed all along that Rasheer Fleming was going to play and is going to get the minutes. And I understand you're not saying that he's not, but you are suggesting that Koa Pete might be closer to Rasheer than it might surprise us.
If we're doing training camp position battles in the NFL style, like position battles, that's one. I'm listing it for sure.
Koa versus Rasheer Fleming.
Yeah, for sure.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
3 o'clock hits and you're dragging. No energy, no drive. Can't remember the last time you made it to the gym? It could be low T, and it happens to most men as we get older. Vital for Men specializes in getting you back. A personalized plan, a team that actually listens. You're not just a number. Schedule your free testosterone test today. Know your numbers. Real men, real results. Visit a Vital for Men location near you and take your life back.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know you can't cook. You're not one of those people who say that they can, but when people come over for dinner, they find out the hard way, you can't. You can't even microwave popcorn, and that's literally just one button. Plus, measuring and patience are huge parts of cooking, and that's just not you. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Pricing coverage match limited by state law.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Paul Calvisi here with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, most people have a 401k and a CPA, but no real plan tying it together?
Right. They have accounts, not a strategy. And without a coordinated plan, your income, taxes, and investments can actually work against each other.
So where do people start?
With a conversation. Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116. We'll show you exactly where you stand and what to fix. BrightWM.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. Eduardo Rodriguez tossed a 1-2-3 second inning in last night's MLB All-Star game, but the National League lost 4-0 to the American League. The Diamondbacks resume their season Friday at home against the St. Louis Cardinals. The Summer Suns are in action today at the Thomas & Mack Center in Las Vegas. They take on the Pistons with tip-off at 3. And the World Cup semifinals are continuing today with Argentina currently taking on England in Atlanta. It is currently 0-0 in the 32nd minute. And the winner of the game will take on Spain in Sunday's final. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE, refractive lens exchange, no readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Register for K2 Vision RLE's free live webinar tomorrow at noon. Go to k2visionrle.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. Have the Diamondbacks convinced their front office enough to be trade deadline buyers? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Rick, why?
You mentioned Jason Mraz earlier in the show.
In a negative way.
Yeah, so why would I not play it?
This is a song I would use if I was coming out of the bullpen.
Is it really?
No.
You'd be DFA'd before you got to the mound.
Yeah.
Can you imagine going to the bullpen and this is your pitcher's walkout music?
No.
It'd be like, all right, you just walk right past the mound down to high A.
By the way, what kind of music would you call this? What is that?
Singer-songwriter.
Singer-songwriter.
Dude with guitar singing at coffee shop.
Yeah.
Is that even a guitar? That sounds like a banjo or a
ukulele guy at the coffee shop.
Yeah. The whole point of this was that it's not firing me up.
This kind of makes me want to walk up, grab the guitar out of his hands and smash it.
Like, isn't that from Animal House?
Yes. Google it, my young crunks.
Yeah, I will Google that. That's a funny scene. All right, well, I mean, that was a thing. Rick told me during the break, hey, make sure you have your headphones on to hear this when we come back. I'm like, oh, this is going to be like awesome. Okay. This is going to be like some...
I gave my love a cherry that had no stone. I give...
Look, it's John Belushi.
I'm surprised you had that queued up and ready to go. Mike Hazen joined us earlier in the show. I don't know if he would have if he had heard the open to this segment, but you know what? He didn't. So he joined us earlier in the show, and as is usually the case with Mike Hazen, he gives you a lot for a GM. So we're going to focus right now just on potential trade deadline stuff. And we asked him about buying or selling at the deadline. The deadline is August 3rd, which is less than 3 weeks away now. So we're getting to crunch time.
Look, you know what I want to do. I've talked about this, but we also have to be realistic about where we are. Unfortunately, you talk about the Dodgers series. We took on a number of new injuries. We have a lot of guys that are down right now. Now, I'm hopeful that we're going to start seeing some of those guys coming back. That's going to be a huge addition to this team. The Sorokas, the Lawlers, I'm hoping Nelly won't be too, we're going to get an MRI this week. We'll see what happens with him on the other side. Obviously, Burns is on his way back. We'll see what happens with Gallen. Tommy Troy's going to be back. So I'm hopeful that group is all coming back to us at some point, within the next month or so, plus, differing time frames on all of those guys. That's going to change our profile dramatically without us doing anything at the deadline. But I would love to be able to add to this team, given if they show us that they belong in the wild card race. But we're going to see where they take us in the next couple of weeks. Mm-hmm. Like I said, we're going to be facing the competition we're standing next to in the wild card standings, and we kind of control where this thing goes.
The next couple of weeks, here it is, man. This is going to be really cool, Basin Orleans. It really is, to be coming out of the All-Star break and know that you've got a couple of weeks leading up to the trade deadline. It's going to determine what the Arizona Diamondbacks are going to be able to do.
Yeah.
That's really kind of cool.
Right out of the gate with 3 at home against St. Louis. And then 3 against the A's. Okay, I mean, every game matters right now because your general manager is using these results to try to determine if he should be buying or selling. But then you go to St. Louis for that Paul Sewald makeup game. Then you go to Washington for 3 games. Then you go to Pittsburgh for 3 games. And then 3 in Cleveland. So their final home game, Wolf, before the trade deadline is next Wednesday against the A's. And then they're gone for 10 straight against the Cardinals, Nationals, Pirates, and Guardians. And they'll be here. They'll be back home on trade deadline day, but they won't play till after the deadline that night, which, by the way, is a 4-game series against the Padres, which is probably information Mike Hazen would like to have before the trade deadline, but he doesn't get to have that. But I thought it was interesting in there, too. He talked about how much medical information they get on the guys that are out will influence what they do.
Yeah.
Because it makes a lot of sense.
No, it does.
But we haven't heard them say that before.
You know what else, too? Just thinking about this, it happens to me every time the trade deadline in Major League Baseball comes around. Would you say that Major League Baseball and the trade deadline, it's hand in glove, is it not? I mean, it is part of the game. Mm-hmm. It happens all the time. Football's starting to get, the trade deadline becomes interesting in the game of football. It never used to be
I feel like
that.
That took off like 3 years ago,
Exactly.
And that's where we are now. Yeah.
And I know it's still, the trade deadline in the NBA, of course, that's still a big deal, but nothing like Major League Baseball and the trade deadline coming around. So it's going to be really, really cool to see this. And I've always wondered about the guy inside the clubhouse. What does he think? Because he talks to his agent too. And his agent is out there saying, hey, you know what, I had this team, they're after you. They really want you. And is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? What if you like the city that you are living in? What if you like the team that you've been with for the last 3 years? Whatever it might be. Being around the trade deadline and not really being sure whether you're going to be there after the trade deadline or not. I always thought, man, that's a lot to deal with.
I also just think in baseball, I mean, you're right. Like football, it's become a bigger part of the season, but I don't think it's reached the same level of baseball yet in the sense of if you don't buy, you're almost selling. Because if the Diamondbacks, if we get to the trade deadline and they're like 3.5, maybe 4 back, they might not want to buy, but they might not sell necessarily either. You're going to trade Ketel or Erod? No, probably not. You're going to trade Paul Sewald? Maybe if they think they're out of it. But if they're still hanging around, no. But if just simply by not buying, you're allowing a bunch of other teams around you to pass you because they will buy. I mean, it's almost mandatory in baseball now. If you want to make a playoff push, you're going to have to go out and you've had about 110 games to identify what you need. You better go out and get it. Otherwise, St. Louis is going to pass you, or St. Louis is already ahead of them, but you know what I mean. The Padres will pass you if they're buying. So that's why the next 16 games are so big.
Yeah, I think you actually were playing some Archie Bradley earlier, too, and Archie Bradley was talking about that as well, the trade deadline and the mindset about it. The fact that you feel the pressure and you know that it's coming. It's a weird part of the profession, especially in Major League Baseball, where it's so common to be traded. I mean, even a minor move you can make. You can be part of some minor move that happens, and yet there's nothing minor about it to you. It's always been a fascinating thought for me how these guys actually deal with this and how much they lean on each other trying to get through this process. But that's just me.
Here's one more from Hazen real quick, because we followed up on how much health is going to factor into what they do.
Puck and Martinez could be coming back into the bullpen. All those things are going to factor into what we're doing. The bullpen's been phenomenal for the entire year pretty much, and that's been a real strength of ours. The defense has been a real strength of ours. The offense is the area that I think we've talked about the most and still something that I want to focus on. We can get level of production we've gotten out of the last 4 days, and we might be in a slightly better spot. But I'm not going to just sit on that and just, project that's what's going to happen moving forward.
So it's something to keep an eye on. I mean, now you can over-read into what they do of like, okay, wait, if they're going all in here, do they know Corbin Burns is coming back this season? I mean, we're probably all thinking that anyway. But,
yes.
yeah.
I thought it was interesting you brought up Corbin Burns.
Mm-hmm. Because it hangs over the season.
Yeah, it does.
If you make the postseason, but you just barely get in and your rotation's beat up, okay, that's cool, you got in. If you make the postseason and Corbin Burns is pitching,
yes,
you're dangerous.
Should we read into that? More on this as the show unfolds.
We're going to.
Should we read into the fact he mentioned Corbin
That's
Burns?
True. We didn't bring up Corbin. He brought up Corbin. All right, when we come back, when are we going to know? Probably not yet, since he hasn't coached a game yet. But when will we know if Mike LaFleur is the right guy for the Arizona Cardinals? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. When the word alignment is said so many times over the course of 2 years, how are we in this situation where the roster is not necessarily constructed for the head coach?
Jarrett speaks to a question that a lot of, I think, Suns fans are asking. Is the return of Mark Williams, is the acquisition of Miles Bridges, is this back in the moment, Matt Ishbia, getting away from the careful building of what seemed to be alignment? That's what it feels like.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hi, I'm Tom Shane, third-generation owner at Shane Company. As a family jewelry business for almost 100 years, we are known for doing right by our customers. Our legacy of integrity depends on it. Here are 3 things we never do. We never cut corners. Our engagement rings are made to high-quality standards, and we stand behind them with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We never buy diamonds without seeing them in person. We travel to the source, eliminate the middleman, and get first pick of the most beautiful stones. Then negotiate the price on your behalf. We never try to trick you on price. We don't mark up the rings just to mark them down and call it a sale. We offer true value from the start, so you get the best price every time. At Shane Company, we put you first because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Celebrate America's 250th anniversary with the limited edition O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner while supplies last at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, get 2 cans for $8. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts or shop online at O'ReillyAuto.com.
The spotlight is on Talking Stick Resort for Arizona's biggest showdown. The 20th annual Arizona State Poker Championship runs from August 13th to the 19th, celebrating 20 years of high-stakes action. This year's tournament boasts an estimated $3 million prize pool. It's a monumental week of poker right here in the Valley. Get all the championship details at TalkingStickResort.com. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. I saw a $29 AC tune-up ad the other night, and I just laughed. I mean, nobody's sending a skilled technician to your house for just $29 without a catch. Our complete AC tune-up is $159.95, and we actually tune it up. We clean your coils, check and replace your Freon, measure airflow. We run full diagnostics. It's real maintenance. Make the precision decision today. Call 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Decision with Precision Air. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
To learn life-saving water safety tips, go to Fulton2seconds.com or text the word SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Hey homeowners, if you're ready to move and found the perfect home but can't buy until you sell, you're not alone. With Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, unlock your equity up front by using her buy before you sell program so you can buy your next home first with a strong, non-contingent offer, move in on your timeline, then sell your original home the right way for 100% of market value, guaranteed. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carolyn Sullivan, Mr. Grand Price in possession.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Gambo. Can Kaman Maluwach deliver another strong performance in the Summer League today? We'll react to his performance on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6, on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, well, at least it's not Jason Mraz coming back from break.
Who?
That's what he was playing last.
Oh, okay. I don't know who that dude is.
Wolf acting like he doesn't have Jason Mraz all over his phone.
No idea.
Driving home, listening to nothing but Mraz.
Crunk, of course.
Of course. All right. Thanks to Josh Weinfuss, who joined us earlier in the show, talking about the Cardinals offense, Wolf. And this, I guess, is sort of a branch of that, or you know, the next logical part of the conversation. But Mike LaFleur stepping into a position that's maybe not the easiest to succeed in right away. I think, is that fair with the schedule and the lack of clarity at quarterback?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be very difficult.
What are you looking for early in his time as Cardinals head coach to get a sense of whether or not they got the right guy or not? Because we're not going to be able to judge him solely on wins and losses in year one. It's unreasonable.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. You know, we've talked about this before in the past, and for me, based on Ian's, 2026 is about development of the players, and that's what I'm looking for out of Mike LaFleur. I want to see Mike LaFleur and this coaching staff develop players. I want to see these players get better. Marvin Harrison Jr. is Exhibit A, really is. This is a guy that has been okay. He's been okay. It's not like he's been horrendous. He is not.
I was surprised
He's
yesterday
been okay.
when we were talking about breakout players, not Cardinals, breakout players in the NFL, and I threw out Rome Odunze and then pulled up his numbers.
Yeah.
Same draft class, same round. Marv's numbers are better across the board, which is surprising to me to see him there.
Once again, I just think the expectation that we had for Marvin Harrison Jr. was high. And you know what? It should be. And I'm going to continue to keep it high. But I think Marvin Harrison Jr., how much better can he get based on it? I've seen this happen before. I've seen it happen where a new coach comes in with a new culture and he changes everything. And because of that, he can reach somebody. Now, all of a sudden, you're going to coach Marvin Harrison Jr. a little bit different than the coaches that were actually here when you drafted Marvin Harrison Jr. and brought him in. Now, all of a sudden, it's a different whole set of circumstances, a whole different paradigm. I talk about it all the time, but it's the truth. And I'm hoping it resonates with Marvin Harrison Jr., Darius Robinson, once again. How much better is Walter Nolan III going to be under this coaching staff? How much better will Garrett Williams be? Will Johnson? These are guys that are really difference makers on the field. How much better do they develop under this coach with this coaching staff? That's what 2026 is about for me.
It feels like, in a weird way, like if Mike LaFleur can save Monty Ossenfort's job, then that's a good job by Mike LaFleur in year one. I hate writing off wins and losses, but I'm really having a hard time looking at a way where this team could shock everybody and win 10 games this year. It's just you don't know who your quarterback is. You just won 3 games. I think they were better than a 3-win team last year. The injuries, you can laugh them off or whatever, but that was a staggering number of injuries. I think they're a better team this year, but look at the schedule they have. They are still very flawed. A lot of the teams they play on their schedule are not nearly as flawed, and all 3 of their other divisional opponents are not just not flawed. They're really good to great. So it's hard for me to look at LaFleur and be like, well, you better come in here and win 9 games. Otherwise, you're not the guy. Like, we had that cut from Chris Canty last week. In fact, I'll play it right here. And I didn't get the vibe that he was trying to pick on Mike LaFleur. He was more just like, this guy doesn't have a chance. This is the cut.
Oh, Mike LaFleur with the Arizona Cardinals. I think he's dead on arrival. I see him as a one-and-done coach. I just don't see a path for him being successful. Who's going to be this man's quarterback?
Jacoby Brissett or Carson Beck. That's not the answer you want to hear. That's just the factual me reading a roster.
Oh, okay. You hope that everything gets settled out there in the quarterback room. But I think that's going to be an unmitigated disaster in Arizona, especially considering the teams that are in the NFC West. They've got to face off against the Rams, 49ers, and Seahawks twice. Yeah, good luck.
It feels like a one-and-done coach every single year. So the idea of Mike LaFleur being one and done is completely logical because it feels like that is a thing now in the NFL. Like, oh, wait, we just hired the wrong guy. Let's get rid of him quickly.
Good luck.
Yeah, exactly.
Man, I could not disagree anymore. I honestly, it's just a situation where, first of all, I believe that Mike LaFleur is a good coach, Basin Orleans. I believe that he's more than qualified to be a head coach in the National Football League. I believe that he comes from a family and comes from a coaching tree that really is going to behoove him and help him out as well. Not only that, too, again, you're going to fire a guy you just hired when you know that your roster has got to develop. Now, listen, if the roster doesn't develop, okay, that will be a failure. It will be a failure to me. Yeah. If Marvin Harrison Jr. does not develop, it will be. It'll be a failure to me if Darius Robinson is not a better player. If Walter Nolan III does not improve, it's going to be,
But don't you feel like Monty's going to be the one that wears that? If
yes,
that's the case?
I do believe that.
LaFleur wasn't here for the first couple years. And
I do. I don't think there's any way he's going to be one and done.
No, I don't either. Is there a world where the Cardinals start like 1-9? I tend to believe in the NFL, like they're just going to find a way to win a couple games we don't see them winning. But I can't imagine them being anywhere near the playoff picture even by like early November. It feels like it's already going to, most people have already written them off now. Is there a world where they start real bad and then all of a sudden the team, you just lose your edge when you're 1-9 and guys are halfway out the door? That's what I don't want to see happen to Mike LaFleur because some of that will be his fault, but I think a lot of it will just be the situation he walked into, and yet at the same time, it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, then we're going into the next year asking the same question. Hey, did they get the right guy? So it would be great to see the development that you're talking about or just clear signs of like, okay, yeah, maybe they only win 4 or 5 games, but the ones they lose, they're really competitive. It's almost like Jonathan Gannon's first year. Their record wasn't amazing, but the Cardinals fought. Whereas by the second half of last year, they looked like they were just ready for the season to end.
Yeah. No, that's a good point, man. It really is. Again, it's a situation where we're going to have to wait and see, but so much of what is going on with the Arizona Cardinals right now is about these players. these young guys developing. I talk about it all the time, but it cannot be stressed enough. And they are the wild card, by the way. They are. You know, by way of example, what if Will Johnson just suddenly became a shutdown corner? Have you seen guys with his talent actually become shutdown corners in the second year they're in the... Yes, it happens. I have seen it. Walter Nolan. What if he is destined to be one of the best 3 techniques in the National Football League? Does he have the talent to be that? He does. What happens if these guys develop so quickly and profoundly that suddenly the Arizona Cardinals start winning games? Is that a possibility? Yes.
I think, yeah, that's a possibility.
You know what? I know there's guys out there, you're going to be laughing at that. That's fine. Laugh all you want. Laugh all you want, man, because I've seen it happen.
But there's also the possibility a guy like Will Johnson takes the next step and you're like, hey, they got something here. And it still doesn't translate to wins this year. It's not like, hey, they were going to win 4 games and all of a sudden Will Johnson's like a legitimate Pro Bowler and you got something here that might not translate into a lot of wins this year. And that's what I think when you say it's all about player development this year, you want to be in a position where we can talk ourselves into, okay, this is going in the right direction without having to convince ourselves, where it's easy to say, man, Walter Nolan, like they got something there. Because, Josh Weinfuss said this before, and he's spot on. There are guys on this team that it's easy to potentially get excited about. Marv could just go off this year. But what hangs over it is it's like, man, this is year 4 of this rebuild. Like, what's taking so long? You know?
I've seen the naysayers. I've seen them. I've heard them. Bombed, falling over the rail.
You thinking of anybody in particular?
Okay, I just had a flashback.
All right, when we come back over to the basketball. How good does Miles Bridges need to be this year to justify all the controversy around bringing him in? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
And now the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Listen, most of us spend more time planning our summer vacation than we do planning our retirement. Trajan Wealth helps you change that. So when retirement comes, it actually feels like the reward it should be. Talk to a fiduciary advisory today at Trajan Wealth. Saving for retirement and feeling ready for it? Man, those are 2 different things. Well, Trajan Wealth, they help me get from one to the other. My investments, taxes, estate plan, finally working together. Explain clearly with no pressure. I'm a client, and I have looked back because of that, ladies and gentlemen, because Trajan Wealth, they are the best. Pick up the phone, give them a call, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC, Registered Investment Advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client, paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Progressive knows you could have easily taken the freeway, but you took the scenic route to see a waterfall and an oddly busy boiled peanut stand. Discovering the unexpected is exactly why you bought an RV, so protect it with a bundle from Progressive. Because although you may be 3 hours behind schedule, you're 6 jars of jam richer and possibly enrolled in a butter-churning workshop. Switch to Progressive and protect your RV, boat, or motorcycle by bundling with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
What makes Southern Steer Butcher a fan favorite? The service and hospitality. Just like a traditional old-fashioned butcher, their culinary consultants can recommend the perfect proteins for everyday dinner or that special occasion. Plus, they can provide seasoning and cooking tips and assist with sides, apps, and wine pairings to create your next culinary masterpiece. Southern Steer Butcher is where quality meets hospitality. For more information, visit southernsteer.com or stop by the stores in Surprise or Chandler.
Hi, it's Wayne from AMCO, stopping by the station to check in with Roller.
Hey, Wayne, what's going on today?
Well, the biggest question I hear lately is, do you have to go back to the dealer where you bought your car to get service or repairs?
Wayne, that's a good question. Do you?
No, Roller. If you bought a new or a new used car and you have an extended warranty contract that's hiding in your glove box, please don't forget it's there and that you can use it at any AMCO.
Oh, I thought you had to go to the dealer to keep your warranty valid.
Yes, most people do, but that's not the case. You can have your vehicle serviced at any authorized service center, and AMCO is authorized by all of the major warranty companies.
Wow, that's great. It's so nice to have other options.
I'll say AMCO has dealership quality, rental cars, no hassles, and faster service.
Wayne, that's great. And just to make sure, AMCO does more than transmissions, right?
That's right. If you need your vehicle repaired or hear, feel, see, smell, or even think you have a car issue, please call AMCO first or for a second opinion.
There you go. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. Arizona Diamondbacks general manager Mike Hazen joined Wolf and Luke earlier today and said he would like to buy at the upcoming MLB trade deadline.
I would love to be able to add to this team, given if they show us that they belong in the wild card race. But we're going to see where they take us in the next couple of weeks. Like I said, we're going to be facing the competition we're standing next to in the wild card standings.
Sticking with the D-backs, outfielder Tommy Troy has been placed on the 10-day injured list with a right AC joint sprain. The Summer Suns are in action today at the Thomas & Mack Center in Las Vegas. They take on the Pistons with tip-off at 3. And the World Cup semifinals are continuing today with Argentina taking on England. It is 0-0 at the half. The winner of the game will take on Spain in Sunday's final. And that is what is trending now.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. What will we get from the Summer Suns today against Detroit? We'll talk about our basketball team. Join us. The fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, Wolf and Luke. We're about to get into basketball, but Rick, I'm like hesitant to ask you what you have back there because you're smiling, which makes me think this is about like the Baja Men or something.
So, Diamondbacks infielder, or former Diamondbacks infielder, Pavin Smith, has cleared waivers and was outrighted to AAA Reno. So, still in the organization.
Wow.
Still in the organization.
Oh, my goodness. Still a Diamondback.
Sort of.
Sort of.
Yeah.
in the organization can still have his contract selected.
So if he goes off in Reno, we could see him.
That's right, Bear. You might see him again.
We've got a couple friends out there who don't want that. All right, let's get back into basketball. And the Summer Suns play in a couple hours against the Detroit Pistons. Yeah. So, anyway, interesting to see how that plays out. I mean, Ildemar Vargas, how long did he bounce around before he broke through?
That's right. And then kind of,
well. So, every time the Miles Bridges conversation comes up, Wolf, the question I keep finding myself asking, and there's a lot of questions. I mean, I remember when the trade happened, I thought Dave Burns summed it up real well, where he was, because the trade happened on a Sunday. Burns was like, I just kind of ended up walking around the rest of the day just like, I don't know how I feel about this. The question, though, if I had to boil it down to, and there's so many complicated layers to it and all the off-the-court stuff that we're just not qualified to talk about here. But the one thing that I keep coming back to is just why? Why sign up for all this controversy, all this drama?
Yeah.
Even if it all works out, even if that's all in the past, you don't know that right now. I mean, stuff coming out over the weekend that seemed like maybe allegedly there was still drama from a few weeks ago. Like, just why sign up for all of it?
Yes.
It's not that it would make it right, but it's not like you just traded for LeBron in his prime. You traded for a decent player.
Listen, there is downside right now. There is downside to this, and there's no upside because he hasn't played yet.
Yep.
I think you have to. What is your expectation for the upside here? To take on this much of the downside that exists right now. To me, what does that look like? I don't know, Base Earnings. I really don't. But can I tell you right now that we'll know it when we see it? I know that's probably not what you were hoping to hear, but I don't know if we're going to have an answer yet. We'll know it when we see it. Okay, by way of example, at the Wolfley compound, Dylan Brooks. Was I a Dylan Brooks fan before the Phoenix Suns made that move? I was not a Dylan Brooks fan. I was not. When they made the move, I was not a Dylan Brooks fan.
No, but you were open-minded about it, and that was a very different situation. About it.
Absolutely. But again, it was going to be a situation, prove it. And guess what? Dylan Brooks proved it.
Quickly. Yeah.
I think the same thing with Miles Bridges. He's going to be able to prove it quickly on the floor. Now, off the floor, that's going to be a whole different situation.
Yeah, I can't separate them yet, and so I don't know how quickly he can prove it on the floor. I almost feel like for this to be the right move, to me, this is a move you measure in wins. Like, they better win more games than 45 for this to be worth it, because otherwise he's just a guy that's bringing a lot of drama and controversy and blocking other guys I want to see play from playing. If they go out there, hey, we really like the Miles Bridges move. We won 41 games. Okay, then you didn't need to make the move. Like, this is the sort of move you make when you're sacrificing good vibes and you're sacrificing playing time for some of these guys that we're supposed to be developing. If you're doing all that, you better win more games. And again, I have to keep saying this caveat every time we talk about Miles Bridges. That doesn't even justify it for a lot of people, and I get that. I don't think it would justify it for me either, but I'm just trying to get to the heart of why the Suns would even do this. What are they looking at and saying, okay, this is, watch how quickly it's going to change our on-the-court product. We're going to go from a 7 or 8 seed to a legitimate top 5 team. And it's not going to be because other guys developed. It's going to be because of Miles Bridges.
Yeah. Once again, I think of the impact of Dylan Brooks. I can't answer this question without thinking of Dylan Brooks, who had a bit of a reputation as well. Now, that was all on the floor, on the court, his reputation. But we also know it's basically who he is. He's got a little intensity off the floor as well.
I also think, though, like the whole conversation just puts the spotlight on how crazy it was that Dylan Brooks fit in here so quickly.
Oh, my goodness.
For any player. Because, again, he wasn't getting in trouble off the court.
No.
But I'm just saying, like, to step in, and it was immediate. Like, within a week, like, oh, this is the guy. We needed this guy.
So when you think about it, though, what do you think about? I think of Dylan Brooks. I think of the effort that we saw, the intensity that we saw on the floor. I'm talking about as he was competing. on the defensive end of the floor as well. He was a difference maker, and you could see it immediately. And especially, too, when we started hearing all the guys that were being impacted, Colin Gillespie, impacted by Dylan Brooks in the locker room. That cannot be ignored, man. And once again, I'm wondering about Miles Bridges. Do I have the same expectation for Miles Bridges that he's going to come in here after listening to BG, Brian Gregory, after listening to him actually talk about Miles Bridges? Man, that to me got my attention, because if you listen to BG, he thinks he's going to fit like a glove.
There's Bobby Marks, and we had him on last month. Just the basketball fit, just purely basketball when you bring in Miles Bridges to this team.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it gives him something they've been searching for. A four, a little bit undersized four, I guess, but a guy who's been a starter and is coming off a year he averaged 17, 18 points a game, and has been other than when all the off-court situation happened, had been somewhat durable here. And I would think if you're going to trade a 2033 unprotected first-round pick, it's not going to be for this season alone. And I would expect him to get extended. I think his number right now is 3 for 86. That doesn't mean they're going to extend him for that amount, but I would expect him to be on the roster for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, I mean, you don't trade all that for a year. You're obviously in it for the long haul.
What is your expectation, though? What does he have to do for you to actually say, I want to see him impacted the way Dylan Brooks impacted the culture of this team? And I think on the floor, I think he'll do that.
I think he's a decent player. I think they're already a 45-win team. It's tougher to jump from 45 to 55 than it is to go from 30. Expectations of 30 to 45. So first of all, that sense, it's almost unfair to expect him to impact the team the way Dylan Brooks did, because Dylan Brooks came in, there were no expectations for the Suns. I just think it's going to take a while. I think he's got to win people over off the court, and they've got to win more games. And even then, I think they were going to win more games anyway because of guys like Malawatch developing. And I do think there's value to Devin Booker having the same coach for a couple of years and Dylan Brooks being here. So I don't know that it's not going to be something like, we're not going to have 2 weeks into the season where I'm going to be like, oh, you know what, I'm on board. I think it's going to take time over the long haul. I said this to you the other day. I'll say it again. If he gets in trouble off the court again, it is the worst move the Phoenix Suns have ever made. Ever. Seriously. Can you really dispute that?
No.
Because you signed up for it. So you are
targeted him.
You're banking on him not only getting everything cleaned up, but then taking you to a level where you're a title contending team. And you gave up a lot for him. All right, when we come back, could the Diamondbacks actually be a dangerous postseason team if they get in? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
If you're Mike and you're trying to read the terrain here a little bit, there are a few teams in there that feel like they could be fizzle-out candidates. Miami feels like a fizzle-out candidate. St. Louis maybe ends up being a fizzle-out candidate. San Diego, who knows what they're going to do, right? If you believe that eventually those teams are going to slide out, that might be one of your motivating factors to do it as well. With the bullpen performing the way it is and with the pieces that are in place and some of the guys that are coming back, I could see them being a buyer.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Gleason Roofing. This is Jim Sharp with a reminder to get your roof inspected. And I don't mean doing it yourself from the inside of your house, because by the time the untrained eye realizes there's a problem when water's staining your ceilings or running down your walls, you're looking at major repairs to more than just your roof. Trust the pros at Gleason Roofing, like I did. Gleason Roofing's 25 plus years of doing Arizona roofs means they're experts on what the summer heat and our monsoon season can do to your roof. A Gleason Roofing no obligation roof audit now can save you thousands upon thousands later. And with Gleason Roofing's flexible financing options, including 12 months same as cash for qualified homeowners, you don't have to wait until there's a big problem to get your roof repaired now. Go to GleasonRoofing.com to schedule your no obligation roof audit today, especially if your roof is more than 10 years old. That's GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com. Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people
Choose Gleason.
For windows and doors that combine style, performance, and efficiency, come to the Window Depot. We carry a large selection of Milgard windows and patio doors, with many options in stock and available today. Choose from a variety of colors, styles, and energy-efficient designs that can help improve comfort while adding value to your home. From new builds to window replacements, our team can help you find the right Milgard products for your unique project. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like head administrator for a state-of-the-art surgical center.
What can I do for you, Doc?
We need to talk about the lights.
Ah, the mood lighting, relaxing, right? Much better than those old hospital vibes.
A hospital's supposed to have hospital vibes.
You seem tense. Let's dim the lights a bit.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Hey, it's Gambo. After Diamondbacks convinced their front office enough to be trade deadline buyers. The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, it looks like England just took the lead with 35-ish minutes to go. But it's a goal in a soccer game, so they're going to review it for a while. It was a nice-looking goal, though.
Yeah, it was.
Messi has this look on his face like, I got to score 2 goals in the final 10 minutes again.
We'll just pull this thing out of the fire.
Yeah, he's still got, in his mind, Argentina's still got 25 minutes before they have to wake up. Over to baseball.
They counted it, by the way.
Did they? They did, you're right.
Yep.
All right, 1-0 England. This is they're trying to go back to the final for the first time in 60 years, right?
Believe so.
I don't think they've been there since they won it. So this could get interesting. All right, so going back to the Diamondbacks, Wolf, this is a question I guess they have to answer internally as the next 2.5 weeks unfold before the trade deadline.
It's hard for me to look at England and think that England is actually athletic. I'm sorry, Basinonians, it is. It's hard for me to just think of them in an athletic form. And to watch them go out and actually be where they are right now, England, ladies and gentlemen.
What is the second most popular sport in England?
I don't know. That's a great question.
Rugby or cricket?
Yeah, maybe cricket.
Rugby or cricket.
It's got to be rugby, right?
I don't know. I really don't.
I think basketball's pretty big over there.
You know, I think, the Summer Olympics, they come around, ladies and gentlemen, every 4 years, Ron Wolfley reporting.
Thank you.
Yet at the same time, do you think of England as, they're going to dominate and win the golds? And no, you don't think of that. I realize the Winter Olympics are also something, But does England dominate the Winter Olympics? No.
That's kind of my point. It's like
they don't.
All they care about is soccer. So you almost feel like just because they've put all of their eggs in one basket, they almost just deserve to win because they care that much.
Yes.
So according to Spawned.com.
Okay, well,
shout out Spawned.com.
Trust them.
Soccer is the number one sport.
Okay.
Then rugby.
Okay.
Then cricket. Then tennis. Then golf.
Wow, there you go. Okay.
There you go.
I like how number 6 on the list is athletics.
Yeah, like track and field.
Okay.
Yes.
If that meant they were big A's fans.
Okay, I just had to get that out.
No.
Sorry.
All right. Well,
now, what were you saying, Lou?
Don't even.
You were saying something.
Baseball.
Yes.
A sport that they don't really care that much about in England. But we care about it here. And the Arizona Diamondbacks, the question you have to ask yourself, they have to ask themselves, and really, I guess, so do the St. Louis Cardinals and the Miami Marlins and the Pittsburgh Pirates, is if you make it into the postseason, is that just it? Like, are you just done in the first round? Hey, it's great. We made it in. Okay, this takes the pressure off everybody, but we're out against the Braves or we're out against the Brewers or the Dodgers. Or do you feel like you have the pieces in place to be dangerous if you can get there? I have to think with the Diamondbacks, on some level, they feel like if we get there, we're dangerous because the last time we got there, we took out the Dodgers and went to the World Series. That has to play into your decision-making a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think maybe it does. Yet at the same time, can I just see what happens until the trade deadline? Is that all right if we just see that?
You can, because that's not going to answer this question anyway. That's not going to give you the answer I'm asking for.
I think right now, Basinonians, when you look at it, they are who they are, right? Right? I think we're all kind of looking at it, and is this not who they are?
Wait, that sounded dangerously like your analogy earlier where it was mal you watch is the mal you watch. That's kind of where it seems like you're going. You just said the Diamondbacks are who they are.
Yeah, at this point in time, 49-47. And I know that, they've won 4 games in a row, and I know that they have players that appear to be ready to come back at some point in time over the next month. I just don't know if it's going to be too late. I honestly, I look at the Diamondbacks, and the bullpen has been stunning. It's been really, really good. Unbelievably so. The rotation has been an absolute mess. And the bats haven't been great either. And at some point in time, what do you think is really going to get better for them to be dangerous if they get in?
See, I think you just said it right there. Let me play this cut of Torey Lovello first, and then I'll respond to what you said. Talking about the bullpen here.
Lights out. So I think, what was it, 6 hitless innings today? Yes. I know scoreless, 6 hitless. Lights out. They've taken on that responsibility. They welcomed the challenge, and I want them to continue in the second half. But, guy by guy, I can go look them straight in the eye and say thank you for what you guys have done. I've switched roles. It didn't matter. You guys are just taking the baseball and executing. That's what I always ask.
Bullpens are so weird and volatile, and there are years where you think you have a good bullpen and it's terrible, and there are years where you don't think you're going to have anything special and your bullpen's great, and that's kind of what this year is, right? I think if I'm in that front office, it's got to be the front office, because obviously Torey's going to believe his team's dangerous, and the players are going to believe they're dangerous. But if I'm in the front office, I'm looking and saying, if our bullpen's this good, if we get in the postseason, I think we're a dangerous team. Because the last time we were there, Ketel Marte had at least a hit in every single game all the way to the final game of the World Series. Like, you've got guys that can make you dangerous if you can find a strong hitting first baseman and fill out your rotation. Yeah. Especially if in the back of your mind you know Corbin Burns is coming back.
It's amazing. You just listen to Torey right there.
This is going to be about England.
No. What's amazing is just listening to Torey. He's a nice guy. He really is.
What a nice guy.
When you listen to him, just listen to the way he speaks of his players. He truly loves and cares about his players. And I do believe that there are guys that will take advantage of certain coaches or managers in this situation if they think you love them. All right? Having said that, what's also so funny about this? Torey is such a class act. He's going to talk this way in front of the media. He's always going to speak this way. He's never going to sell a dude out in front of the media. But don't think for 1 second that this guy doesn't square dudes up and say, what are you doing?
Yeah, we know for a fact.
I know for a fact that he does that. That's exactly right. I've been told that by guys who have actually played for Torey Lovullo.
Yeah.
He will square you up and let you have it. Yet at the same time, he's never going to do it publicly. And you listen to him speak about his guys, man. Now I understand it's the bullpen, and we can all be really positive
They've been good
about the bullpen.
And that was after sweeping the Dodgers. So you could ask Torey anything. He was going to find a positive spin on it.
That's right. Yeah, he was in a good mood.
Yeah.
But I think this notion that Torey Lovullo is just, he's coddling these guys. That's all he does is coddle these guys. We've heard that out there. Isn't that right, YouTube? What up, YouTube? Chaka, bro. Don't buy into that, because I will tell you, he'd not have the success that he does or has had if he doesn't square dudes up.
You have to be the only person at the station who calls out YouTube, and then you're like, what up, YouTube?
Yeah, well, you know, I mean.
What's going on out there?
Shaka, bro.
I look at the wild card race now, and I have long believed, I think a lot of people do, that the Cubs and Phillies are playoff teams. So to me, there's a lot of baseball to be played, but to me, you've already got the Dodgers, Brewers, Braves, Cubs, and Phillies making the playoffs. So everybody else is fighting for one spot. But when I look around, it's like the Padres don't seem to be figuring it out. I think the Diamondbacks can easily be better than the Pirates and the Marlins. I think the Cardinals are interesting because they've got some talent on that team. But I think it's doable to get into the postseason. I think it's doable enough that it's worth buying if you're still in this position. And I also think, and again, a lot hinges on if Corbin Burns is coming back. But if they go all in at the deadline, right or wrong, that's going to tell me they think Corbin Burns is coming back this season. Because I don't know that you would go all in at the deadline if you knew he wasn't coming back.
Yeah.
You know.
By the way, St. Louis, can we go? Can we go on that trip? Can we go to St. Louis?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Go to the Hill maybe and go to Canetto's on the Hill?
I think we could probably take Paul Sewald's spot because it's a one-day trip that wasn't supposed to be there in the middle of the humid month of July.
By the way, what's up, Frankie? Frankie Canetto. Shaka bra.
Is Frankie on YouTube?
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. I got to look into this whole YouTube thing. All right, when we come back, is ASU football set at quarterback with Cutter Boley, or is there still more to be decided there in the next few weeks? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Football soon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. The home of Arizona State Sun Devils football. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, 98.7 FM.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care. Have you ever tried to play through pain? Yeah, I'm sure you have. I'm not talking about a bruise. I'm talking about that sciatica lightning bolt ripping down your lower back from your leg. Oh, my goodness. At Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DIS, the world-class spine surgeons right here in the Basin, they don't just treat symptoms. They identify the pain generator and attack it with precision. These are the innovators behind endoscopic spine surgery, a technique so minimally invasive it uses an incision smaller than 1/4 of an inch. That means faster recovery, less pain, and getting back to life, the life that you love, whether it's at the gym, the golf course, or cheering on the bird game. Sciatica, herniated disc, spinal stenosis, whatever's knocking you out of the game, DISC has seen it and diagnosed it and fixed it for thousands of patients across Arizona. Go to sciatica.com for more information. That's sciatica.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, it's Bodie and Victoria, owners of NewACUnit.com.
In Arizona, it hits 100 degrees and suddenly AC prices magically go up.
We don't play that game at NewACUnit.com.
Even with manufacturers raising prices this year, we've used our buying power to keep your costs down.
And the price you see online, that includes everything. Unit, install, delivery, no surprises.
Just a smarter, more affordable way to stay cool at NewACUnit.com.
Every summer road trip starts somewhere. Start yours at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, we have employee pricing for everyone and 0% APR for 60 months on new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 models. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Employee pricing for everyone and 0% APR for 60 months for well-qualified buyers. Must finance with GM Financial. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by August 3rd, 2026.
Freeway Chevrolet. I can and may. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. Arizona Diamondbacks general manager Mike Hazen joined Wolf and Luke earlier today and said he would like to buy at the upcoming MLB trade deadline.
I would love to be able to add to this team, given if they show us that they belong in the wild card race. But we're going to see where they take us in the next couple of weeks. Like I said, we're going to be facing the competition we're standing next to in the wild card standings.
Sticking with the D-backs, outfielder Tommy Troy has been placed on the 10-day injured list with a right AC joint sprain. The Summer Suns are in action today at the Thomas & Mack Center in Las Vegas. They take on the Pistons with tip-off at 3. And the World Cup semifinals are continuing today with Argentina facing England. It is 1-0 England in the second half. The winner of the game will take on Spain in Sunday's final. And that is what is trending now.
Like we always do with this time, I go for mine, I get to shine. Now throw your hands up in the sky. Go for mine, I get to shine. Now throw your hands up in the sky.
Hey, it's Gambo. Can Kaman Malawach deliver another strong performance in the Summer League today? We'll react to his performance on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6, on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
See, Wolf, this is it's another sign that we're getting closer and closer to football season. If you go on Arizona Sports right now, our own Damon Allred has the too early projected starting lineup for ASU football.
Oh,
2026.
Oh, that's cool.
And, there is still a good amount of players on this defense, like Montana Warren, Adrian Wilson, Martell Hughes, CJ Fight, Clayton Smith. There's a lot of guys here that they still have, continuity on defense. Offense is very different now, especially a quarterback who I think we all believe that will be Cutter Boley, the transfer from Kentucky. But that is not a given, according to Kenny Dillingham. This is what he said about the quarterback position, specifically Boley, actually, last week.
So I recruited him to Oregon when I was there, and I just remember he was a really good athlete. You know, people don't give him enough credit for his athleticism. He's a very good athlete, was a good basketball player, and then he had all the arm strength and all the ability of what he could do. And then when he went in the portal, watching his tape really fast, but I remembered who he was, and I remembered a lot about him from his visit out there to Oregon. So it was somebody that I knew I wanted to target from the beginning.
Yeah, that's Cutter Boley that he's talking about right there. What I thought was interesting was the fact that Kenny Dillingham alluded to the fact that this quarterback competition, though, there was competition. And this spring, that competition was very, very acute. And this competition may actually go into the fall, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, he has. Let me play this one other cut because this might be the cut. If not, then I'll kind of jump on top of that.
I would say going into the first week is the latest that we'll name one. Very similar to year one. I don't like to play. I like our team to know. I don't like the games behind that as much. If we believe in a quarterback before then and we think he's our guy, we'll announce it whenever they separate themselves. I think the biggest thing in a quarterback battle is you want somebody to separate themselves. If somebody separates themselves and the team sees it, well, then the team knows it. Everybody knows it, and it's just a formality. It's just a press conference away, but everybody already knows it. When it's tight, I always want our team to know the direction we're going to head before the season starts.
Yeah, you know what? There it is. For me, at least, there's nothing wrong with this. There's nothing wrong with this. I think it's the best thing you could actually do is go ahead and say, you know what? We're not sure who our quarterback is. And I love the fact that, once again, he brought up the team because the team knows it as well.
Yeah.
These guys separate themselves, and the team knows it, and they're typically the first to actually know this guy's a little bit different, especially because these players, they get to see a Cutter Boley in a different light, in a different situation, get to talk to him and have conversations with him. What kind of leader is he? They know it better than anybody else.
Saw something, I think it was yesterday, and this is a horrible thing to say because I don't have the reference point, but somebody was saying yesterday that Mikey Keene absolutely could start for this team. And it wasn't like some rando like Mikey Keene blog. Right. It was like a college football publication, but
it wasn't start9.win.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't startkeene.win.
But that's good.
But they have two highly recruited player, Jake Fetty. I mean, that's one of the highest recruited quarterbacks they've ever had, and he's a freshman. And Cameron Dyer's a redshirt freshman. He was highly recruited as well. So you talked earlier in the show about what's great about a dog. A dog is consistent,
yes.
Right? Kenny Dillingham is consistent. And I truly believe one of the reasons that he is able to have success retaining his players, I get it. Money talks, and that's going to be the great equalizer in a lot of situations. But when it's close, I think guys like playing for him because he tells them how it is, and it makes sense when he says it. Like, you're going to see other college coaches this year play these games like, oh, we don't know who our starter is. Like, even into week 3, nobody knows. You're not going to keep if Cutter Boley's your starter and whoever, Cameron Dyer is going to transfer if he's not the starter, you're not going to trick Cameron Dyer into staying by each week. And I'm just using Dyer as an example,
right,
and maybe I shouldn't use a name. But you know what I mean? Like, just be straightforward with your team. They're not idiots. And that's what I think Kenny does well, is he talks to these guys like they're adults because they are.
Yeah. And, once again, a little indecision. It's not bad going into the fall. Now, as you're rolling around to week 1, do you want somebody to separate themselves? No doubt.
Be nice.
You definitely want to do that because why, basically? If you have 2 quarterbacks, you have no quarterbacks. Okay? I mean, that's what it comes down to. It's an old saying. It's been around for a long time. But you'd love to see somebody separate himself. You'd love to see Cutter Boley, frankly, separate himself and prove that he is the starting quarterback going forward. But I don't think it's bad to go into the fall saying, you know what, guys, it's still a quarterback competition here, and what do you say you prove it? You okay with that?
Been saying you want the Cardinals to do since they don't have a clear cut.
That's right.
Basically say what Kenny just said. Let's Somebody separate themselves.
Prove it.
Make it easy on me. Especially the way ASU's schedule plays out, where you host Morgan State, and you don't play another home game until October 3rd. Okay, so you're hosting Morgan State on September 5th. You'd like to just have your quarterback in that game because your next two games are at College Station and in London in the next 2 weeks. You don't want to be like, okay, we split the Morgan State game, and now Boley may start the A&M game, but he's looking over his shoulder at Mikey Keene, and then maybe even just go Jake Fetty. Like, you got to, the way their schedule's set up, you got to have your quarterback early. You are so locked into a soccer game. What happened up there?
I'm just looking at the England's goaltender. He's absolutely going off.
Oh yeah,
and it looked like he was going off on his guys. Is that true?
He's an angry English guy.
Oh my goodness!
The fact that I know his name shows how angry.
You know what though? Honestly, it just reminds me of leadership and how important it is. And do you think a goaltender is an important part of a soccer team based on earnings? Yes, of course.
Well,
I'm just thinking the way he came running out from the goal screaming, and it looked like he was yelling at his guys.
He yells at his guys the way a hockey goalie will yell at his defenseman.
I like it.
So yeah, certainly that's the main decision ASU is going to have to make here over the next few weeks. But I don't hate that they haven't made it yet. And Rick, are you celebrating or are you angry?
That was a foul.
Nobody has scored.
It's a serious foul just now.
I haven't seen you this fired up since Pete Alonso hit that spring training home run.
I can't believe they got nothing out of that either.
All right, I'm going to break.
Oh, my goodness.
You guys are all soccer fans. We come back. What did Mike Hazen tell us earlier in the show about Zach Gallen and Eduardo Rodriguez? I thought they were both interesting responses. We'll get them both to you next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hi, I'm Jay Arthur, the current president of Drowning Prevention Coalition of Arizona and a retired captain with the Phoenix Fire Department. The number one killer of children, age 1 to 4, in Arizona is drowning. As a first responder of 36 years, a child drowning was my worst nightmare. On those calls, I would desperately try to revive a cold, limp, lifeless little child with every ounce of the skills I possessed, many times with no success. In just a few devastating moments, a child gone too soon. Don't let this be your nightmare. This is preventable. Surround your pools with an approved fence. Have high locks and audible alarms on all doors leading to the pool area. Have a designated adult with eye-to-eye contact when children are in the water. Learn how to swim and learn CPR. Drownings can happen to anyone. Please, don't be that anyone.
Hey, it's Gambo, and when you think about Diamondbacks baseball, everything comes down to what you can see. The pitch coming in, the movement of the ball, the play unfolding in the field. The clearer your vision, the better your game. That's why I've always believed in the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Schwartz and his team have built a reputation on precision, experience, and results. And it's no surprise he's the official team eye doctor of the Arizona Diamondbacks, trusted to help keep the pros seeing their best. If you're ready to ditch glasses and contacts, LASIK is your winning play. It's a quick procedure with fast recovery and proven results. Not a LASIK candidate? Evo ICL or Clear Lens Exchange could be your next move for sharp, clear vision. Schedule your free consultation and see how Dr. Schwartz can clear things up. With locations in Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa, visit teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
I've got another confession to make.
Hey, it's Gambo. Have the Diamondbacks convinced their front office enough to be trade deadline buyers? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, anybody have any soccer thoughts you want to get out here before I start playing some Hazen audio?
So if Argentina advances, which it's not looking great right now.
This is typically when they start playing.
That is true.
Only the 84th minute.
Then Messi will be playing against Lamine Yamal, and Messi played in a World Cup before Lamine Yamal was born. He had already played in a World Cup.
You really had a specific thought you wanted to bring up. Okay. Anything from you, Wolf, before I start playing this?
No, I just looking at the goaltender once again for England. Just a very the
animated
gesticulations.
Yeah, he's animated.
Are yes.
I can't even. I mean, this goes back to what we were saying earlier. Like, what's the second most popular sport in England? The fact that we had to look it up, I think, illustrates how big of a deal this is there. Not that it's a big deal in Argentina or Spain, but England is just like they're fanatical about it, and they don't ever actually win. Argentina and Spain win. You know, you get that relief of actually winning. England actually has a chance here to maybe do something crazy. All right, we had Mike Hazen
too. When I look at it based on it, and I watch the game of soccer, I think how cool the game would be if, in fact, you put pads on and just you could run over a dude.
They call that rugby.
No, they're kicking the ball.
You're saying
they kick it in rugby though.
Yeah, but you can use your hands.
But
in
it's
rugby.
not. Yes,
maybe Australian rules football is
you
more.
Use your hands in that though too.
No,
you're saying soccer with pads,
don't
right?
Don't change anything. Play the game of soccer, except you can. If a dude's got the ball, you can
just run right through him. Yeah, I gotta be honest.
Tackle him. You could just contact him.
Argentina just scored.
Oh,
because
man.
This is when they start playing with 10 minutes left in the game.
There it is. There it is.
All right, get ready for extra time. And
I mean, are you kidding me?
If they could have tackled him, he wouldn't have scored right there. Like if he was wearing full equipment.
Who scored?
Not Messi.
It wasn't Messi.
No, that was actually a pretty nice kick from way outside the box. So probably should have covered that guy, as it turns out, because he looked like he was lining up for a field goal. He had so much time.
Oh my goodness!
All right, so 1-1 in the 86th minute. Yeah, can you imagine if England blows this game?
Oh my goodness! Can you imagine?
By the time ASU plays Kansas there in 2 months, they won't have recovered yet. Like the entire country of England will not have recovered if they blow this lead with less than 10 minutes to go.
Wow.
Mike Hazen was on the show earlier, and we asked him about Zach Gallen.
Yeah, Zach hasn't had a great season. We've talked about that. He knows it. He's owned it. Where this medical thing takes us, we'll put that aside. I still very much believe in this guy. I always have. I think this guy has done so much for so long in this league. He has not forgotten how to pitch. I said this on the radio a couple of weeks ago. I'll say it again. If we backed up 365 days ago and you guys were asking me about Eduardo Rodriguez, what would you have been saying to me? What were you saying to me at that time? And there's nobody on planet Earth, including myself, that's currently alive that would have looked us in the face and said, Eduardo Rodriguez is going to have one of the best first halves of any Diamondback pitcher in history and is going to pitch in the All-Star game next year. That just wouldn't have been said. and he's carried us and he's dominated. And so I think these things do go in cycles sometimes. Guys do get in ruts for longer than a couple starts here or there. But, yeah, he's got to pitch better when he comes back. Hopefully, when he's coming back, if this little blow here physically was what was ailing him to some degree in terms of getting the final finish on his pitches, then that could be a deciding factor in how this goes too.
Man, you know what's just listening to Mike Hazen there, I'm sorry. All I could think of was Eduardo Rodriguez.
Yeah, me too.
Why do you say that?
Because he brought up Erod, and I mean that's now sort of the model, right? Of hey, this guy's struggling, but look how you can turn it around. Now, Erod, to be fair, was not pitching well as a Diamondback for 2 years, but he was never struggling the way Gallen is struggling this year. But he wasn't even like close to all-star form. His ERA as a Diamondback over 2 years coming into the season was over 5.
See, I didn't think of Erod because he brought Erod up, Basinonians. I was thinking about what he was saying in regard to how different Eduardo Rodriguez is. When you think about what is the difference with him, is it something he did mechanically? No, it is not. It's what he did mentally. He did something different mentally.
Yeah, so we asked Hazen that too. The question essentially is like, can you pinpoint what's different? And his answer was pretty definitive.
It's actually pretty simple. He's evolved as a pitcher. He's using all of his stuff. He was very heavy fastball dominant. He's always had a really good fastball. He was throwing his fastball way too much in the past. So he's now mixing all of his stuff. That mix is creating uncertainty for the hitters. It's not perfect. He's not, he doesn't strike out 10 guys a night. It's not raw, blow you away with stuff, but it's in the evolution of some of these guys. Merrill Kelly's another example of this. As they get older, their advantage is their ability to pitch, throw multiple pitches, command their stuff, not get rattled when you got first and third and nobody out. That's the separator skill, and you have to use it to your advantage. I think he's doing that more. So he's mixing in a curveball now, which he wasn't doing in the past. Like all of those things that are setting off the hitter's timing or their ability to sit on a particular pitch is creating more doubt. And that's the whole game for pitching if you're not Jacob Mizorowski.
Yeah. So, once again, that to me was what was so compelling because that's what's wrong with Zach Gallen, in my opinion. It's something inside. And I wonder, I'd love to sit down with Zach because I guarantee you, this is a guy that thinks about this stuff.
Yeah.
He cares about this stuff. He thinks about this stuff all the time. We've had many deep conversations with him when we've actually brought him on. And, this is the answer. The answer is within him. And I just don't know if he's going to find it in time.
It's almost weirder that he's struggling the way he is and a teammate is figuring it out,
Right.
Like you would think like, okay, I'm talking to Erod. Okay, what's going on? I'm watching it on a daily basis from 20 feet away. I'm seeing what Erod's doing, and yet Gallen's going the opposite direction. He's not, I don't know. Side note, Hazen brought up Mizorowski. Did you see that stat during the game last night?
No.
Just take a wild guess. How many pitches Jacob Mizorowski has thrown this year that have topped out at 100 miles per hour or faster?
Oh, man. I know that he leads the league in that regard.
Yeah. He already has more this season than any pitcher's ever had since they started tracking it.
Okay.
He's thrown 670 pitches.
Thank you.
How does he still have an elbow?
I don't know, man. Seriously.
Or
but
does
once
he
again,
have the strongest elbow ever?
Yeah, and maybe it's just a situation where he has built it up. His body has been calloused to that, Basinonians.
If his body's been calloused to that, everybody better look out. Because if you can deal the way he's dealing, throw over 100 as often as he does.
Do you have any more sound that you would like to play from the freaky Mike Hazen, who's got a massive brain? Freaky Mike Hazen, wheeling and dealing.
No, I don't. Not that we really have enough time to play.
Okay.
Yeah, not here. I can play one more. This is the most important thing he'll be watching over the next couple of weeks heading into the deadline.
Yeah, look, I think the biggest thing beyond us taking care of business in the next 2 weeks is watching the medical progression of the guys that I'm talking about coming back.
Yeah.
If I have reasonable to good optimism that Soroka, Gallen, Burns are all coming back in the rotation. And Nelly, at some point as we move through, yeah, that's going to temper I was not planning on fixating on the starting pitching group going into the deadline. Now I have to look at that a little differently depending on what the what the outlook is going to be for that group coming into the second half. So I think the next 2 weeks we're going to gain a lot of information on that group as they move through their progression. Some have already started, and we get to sort of, okay, where do we optimistically or reasonably think they're going to land in the cycle in August and September, and then what do we have to do to keep the team running until that group gets there?
I think that says a lot about what they're going to do here in the next couple of weeks. We're going to react more to that tomorrow. England just blew that game.
You gotta be
Argentina
kidding me.
just scored. So
it was Messi who set it up.
The pass was crazy.
I thought we were joking when I said in the 84th minute and they were losing. This is when they start playing, but Argentina has scored 2 goals in the last 8 minutes.
Oh my God.
They just do this every game. All right, we're leaving. Thanks to Rick and Jamal. It's not over. There's still 6 minutes of extra time, but Argentina is now winning. Thanks to Rick and Jamal. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports league.
Peace and strength.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Mike Trout hit a home run at Chase Field, and his own son Beckham was booing him because his son is a Diamondbacks fan. Trading for Mike Trout would be very, very complicated. He's got a no-trade clause, and he is owed a ton of money on his contract. It's unfortunate because finding that out, my first thought was, wow, how about that guy hitting fourth for the Diamondbacks?
Here's something I always bring up when we talk about Mike Trout. Imagine being Tim Salmon, having a great career, and not even being the best Angels outfielder with the last name of a fish.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, I'm Jacob, your friend and an actual jeweler craftsman at Shane Company. I'm proud to work for a family business that's been committed to the highest quality standards for nearly 100 years. Your dream engagement ring is designed for quality every step of the way. We set your diamond by hand, not with machines. Prong tips are beautiful and secure, and intricate details are thoughtfully crafted. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend knows true love deserves the highest quality. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
I've had a number of surgeries, and frankly, I don't have time to rehab a surgery and an operation at this point in my life. I didn't want to take time off my kids' activities.
That's why former college and pro football player Bobby Carpenter turned to QC Kinetics. We couldn't be happier saving our patients like him from operating rooms and long recoveries.
I've been able to resume like normal activity for me, which is a lot of running. It's a lot of workouts. I've been very, very blessed with how it's been able to hold up.
For so long, patients have accepted surgery as the only solution. But with new technologies, the medical professionals at QC Kinetics use regenerative treatments, your body's own biologics, to help heal and restore knees, hips, shoulders, and backs.
I actually ran into a friend of mine over at our golf course, and he had his knee done. It felt so well. He'd got his shoulder done. He goes, I can't thank you enough. He'd heard the commercial on the air, and so it's feeling great.
Find out how you can avoid surgery and finally get relief. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis, and here is what's trending now. Phoenix Suns Summer League action continues about an hour from right now in Las Vegas. They're taking on the Detroit Pistons at the Thomas and Mack Center. Tip-off will be at 3. We'll be sure to keep you updated throughout today's Burns and Gambo show for all the latest from the Suns Summer League. Just 2 more days until the Diamondbacks are back in action, starting Friday with a 3-game set against the St. Louis Cardinals. Today, they announced that Tommy Troy has been placed on the 10-day injured list. Outfielders listed with a sprained right AC joint, retroactive to July 12th. So technically, he's already accrued 3 of those 10 days. There's no corresponding move along with Troy to the injured list. Additionally, the Diamondbacks announced that Pavin Smith has cleared waivers and was outrighted to AAA Reno. And I'm about to talk about the World Cup, so if you don't want those updates right now, I'll give you 3, 2, 1. Oh my goodness, what a tremendous collapse from England. Oh no, we are in the final few seconds of stoppage time, it would appear. Argentina in the 85th minute tied what was a 1-0 contest and then took a 2-1 lead in the 93rd, 94th minute, I believe it was. And it looks like they are about to return in an attempt to defend their World Cup title from 4 years ago. Should that hold, we'll let you know. But right now, there is still a few seconds to go. England going to try everything they can to tie this one up before it's over. Hey, start your day with Arizona's top sports headlines. The Arizona Sports Daily Insider has everything that you need to know before you head out the door. Text INSIDER to 620-620 for more info.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Wednesday in Phoenix. John Gambadoro, Tim Ring, filling in for the ever vacationing Dave Burns.
Says the guy who just got back from vacation.
I had like 2 weeks off. Took my daughter and her fiance to Ireland and Scotland. And we are waiting for the final whistle here to see if this will be it. We're into the 10th minute of stoppage time. They put 9 minutes on the clock. The goalie is now up, and this might be the final play right here. And I think that's it. Nope, they didn't call it yet. Argentina leads England 2-1. England was up 1-0. And in the 85th minute, Argentina scored to tie it, and then they kept the pressure on. They got another goal. and they lead 2-1, and the whistle's going to sound any second now.
This is my favorite part of the match is when we get to the beyond stoppage time.
Yeah,
and is it going to end? No, probably not. Maybe.
How much more stoppage time can you add? Because the guy was down for 4 seconds? Blow the whistle. That's it. But what a choke job by England. I feel terrible for them. Norway would have done better, I think. Norway would have beat Argentina. I was like, this Argentina team, and there it is. It's over.
There it is.
You don't have to cry for Argentina because they've advanced.
I wouldn't want to be.
The truth is, they never left us, Gambo.
Argentina versus Spain, and England done in again by Argentina. That history continues. The hand of God goal by Maradona, and now Argentina comes back. You 85th minute. You're 14 minutes away from advancing, and you're England, and you choke, and you give up 2 goals. And what was it, about a 7-minute span, right? What they scored?
Less,
85
2
and
minutes,
95.
Yeah. 2 goals in less than 5 minutes, and then they get 10 minutes of stoppage time. They don't score there. Argentina advances. We'll get Argentina against Spain. I'm really root for either of them. I guess I'll root for Spain.
As soon as Argentina tied that game, it was over.
It was over.
You could feel it. It was only a matter of time.
Yeah, they went to the prevent defense, England. They went to the prevent defense. We're going to try to run this clock out, and it didn't work. It didn't work. They stopped being offensive. They stopped trying to score goals. All the pressure was Argentina, and they advanced. All right, that's not what our top story of the day is, but the World Cup is down to 2 teams, Argentina versus Spain. Let's tell you what our top story of the day is.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Baker throws. And a big bouncer, and wait for it to come down. And the American League has pitched the first shutout in the All-Star game in 13 years.
Boring.
We were debating yesterday if it was worth watching anymore.
Boring.
Last night did not help the cause.
No, Corbin Carroll had 1 at bat. He struck out. Erod had a 1 inning. He went 1-2-3 in the 2nd inning. That's how your local Arizona Diamondbacks did. But 11 American League pitchers combined to allow 3 hits. There were 3 hits by the National League, and there were 15 strikeouts. For the National League batters, it was a 4-0 win at Citizens Park. It was the 4th shutout in All-Star play by the American League. A very, very impressive pitching performance with the 15 strikeouts. But it wasn't like they had a whole bunch of guys throwing 100 miles an hour. They were getting beat by Nick Martinez, who's 35 years old, and Michael Wacha and guys like that. The interesting part of it is you didn't see Jacob Mizorowski pitch. You didn't see Paul Skeens pitch. You didn't see Shohei Ohtani pitch or Chase Burns or Yamamoto or Chris Sale or Ashcraft. All of these guys were all-stars. None of them pitched. There's obviously a problem with the all-star process when all of these great players are not even getting on the field and playing. They're all being introduced, and they're not pitching. They're not playing. Cam Schlittler from the Yankees, same thing. The amount of – they got this rule that if you pitch on Sunday – you don't have to play in the All-Star game. So all these guys that pitched on Sunday, you're trying to get your best pitcher to line up and pitch the last game and then hopefully pitch the first or second game out of the break. So what you're ending up with all of these guys being all-stars, but none of them being able to pitch.
Yeah, but it wasn't all because of the Sunday rule. Some guys just chose not to pitch.
Some guys did choose not to pitch.
And I think that's the bigger issue. I get the Sunday rule.
Well, replace them.
But when we get guys where it's just not important to them and they prioritize, their physical well-being and their routine, which is fine. I'm not criticizing them for doing that, but the fact that this is happening is just not a great look for baseball in the All-Star game. Having said that, still, what the American League did to the National League last night, you mentioned boring. They struck out 15 times.
15 strikeouts.
3 hits and no runs. I know great pitching beats great hitting, but come on. It's an all-star game. The thing took about 3 hours, which is lightning fast for an all-star game.
I don't mind. I prefer a 2-1, 3-2 game over an 8-7 slugfest. I just do. But I enjoy pitching and defense. But this was ridiculous. They couldn't put the bat on the ball.
Yeah,
they couldn't even put the bat on the baseball.
And I get what you're saying about that as a baseball purist. But at the same time, for an all-star game, the heightened attention on the game, the people that paid all that money, you want to see some runs. You want to see some home runs.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
You should.
The young White Sox guy put one out in the later stage of that game. But, I'm sorry. it doesn't have to be 8-7, but how about a 5-3? How about a 6-5? How about a 6-4?
You can't have 15 strikeouts. I mean, that's
right.
5 straight innings of strikeouts. That's like every at bat for 5 innings. Your guy's striking out. 15 strikeouts in a game. The only NL star pitcher who did appear was the hometown kid Sanchez, and he threw 34 pitches in the first inning. He walked 2 batters, and he didn't pitch very well. Bellinger had an RBI off him. Rice had an RBI off of him, and it was 3-0 American League before everybody sat down in their seats. This Sanchez has been unbelievable.
And think about that, though, Gambo. There was 3 runs in the very first inning, and then basically 90% of that game was nothing outside of the home run.
1 solo home run.
The game.
Yeah, so you went 8.5 innings after the first with only 1 run.
Right.
It was a boring baseball game. It was a boring game. And I don't know. You know what? We always talk about this every year. What could they do to spice it? I don't know. Nothing. Just nothing.
I mean, they got the guys mic'd up. I thought Fox did a good job with the Sandlot bit with Ray Charles and the bikes and the kids.
That was pretty outstanding.
I thought that was really good.
That was really outstanding. The Ray Charles bit with the Sandlot. I liked it.
I heard some people criticize it. Oh, it's hokey, false patriotism. I thought that was not so much a celebration of the country. I thought it was a celebration of the game of baseball. And I think baseball's trying to appeal to a younger audience, and they tapped into that with the nostalgia with the Sandlot motif.
Yeah, but to not see, I mean, if I said you want to see Ohtani pitch, you want to see Yamamoto pitch,
you want to see Judge hit,
you want to see Skeens, Mizorowski, you want to see Judge hit, and then you don't get it, and it's like, you feel kind of unfulfilled. Like I got home and there was nothing else on. So, Ivy's put it on. We watched it, and God, it was boring. It was just a really boring baseball game.
Bellinger was the MVP.
Yeah,
hometown
for
kid
one base hit.
For the Yankees. He's the 4th Yankee ever to win the MVP in an All-Star game. I was wondering, being the Yankee guy that you are, can you name the other 3? And it's not who you think it might be.
You mean it's not Ruth, DiMaggio, or Gehrig?
Yes, or Mantle. It was remarkably, Babe Ruth only played in 2 All-Star games as a Yankee because the All-Star game started in 1933, and he was gone from the Yankees by 1935. But Jeter won in 2000.
Okay.
Nobody won before 2000. How about that? Jeter was
Nobody.
The first, yep.
Oh, it was all after 2000.
Yep. Mariano Rivera in 2013.
Okay.
Stanton in 2022. And Cody Bellinger in 2026. Only 2 teams in baseball have had more All-Star Game MVP winners than the New York Yankees.
Yeah, you think about the Yankees, like Yogi Berra didn't do it, and Mantle, and Maris, and DiMaggio, and Ruth, and those guys. It was
Reggie Jackson and Dave Winfield.
Reggie Jackson.
Nobody until 2000 when Jeter won it. So the Orioles have 5 MVPs, and
Dave
the Giants
Winfield,
have
once
5.
called Mr. May by George Steinbrenner. Because Reggie Jackson was Mr. October, and Dave Winfield always sucked in the playoffs, so he called him Mr. May. This guy's great in May, but he's terrible when it matters the most. He's terrible. All right, so the All-Star game was boring. The Arizona Diamondbacks, Mike Hazen was on with Luke and Wolf this morning, and he talked about the trade deadline. We'll play some of those cuts there, and we'll talk about some of the top prospects in the organization. Are any of these guys untouchable? That's next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
My uncle's Maytag washer lasted over 37 years. His motto, buy once, cry once. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. When I started A1 Garage Door Service, I thought about my uncle's Maytag. Most garage door springs get about 10,000 cycles or 3 to 5 years. Our Max Life springs last over 100,000 cycles. That's a minimum of 30 years. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Kids Free Weekend is back. When the St. Louis Cardinals visit Chase Field starting on July 17th, kids get in free, courtesy of Wendy's. Get tickets for the weekend at dbacks.com/kidsfree.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan. As a Marine veteran and owner of Precision Air and Plumbing, I'm reminded of the values that make this country great. Hard work, service, and taking care of your neighbors. As America celebrates 250 years of freedom, Precision is offering up to $2,500 off a new AC unit. Freedom from interest with 0% financing for 60 months and freedom from payments until 2027. Precision Air and Plumbing, veteran owned. Make the Precision decision today.
Decision with Precision Air.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-9-million, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
What makes Southern Steer Butcher a fan favorite? Their service and hospitality. Just like a traditional old-fashioned butcher, their culinary consultants can recommend the perfect proteins for everyday dinner or that special occasion. Plus, they can provide seasoning and cooking tips and assist with sides, apps, and wine pairings to create your next culinary masterpiece. Southern Steer Butcher is where quality meets hospitality. For more information, visit southernsteer.com or stop by the stores in Surprise or Chandler.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Hey, it's Luke. Which specific players could the Arizona Diamondbacks target at the trade deadline? We'll discuss that tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Here is the text I just got from Chelsea Gambadoro. The lovely Miss Chelsea. The World Cup is so rigged. How does Argentina always score multiple goals in the last 5 minutes of every game? That's the text I just got from my wife.
Right.
The World Cup is so rigged. How does Argentina always score multiple goals in the last 5 minutes of every game? Anybody have an answer for my wife?
Well, it's a little bit, I mean,
my answer.
How did Tom Brady always win the game in the end for the Patriots? I mean, they just know how to do it. They
played Eli Manning and the Giants and got their asses handed to them.
They just know how to flip that switch.
Yeah.
And I know nothing about soccer, but I know a little bit about sports, and that's what they do. That's what they do.
They're just great at it.
You better have a 2-goal lead with 3 minutes to
Egypt
go.
had a 2-goal lead.
Yeah, but there was at least a little bit of time.
Not a lot.
That's what I mean. You better have a 2-goal lead with 2 minutes to go.
I was sitting there having I didn't have any haggis when I was there. That's disgusting. But I mashed something or other. And Egypt's up 2-0. I'm like, Argentina's getting knocked out. And they scored 2 goals, and then they score another one. They win 3. I'm like, that's unbelievable. Just unbelievable. All right, the Arizona Diamondbacks, the trade deadline. Mike Hazen was on with Luke and Wolf this morning. Here's what he said about the trade deadline.
Look, you know what I want to do. I've talked about this, but we also have to be realistic about where we are. Unfortunately,
You talk about the Dodger series. We took on a number of new injuries. We have a lot of guys that are down right now. Now, I'm hopeful that we're going to start seeing some of those guys coming back. That's going to be a huge addition to this team. The Sorokas, the Lawlers, I'm hoping Nelly won't be too, we're going to get Namarai this week. We'll see what happens with him on the other side. Obviously, Burns is on his way back. We'll see what happens with Gallen. Tommy Troy's going to be back. So I'm hopeful that group is all coming back to us at some point, within the next month or so, plus, differing time frames on all of those guys. That's going to change our profile dramatically without us doing anything at the deadline. But I would love to be able to add to this team, given if they show us that they belong in the wild card race. But we're going to see where they take us in the next couple of weeks. Mm-hmm. Like I said, we're going to be facing the competition we're standing next to in the wild card standings, and we kind of control where this thing goes.
Well, they are smack dab in the middle of the wild card race now. Now, will they be there as the trade deadline looms? They have 16 games between now and the trade deadline, which is a hair later this year, August 3rd. He's talking about the potential of some guys coming back. Yeah, some of these guys would be great late-season acquisitions, like a Burns or a Martinez. But can you count on that, Gambo? Tommy Troy, by the way, officially did go on the IL today, so he's going to be out for a little bit as well.
So he mentioned a lot of guys, right? He mentioned Burns and Martinez and Lawler and Troy. And don't forget, you've got that unbelievable left-handed bat option in the minor leagues now in Pavin You
can bring him up at any time.
You can bring him up at any time. You know what, that left-handed bat, somebody could give you about a 140 batting average and either strike out or ground out weekly to second base. You've got that guy now.
Hey, listen, he's a former top 10 pick. He just needs an opportunity.
He did clear. Nobody picked him up, and he is in the minors now for the D-backs.
But seriously.
I don't think that you can count on any single guy that I hope you hope, but you can't count on it. There's a difference, right? I hope these guys can come back and play.
That's kind of where I was going with that.
It's mid-freaking July. We're running out of time here. If they come back and help, that's great. It's gravy. But you can't count on that. You can't be like, we need a starting pitcher. We got Corbin Burns. He's like, because you thought you'd have Corbin Burns back by now. You thought you'd have him back by now.
And just because he's back doesn't mean he's going to be effective right
you
out of the gate.
You like, okay, we got to get you got Lawler back, but then he got hurt again because he always gets hurt. He always gets hurt. So you can't count on any single one of those guys. If they come back and they help, great. I wouldn't count on it, so I would prepare to get somebody else if I want a starting pitcher or I want a bat.
I think the only guy I would probably count on right now to come back and help immediately would be Soroka. Just given the fact his injury is a strained butt, a glute, and he's going to be probably out for a couple of more weeks, so he may be back as we hit August here. So I have hope that Soroka can come back and pitch the way he was pitching. But you're right, Lawler will be back in August too, but is he going to stay healthy once he's back? Now, that's a concern. Now Troy is down, and clearly Puck and Nelson, I think we cross them off the list for 2026. Martinez, we'll see, and then you mentioned Corbin Burns, Gambo. I mean, it's hanging around out there. We talked about it yesterday. If they're still in the race, will they push it and get him out there? And can he be effective in September for the final month of the season? That's, I think, a pie in the sky, best case scenario, that he's ready to go for the final 4 weeks.
You're at right now 96 games played. 96. So that means there's 70 left. So every fifth start would mean 12 starts as of right now for every starting pitcher. Every starting pitcher has about 12 starts left. So that'd be 50 plus 10. That's 60. Maybe it's 14. Because what did I say? 62 plus 4, 66 games. So it's like 14 starts left. So every 5 starts that goes by that you don't have Burns that's one less start you're going to get out of the guy. You're going to eventually get to the point where there's only like 5 starts left possible for a guy like that because he's not coming back anytime soon. So I would rather get somebody at the trade line that I know is going to get more starts. Because if Burns comes back, first of all, I don't know how effective he's going to be. You're going to have to work him up. He's going to be a 4 to 5 inning pitcher, right? He's not going to be able to go out there and throw 7 or 8 innings right off the bat. So I think you got to be somewhat leery there. I'd rather go get a guy at the deadline that I know is capable right now of giving me 7 innings.
Especially because right now you don't have 5. Maybe when Soroka comes back, you do have 5. But we talked about it yesterday. What's more important, the bat in the middle of the lineup that can give you some pop and knock in some runs, or a starting pitcher? I think exactly what we were talking about 2 seconds ago with Burns is the uncertainty there. That's why I think really a starting pitcher might be more valuable for this team at the deadline than a big bat. You think they don't have enough to get both. But they wouldn't want to. They wouldn't want to give up enough. I mean, clearly they do, but they wouldn't want to give up enough to get both.
Your number one prospect is Ryan Waldschmidt. I don't want to trade him. Number 2 is Tommy Troy. I don't want to trade him. Number 3 is Casey Cunningham. I don't want to trade him. So that's your top 3 prospects. Then you get into J.D. Dix and Ryder Helfrich, who was their draft pick this year, the catcher. They're not trading him. Chrysantis, the second baseman, Luis, the shortstop. The pitchers are Egan and Hageman. I don't know how highly valued their starting pitchers are in the minors. I don't think they're valued that high. Lou James Groover. To get something, you're going to have to give something up. But there's a few of those guys who I'm not trading Waldschmidt or Troy or Cunningham. I'm not trading any of those guys. I need those guys. I need them for my future, so I'm not trading at him. So there's got to be a list of guys that they have that are kind of untouchable. And then you start to be what can Lou James Groover get you? Or do you kind of look at him as your first baseman of the future? You got to kind of figure this out. Or third baseman, because he can play third base. So they've got to figure out who's a big part of their future and who's not. And then what do you want to give up to go get something that you need?
And I said this the other day, you don't want to deplete your farm system or give up a prospect just to chase the third wild card spot in a year where the Dodgers are once again dominant. I get it. You want to get in the tournament. Once you get in the tournament, anybody has a chance.
You just swept them.
I know.
Come on.
Okay.
You rocked Yamamoto.
But, you're not giving up Waldschmidt to get the final piece to put you in the third wild card. Right? You might be willing to give up a super top prospect if you feel like you are one player away. You're that closer away to winning the World Series. Mike Hazen on what he's going to be watching. What's the most important thing he'll be watching over the next couple of weeks?
Yeah, look, I think the biggest thing beyond us taking care of business in the next 2 weeks is watching the medical progression of the guys that I'm talking about coming back. Yeah. If I have reasonable to good optimism that Soroka, Gallen, Burns are all coming back in the rotation, and Nelly, at some point as we move through, yeah, that's going to temper I was not planning on fixating on the starting pitching group going into the deadline. Now I have to look at that a little differently depending on what the what the outlook is going to be for that group coming into the second half. So I think the next 2 weeks we're going to gain a lot of information on that group as they move through their progression. Some have already started, and we get to sort of where do we optimistically or reasonably think they're going to land in the cycle in August and September, and then what do we have to do to keep the team running until that group gets there?
That's Mike Hazen on the pod. They'll keep an eye on the health, the pitchers, and trying to figure this all out. Trade deadline, you still got a few weeks to go, and may depend on how they play out of the gates with the schedule that they have. Coming up next, the Arizona Cardinals. It's been a long time since they've won a playoff game. Only 3 teams have failed to win a playoff game in a longer time period. We'll tell you who they are, and we'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Football soon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. The home of Arizona State Sun Devils football. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, ArizonaSports.com, 98.7 FM.
Ron White, live.
If your eyes go bad, you can have LASIK surgery and they can give you 20/20 vision. But let me tell you something, folks. You can't fix stupid.
Sunday, October 4th, 8 p.m., Talking Stick Resort. Ron White, live. Tickets on sale now at TalkingStickResort.com. For mature audiences.
Sports fans, if sciatica is sidelining you, it's time to call DISC. Their world-class spine surgeons diagnose the real source of your pain and treat it with the most advanced, minimally invasive techniques available. Don't let pain keep you out of the game. You got to go to sciatica.com and schedule with Desert Institute for Spine Care, and you can do that today. Go to sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620. Disc, helping Arizona enjoy life again.
Message and data rates may apply.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
When your air conditioner stops working or a plumbing problem cannot wait, you need a company that's focused on helping you, not finding ways to charge you more. Home and business owners have trusted Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning since 1957. The home of the no-fee emergency. No trip fees, no overtime fees, no weekend fees. What matters most to Ready Services is saving customers money and doing the job right the first time. For plumbing or air conditioning service, are you ready? Go to nofeeemergency.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
I realize the complexities of the human body and its ability to heal itself.
That's orthopedic surgeon Dr. John Herzog talking about regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics.
It's a very well thought out process, and they use it in all the professional teams around the world.
Regenerative medicine uses healing agents from your own body, like your blood or bone marrow, highly concentrated and delivered right to the achy joint.
By putting it in the spot where it can't normally get to, you can facilitate healing.
At QC Kinetics, they are the nation's leader in this exciting field of medicine. Lasting pain relief with no drugs, no downtime, and no surgery.
People are very happy to have an opportunity to get better without going through the entirety of a medical procedure.
The old ways of dealing with joint pain are no longer the only ways. Learn more about regenerative options that could help you get your life back. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-7246. 602-837-PAIN.
The big box testosterone franchises want to squeeze you in on their schedule. Vital for Men is different. We're Arizona's original men's health clinic, open 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, and we accept most insurance. Personalized care, by men, for men. And right now, your first testosterone test is completely free. Stop settling. Call Vital for Men or visit vitalformen.com today. Vital for Men, where Arizona men go to get their edge back.
I'm Mitch Vareldes, and here is what's trending now. Let me clear my throat first. That would be more appropriate. Phoenix Suns Summer League action continues. About a half hour from now, they're going to tip things off in Las Vegas, taking on the Detroit Pistons at the Thomas and Mack Center. We'll keep you updated throughout today's Burns and Gambo show. All the highlights you'll need to know about the Suns in Summer League. Just 2 more days until the Diamondbacks are back in action, starting Friday against the Cardinals. Today, they announced that Tommy Troy has been placed on the 10-day injured list. Outfielder was listed with a sprained right AC joint, and it's retroactive to July 12th, so he's technically accrued 3 days on that 10-day injured list. There's no corresponding move for the moment. Additionally, the Diamondbacks announced that Pavin Smith has cleared waivers, and he was outrighted to AAA Reno. And in World Cup action, this is your spoiler warning. 3, 2, 1. The reigning champs are back and hopeful to defend their title. Argentina came back to defeat England 2-1, scoring in the 84th and 92nd minutes of the match. They will now face Spain this Sunday at noon in New Jersey for the right to hoist the World Cup trophy a second consecutive time. The consolation match between France and England will be Saturday at 2 o'clock in Miami. This report is brought to you by The Window Depot. Did you know The Window Depot is more than just windows? We have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring. They're a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks, thewindowdepot.com.
Today is gonna be the day that we're gonna throw it back to you. Aye. What's all this then? Did England make the bloody World Cup final, did they? Those buggers, Bickley and Murata, will talk about it tomorrow, 6 a.m. on the Wonderwall. It's coming home.
It was December 30th, 2001, when the Miami Dolphins beat the Indianapolis Colts 23-17 before they lost to the Raiders. That was the Super Bowl where the Ravens just beat the crap out of the Giants. You remember that one?
Yes.
The Ravens beat the Giants to a pulp. Giants had shut out Minnesota 41-0, and then they played the Ravens and got smoked by the Ravens. That's the last time Miami's won a playoff game, believe it or not. The Miami Dolphins have gone 25 years without winning a playoff game. A quarter century without winning a playoff game.
I mean, Dan Marino wasn't the quarterback when they won that last playoff game, but essentially it was just a hair after he retired. So really, I mean, they have really had zero playoff success since Marino shut it down. I mean, that's incredible. I think Jay Fiedler might have been the quarterback of that particular team, but I can't remember back in 2001. But in any event, 25 years is a long time.
And the other droughts, the only teams that have gone longer without a playoff win than your Arizona Cardinals are the Dolphins, who did it 25 years ago. The Raiders last won a playoff game 23 years ago. That's a long drought. And then the New York Jets, 15 years ago was the last time they won a playoff game. That had to be Rex Ryan and Mark Sanchez.
Had to be
at that time.
Because Sanchez won quite a bit in the playoffs for a brief couple-year stretch there.
Then the teams that have not won it in 10 years, your Arizona Cardinals have not won a playoff game in 10 years. So the only teams that have gone longer without winning a playoff game are the Jets at 15 years, the Raiders at 23, and the Dolphins at 25. 10 years since the Arizona Cardinals have won a playoff game. Doesn't seem to be a streak that's ending anytime soon. But what you don't want to happen is you don't want to go into that next category where 10 years becomes 15. Because you start looking at those droughts, and that becomes misery for a fan. That becomes absolute misery for a fan.
I think the fan base is already there. I mean,
But there's a lot of teams that are bunched up. Like, okay, teams that have gone 10 years without winning, Carolina, Arizona. Pittsburgh hasn't won a playoff game in 9 years. Atlanta hasn't won a playoff game in 8 years. The Colts, 7. The Chargers, 7. The Vikings, 6. The Titans, 6. Now, at 10, you've got a longer drought than those teams. But, you want to try to, look, I don't see Miami or Vegas or the Jets winning anything anytime soon, but I also don't see the Arizona Cardinals winning a playoff game anytime soon.
But keep in mind, though, some of those teams haven't won in 9, 8, 7 years, but they've been there. The problem with the Cardinals is, outside of the wild card disaster in Los Angeles 5 years ago, the Cardinals don't even get there. Okay, yeah.
That was an absolute train wreck of a game.
They won in 2015, hence the 10-year drought. That was the famous Carson Palmer to Larry Fitzgerald in overtime game after the Packers hit not one but two Hail Marys in the final seconds of that game. But the Cardinals haven't even been back, save that wild card. And that's a wild card game in L.A. that Cardinal fans do not want to recall. Because you're right, that was about the worst playoff performance, I think.
Well, they tanked at the end of the season because they had home field wrapped up. They basically had home field wrapped up. They just had to win one of their last couple of games, and they lost them both. And so they had to go on the road to the Rams. They should have been at home. But they ended up having to go on the road, and they were just blown out. Kyler Murray was terrible. It was Kyler Murray's one playoff appearance with the Cardinals, and they got blown out in that football game. We try not to remember it. It was that bad of a game.
Well, if you remember, Gamble, in December, they were not only in line to host a playoff game, they were in the hunt for the number one overall seed.
They were like 10-1. Right? Was it 10-1?
It might have been
10-9.
It was 10-2. It was 10-2.
10-2 in line for a first-round bye.
And for a first-round bye. We were talking about Kyler being the MVP. Everything was going their way, and they absolutely... And then I remember we're like, this is Cliff Kingsbury. This is what his teams do. Go look at him when he was in college. His teams collapsed at the end. They absolutely collapsed. They blew the division. They blew the home field advantage for a playoff game, and they had to go on the road and take on the Rams, and they got slaughtered. They got absolutely slaughtered in that game.
Since they went to the Super Bowl 2008, which is getting on 20 years ago now, they have 2 playoff wins. Both came against the Packers, both came at home, and both came in overtime. But they've had 2 playoff wins now in the last 18 years. And I agree with you, Gamble. It's not changing this year, not with the schedule, not with the quarterback situation. So the question is, when is it go? I mean,
when the quarterback situation changes favorably, when it changes favorably. Now, in the past, they've been able to have success almost getting quarterbacks off the scrap heap like Carson Palmer and Kurt Warner. Those guys really worked out well for them. But they haven't done very well at drafting quarterbacks. Murray didn't work out, and Rosen didn't work out, and Leiter didn't work out. And, Jake Plummer did win a playoff game for them. He did win a playoff game. They beat the Dallas Cowboys, and then they lost to the Vikings. Then he went to Mitch's Denver Broncos. But they have not really had success at drafting quarterbacks. Now, they've also, while they did have success with Warner and with Palmer, they also tried a lot of other guys that didn't work out, from Boomer Esiason to Dave Brown to Ken Graham. They've gone that route many, many a times. To Sam Bradford, complete waste of $15 million. Sam Bradford
was a disaster.
So they've had it's not like that works out all the time. Most of the time it doesn't. They just caught lightning in a bottle twice, once with Warner and then once with Carson Palmer. The draft has not given them the benefits of the quarterback that they've needed. You used the draft to get you that franchise quarterback. If I look at these teams, Miami went free agency to get their quarterback. They got the Green Bay kid. The Raiders drafted Mendoza, so they've got him. And the Jets are just a mess at quarterback. So the Jets are a mess. So you kind of look at the teams that have had longer droughts, and only one of them right there drafted a kid that they think could be their franchise guy. Now, Miami may eventually do it, and the Jets may eventually do it. Miami, they got a short-term fix at quarterback. We'll see if it works out or not. But the Raiders did draft their guy in Mendoza, trying to end this 23-year drought of not winning a playoff game.
And if the schedule bites the Cardinals like we think it very well may, the Cardinals are going to be in a position to take a quarterback next year. That's why this quarterback situation now with Brissett holding out, and do you pay him? Do you give him what he wants? You got to see Carson back. You got to see him for 6-7 games so you know whether or not you need to draft a quarterback in the top 5. Now, if you don't have a top 5 pick, that means either Brissett or Beck won enough games, and that's kind of your answer in and of itself right there. But there's some good quarterbacks coming out next year, Gambo. I mean, really good NFL caliber quarterbacks, at least on paper. You never know.
You're high on the Notre Dame kid, right? You keep telling me you like this kid.
I do like him, and obviously like Arch Manning. I like Dante Moore. I'm not so sure about Julian Say, and there's some other guys in there as well. But
you'll have the Texas Tech kid, Sorsby.
He will be available.
He'll be available in that draft.
I don't think he's of the caliber that these other guys are, but we'll see. And we'll see how this season plays out in college football in terms of who will be the first quarterback off the board. But yeah, C.J. Carr is pretty good now. He's pretty good. So, unfortunately, if you're the Cardinals and you're in a position in the top 5 and you have to take a quarterback because you didn't see enough out of Beck or you didn't like what you saw, then you go back and say, man, I wish we would have taken a guy who could help us in the 3rd round this year. But I understand why they did it. And they took a flyer on Beck, but they had the opportunity to draft him, and they went ahead and did that. But now you got to play him. You got to play him.
At least, to me, 6 games.
6-7 games.
Yeah. Now, I don't know if I want, I want to kind of avoid the disaster of playing against some of those really brutal defenses like the Broncos and Seattle and the Rams. So to me, that 6-game mark is up. You look at their schedule, 5 of the final 6 games are at home, and there's a bye week in there. the final 6 games are perfect for me. For almost like a good landing for him to get his feet. He'll have plenty of experience by that time, a lot of reps, a lot of game film, a lot of stuff to study. That might be a good time. Anything before that, to me, you take the chance of him having that game where he gets sacked 7 or 8 times.
Well, you don't want to open up at Arrowhead. That's a Week 11 game. So I think that home game versus Washington in Week 12, which gives you a 6-game ramp up.
Yep.
But again, we have to see how this thing plays out. I mean, what is the record as they mow through these first 11 weeks of the season?
Right. If they start off 1-7, do you try to do it earlier?
Do you try to do it earlier?
Or could you go from Brissett to Minshew to buy yourself more time?
You could do that. What if Brissett or Minshew gets hurt? So there's other things at play here. But the bottom line is you have to see Beck play. With this quarterback class coming up and potentially picking in the top 5, you have to find out what you have in Beck.
They did it again. Argentina rallied from behind to win a game. They now advance to the World Cup final. There was no hand of God goal on there, but we'll talk about the World Cup next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. When the word alignment is said so many times over the course of 2 years, how are we in this situation where the roster is not necessarily constructed for the head coach?
Jarrett speaks to a question that a lot of, I think, Suns fans are asking. Is the return of Mark Williams, is the acquisition of Miles Bridges, is this back in the moment Matt Ishbia getting away from the careful building of what seemed to be alignment? That's what it feels like.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Moving season is quickly approaching, and I didn't even know there was a moving season. How would you advise people?
Actually, the month of May is National Moving Month. That's right, we have a National Moving Month. Yes, we will be busy this summer, so we always recommend calling us as soon as possible. Let us come out, do an on-site estimate. Let us meet you.
If you've got a move coming up, go to movingteam6.com for more information.
Your move is our mission.
Every summer road trip starts somewhere. Start yours at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, we have employee pricing for everyone and 0% APR for 60 months on new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 models. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Employee pricing for everyone and 0% APR for 60 months for well-qualified buyer. Must finance with GM Financial. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by August 3rd, 2026.
Freeway Chevrolet. I can and may.
Hi, I'm Michaela, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. You found your dream engagement ring. As a jewelry consultant, I recommend to start shopping for your wedding band 6 months before your big day. Don't worry. At Shane Company, we're here to help you find the perfect bands. Our men's and women's bands are crafted to high-quality standards, and it shows in every detail, with a stylish design and comfortable fit. At Shane Company, we'll take care of your engagement ring and wedding bands for life, because a friend wants you to say, I do, to your rings again and again. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
The Lovebird Lowdown with Tom and Tawny.
You know, flying's overrated.
Bold statement for a bird.
Constant flapping, wind in your face. Much rather be in a Toyota.
Hey, you're right. Smooth ride, comfortable, quiet.
Just cruising along.
20 people dream of flying.
Give it a week.
Bird brains.
Right now, get 5.99% financing for 60 months on our most popular models, including Camry, Corolla, RAV4, and 4Runner. Or get low 3.99% financing for up to 60 months on Tacoma. With great deals like these, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 5.99% with $19.33 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 3.99% with $18.41 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. Offers end 8/3/26 and exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models. See dealer for details.
Bunker to Bunker's annual Summer Throwback Golf Tournament presented by Shady Rays Sunglasses is coming up Sunday, July 26th at McCormick Ranch Golf Club in Scottsdale. The popular two-person scramble is loaded with team competitions, the big raffle, special prizes, and breakfast. It even includes a coupon for a second round of golf, all for just $120. Proceeds benefit St. Mary's Food Bank. This event is open to the public, but space is limited, so grab your partner and register today at bunkergolf.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Triple digits are here, and you can avoid an AC system breakdown by calling Collins Comfort Masters to schedule an $89 AC tune-up. Collins is trusted by the community with nearly 11,000 five-star Google reviews and expert technicians that get the job done right the first time. Take advantage of this offer now, so your home will stay cool and comfortable all summer long. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, the no-worry solution for all your air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration needs.
The Burns and Gambo Social Poll.
All right, no Lauren today, so Mitch is doing double duty with his little bucket hat on.
Hello.
You know, a little bucket hat, Mitch?
Bucket hat Mitch.
Makes me look focused.
Is that what it does?
Does it, though? Does it?
I just wanted to change up the hat game, you know. I got a variety of hats. You've seen them.
Looks good.
You need some lures on there.
Is that a Converse hat?
No,
I got to see a star. It's not a Cowboys hat. I do see a star.
New Hatton.
New Hen?
New Hatton.
New Hatton.
New Hatton.
Okay.
Not familiar with them, but I got it at the Chance the Rapper concert last year.
Chance the Rapper?
Uh-huh. That's what this
was that at the Suns Arena?
That was at, no, Arizona Financial was where it was at last year.
Okay.
He's coming back soon, I think, later
Chance
this
the
year.
Rapper. Okay.
Not the poll question today, though.
That's not the poll question. What is the poll question?
I do like
today?
this poll question for what it's worth.
Okay.
Which Summer League player for the Suns will get the most minutes this season? Kaman Malwatch, Rasheer Fleming, Koa Pete, or Kobe Brea? Who's going to get the most regular season minutes of those four?
Fleming.
I'm going to go Fleming, too.
I do think there's a case for Kaman, potentially.
There is. But given that Oso and Mark Williams are also kind of manning that position, I'll defer to Fleming.
Yes.
At this point.
Okay.
I'm open-minded to Koa Pete.
And Kellen brought up an interesting point, too, on Monday about how maybe the quote-unquote camp battle between Pete and Fleming might be a little bit closer than we think. Maybe. I don't know. But the audience right now is really buying into what the big man's doing in the Summer League. 51% going with Kaman Malawatch going to get the most minutes this year.
Okay.
Koa Pete, they like the new guy, 25% of the vote. You guys with Rasheer Fleming, you've got 20% of the vote behind you. And poor Kobe Brea, 3% of the vote.
I think it would be a very good thing for the Suns, present time and long term, that if Malawatch is the correct answer to that poll question.
I think a lot of us would agree.
Yeah, at some point he will be. At some point, like if you said 3 years from now, I think it's him and probably Koa. And maybe they'll pass Fleming by. Right now, I'm going to go with Fleming. All right, that's on ArizonaSports.com. You can vote on that. Argentina, dramatic come-from-behind victory over England at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta, and they win 2-1. It looked like England was going to get to the championship game. England has not won a World Cup. They only won one, and they won it the year I was born in 1966. So their drought is now 50 years, 60 years.
60, buddy.
60. I wish
Hate
I
to
was
break
50.
it to you, yeah.
Damn, I'm not 50. I'm going to be 60. So 60-year drought for England. The last time they won it was, 60 years ago in 1966. And, Messi had a great game. He's got 10 assists in the World Cup. He's got at least 6 more assists than any other player in the last 60 years. He's 39 years old. Check this stat out. He's recorded a goal or assist in 11 straight World Cup games dating back to 2022. That is the longest streak since 1966, the same year that England had won it. So they scored 2 goals. England's up 1-0, 85th minute. And they're, looks like they're on the verge of being able to win. They got to get through 5 more minutes in stoppage time, and they just went into this almost looked like a prevent defense. And Argentina was able to come back. They were able to tie it up on a goal by Enzo Fernandez.
Phenomenal shot, by the way.
The Maradona goal, the hand of God goal, it was, he used his hand to score a goal, and back then they didn't have all the video replay, and a lot of people in England are very pissed. He always said it was a legit goal. It wasn't. He scored it with his hand, and in England they're all pissed because he never apologized before he died.
But he did later come clean. Maradona did.
Did he come clean later? But he never apologized for it.
In his autobiography, he said, "Now I can say what I couldn't at the moment. What I defined at the time as the hand of God. What hand of God? It was the hand of Diego."
I asked a buddy of mine, I said, I said to him, I go, do people in England still talk about the hand of God goal? He goes, every time we play Argentina. Every time. And he just brutal, gutted. We invited too much press or almost inevitable. They're distraught right now because they lost that game. But yeah, there is a big rivalry between, and I didn't know a whole lot about this because I'm not the biggest World Cup soccer fan. I know Italy's won it 4 times, and I remember when they won it the last time, and I was exciting, and I was actually in Italy when they won the Euros like 5 years ago. But this is the first meeting in 21 years that they had played each other, and a lot of the hatred comes from 1986 when Maradona scored what many people think is the most controversial goal in the history of the World Cup.
I wouldn't have counted in today's era.
It would not have counted.
Absolutely.
No.
He hit it in with his hand.
Now, there was the British invasion of Argentina. There was there's a lot of things. The Falkland Islands.
The Falkland Islands. Remember that news story?
Yeah,
if you're old enough?
Of course,
oh my gosh.
Course. So there was a lot. Britain initially claimed the Falklands in 1774. They reasserted its rule in 1832, and then in 1982, and then the Argentinian military forces invaded, and it triggered a 74-day war. There were almost 1,000 people that died. So at the time, there was a lot of dislike between the two countries, between England and Argentina, and I think some of that still festers today. They played in 66. England won that game 1-0, and England went on to win it. And obviously, in 86, Maradona scored that big goal, and they won it. And then they were playing again today, and it was like a big deal to a lot of the people in England and Argentina. That's a big game. There was a lot on the line. Look, I would have loved for Norway to have won and Norway to have played, but England beat Norway. I was rooting for England. I wanted England to win. They got up 1-0. I left my house. I watched the whole first half and the stoppage time in the first half. No score. When I got to the station, they had scored. Mitch showed me the goal. It was 1-0 England. But, man, did it just seem like they stopped playing and they were just trying to, hold on to the lead at the end?
They did, and once Argentina scored, and that's the other thing, by the way, the devastation in England right now, to not only lose to Argentina again, to come up just short of that first World Cup championship in 60 years, to have a 1-0 lead heading into the 85th minute, but you're playing Argentina. You have to know what you're up against. And, again, I don't claim to be a soccer expert, but I've watched enough of Argentina this World Cup and obviously know their history, and I know who plays for them, that they always believe they're going to find a way. And it's almost like they flip a switch. We saw it against Egypt earlier in this tournament.
That was incredible. I watched
it's
that
almost
whole
like
game.
They flip a switch. Like once that goal was scored to tie the game, it was over. I mean, the ball lived in their territory, England's territory, and it was only a matter of time. Before they scored the game winner, they had one hit the post about 30 seconds earlier. So, I mean, this was coming. This was a tsunami coming that England was powerless to stop, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, I couldn't believe I was in Scotland when they shocked the world and won that game 3-2 over Egypt. And Egypt almost had another goal that got disallowed. Like, they had a goal that was disallowed, and they were complaining. My wife even texted me a short time ago and said, the World Cup is so rigged. How does Argentina always score multiple goals in the last 5 minutes of all of these games? And I don't have an answer for you. I don't know.
FIFA loves Messi.
I don't know.
The conspiracy theorists would say.
Whatever
By the way,
it is.
Gambo, the hand of God ball, you can buy it.
For $10 million.
Yeah, you got the money. Buy it. You put it on your
The
bookshelf.
infamous hand of God ball will go up for auction later this month. Later this month, that ball is going to go up for auction. Somebody said, let's start the bidding at $10 million. I don't know what it's going to go for, but if you're a soccer fan or football fan,
England should buy it and have a ceremony where they blow it up in front of Big Ben or something.
Like the
or
piano
Parliament.
with Babe Ruth or whatever it was.
You blow up that ball to end the curse.
Yeah,
and
that's
what they should do. Spend $10 million, get the ball, get the hand of God ball, and explode it right there in the middle of the city.
There's no more hand of God goal, and now we can finally win a World Cup. When we come back, Luke Kennard, now a member of the Phoenix Suns. We're going to compare the numbers, him versus Grayson Allen. Can he give to the Suns anything close to what Grayson Allen gave them? We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Burns here. They're changing what Arizonans can expect from their money. Instead of piling up fees and watching your hard-earned cash disappear, Global helps members keep more of what they earn. Last year alone, they helped members save over $194 million through better rates and fewer fees. That is real money staying in your pocket. Being a member comes with perks, too. With early payday, you could access your paycheck up to 3 days in advance, giving you flexibility when you need it most. And if you ever have a question or need help, Global offers 24/7, 365 live U.S.-based customer support, something you just don't see at many banks these days. Joining is simple. You can sign up online at globalcu.org or stop by any of their 9 branches to experience it for yourself. I'm a member myself, and I can honestly say it feels good to have a financial partner that actually has your back. Global Credit Union, better rates, fewer fees, real savings, and the kind of service that makes your money work smarter for you.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
The sounds of summer. They're great until they're not. Luckily, AutoZone has free battery testing and charging
Let me check that for you.
to help make a rough moment smooth. Don't miss the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone. Free products with select deals until July 27th. And free services every day. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Why is K2 Vision RLE a permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers? How is it that you'll never develop a cataract after K2 Vision RLE? And how is RLE different from LASIK?
Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision RLE. We'll answer those questions and others when you join us for our free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Andy, what are some of the other questions you hear?
Well, how long is the procedure and recovery? Or who's a good candidate for RLE?
And we'll also answer how much does RLE cost? Is there financing available? Does insurance pay for RLE?
Find out how K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers.
And cataracts too.
Right, no more cataracts.
K2 Vision's free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Space will be limited, so register now at k2visionrle.com.
Join us at our free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Sign up at k2visionrle.com.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-381-4183. 800-381-4183 or biglou.com.
Dan Bickley here, and when life throws you a curveball, Life Changer Loan helps you knock it out of the park. And that is because in times of unrest and financial uncertainty, you have the power to pay down, pay off, or borrow back whenever you want, and you become instantly more liquid by always having access to your equity. And remember, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes, and here is what's trending now. Summer League action just about to get underway again for the Phoenix Suns. They're just moments away from tip-off against the Detroit Pistons. This could potentially be their last Summer League game. Only the top 4 teams qualify for the consolation bracket and the chance at winning the Summer League. Suns are in a pretty good spot. They're 2-1. They got to get up that point differential. We'll see if they'll be able to do it today against the Detroit Pistons. We'll keep you updated as the show goes on. Again, that one's just about to get started in Las Vegas. Just 2 more days until the Diamondbacks are back in action, starting Friday with a 3-game set against the St. Louis Cardinals. Today, they announced a couple of roster moves. First, Tommy Troy has been placed on the 10-day injured list. The outfielder is listed with a sprained right AC joint. It's retroactive to July 12th, so he's technically used up 3 of those 10 days. Currently, no corresponding move to replace Troy. Additionally, the Diamondbacks announced that Pavin Smith has cleared waivers, and he's been outrighted to AAA Reno. And this is your spoiler warning for any World Cup action that you didn't want to know the results of. I think I've bought enough time. The reigning champs are back and hopeful to defend their title. Argentina came back to defeat England 2-1, scoring in the 84th and 92nd minutes of the match. They will now face Spain this Sunday at noon in New Jersey for the right to hoist the World Cup trophy. The consolation match between France and England will be on Saturday at 2 in Miami. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Wolf. What were our biggest takeaways from the Summer Suns game against the Pistons? We'll be reacting to the game tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Tim Ring filling in for Bernsey. We are going to take you right up till 6 o'clock. Full shows this week. Lauren is out. Bernsey is out, but Mitch is in. So me, Mitch, and Tim Ring taking you up to 6 o'clock. One of the things we wanted to discuss is the Suns Summer League game is going on right now between them and Detroit. We'll keep our eye on that and give you anything that happens. And
just tipped off in front of a crowd of, it looks like, dozens.
Yes. And Malawach, I see Fleming playing. I do not see Malawach out there. I see Fleming and Koa Pete, and I see Brea.
Malawach is out there.
He's playing?
I
was out there?
Yeah, I was wondering this morning, we were at a little pre-show meeting, like, would eventually Malawach and Fleming sit out in street clothes, but apparently,
right.
I believe they should play. I believe they should play.
Get that experience.
And that's exactly what
there he is. So Malawach, Fleming, Koa Pete, Kobe Brea, and then one other guy who I don't know who that is starting.
Plus, as Mitch just said, you want to win. You want to get in the tournament.
Let's go.
You want to get in that postseason Summer League tournament.
Good experience, evaluation, playing together, all of that stuff matters. One of the big conversations that's happened a lot since the trade for Miles Bridges, and again, the Suns will have a media availability press conference. They'll introduce Miles Bridges. I'm sure there'll be a lot of questions, a lot of follow-ups. Hopefully we'll get Miles Bridges on the show. We'll see how the Suns handle this. That'll happen next week. Nothing this week because they're in Summer League, but it will be next week. One of the things that a lot of people are writing about it, I think AZ Central even wrote about this, the Luke Kennard comparison. And, the comparison between him and Grayson Allen, you mentioned it yesterday, right? When you look at shooting percentages, you're looking at a very similar guy. Kennard led the league in three-point shooting percentage 3 times, including last year when he shot 47.8%. So this guy has led the league in three-point shooting 3 times. When you look at the difference in those, what you're going to notice is that Allen shoots the ball a lot more. So Allen attempted 1,250 shots from three in his 3 seasons in Phoenix. So that's what you get. You're going to get a lot more threes from Grayson Allen than you do Luke Kennard. Kennard played 182 games during the same stretch. Allen 190. And Allen played more minutes than Kennard, but Allen is going to shoot the ball a lot more than Kennard does. That's something that I think we're all going to keep our eye on to see if Jordan Knott's system allows Luke Kennard to fire away a lot more from deep.
Well, Allen, as you mentioned, shot it 455 times last year from beyond the arc. Luke Kennard only 245. Now,
that's a big difference.
It's a huge difference. Grayson did play a little more, even with Grayson Allen's failing health. And you look at it, how about we take a 3-year sample? Right, in 3 years.
744 to 1250.
744 to 1250.
Over 3 years.
Right.
That's 500 more shots from three for Grayson Allen. 1,250 for Grayson, 744 for Luke Kennard.
But Colin Gillespie last year, and I know we're talking Kennard v. Allen in this particular conversation, but Gillespie shot 578 threes last year. So some of this may be the player, some of it may be the system, some of it may be who he's playing with. I'd like to think that Kennard, it's not a bashful problem. I went back and looked in the 2021-22 season with the Clippers. He shot 423 threes. So that's in the Grayson Allen, Colin Gillespie neighborhood.
You think maybe because he was playing with LeBron and Reeves and Luka?
Well, he only played half the season there, but
did play half the season.
But you could go back and say, like he was playing with Ja Morant and Dylan Brooks and Jaren Jackson Jr. in Memphis. Maybe the opportunities to shoot weren't there, and then go back early in his career. I'm just saying that you look back, there was one season not too long ago where he shot it 423 times. So he's willing to do it. He's capable of doing it if the system calls for it and he's in the right situation where the coach gives him that kind of green light. Michael Thompson, a longtime Laker player and broadcaster, was asked why Kennard didn't attempt that many threes last season, whether it was in Atlanta or in L.A.
He's too nice. He's too unselfish. When you can shoot the ball the way he can shoot, he should be looking to shoot as often as he can. Every time he gets the ball, because he doesn't need much time. He's got a very quick release, and he shoots with such high consistency. We always said on the air that he's just too unselfish. He's deferring too much. So when he's there in Phoenix, I know if he's on the court with Devin Booker, no matter who he's on the court with, he's going to be the best shooter on the floor. So Jordan Ott and his teammates have to find ways to get him open shots because that boy can shoot.
Yeah, and they're going to get him open shots, and I think they're going to sit him down, and they're going to look at film, and they're going to be like, this is the role we expect you to play in this offense, and this is what we expect you to do. This is, barring good health, we expect you to play this amount of minutes and shoot this many threes. And you look at how successful the Suns were last year with Grayson Allen and Colin Gillespie and Royce O'Neal having career years shooting the three, and Dylan Brooks shot it great from three and from mid-range jumper positions where he's not shot it like that before in his career. So they really shot the ball well as a team last year. Some of that goes to the players, obviously, and some of it a bit goes to Jordan Ott because his system allowed his players to flourish in terms of getting open looks and being able to knock them down. So I also look at the Kennard situation as not so much, Kennard versus Allen. Gam, I don't know how you feel about this, but to me, this is Kennard and Bridges versus Allen and O'Neal.
Well, that's why and I'm glad you brought that up because that's why the initial trade grades, I had to tap the brakes. All these people that were giving the Suns poor grades, like you traded Miles Bridges and you traded the draft pick and you traded Grayson and you traded Royce. You lost your two best three-point shooters or two of your better three-point shooters and you only got one. Hey, there's an open roster spot. They're going to fill it. They now have money that they could use. They could use their mid-level now, part of the mid-level, to go get a guy. So at the initial trade, nobody knew. Then I put out a list. I'm like, here's the list of guys they're going to go after. And I said, Luke Kennard is top guy on this list. This is the guy they want the most. But initially, when the trade came down, there were so many people that were making judgments that were wrong because they didn't factor in that there was another player involved. Even though he's not part of the trade, he kind of is.
It's part of the package.
It's part of the package. So now, to your point, that's why I thought it was a little unfair to just say Miles Bridges and that Miles Bridges for Royce O'Neal, Grayson Allen, and that draft pick. No, it's Miles Bridges and Luke Kennard because they don't get Luke Kennard unless they free up that money in that trade to use part of the mid-level.
And if Kennard shoots it the way he's capable of shooting it, they're going to get some of that three-point shooting back. And I think Miles Bridges, I thought Royce O'Neal did a fantastic job last year. He's undersized. He's playing on a team that was completely undersized. Suns were one of the bottom 11 rebounding teams in the NBA. I mean, not terrible. They were the 11th worst, bottom third. They needed help. The teams killed them on the offensive glass last year. They needed to get some size. So, yes, but Miles Bridges, all the other stuff aside, when you look at so many people talk about the basketball fit. Don't understand the basketball fit. I'm going to keep an open mind on this. Miles Bridges can score 18 points a game. He's a bigger body. He's an undersized 4, but he's a 4. And in the era of positionless basketball, I'll tell you what, when the Suns were giving up offensive rebounds, it would have been nice to have the classic power forward. And I think Miles Bridges is going to give him a bit of that and a bit of toughness on the front line that they sorely need. And I think he's going to grab a few rebounds. And you know what? He's not the great three-point shooter that Royce O'Neal was last year, but he's going to score in other ways. So I'm going to keep an open mind about the basketball portion of this to see Kennard and to see Bridges in terms of what Jordan Ott has in store for these guys. Jalen Green being healthy for hopefully the majority of the season, which he wasn't last year. So I'm going to keep an open mind about the basketball fit for Miles Bridges. I know what Kennard's going to bring, and I'm excited to see what Bridges ultimately does bring as well.
You know the names. The best pitchers in the history of the Arizona Diamondbacks: Randy Johnson, Kurt Schilling, Brandon Webb, Eduardo Rodriguez may be joining that list. We'll tell you why. That's next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Pleased to be joined by Diamondbacks general manager Mike Hazen on the Arizona Sports Line.
Do you see yourself being a buyer or seller at the trade deadline?
I would love to be able to add to this team, given if they show us that they belong in the wild card race. But we're going to see where they take us in the next couple of weeks. Mm-hmm. Like I said, we're going to be facing the competition we're standing next to in the wild card standings, and we kind of control where this thing goes.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. Jay Schwartz, as you know, the team eye doctor for your Arizona Diamondbacks and your Phoenix Suns is Dr. Jay Schwartz. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. And Dr. Schwartz can help you with all of your eye care needs. Dry eye, glaucoma, cataracts. If you need glasses or contact lenses, my entire family goes to the Schwartz Laser Eye Center for our eye care needs. My son was just in for an eye exam. Last week, he was in for an eye exam. My daughter goes there for her glasses. I go there. So does my wife. We all go to the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Now, if you're interested in a vision correction procedure, nobody does it better than Dr. Jay Schwartz. He offers 2 years of interest-free financing and some of the absolute best technology available and best LASIK surgeries available. LASIK surgery, camera inlay, the best available to you right now at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Call 480-483-EYES or go online for more info at teamidoc.com.
You have the cleats, the shin guards, the team registration. Now there's just one last thing to check off your back-to-school list: a clean bill of health. Before your child takes the field, make sure they're ready for the season ahead with a wellness check or sports physical from Valleywise Health. Our trusted pediatric providers offer compassionate care. Sports physicals are required for some every year. Schedule your child's visit today at Valleywise Health. You're more to us.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together. Not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth. But here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN
1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
Dan Bickley here, and when life throws you a curveball, Life Changer Loan helps you knock it out of the park. And that is because in times of unrest and financial uncertainty, you have the power to pay down, pay off, or borrow back whenever you want, and you become instantly more liquid by always having access to your equity. And remember, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
On Saturday, July 18th, pick up a Geraldo Perdomo audio bobble, courtesy of Chaz Roberts. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
Hey, it's Luke. Which specific players could the Arizona Diamondbacks target at the trade deadline? We'll discuss that tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Did Mike Hazen have a comment about Eduardo Rodriguez on the Luke and Wolf show?
He did.
I don't know if you can find that cut, find it, because I'm going to bring this up. This is, you don't have to play right now, but just get it ready. Our good friends at Arizona Diamondback Stats and Info, just really great site to follow on Twitter. I think they do a really good job. He says, we've got a ways to go, but Eduardo Rodriguez has a chance to sneak by Randy Johnson with the lowest ERA in a single season in club history. Eduardo Rodriguez's ERA this year is 2.29.
Incredible.
He has been nothing short of spectacular for them, which is why, even if they're sellers, I'm not trading Eduardo Rodriguez. Now, you might say sell high. He'll probably never do this again. I don't care.
I want him here. I want him for next year.
I can't go into that. I have to have this guy on my team. Maybe this is a fluke. Maybe it's not. I don't know. He's never pitched this well, but he's been a good pitcher in this organization. Lovello and Hazen, they knew him. I talked a lot to A.J. Hinch, the manager of the Tigers, about Eduardo Rodriguez when they traded for him, and he gave me a lot of good information about Eduardo Rodriguez. Randy Johnson in 2002 had an ERA of 2.32. In 99, 2.48, and in 01, 2.49. Those are the top three.
Those are the three best.
Best ERA in Diamondbacks history. Eduardo Rodriguez right now is at 2.29. That is the best. That would be the best ERA in the history of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Better than Zach Gallen in 2002. Better than Randy Johnson in any of the 4 years. Better than Kurt Schilling. Better than Brandon Webb. Better than Dan Herron, better than any of the great Diamondback pitchers. Eduardo Rodriguez's 2.29 ERA right now would be the best in the history of the Arizona Diamondbacks. That's kind of remarkable in a sense when you think about the competition he's going up against there.
Well, when they gave him the big contract a few years ago, I'm not saying he was bad the first 2 years, but I think he was underwhelming. Did he perform to the contract? I would say probably not. But a credit to Eduardo Rodriguez, and as you just kind of referenced a second ago, like, is this a one-year wonder? Is he going to? He got himself in physically good shape. He lost the weight. He came into camp a different pitcher, and I think that probably has played a part in his success this year. And I understand, again, there's a long way to go. It's mid-July. But I think when you talk about the rarefied air of Randy Johnson and Zach Gallen's 02 season, Johnson, by the way, has 4 of the top 5 seasons. Let's understand that right now. Gallen comes in at number 4. Johnson's 1, 2, 3, and 5.
Yeah, he did it consistently.
But the fact, I think, why it's good to have this conversation is because this conversation can be had. That Eduardo Rodriguez's 2026 has been so good. He's right now dancing in the air, previously occupied by really only Randy Johnson in franchise history, outside of Zach Gallen's 02 season when he finished with a 2.54 ERA. So Eduardo Rodriguez right now at 2.29 just speaks to how fantastic he's been. There's a reason why he pitched last night for the National League in the All-Star game. That was a no-brainer for him to get into the All-Star game. He was great last night in the All-Star game. Thank God the D-backs got him this year. I mean, thank God the D-backs have him this year pitching at such a high level, Gambo, because obviously
without him, where would they be?
Without him, where would they be? Without him, where would they be? And now the talk of trading him, perhaps if you're out of this thing in a couple of weeks or you think you're trending the wrong way, you got to have this guy in your rotation in 2027, if there is a 2027. But that's why you hang on to him.
Yeah.
And hopefully, well, Rodriguez talked about the great first half the other day. Let's hear what he had to say about it.
I mean, I feel like on my best years in the league, it's always been the second half, like for me, never really have, I think the last time I had a really good first half was with Detroit. I think my second year with Detroit. But it's always been the second half that I wasn't pitching great, so having it this year is just a blessing, and I feel happy for it, and I hope to keep doing it the rest of the season, so.
Yeah. I think you credit Erod. I know there's probably a portion of the listeners are like, he's a professional athlete making $20 million a year. He should be in great shape. And that's true. But the reality is
he wasn't. Yeah,
he wasn't.
He wasn't in good shape, and he lost the weight, and he came in. I think the World Baseball Classic motivated him quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
To go pitch for Venezuela,
leaner and stronger. Yeah.
And the biggest question I had was, can he? He got so motivated to pitch great for Venezuela and deliver for them. Could he carry that same motivation into the team that's paying his salary and pitch great for them? And what we're seeing is that he has. We're seeing that he has pitched that well. He has been a great signing. And I remember, again, I talked to his former manager for a little while when he was in Detroit, and just, he said so many great things about him. He said a lot of really good things about him. And, and he was with Boston first, and he was with Detroit, but he's been here for a couple of years. The first year in 24 didn't go so good. 25, just, not very good. I mean, carried an ERA over 5 both year. To see him do it this year. Now, he's 33 years old and he knows how to pitch, right? Doesn't blow anybody away with a 97 mile per hour fastball. He can get it up there a little bit, but he just really has learned how to pitch. I've been fascinated. We had that All-Star game yesterday, 1, 2, 3 inning. It was great. In the second, it was great to see. And I think that, he got to be an All-Star this year for the first time. He won a World Baseball Classic, and he's been the ace of the Arizona Diamondbacks staff. Everything came together for this guy this year. Everything.
Not many guys make their first All-Star game in their 11th year in the league. So you credit him for that as well, and kind of redefining himself physically and mentally heading into this season, and it's paying off. Erod, again, is chasing down the best ERA in a single season in franchise history. Here's Mike Hazen. This is the clip you were talking about a few minutes ago, Gambo.
It's actually pretty simple. He's evolved as a pitcher. He's using all of his stuff. He was very heavy fastball dominant. He's always had a really good fastball. He was throwing his fastball way too much in the past. So he's now mixing all of his stuff. That mix is creating uncertainty for the hitters. It's not perfect. He's not, he doesn't strike out 10 guys a night. It's not raw, blow you away with stuff, but it's in the evolution of some of these guys. Merrill Kelly's another example of this. As they get older, their advantage is their ability to pitch, throw multiple pitches, command their stuff, not get rattled when you got first and third and nobody out. That's the separator skill, and you have to use it to your advantage. I think he's doing that more. So he's mixing in a curveball now, which he wasn't doing in the past. All of those things that are setting off the hitter's timing or their ability to sit on a particular pitch is creating more doubt. And that's the whole game for pitching if you're not Jacob Mizorowski.
Yep, there you go. So Rodriguez sitting at 2.29. His ERA this season, mid-July. Again, Randy Johnson's 0-2 season. Johnson's 99. Johnson's 0-1. Gallen's 22. And Johnson's 0-4 are the top 5 in franchise history.
I think that really the thing that matters, right? I mean, pitching's a little bit different, right? Because you don't have guys going 8 or 9 innings. We don't really look at the 3,000 strikeouts or the 300. We don't look at strikeouts the same way. We don't look at wins the same way. Not the 20-game winners in baseball anymore because of the bullpen use. You don't have a lot of guys winning 20 games. Back in our day, you won 20 games. You're like, wow, Tom Seaver, Steve Carlton, Ron Guidry. We're fascinated by the guys that can win 20. You don't really get guys that win 20. But what does matter is winning the games that you pitch. Your team wins those games. And I think I said it yesterday. I believe it's 14-5 in the games that he's pitched, that the Arizona Diamondbacks. I think he's had 19 starts. I'm going to double check this. But I think he's had 19 starts.
And that's the problem, conversely, with Zach Gallen this year is that when he starts, they lose.
Right. And so 19 starts, they've won 14 of them. That's incredible. That goes to show you the value of Eduardo Rodriguez is that when he takes the ball, you're winning that game. Think about that. That's almost 75% of the time. If he wins one more, right? If you get to 20 and he's 15-5, that's 75% of the starts he wins. If they win his next start, that would be 75. 15 out of 20. That's 75%. That is pretty damn good. There's not a lot of pitchers in baseball that you're winning that high of a percentage.
It's crazy. Greg Maddux, obviously Hall of Famer, one of the best to ever do it, pitched over 20 years. You know how many 20-win seasons he had? Because, again, he's a little bit past the era you were talking about with Seaver and Guidry and obviously all those guys that would win 20 games.
How many did he have?
Greg Maddux had two 20-win seasons. Now, there's a few 19s and 18s on there, more than a few. But still, though, like that 20-win mark, the Maddux, one of the best to ever do it,
yeah,
he did it 2 times. 92 with the Cubs and 93 with the Atlanta Braves.
Let me look up Tom Seaver and just see how many times Tom Seaver won 20 games.
I'm going to say 7.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 times.
Damn it.
5 times. He won 20. He won 25 one year.
But he didn't pitch 22 years, did he?
Tom Seaver?
Maybe he did.
Yeah.
Did he pitch 22 years?
67 to 86. 20 years.
Okay.
He pitched 20 years. I know. Wait, 1 year. Wait, 77.
He pitched fewer years than Maddux. Well, whatever. It doesn't matter.
Oh, wait. 21. So we're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. 5 times he won 20 games. But you just don't see a lot of guys winning 20 games anymore. It's just a rarity. You just don't see it. Man, is it his success in the Summer League? I know it's too early to judge the Kevin Durant trade, but does it make us think any differently about it? We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Football soon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. The home of Arizona State Sun Devils football. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizonasports.com, 98.7 FM.
I've seen a lot of companies come and go in my 30 years of doing radio here, almost 30 years. M-Drive's been around for a long time. They're not one of those companies. They're not a fly-by-night. I've been taking M-Drive for over a decade, 10 years, every single day. And these days, it's probably the best endorsement I can give you because after age 40, you start noticing some changes in your body. Energy isn't the same. Recovery takes longer. Staying in shape takes more work than it used to. That's true for a lot of guys. That's why M-Drive was created. It's designed to support healthy testosterone, energy, metabolism, recovery with clinically tested ingredients. No hype, no shortcuts, just a daily habit that I've trusted for over a decade. I know the founder personally. I've watched the company grow right here in Phoenix, and I continue to take M-Drive every day. If you've never tried M-Drive, let's get you 20% off right now. Go online at mdriveformen.com. Put Gambo in the promo code for your discount. That's mdriveformen.com.
Hey, it's Bodie with NewACUnit.com. A lot of people think buying a new AC unit is complicated. It's not. Just answer a few quick questions online, see your price up front, and we'll connect you with a certified install team. No pressure, no upsells, no surprises. Just a better way to buy a new AC unit. And many customers save 50% or more. If you need a new AC unit, don't overthink it, and definitely don't pay more than you need to. Go to NewACUnit.com today.
Sciatica isn't just back pain, it's a nerve screaming for help. And if you're feeling that sharp shooting pain down your leg, the experts at Desert Institute for Spine Care can fix it. DISC are leaders in endoscopic spine surgery, helping patients recover faster with less pain and smaller incisions. They treat herniated discs, spinal stenosis, and all the conditions that cause sciatica. Visit sciatica.com and get back to enjoying your life again with DISC. Or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend and the guy who will hook you up, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where the summer sales event is already in full effect.
That's right, Bick, and the savings are incredible. So if you want to spend your summer in the ultimate driving machine, now is a great time to make it happen. And to all your listeners, remember to ask for me by name. I'll make sure you get the best price you're going to find in the Valley.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Hi, I'm Tom Shane, third-generation owner at Shane Company. As a family jewelry business for almost 100 years, we are known for doing right by our customers. Our legacy of integrity depends on it. Here are 3 things we never do. We never cut corners. Our engagement rings are made to high-quality standards, and we stand behind them with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We never buy diamonds without seeing them in person. We travel to the source, eliminate the middleman, and get first pick of the most beautiful stones. Then negotiate the price on your behalf. We never try to trick you on price. We don't mark up the rings just to mark them down and call it a sale. We offer true value from the start, so you get the best price every time. At Shane Company, we put you first because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
I'm Mitch Vareldes, and here is what's trending now. Suns in Summer League action right now in Las Vegas. They're taking on the summer squad for the Detroit Pistons, and right now, Suns have doubled up the Motor City squad, 30-15 right now with 8 and change to go in the first half of action. Of course, the score doesn't really impact much, but we'll highlight the guys that are standing out for the Suns, that being Kamal Malawach, who's got 2 points and 5 boards, as well as a steal and a block in just 9 minutes of action. Rasheer Fleming leading the way with 7 points, 50% from the field and from 3. And then Koa Pete, 4 points as well. He's 1 of 2 from the field. He's also got a rebound and an assist to his line. We'll keep you updated as to what else goes on for the Suns in Las Vegas throughout the Burns and Gambo show. Just 2 more days until the Diamondbacks return to action, where they have a 3-game set starting Friday against the St. Louis Cardinals down at Chase Field. Today, they announced that Tommy Troy has been placed on the 10-day injured list. The outfielder is listed with a sprained right AC joint, retroactive to July 12th, so he's technically already accrued a few days on the injured list. Currently, no corresponding move to replace Troy. Might be one that we see on Friday. Additionally, the Diamondbacks announced that Pavin Smith has cleared waivers and was outrighted to AAA Reno. And in World Cup action, this is your spoiler warning. If you don't want to know the outcome, I understand there are some people that don't want to know the outcome right now, and I've bought enough time. Here we go. The reigning champs are back and hopeful to defend their title. Argentina came back to defeat England 2-1, scoring in the 84th and 92nd minutes of the match. They will now face Spain Sunday at noon in New Jersey for the right to this year's World Cup trophy. Consolation match between France and England will be Saturday at 2 in Miami. And that is what's trending now.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. What will we get from the Summer Suns today against Detroit? We'll talk about our basketball team. Join us. The fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Kevin Durant was spouting off on Twitter again, ripping some media people. We'll talk about that a little bit later.
No, they started it.
Yeah, I guess so. And Katie doesn't mind finishing it at all. Obviously, the trade that went down over a year ago, Kevin Durant leaving Phoenix, the Suns getting Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, the number 10 pick, which ended up being Kamal Malawach. They also ended up with Kobe Bryant and Rasheer Fleming when you put it all together in the trade. It is hard to judge it now because Malawach hasn't played a whole lot, but Dylan Brooks did, and Jalen Green didn't play a whole lot. And I think it'll take more time. But the one thing we do know is that Kevin Durant did not lead the Houston Rockets to the NBA championship. They had he got hurt in the playoffs, and he wasn't able to help them, and they got upset, and they were surprised by the Lakers.
No, and his burner account nonsense completely divided the locker room.
So It sure did.
He did Kevin Durant things there in Houston.
Yeah,
and we all kind of learned the hard way that the Kevin Durant experience, while it gives you 27 points a night,
it divides a locker room.
There are other issues that when you bring him into the fold.
Yeah.
And I love KD. I do. I think he's one of the best players of all time. I was one of the guys that was excited when he was coming here because I thought he might be able to put this team over the top. And obviously that did not work out. That was wrong. The Suns.
You were in favor of the trade?
I was in favor. I thought they gave up too much by way of the picks.
I hated the trade. And remember, I'm on record. I did not like the trade. I didn't like it. I did not want them to make that trade. I thought it was a big mistake. Now, a lot of people, Burnsy's a lifelong Suns fan, and I think Vinny is too. And a lot of people are like, man, I haven't seen a championship. Kevin Durant's so great. I just want to win a championship of my lifetime. I get it. I totally get it. You have this opportunity to get one of the greatest players that's ever played the game. Like, he'll go down in history as one of the top 10 players you've ever seen play. There's nobody living today that can name 10 players that they've seen that are a better player than Kevin Durant. Would you agree?
I would agree. The problem is,
Gamble, 3, 4, 5, 6, but you're not going to name 10 players that you watch so you can say that guy's better. Those guys are all better than Kevin Durant.
The problem is, and I think this is what a lot of us were thinking, and it's fine to admit that we're wrong. I mean, people are wrong all the time. But the thinking was, as a connoisseur of this league for a very, very long time, history tells us more times than not, usually most of the time, you need a player like Kevin Durant to win a title.
Yes.
Like, you have to have that uber, ultra, superstar player.
That alpha male.
The alpha guy. Yep. So to me, I thought Durant was going to potentially, he was going to give the Suns that, and I thought that would potentially put them in a place where they could win a championship.
And it was an utter disaster.
It was an utter disaster.
One year they didn't even make the play-in. One year they got swept by the Timberwolves.
Yes.
It was worse than you could have ever imagined when they got him.
No, and then the Nurkic trade and the Beal trades turned out to, throw gasoline on that fire, and we got what we got. And thank God that era of Suns basketball is over. Now they try to rebuild it and put it back together. But I think the premise for this segment today is to kind of revisit that trade. There's a long way to go.
A long way for the Suns, not for Houston.
You can't judge it in terms of its totality, like who, quote unquote, won the trade. But I think if you looked at it right now and you kind of try to gauge where it's trending, with Durant's age, what happened in that locker room last year, what happened on the court, and you look at what the Suns got, especially if Jalen Green rebounds and plays 78, 79, 80 games and averages 25 points a game and helps the Suns win, and Malawach develops into a really good center in this league, and Fleming's a rotational guy on a contending team, and this Koa Pete, they used a couple second-round picks they got, and it helped them land. So, I mean, you look at where this thing is going over the next 5 years. Do we want to say the Suns are going to win this trade? Possibly, but it's certainly trending where you look at it and say they made a pretty good deal. Now, some things have to break correctly. I mean, if Malawach and Fleming they both end up being total busts, and Jalen Green and Devin Booker can never play well together or win anything of significance, then maybe it's a different story.
But the Rockets, the Suns went all in. So the trade did not. The trade for Durant from the Nets was a failure.
Yes.
They gave up all the draft picks. They gave up the players. That failed. That trade failed. The Rockets didn't give up as much. They gave up Dylan Brooks, and they gave up Jalen Green, who they wanted to get off of. They wanted to get off the contract. They did. And they gave up a 10th pick in the draft, not a top 5 pick, but the 10th pick in the draft. I don't know that the Rockets are in the same position that the Suns are in, like, you have to win a championship or this trade's a disaster. I don't know that they're in the same spot. Because we didn't give up 5 first-round draft picks. We didn't give up Jabari Smith. We didn't give up Eason. Like, they didn't give up, like, you could say they didn't give up their best young talent like the Suns did, Cam Johnson, Mikal Bridges. And I also didn't give up a plethora of picks like the Suns did to get Durant. So I think their situation is a little bit differently. They could say, well, we didn't win a championship. Okay, so what? We tried to get Kevin Durant.
We took a swing at it.
We took a swing at it, but we didn't go all in. We're not all in. We still have a lot of chips on the table. They kept Şengün and Jabari and Eason and all their key players. They kept those guys. Now, they didn't win last year. Durant's going to be 38 years old, and I think forever we keep waiting for him to slow down, but he was still, I think, All-NBA second team last year and still a really great player, and he played in a lot of games, he didn't miss a lot of games. He just got hurt in the playoffs, and they failed, and they were out early. So I don't know if Houston's spot is the same as Phoenix. For Phoenix, is like, what can you recover? You lost so much, but you got to kind of recover a little bit and make a good trade. They were talking with a lot of different teams. There was a Minnesota trade that was being discussed in which Rudy Gobert could have came here. They had talked with San Antonio and the Clippers. There was a few teams, right? I kind of went over it at the time. But they made the best trade they could with Houston, and they got a young Jalen Green, a Dylan Brooks who was still in his 20s, and the number 10 overall pick. It was a nice trade because on the one hand, you got rid of Durant, which is addition by subtraction.
On the other hand, you gave the Suns some grown-ups in the room, a grown-up in the room with Dylan Brooks, who wants to play hard and learn, and you could win with him, and he's going to give you everything he has. You got a good draft pick that Malawach may turn out to, and you've got a little bit of an unknown with Jalen Green because we didn't see him play enough.
But he's still a guy that puts up numbers when he's on. I understand he's got a flawed game, and it may not be the perfect fit here on this roster with Devin Booker. But you got to remember, the Rockets, the final year before the trade with Green and Brooks in that starting lineup, they were the 2 seed in the West. They won a ton of games, and those were 2 of their best players. Those are 2 of their starters. Okay?
2 of their starters. Two starters. Yep.
I know Sengun and those guys are good, but Brooks and Green were a big part of that team earning the 2 seed. So for the Suns to get those 2 guys, and Brooks worked out, we're going to find out about Green. For me, Malawach is a guy that's going to tip the scales on this trade when we look back at it in 10 years.
But Houston held on to Thompson, Şengün, Jabari. They kept their main core guys. They wanted to get off of Jalen Green. And Brooks was, I don't know, I guess maybe they missed him. I don't know. I don't want to say he was expendable because he's a good player. But I think they wanted to get off of Green. But they kept Thompson. They kept Eason. They kept Jabari. They kept Şengün. They were able to keep their core guys and still get Kevin Durant.
Yeah, you wonder how different they would have been, though, if they had Fred VanVleet, who they lost like a month before the season.
Didn't have him for the whole season. You didn't have your point guard. And your leader. You didn't have him. It might have been different. But that's where you still think, like, we have Kevin Durant. Like, the year before, when they got knocked out in the playoffs, there was like, they had no go-to guy in the last 5 minutes of a game. It was Şengün forcing shots all over the court. It was terrible. They had nobody that they could say. Everybody else was too young. Jabari was too young, and Eason was too young, and VanVleet and Brooks and Green. Green was terrible in those playoffs, except for one game. They just didn't have a guy to go to, and that's why they made the trade. It was like, we've got Kevin Durant. We've got a guy to go to with 5 minutes left in a game that can get us the buckets that we need to get.
Yeah, the thing about Durant is, and I don't want to go down this rabbit hole too much, is, cosmetically speaking, you look at the address, the average, the scoring average, the ability to still pull up and knock down a 3. Man, there's a lot of this. There's a lot of his game now at his age that's lacking when it comes to making winning plays. He does an offensive rebound. He doesn't make the extra pass. The effort sometimes when it comes to doing the little things. I'm not saying he's loafing, but the effort in terms of doing all the little things that help you win a basketball game. I'm just not sure he's that guy anymore, and I think we found that out here. He scored 27 a game here, but we didn't win a whole lot. And now he went there, and the problem is now for the Rockets is that the Kevin Durant door is closing. I mean, it's just cracked open a little bit in terms of him being a high-level player that can potentially win you a title.
Cardinals have no wide receivers listed among the group of the top 25 or 26. Why is that? We'll talk about that next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
To learn life-saving water safety tips, go to Fulton2seconds.com or text the word SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, calls and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
On BritBox, there is a place where stories twist like cobblestone roads, grand manners hide secrets, and stakes are higher than seaside cliffs. Find places worth getting lost in on BritBox. Watch new series like The Other Bennett Sister from the world of Jane Austen and A Woman of Substance starring Golden Globe winner Brenda Blethyn. If you want to get away, you're in the right place. Stream the best of British TV on BritBox. Free trial at BritBox.com.
You've heard the cash offer companies on TV and radio. We'll buy your home fast. What they don't tell you, those offers come in below market value, loaded with hidden fees. The Carol Royce team, your home sold guaranteed realty, does just the opposite. Carol's proven system sell your home for more money fast into a qualified buyer who will pay top dollar because Carol has the buyers, guaranteed, or she'll buy it. That's a promise. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carolyn Seller must grant price and possession.
Are you planning a home renovation? Getting quotes on windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, or flooring? Before you commit, visit the Window Depot and make sure you're not overpaying. The Window Depot is your one-stop shop for top quality products at the lowest prices. We're locally owned and operated with no installers and no middlemen, so you save big. Perfect for DIYers, contractors, and homeowners. Visit a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Damon Allred. An early projection of ASU football's starting lineup ahead of fall camp. The Diamondbacks placed outfielder Tommy Troy on the 10-day injured list. And defending champion Argentina reached the World Cup final on clutch goals to beat England. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
Yep, Argentina, Spain. What day is that game, Mitch? Is that Saturday? Sunday.
Consolation game will be on Saturday.
There is a consolation game, huh?
They have to give out a third-place medal.
I guess they do.
England and France, by the way.
England versus France.
Mm-hmm. That is in Miami, and then the championship game's in
all right, so I'll root for England, and then I'll root for Spain over Argentina.
Everybody's pointing out that this is the destiny game because there's a photo that has circulated many a times over the last few weeks of a younger Lionel Messi and a very young Lamine Yamal of Spain in like a little kiddie tub together.
Really?
It's making the rounds right now, and everybody's like, this is destiny, that they're facing off against each other in the World Cup.
A kiddie tub, like a pool?
Yeah, like a little kiddie pool. It's like a staged photo set. I'll send it to you.
Send it to me.
What I mean.
Is it real? Is the photo real?
Oh, it's totally real. Yes.
So they were really in this kiddie pool together or whatever it was.
I'll show you.
Like when they were like 5 years old?
I'm describing it poorly. Hold on. I'll get it for you guys.
All right. All right. In the meantime, as Mitch works that out.
Get the picture of the kiddie pool. Yep.
Yeah, we want to see the picture of the kiddie pool. Is it on Twitter? All right, we can't.
He's not listening.
Yeah, okay.
No, I'm listening. I'm just getting it.
You find it and
I'll
send it to
in
me.
your emails.
You send it to me and I'll take a look at it. In the meantime, I want to talk a little Cardinal football here because one of the things that a lot of people are talking about the Cardinals' wide receiver room. Can Mike LaFleur get the most out of Marvin Harrison Jr.? Is Michael Wilson their top wide receiver after what he did last year with Jacoby Brissett and bursted out and had a great year? There was a list of the executive coaches and scouts ranked the top NFL wide receivers for 2026. And I'm not surprised that there wasn't a Cardinal on it.
No, of course not.
I wasn't surprised at all. Jamar Chase, number 1, Justin Jefferson, 2, Jackson Smith and Jigba, number 3, Puka Nacua, 4, Amon-Ra St. Brown, 5. They listed 10 guys.
But then after the top 10, they also listed some honorable mention. Malik Neighbors, who was in the same draft as Marvin Harrison Jr., was in there. And then they listed a bunch of others receiving votes, and that was DK Metcalf and Terry McLaurin and T. Higgins and Brian Thomas Jr., no mention of any Cardinal anywhere.
Well, and that's,
not in the top 10, not in the honorable mention, not in the others receiving votes.
I mean, you're getting down to tier 3 wide receivers when it comes to others receiving votes. Guys like Alec Pierce and Terry McLaurin and Garrett Wilson. I mean, those guys are good players, don't get me wrong. Nobody would expect Marvin Harrison Jr. to be anywhere near the list, whether it's top 10, honorable mention, or also receiving votes. Michael Wilson doesn't have the body of work yet to even be considered. But I think that's the basis for the discussion here at 3:51 on July 15th. Marvin Harrison, heading into year 3, is nowhere to be found on this list, nor should he be.
And this next season, after 2 years of, look, in some ways, the comparison to Marvin Harrison Jr. to me is a little bit like DeAndre Ayton. Like, okay, you're okay. You're not overwhelming. But you're not what you're supposed to be.
I'm not even sure you can say he's okay yet. I mean, I know he missed 5 games last year, and I know he's had some big games. But
Ayton was the number 1 overall pick. Marvin Harrison Jr. was the number 4. You expected greatness from Marvin Harrison Jr. You thought he was going to be the best Larry Fitzgerald. You expected greatness out of Ayton. You thought he was going to be the center that the Suns had never had, and he was going to lead you to the promised land. Ayton's going to play in this league for a long time. I think Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to play in the league for a long time. I just don't know if he'll ever be great. And DeAndre Ayton never turned out to be great. He had moments, but he was never great. Marvin Harrison Jr., underwhelming through 2 years. Now, I don't think we're ready to put him into the Ayton. Like, we know what Ayton is now. He's a serviceable center.
There's still hope for Marvin Harrison Jr.
There's still hope that he could be great. Yeah. A lot of it's going to be, can LaFleur unlock what Gannon and his staff could not, what Drew Petzing could not? Can they unlock that out of Marvin Harrison Jr., or is this going to be a wasted pick and you're going to look back and say, he was an underwhelming player that played 7 or 8 years in the league and he was never great?
Well, now we'll be playing with a new coordinator and a new head coach and a new system, so he gets a breath of fresh air in that regard. But remember, this time a year ago when training camp began, I mean, it was all Marvin Harrison Jr. and Kyler Murray talking about a fresh start, and the relationship is much better in year 2, and they're communicating more, and the chemistry is going to be better. And Harrison Jr.'s production not only didn't go up, it actually went down thanks to only playing in 12 games.
But not one game with 100 yards receiving.
No, and that's why
not one game with more.
I'm not even sure he's been okay. I think he's certainly been a disappointment.
Underwhelming.
He has been, absolutely underwhelming.
Right, but if you cut him today, there'd be 15 teams in the league that would take him.
No, because you're not giving up on Marvin Harrison Jr.
No.
yet. And you certainly didn't give up on him after year 1. He's going to have the opportunity now in year 3. But at some point, like, I guess it's the age-old sports radio question, like, is it now or never for Marvin Harrison Jr.? If it doesn't happen in 2026, if it doesn't happen in year 3, despite a new offensive coordinator, despite a new head coach, and despite a new play caller, and maybe a new quarterback for half the season, if it doesn't happen again and he's healthy, boy, then you get into that year 4 and you're starting to throw the B word around.
Well, see, a lot of people are going to say, okay, but he's never really had, a great quarterback. Larry Fitzgerald went a number of years without a great quarterback. He went a number of years with awful quarterbacks and still put up incredible numbers. Go look at all the quarterbacks Larry Fitzgerald had that he played with. Like only twice did he have a good quarterback.
I know. In between Warner and Palmer, it was a wasteland. I was here. I remember it well. Rich Bartell and Kevin Cobb and John Skelton, like Max Hall.
Wilson busted out with Jacoby Brissett. Why didn't Marvin Harrison Jr.? Why did Wilson bust out and have a great year, but Marvin Harrison Jr. didn't? Marvin Harrison Jr. played 3 games in October, 3 in November, and 2 in December. It's not like he wasn't playing with Jacoby Brissett. He was. He got targets. On November 3rd, he got 10 targets. On November 9th against Seattle, he had 3 catches on 12 targets for 33 yards.
That's why it's time.
He had 12 targets. He had 3 catches.
That's why it's time to have the conversation. Like, it's now or never for Marvin Harrison Jr. I'm not saying he's going to be out of the league, But if you're expecting him to be next year on this top 10 list that came out today as one of the best wide receivers in the NFL, it better happen in 2026, because if it doesn't, you're expecting a bust-out year in year 4. I mean, at some point, you are who you are. And that happens again this year, I'm going to have serious reservations about whether or not they blew that pick.
All right, when we come back, the midway point of the show, the 4 o'clock reset. We'll get you caught up on everything that's going on in the world of sports right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
The payoff pitch to Beatty. Swung on and hit out to deep center. Waldschmidt moving back, makes an over-the-shoulder catch.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
The red, white, and blue sale is on at Liberty GMC, and I mean it when I say it. There has never been a better time than right now to go get yourself a truck than it is right now at Liberty GMC. Dave Burns back here with you because the red, white, and blue sale going on right now at Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com, features something that Liberty GMC hasn't done for 8 years, and it's substantial. You pay what they pay. Employee pricing right now on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500. You're going to pay what they pay. Or you could take advantage of 0% financing for 36 months. Either way, if you want to get your hands on the best truck out on the road, the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500, there's never been a better time than right now. Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Moving season is quickly approaching, and I didn't even know there was a moving season. How would you advise people?
Actually, the month of May is National Moving Month. That's right, we have a National Moving Month. Yes, we will be busy this summer, so we always recommend calling us as soon as possible. Let us come out, do an on-site estimate. Let us meet you.
If you've got a move coming up, go to movingteam6.com for more information.
Your move is our mission.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK frees you from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Find out about these procedures from the doctors who have performed over 300,000 of them. Join Doctors King and Kopstein for their free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Register now or schedule your free Zoom consult at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
What makes Southern Steer Butcher a fan favorite? The service and hospitality. Just like a traditional old-fashioned butcher, their culinary consultants can recommend the perfect proteins for everyday dinner or that special occasion. Plus, they can provide seasoning and cooking tips and assist with sides, apps, and wine pairings to create your next culinary masterpiece. Southern Steer Butcher is where quality meets hospitality. For more information, visit southernsteer.com or stop by the stores in Surprise or Chandler.
Dan Bickley here, and summertime has arrived in Arizona, a time when your windows are the only thing standing between you and 115-degree temperatures. And if your windows are shot, your windows are about to cost you a fortune, which is why now is a great time to call Advanced Window Products, Arizona's #1 window replacement company, where they build windows designed specifically for our harsh climate, and they build windows specifically for the dimension of your home, never retrofitted on site. They replaced all of my windows. I could not be happier with the result. They look fantastic, and everything from installation to the cleanup process was immaculate, and that's because their installers are vetted full-time employees, never random subcontractors. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, windows that will literally pay you back. Call 480-676-3600. That's 480-676-3600 for Advanced Window Products.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters can help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Get a new high-efficiency Lennox AC system installed for as low as $99 a month. Serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins Comfort Masters has served the Valley for over 40 years. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule today. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration.
Dan Bickley here for Waltz TV and Appliance, where you'll find everything you need to take your viewing experience to the next level. Great selection, inventory you won't find anywhere else, super knowledgeable staff, and great pricing just like you'd get from the big box stores, but with 10 times the service. And if you really want the hookup, head on down to Waltz off the I-10 in Warner and ask for my guy Bear. You will not be disappointed. Online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis, and here is what's trending now. We've reached halftime in Las Vegas, where the Summer Suns are taking on the Summer Pistons. Right now, the halftime score 53-46 in favor of Phoenix. Leading the way, Rasheer Fleming with 17 points, 6 of 9 from the field, 3 of 4 from distance. Kamal Malawach has 6 and 6 so far on his stat line, a block and a steal to go along with those 6 points and 6 boards. And then the rookie, Koa Pete, 9 points, 2 of 4 from the field. He's also got a couple of rebounds and an assist as well as a steal. We'll keep you updated when second half action gets underway from Las Vegas. Just 2 more days until the Diamondbacks are back in action, starting Friday with a 3-game series against the Cardinals. Today they announced 2 roster moves. Tommy Troy has been placed on the 10-day injured list, listed with a sprained right AC joint, retroactive to July 12th as well. The Diamondbacks also announced that Pavin Smith has cleared waivers, and he has been outrighted to AAA Reno. And in World Cup action from earlier today, the reigning champs back to hopefully defend their title. Argentina back, a comeback, I should say, to defeat England 2-1, scoring in the 84th and 92nd minutes of the match. They will now face Spain Sunday at noon in New Jersey for the right to win a second consecutive cup. Consolation match between France and England will be on Saturday at 2 in Miami. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, the proof is in their reviews. If you have any AC or plumbing issues and need a second look, they're online at ReadyServices.com. Proud sponsors of the Arizona Sports app.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
All right, we're going to have to hear how Argentina beat England for the 75th time on the show today. But it is the 4 o'clock reset. We always turn things over to Mitchie Mitch when Lauren's not here to take care of all the things that are going on in the world of sports. So, Mitch, we'll hand it over to you and we'll react to all the top stories.
So really quickly.
Yes.
The only World Cup thing I'm going to bring up actually in this reset.
Yes.
Clarification on what the heck I was trying to describe earlier in regards to...
Yeah, by the way.
I'm seeing the photo. I don't get it.
I don't like it either. It's a little weird.
So to clarify, because I sent the picture, but I didn't send the follow-up tweet courtesy of Front Office Sports. Lionel Messi, he once held a baby Lamine Yamal, This was part of a charity photo shoot that Messi did several years ago. And now they're going to be playing each other in the World Cup final.
Oh, so
Sunday.
that is him...
As an infant, yes. And then Messi as a teenager.
As a teenager, and the other kid's in the bath, and he's holding him in the bathtub.
And that's Lamine Yamal, who's the 19-year-old star for Spain.
It's a really weird photo. I wish you would not have sent it to me.
Yeah, no, I don't like it.
Will you relax?
It looks like it's... First of all, is this AI?
It's not, I promise.
But this is not
AI.
AI.
Why is this guy giving this little kid a bath?
I don't know what they do in Spain.
Rubber ducky, you're the one.
There is a rubber ducky, by the way, in the picture.
Yeah.
And a cute baby Lamine Yamal.
So
anyway,
much fun.
We'll start with the MLB All-Star Game.
Okay, Mitch, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Are you sure?
Yeah, go.
That's okay because
silly.
That song put me to sleep. So did the All-Star Game last night. American League scored 3 runs in the first inning, had an insurance solo home run in the 8th.
The game sucked.
Defeated the National League 4-0 in Philadelphia.
A terrible game. Bored to death. Strikeout. It was like 15 strikeouts by the American League team.
And I'm all for great pitching, but come on, can we put a few runs up in an All-Star game?
Great pitching if Yamamoto pitched and Schlittler pitched and
Paul Skeens
and Mizorowski, but none of the great pitchers. The only great pitcher that pitched was Sanchez, and he got rocked. But so many of the great pitchers bailed out and didn't even pitch in this game.
Except for Erod, who was a bright spot.
Erod did pitch. He's about a 1-2-3 second inning. He was terrific.
He also got Mike Trout out as part of his appearance.
Yes.
Which, by the way, we learned yesterday, Mike Trout's son, Beckham, Diamondbacks fan. Because as a, I don't think it's T-ball. I think it's that next step after T-ball.
Yeah.
His team that he plays for is the Diamondbacks. And Mike Trout explained to MLB Network yesterday that his son, he likes to root for whoever team he's wearing. So when the Angels beat the Diamondbacks last month, he was very upset with his dad.
I root for Mike Trout. He's one of the great players, but what a wasted career on that Angels team.
It's a bummer.
It's almost like Don Mattingly with the Yankees. All those years when the Yankees sucked. Like, you got this incredible career, and you're like, what did you accomplish? Like, nothing. Like, individual accomplishments, but no team success.
Yeah, the team success has never come with him, unfortunately, in that part of Los Angeles, I should say. It wasn't all fun for everybody in last night's All-Star game. Rays star third baseman Junior Caminero, hit by a pitch on the hand in the third inning, immediately darted for the dugout, clubhouse, went to get x-rays. The good news is that they came back clean, negative. So it doesn't sound like Caminero's going to be missing any time for the Rays when things get back underway on Friday.
Mitch, I'm a Yankee fan. I hope he misses the rest of the season.
Pitcher that hit him actually went into the clubhouse to make sure he was all right. Felt really bad.
Good courtesy moves. This is not a game where you're supposed to be accidentally hitting
drilling people.
Yeah, you're not supposed to. Yeah,
I own that plate.
Mm-hmm.
That's my territory.
Back off that plate.
Back off, Caminero.
We're a couple weeks away from the trade deadline, but that's not stopping the Milwaukee Brewers from adding key pieces. They've acquired Lance McCullers Jr. and minor leaguer Colton Gordon
but
from
he's
the Houston
terrible.
Astros.
McCullers is terrible.
Yes, but it's also the Brewers, which gives me reason to believe that McCullers is somehow going to turn into, modern day Tom Seaver, to bring up a name that's been mentioned
he's
on the
been
show.
really, really bad. But okay, all right, I see it.
Brewers had that lead in the Central. Shrunk quite a bit.
Just a tad.
The last 30 days. So
Surging Cardinals, Pirates are playing very well.
They've been good every year, and they cannot get over the hump, the Brewers. They just cannot get over the hump.
By the way, going back in the trade, Jaden Fielder. Yes. Son of Prince, grandson of Cecil.
Oh,
going back to Houston.
Are you kidding me?
I'm not.
Cecil Fielder's grandson is in that trade.
Yeah.
Wow. Dude, we're old.
That's incredible.
Like, we're old.
Third generation of
Robin
fielders.
Yan, Jim Gantner, Sal Bando,
fielder.
Paul
Pete
Molitor,
Vukovich,
Cecil Cooper,
George Bamberger,
Harvey Wallbanger.
Bud Selig. That's all I've got from that era.
We're just going through old Brewers.
What you shouldn't be doing is posting things inadvertently on your social accounts. Maybe we've had this happen once or twice, but Tim pointed out a story today. I believe it was Tim.
I've never done this.
Bruce Levine, who is a MLB contributor for The Score in Chicago, occasionally on Marquee, primarily covers the Cubs, inadvertently sent a tweet that was seemingly intended for one individual and not his entire following. Quote, "You and the other coaches have been the stars of the team, being 12 games over 500. Let's hope Twinkle D and Twinkle Dumb don't sell you guys out like 2025.
Wow.
It's speculated that Levine is referring to Cubs president of baseball ops Jed Hoyer and GM Carter Hawkins.
Well, considering he apologized to those two guys.
He did apologize.
By the way, isn't it Tweedledee and Tweedledum, not Twinkle D? Bruce wrote Twinkle D and Twinkle Dumb. You're right.
There's a lot of things wrong with the way that it was posted anyway.
So this guy was obviously sending a direct message to somebody on the coaching staff.
He was reaching out to his source, let's call it.
Yeah, but
and he put it as a regular
whatever.
tweet.
Oops.
Then he deleted it, but as we know, your screenshots last forever.
Internet lives
And here's the thing, he's a reporter. He's been around forever. But he actually also works for Marquee, the sports network that is actually owned by the Cubs.
Yep.
So this is not just a reporter with egg on his face. This is a guy who draws a paycheck essentially
from the Cubs,
from the organization, and he can apologize all he wants. I mean, you show your true colors like that publicly in terms of what you think of
it's a tough look.
Hoyer and Hawkins.
I'm not a cancel culture guy. I'm really not. I think it's one of the worst things that's happened in our cancel. I'm not a cancel culture guy, but he gets paid by the Cubs.
It's one of his paychecks, yeah.
Okay, they can't employ him anymore.
This is very low totem pole kind of in-house issue, but it is an in-house issue.
That'd be like if Mitch called like Hatch and Maloney Twinkle D and Twinkle
Careful,
Dum.
I can't have that going over the airwaves.
like you can't stay here and work anymore.
No, because
if you ripped our I rip our bosses, but
we've got tape of you ripping our bosses.
Bruce Levine can't go up to Jed Hoyer now and have a normal conversation. Reporter / analyst.
You think I'm an idiot.
You think I'm an idiot.
You think I'm an idiot.
I don't look at you the same way.
I cannot respect you.
Right. Jed can't look at him the same way. And
I'm
Bruce
not helping you.
You can't look at Jed the same way.
Go talk to somebody else.
You can't fix that. You can't put that. You can't put that genie back in the bottle.
So here's your lesson, kids. Make sure you know where your message is going before you hit send. Got it? Okay. Now that's out of the way.
Can't the one thing you learn is you might as well just leave it out there. You can't delete it. It makes it worse, I think. I do. I think it makes it worse.
You have to delete it. Steve Kerr got burned on this a while ago too. He thought he was sending a DM, and it was he ended up tweeting it. It was something about somebody had sent him something about a player traveling. Like, hey, can you believe this didn't get called? And Steve Kerr wrote, "That's why I hate the NBA," or something like that. That's why I hate our game.
Or just if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. Or say it in private, in person. And then we'll really quickly give you an update on Suns and Summer League because Rasheer Fleming is balling out right now,
he
guys.
is.
17 points, 6 of 9 from the field, 3 of 4 from distance. Koa Pete not too far behind him with 11 points on 3 of 5. And then the big fella, Kamal Malawach, with 6 and 6 and a block and a steal so far.
There is something exciting about thinking 3-4 years down the road with what Malawach, Fleming, Pete, even Brea, because his three-point shooting, what those guys could become. Might not turn into anything.
I'd be more excited if they were doing this in November, but I know what you're saying. I mean, it's fair.
There's some excitement for what these guys, the potential, the potential's there that they could be good. Whether they fulfill the expectations or not, I don't know. But there's definitely some excitement of what these guys could become 3 or 4 years down the road.
Especially with Malawach and Pete.
This is kind of where you need to put your hope for the most part because there's not a lot of other young talent that's quickly just
when Booker was a young talent, they surrounded him with crappy other young talent.
Yeah.
Alex Len and Dragan Bender and Marquise Chris and Josh Jackson.
Better than those. Yes.
Yeah. None of those players are Devin Booker, but Elie Okobo. And who was the point guard that was like Book's buddy? He was terrible. Tyler Ulis. He was terrible. They had all these awful players playing with Booker.
It happens sometimes. And that is your 4 o'clock reset.
That happens.
That's everything that's going on in the world of sports. That's our 4 o'clock reset right here. When we come back, the D-backs schedule for the second half. A lot of teams similar to them. We'll explain next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, there's talking baseball and there's trading baseball, not the deadline or baseball cards. Kalshi, just the largest prediction market in the world. Kalshi, regulated and live in all 50 states. Paul Calvise here. Again, you can trade every baseball game on Kalshi, even the All-Star events, futures. Hey, at last check in the American League, the Yankees trading at 32% to play in the championship this October, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $300 if they win. And remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market. There's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in, buy out of your position, and for a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use referral code AZSports. One word, AZSports, to get $10 when you trade 10. Referral code AZSports. One word on the Kalshi app. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
Progressive knows it ain't easy navigating the open plains of home insurance, but there is one man who can help tame that wild herd of options. The Home Quote Explorer.
Note, Progressive's Home Quote Explorer is not a real person, but an online tool that lets you compare home insurance.
He's the type of fella who helps you decide on the right insurance, even if it ain't with him.
Again, not a person, just an online tool that helps you find great home coverage.
A real pioneer.
Okay, fine. Just do the thing. Yeah! Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where there's big news coming from your service departments.
That's right, Bick. We have slashed prices on major repairs and 12 essential services, from oil changes to brake pads. The savings are incredible, and you don't have to take my word for it. Just go to ChapmanBMW.com, put your VIN number in, and you'll see all the money you're saving. And it doesn't matter where you purchase your BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
One great experience.
Hey, it's Bodie and Victoria, owners of NewACUnit.com.
In Arizona, it hits 100 degrees and suddenly AC prices magically go up.
We don't play that game at NewACUnit.com.
Even with manufacturers raising prices this year, we've used our buying power to keep your costs down.
And the price you see online, that includes everything. Unit, install, delivery, no surprises.
Just a smarter, more affordable way to stay cool at NewACUnit.com.
Save thousands, save time, buy online, NewACUnit.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-822-1490. That's 800-822-1490. 800-822-1490.
Hey, it's Luke. Which specific players could the Arizona Diamondbacks target at the trade deadline? We'll discuss that tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, welcome back to the show. Tim Ringer filling in for Bernsey, who's got the rest of the week off, and I think he has Monday off too. So Kellen's going to be in tomorrow. Kellen will fill in tomorrow. Tim today, and you're doing the morning show tomorrow, Mitch?
I'll be with Bickley tomorrow morning.
You and Bickley tomorrow morning. Okay.
I'll be back with you on Monday.
And then you're with me on Monday.
Yeah.
Okay, and then Bernsy's eventually going to come back. It's going to be like a month that me and Bernsey have not done a show.
He's coming back the day of your guys' show anniversary next week.
Yes.
How romantic.
He knows all of this stuff. I have no idea what day we started working together. I don't pay, but he's really good at knowing. This is me and him have the longest running show at the station, and he knows all of that stuff. I'm like, really?
Yeah, for those of you that want to add to your calendar, July 21st, the 15th year. 15-year
anniversary
of the Burns and Gambo show.
And there won't be a 16th.
Well, we don't know that yet.
Burns and Gambo has got a longer shelf life than Gambo and Ash, right?
Yeah, Gambo and Ash. So this is my 30th. When this year's over, I'll have done 30 years of radio here. I had Tim Lyotta for 2, Bernsey for 15, and then Ash for 13.
Be 13, yeah.
Yeah, so Gambo and Ash ran somewhere between 12 and 13 years. And a lot of people still remember that show. I forget we were young. Me and Ash were young. And so we were, we were young and the players were young, and it was, you remember what it was like.
Yeah.
I mean, out to dinner with Kachuk at Ronick's house for Christmas parties, hanging out with Gonzo and Gracie and Schilling, and we were young. So we could do all those crazy stuff. We used to have flag football games.
Yeah, we're the same age as the players you were covering, which is not the case anymore.
We play those guys would come play. That guys would come play hockey with us. I had a hockey team. I had an ice hockey team. Those guys Ronick played with me one game. He came out and played the whole game with me. So it was just different. Now I'm almost 60 years old. I don't relate to some of the players as much as I.
Gambo and Ash, nothing against Burns and Gambo. Gambo and Ash had a catchy name, right? A little catchy name.
I think it was. It was somewhat of an iconic show. A lot of people still really remember that show. Growing up because it was. Ash was a local kid, grew up here, like Bernsey, went to NAU, like Bernsey. You know, I was a kid at that time. I wasn't really a Phoenician. I was a New Yorker. I was coming in here I was a kid from New York doing a show. So, and again, we were both like really young at that time. So, but Bernsey's had a 15-year run with me, and he's been great. So, like, I've been blessed. I've had really good partners to do the show with.
Your New York accent must have been way worse 30 years ago.
I mean, yeah, probably. Like, it's still bad. Like, like anytime I go somewhere, people know I'm from New York, right?
Of course. I think you dropped in Atlanta earlier in the show. They're from Atlanta.
Lisa, Mesa, can I have a quarter for some water for my daughter? I know I don't speak well, but and then, there's just like a slang to it. But anyway, I did want to talk about this Diamondback schedule coming out of the gate because I was looking at some of the numbers. They're going to play St. Louis for 3, Atlanta, the Athletics, not Atlanta. The Athletics for 3. Then they got that one game against the Cardinals. Then 3 against Washington, 3 against Pittsburgh, 3 against Cleveland. So if you look at that, I took a look at the schedule today, and I wanted to, just to see where these teams are and how they line up and everything like that. The interesting thing is that all of these teams are somewhat similar to them. Like, they're all somewhat similar in, like, they're all battling for a wild card spot. They're all, like, somewhere, right around the 500 mark, give or take, a few games over 500 or a few games under 500.
Except for the A's. The A's are really, and I'll get into that in a second.
The A's are the one team. Yeah, the A's are the one team. But you look at it, you're going to battle a lot of teams that are battling for the same thing you're battling for, to kind of stay in playoff contention. The A's got off to a really good start this season, but then they fell back to earth.
Well, they've lost 9 in a row. I feel like, in discussing the Diamondbacks for the last couple of years throughout the course of the summer, we seem to say this a lot. These next 8 games are going to be critical.
I think we've said that 8 times.
Right. This next road trip is going to be critical. And the D-backs do what the D-backs do. They just hover around 500, always kind of staying in a little bit or hovering around a playoff chase. But again, I look at these 16 games between now and that trade deadline on August 3rd, and you look at what they've done recently, the 4-game win streak. They put themselves in a position. They're 2.5 out of the wild card. They've only got a couple of teams to hurdle to get there. The Miami Marlins, can they continue to compete at a high level in terms of staying and hanging in that wild card playoff position? I don't know. But again, I look at this. The Cardinals coming out at home for 3. And then
50 and 40. So start with the Cardinals. They're 50 and 45. So the Diamondbacks are 49 and 40. That's a huge series.
It's a huge series.
It's a huge series because they're 50 and 45, 5 games over. You're 2 games after the sweep of the Dodgers. You're 2 games over. You look at the wild card standings. This is that's a big series you got to be ready for because right now your wild cards are Chicago, Philly, and the Marlins. The Cardinals are the next team, a game out of the wild card. Then the Pirates are 2 games out, and then the Diamondbacks are 2.5 out. So you want to win that series. You drop the Cardinals to 47 losses, and you'll be at 48. And then you've actually got that other game. So you actually have 4 games against them because you've got that makeup game.
The makeup game, which is in their ballpark. So these games at Chase Field, I mean, get it done out of the break starting on Friday. Like, you got 6 at home. No worse than 4-2. No worse than 4-2. You got to win both series, or however you get there. Finish 4-2.
Then you get Washington, who's 2 games back of you. They're fighting for their playoff lives. They're 4 games out.
So are the Pirates.
And then the Pirates are actually, tied with you. They're actually tied with you in the loss column. They've got 47 losses. So so big series against the Pirates, big series against Washington, big series against St. Louis. You'll get Cleveland on the other side. And right now Cleveland they're
tied for first.
Tied for first place. They're the wild card, but right now they're tied for first at 51 and 46. They're battling for their lives to try to win the division and not get stuck into the wild card.
So those are your 16 games. 3 against St. Louis, the A's, 1 against the Cardinals in that makeup game, then the Nationals, the Pirates, and the Guardians. Like, that's your 16 coming out of the gate before the trade deadline. Paul Sewald said it on Sunday after that Dodgers win. He said every game is crucial or critical, whatever word to use, between now and August 3rd. And I love that because Seawald knows exactly when the trade deadline is, and he knows exactly how important these 16 games are to give Mike Hazen a fighting chance and a reason to be buyers and not sellers.
Yeah, they never go too far to the point where you're like, okay, they're definitely a seller, but they also never go too far to the point where you're like, they're definitely a buyer. They're kind of hovering around that middle ground where, yeah, the next few series may ultimately determine if they lose 8 out of 10, they're a seller. If they win out of 8 out of 10, they're a buyer. If they go 5-5, I don't know. It depends on what the other teams do because you don't, like Hazen said, you don't want to be passed by 3 or 4 teams because all of a sudden if you got 4 teams ahead of you, it might make you more of a seller than a buyer. When we come back, is Devin Booker, could he be the next Jaylen Brown? We'll explain next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
Mike Trout hit a home run at Chase Field, and his own son Beckham was booing him because his son is a Diamondbacks fan. Trading for Mike Trout would be very, very complicated. He's got a no-trade clause, and he is owed a ton of money on his contract. It's unfortunate because finding that out, my first thought was, wow, how about that guy hitting fourth for the Diamondbacks?
Here's something I always bring up when we talk about Mike Trout. Imagine being Tim Salmon, having a great career, and not even being the best Angels outfielder with the last name of a fish.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hi, I'm Tom Shane, third-generation owner at Shane Company. As a family jewelry business for almost 100 years, we are known for doing right by our customers. Our legacy of integrity depends on it. Here are 3 things we never do. We never cut corners. Our engagement rings are made to high-quality standards, and we stand behind them with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We never buy diamonds without seeing them in person. We travel to the source, eliminate the middleman, and get first pick of the most beautiful stones. Then negotiate the price on your behalf. We never try to trick you on price. We don't mark up the rings just to mark them down and call it a sale. We offer true value from the start, so you get the best price every time. At Shane Company, we put you first because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Hello, I'm Eric Bryan, Marine veteran and owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. I know what it means to have someone you can count on, and that's what your family gets every time we walk through your door. All month, we're celebrating America's 250th birthday by giving you $2,500 off a new AC unit, 0% financing for 60 months, and no payments until 2027. Precision Air and Plumbing, veteran owned. Make the precision decision today.
Precision decision with Precision Air.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Join Bunker to Bunker this Saturday at the Trophy Bar in downtown Ocotillo, Chandler, for the Open Championship presented by Santan Ford. Catch all the golf and horse racing action on the giant 16-foot HD screen and more than 35 HD TVs. Feeling lucky? Place a wager at Trophy Bar's OTB. Come early for breakfast, tacos, drink specials, and giveaways from Shady Rays and Tim Hovick's legendary championship swag bag during Bunker to Bunker's live broadcast from 7 to 9 a.m. See you this Saturday at the Trophy Bar.
I'm Mitch Vareldis, and here is what's trending now. We will start in Las Vegas, where Phoenix Suns Summer League action is taking place against the Detroit Pistons at the Thomas and Mack Center. Now, the score doesn't really bother me personally that much, but it's gotten a lot closer since the last time we checked. The Pistons have whittled down the Suns' lead. It's now a 6-point game with 2.5 to play in the third quarter, 72-66. But the story right now is the performance of the young Suns, particularly Rasheer Fleming, who's got 20 points on 7 of 10 from the field, 4 of 5 from 3. Kaman Malawach is a rebound away from a double-double with 16 and 9. And then the rookie, Koa Pete, 13 points on 4 of 8. with 3 rebounds and 2 assists to go along with that. We'll keep you updated as the show goes on here on 98.7. Just 2 more days until the Diamondbacks are back in action, starting with a 3-game series Friday against the Cardinals. Today, they announced that Tommy Troy has been placed on the 10-day injured list. The outfielder is listed with a sprained right AC joint, retroactive to July 12th. No corresponding move was announced with Troy going down. Additionally, the Diamondbacks have said that Pavin Smith has cleared waivers, and he has been outrighted to AAA Reno. And in World Cup action, the reigning champs are back and hopeful to defend their title. Argentina came back to defeat England 2-1, scoring in the 84th and 92nd minutes of the match. They will now face Spain this Sunday at noon in New Jersey for the right to hoist this year's World Cup trophy. Consolation match between France and England will be on Saturday at 2 in Miami. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? We have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring. They're a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks, thewindowdepot.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. What were our biggest takeaways from the Summer Suns game against the Pistons? We'll be reacting to the game tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
You like this jam?
It's a good jam.
You want to tip jar it?
What, tip jar it?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
We tip jar songs we like.
Oh, then I'll tip jar it.
Yeah. We put money in a tip jar. Eventually, you just go buy pizza with it. So now you got to give $2 at the end of the show.
This was a famous iPod commercial back in the day when they introduced iPods.
Remember that. All right, Jaylen Brown was the 2024 NBA Finals MVP. He was a great Boston Celtic. Recently, he tried to explain the trade. He goes, they packed me up. It's a crazy business. Don't become a basketball player. There's no loyalty. There's no love.
Oh, yeah, don't become a basketball player.
Asked what happened that led to the trade. He referenced the general surprise. It's a good question. It's a real good question. I think a lot of people would want to hear that. They're asking that question now. I don't know. They packed me up. Sayonara. I'm out of here. But his point was there's no loyalty. He discussed his trade while at the World Cup, and this was just a few days ago. Obviously, we know Jaylen Brown was traded, I think a lot of it to Philadelphia, a rival, for a 36-year-old broken-down Paul George and like 1 first-round draft pick. It made no sense to any of us, but you came up with an angle. And it's an interesting one to just talk about, and nothing's going to happen now, but it's an interesting one to talk about, and it's kind of like, could Devin Booker ever be in that position?
Well, you know, CBS Sports did an article about the Jaylen Brown deal, and I think everybody understands right now that was based on salary. That wasn't making yourself a better basketball team. That's not why Brad Stevens pulled the trigger. He looked at the long-term financial health in terms of salary cap of the basketball team and said, we're paying this guy too much money. We got to get off it. So CBS Sportsline did an article, who the next three potential guys to be Jaylen Brown, if you will. Now, Booker didn't make the list. It was De'Aaron Fox is on there. He's one of the three. Donovan Mitchell.
Struggled. He was hurt, but he really struggled with San Antonio in the finals.
Yes, and his big new deal's about to kick in. Donovan Mitchell, he signed a 4-year, $273 million deal. That is going to take him through age 34. And then the other guys on the list were Paulo Banchero or Franz Wagner for the Orlando Magic.
Both Magic guys are listed,
Both Magic guys, yeah, because it's like 70% of your cap on two players. I mean, whatever. As far as we're concerned, they had some guys that could have made the cut, but they didn't. And one of the guys they listed was Devin Booker, and it kind of got me thinking, with the Suns being in a position, and I'm not sure they could trade him at this point. We can go over the numbers, what Devin Booker is going to make over the next several years. But this is what they said about Devin Booker, and I thought to myself, I'd love to get your thoughts and reaction to this. And I'll just kind of read the caption they wrote about Booker. Suns should not be paying Devin Booker 35% of the cap. There probably aren't many teams around the league eager to pay him 35% of the cap. He was a fringe all-star last season, no longer makes threes at a strong clip. He's never gotten to the rim much, and he's only a so-so defender. You need to be consistent. This is where it gets interesting. You need to be a consistent all-NBA player to justify that price tag in today's NBA.
True.
Booker is not one. But the Suns aren't realistically building with championship stakes in mind, and they have no one else good enough to justify a similar salary. So odds are they will keep him around and try to be somewhat competitive. They have less of a cap problem than an asset and a talent problem.
I have a high regard for superstars. I've always thought that Devin Booker was a great player, but not a superstar. It's not a negative. It's not a negative. Because I don't just give everybody a superstar. Not everybody gets a trophy. Like, superstars are reserved for the truly great players in the game. I don't think that he's a superstar. I think he's a great player. I think he's on the decline. I think the last couple of years, look, we sat down with Book before the start of last season, and he talked about, like, the last couple of years, how bad, like, it was the worst years of his career. Like, worse than, when you were winning 20, worse.
Oh, yeah.
Like, he was miserable playing with Durant. He was miserable playing with Beal. Like, that wasn't, there was no joy in those years.
For Vogel, he was miserable playing for Budenholzer.
I mean, it wasn't any fun. I think last year the fun was back, the joy was back, but there was part of his game that's declined. I don't think it's declined to the point where he can't get it back. I think he just has to work a little bit harder now. I think he's got to.
But see,
because he's older and he's been in the league for this is his 11th year. Like, he's been in the league for 10 years.
But this is the premise of what they're saying.
You got to work harder,
and that's fine. And I think he can still be a very, very good all-star caliber player in this league. But you're talking about 35% of the cap, and you're talking if Devin Booker. Let's say the Suns made the playoffs next year. I mean, if Devin Booker had that kind of production again in the postseason that he had against the Thunder, I get it. The Thunder are a way better team. Like, the Suns were going to struggle in that series. Nobody was blindsided by the way that thing went. But I guarantee you the powers that be with the Suns in that front office, for what you're paying Devin Booker, the expectations were higher for him in the postseason.
Yeah.
Like, if you can't perform like a superstar that we believe that you are and we're paying you to be, we got to rethink that in terms of how we build our team going forward. I think that's fair to say.
But I don't know. You've alluded to the options. You've alluded to this without saying it. Like, it'd be very hard to trade him with all the money that's owed to him to another team, unless you find another team that has a superstar that's not living up to the hype, and then you're trading. One guy for another guy that are in a similar situation.
No,
I'm still going to try, and I think you are too. I'm still going to try to win with Book. I need to see him get back to being an alpha leader on the team and being that guy and being better and not always deferring to other players. And the right basketball decision is fine. I'm always going to make the right, but sometimes your best player has to take over a game. And that doesn't matter if he's double teamed or triple teamed. You grew up in Chicago and did you cover the Jordan era?
Of course.
I mean, double teamed all the time. You trapped all the time. You like the best players, and I'm not comparing him to Jordan because that's unfair. But Kobe Bryant and all the great Dominique Wilkins when he was with the Hawks. The great players have to figure out how to not always make the right basketball players the right basketball play is to pass out of a trap. But sometimes that's the right, but the best thing to do is have your score. And so, yeah, I could pass it to Royce O'Neal, or I could take it myself. I'd rather have Devin Booker taking a mid-range jump shot than Royce O'Neal taking a three. That's just the way it needs to be. It needs to be that way.
I know, and unlike Jordan and Kobe in that era, but they're dealing with a salary cap now, and Devin Booker is going to be making a whole lot of money. I still believe in Devin Booker. I don't want them to ever trade Devin Booker. I hope they can put enough around him where Devin Booker is a integral part of a championship contending team. That would be fantastic. What they wrote about him though, it's tough to disagree with that. He was a fringe all-star last season. He does no longer make threes at a strong clip. He's never really gotten to the rim much, and he's only
a top 30 player.
defender.
He's a top 30 player in the NBA.
I will say
but
this.
He's not a top 10, and he's not a top 15, and he's not a top 20 player in the NBA anymore.
I'm glad you said that. Because I was going to say there was a time.
He was a top 20 player in the league. Now he's a top 30.
I think there was a 2-year stretch where you could make an argument he was a top 15,
I agree.
borderline top 10 player.
But he's not now. But that doesn't mean that he can't get back to being that because he's not 35 years old. Paul George cannot get back to being a top 20 player in the league.
No.
Paul George cannot get back to that. But Devin Booker can. He's 6 years younger. Like, there's still time. But I think what's happened to Book is I think he got really, really beat down by after the finals were over, all the decisions that were made. I think the Durant, Beal, Budenholzer, Vogel era just beat him down. And I think last year was a little bit of a reset to get some of the joy back and have fun again. But I also think there was a lot of players. Dylan Brooks takes a lot of shots. You know, he's
still not. He has not played with a traditional point guard really outside of Colin Gillespie.
He's had to kind of be that guy a lot of times.
Be that guy.
And I think that's still the adjustment. I've always said this, and I'll continue to say it. It's not can Devin Booker handle the point guard. He can, but it's should he? And the answer is no. He shouldn't. He should worry about scoring. They should worry about him scoring. So I'm not the biggest fan of him being the point guard either.
It's also my opinion he doesn't want to do it. He's willing to do it. He's a team player. He can do it, as you said. Mm-hmm. He knows he can do it. But I think if Devin Booker could wave a magic wand, he'd want a Chris Paul caliber point guard playing along with him.
How many of them exist in the NBA today?
How about just a traditional, really, really good point guard? Fine, Chris Paul is one of the best to ever do it. How about just a good one? How about a Ricky Rubio caliber guy?
Ricky Rubio was great for him. Ricky Rubio brought out a level of talent on Devin Booker that he hadn't even realized until Rubio got to play with him.
He just needs to be that assassin again that we saw in 2021 and 2022 that was capable of going for 50 on any given night, no matter who he was playing, no matter where he was playing.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I've seen him do it. We've all seen him do it. And you're right, he's not that old where he can't get back to that guy again.
One of LeBron's former teammates had some advice for where his next team should be. We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Football soon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. The home of Arizona State Sun Devils football. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizonasports.com, 98.7 FM.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Tired all the time? Gaining weight? Lost your edge? Those aren't just signs of getting older that could be low testosterone. Vital for Men is Arizona's original men's health clinic. Not a franchise, not a side hustle for some med spa. We're open Monday through Friday. We accept most insurance, and right now your first testosterone test is free. Find out where you stand. Call Vital for Men or go to vitalformen.com. It's time to stop guessing and start living.
Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you tell your listeners about them?
Oh, buddy, you gotta have shade.
Exactly. You want to cool down your patio?
You gotta have shade.
That's right. And how about a little privacy?
You gotta have shade.
Want a comfortable outdoor space for your whole family to enjoy?
You gotta have shade.
Wolf, can you say anything else?
Do like I did. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you, and Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Every summer road trip starts somewhere. Start yours at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, we have employee pricing for everyone and 0% APR for 60 months on new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 models. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Employee pricing for everyone and 0% APR for 60 months for well-qualified buyers. Must finance with GM Financial. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by August 3rd, 2026.
Freeway Chevrolet. I-10 and Ray.
The Burns and Gambo Social Poll Update.
All right, it is time to update our social poll with Bucket Hat Mitch.
Ta-da!
Mitch's got the bucket hat.
Big reveal.
Mitch,
Bucket hat
with that beard and that hat, you got to put a yellow raincoat on and go stand out there on the pier or at the
What
lighthouse.
I need is a rainstorm so that it feels a little more appropriate. Or like a fog, a mist, something. I'm obviously trying to invoke a little more cooler temperatures, if you will, because it's
good luck with that.
Another 100-plus day. I really like today's poll question on ArizonaSports.com. It's a good thinker.
Okay.
Which Summer League player of the Suns do you think will play the most minutes for them during the regular season? Kaman Malawach, Rasheer Fleming, Koa Pete, or Kobe Brea?
Well, the way Malawach is playing, I can see why everybody's voting for him, man. He's tearing it up again today.
I think if Malawach ends up being their backup center, then he's going to be the right answer. I just think if I had to guess today with Oso and Mark Williams still in the fold and what the expectations are for Fleming, that I'm going to go with Fleming, but certainly wouldn't be surprised. It'd be probably better for the Suns if Malawach is the answer.
Right.
But I'll go with Fleming today here in July.
So you switched up on us, Gambo? Are you going with Malawach
I'm going
now?
with Fleming.
Oh, you're sticking with
But
Fleming.
I get it. Like, I get the Malawach love. I get it.
So right now, I think because of the votes that we put in for Rasheer Fleming, things have slightly altered, but not by much. It's still Kamal Malawach with 49% of the vote. Koa Pete, the next closest, with 28% of the vote. Rasheer Fleming getting 20% of the vote, and then Kobe Brea, poor guy, just 3%. He is on a two-way deal, though, so I guess it would make sense.
Everybody was ripping him after the first couple games, and he lit it up in that third game from three-point range.
Yeah, he's only got 3 today, though.
What's he shooting from three-point range?
He is shooting 1 for 3 from 3-point range.
Okay.
Fleming, by the way, 4 for 5 from beyond the arc. And Man's hit a couple of threes. Man's got 20 and 11 with a couple of threes. Only 2 turnovers. Got a block. 6 offensive rebounds for Malawach. So
6 offensive rebounds?
I mean,
all right.
I know. Listen.
Save it.
Hey,
We'll talk about him again.
We understand. Disclaimer. Only Summer League. That's fine. We'll say it so you don't have to yell it in your car. It's Summer League.
Right. It's spring training. I
get it.
It's
We get it.
preseason football.
But
I get it.
It's better to have 20-11 than 4-3.
Right. Like, this guy's not any good in the summer league. How can he be good in a regular season?
And that's usually a very accurate thing to say.
Amon Shumpert played with LeBron James for a number of years. Even won a championship with him. He played from 2014 to 2018 with the Cavs. They made 4 consecutive finals appearances. They won that title in 2016. But here's what he said. He said, if this is about a ring, go to Philly.
We have this.
You have the sound?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Play
It's
it.
courtesy of the Shump Street podcast.
And if this is about a ring, Philly. This is about selling tickets, Miami. If this is about ending your career the way it should go to Cleveland. Just don't go to Cleveland trying to be happy about a win, because you're not going to win there. Don't go to
That's the right
Miami.
decision, but don't make it try to be happy. Like, try to fulfill
Real talk.
yourself. Try to
You're not
complete
gonna be
your
happy.
leg-
So Shumpert played, like I said, played in Cleveland for a number of years with LeBron, also played for the Knicks, the Kings, the Rockets, and then a couple of years with the Brooklyn Nets. He's been out of the league for like 4 years, 5 years.
He's a little out there, too, by the way. We should mention that. Shump Street is, around a different corner, if you will.
I've never heard it. But, but he said he gave you the pros and cons of joining Philly, Miami, or Cleveland. And
Why can't you win in Cleveland? They made the Eastern Conference Finals last year.
I know.
I mean, that would seem like the perfect
He
team
said
to
James
go to.
will not be happy if he signs with Cleveland. And he talked about, this is about legacy, the return tour, and stuff like that. I don't know. We don't have a LeBron James decision yet. Somebody is going to sign him. But we also discussed yesterday, there are probably a lot of teams like that are really weighing, is this worth it? Is it worth it to sign? Now, there was a story just a few hours ago that it said the LeBron James sweepstakes are apparently down to the Cavs and the Heat. So he's definitely going to play, if that's true, he's going to play for one of the teams he's already played for.
All right, so we
either
can
Cleveland or Miami.
So we eliminate the Sixers, we eliminate the Warriors. I thought for the longest time the Warriors were going to end up, because they seem to have the most interest, and I think LeBron with that clutch relationship with Draymond Green.
And Tyrese Maxey in Philly, because Tyrese Maxey's a big clutch guy.
But, of course, LeBron and Steph have obviously been through the wars against each other as opponents, but been through the wars together nonetheless. I just thought that might have been an intriguing fit, probably the most fun fit to watch the old guys go for a championship in Golden State, if they could even contend for a championship. I thought Miami coming out of the gate, too, was going to be a conversation that was had. I wasn't sure if LeBron would be interested in doing that, especially the way he left Miami. Pat Riley was not happy about that.
There's an event called Fanatics Fest this weekend, and people are speculating LeBron's going to make his decision then. So this weekend he'll make his decision on where he's going to go.
Is he going to have a TV show?
I don't
to
think
announce his decision.
I heard Steph here's the pitch that I would give to him to come play here. Is there any place you don't want him to go? Or does it just not even matter at this point anymore?
I just think LeBron at 41, while the numbers are still good, we talked about this yesterday a little bit. I think his offensive game is basically now pull-up threes and bully ball drives to the lane. He's still very good at those things. He can still help a team win. But as Byron Scott said, part of the problem with LeBron right now, when LeBron James is 31, it's worth it. You put up with Rich Paul. You put up with Clutch. You put up with all the stuff that goes into signing LeBron. At 41, this is coming from Byron Scott now. This is not me. Byron Scott says, you know what? Teams are asking, do they want to put up with all the blank that comes with signing LeBron James? That's what Scott said. That Rich Paul is calling teams trying to see if they're interested. Scott said nobody's calling LeBron and Rich Paul.
That LeBron's actually calling players.
Brian Windhorst reported that LeBron is calling players. And players are talking to LeBron, and then they're calling the GMs saying, hey, LeBron called me about maybe playing here. What do you guys think? So this is a courtship that looks a lot different for LeBron James in terms of the desire to have him on their roster. And Rich Paul's out there doing every podcast trying to drum up interest. I'm not saying there's no interest. I mean, clearly there is. He's going to play for somebody. But I think LeBron James at the age of 41 is finding the market a lot different than maybe he did several years ago and the few other times he was on the market.
I think he'd have a good chance to win in Miami, don't you?
Well, I mean, with Bam and Giannis, I mean, they got to get some shooters around those guys now. But yeah, I think LeBron,
they lost Hero, but with Bam and Giannis,
yes,
and LeBron,
and LeBron is still a great facilitator. And LeBron is still a great player.
Miami's probably the best place to go try to win, I think. I like the Cleveland team's younger. I don't know, does Cleveland want him back again?
I'm not sure Cleveland does. I mean, Donovan Mitchell was he was doing an on-court interview early in the year.
Yeah.
Or in the middle of last year. And he didn't reference LeBron James by name, but it was kind of referenced, and he kind of put the kibosh on that. Like, we got a good thing going right here. Like, when LeBron comes in, it's like LeBron comes in.
Yeah.
Right? And I think they like their chemistry there in Cleveland.
My guess is Miami. My guess is he's going to go to try to win. He'll go to Miami. That's my guess. When we come back, the Arizona Diamondbacks, that sweep of the Dodgers, have them a tick up in the power rankings. With all the injuries, have they surpassed the expectations so far? We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
So much of what is going on with the Arizona Cardinals right now is about these players, these young guys developing. What if Will Johnson just suddenly became a shutdown corner? Walter Nolan, what if he is destined to be one of the best 3 techniques in the National Football League? What happens if these guys develop so quickly and profoundly that suddenly the Arizona Cardinals start winning games? Is that a possibility? Yes.
I think, yeah, that's a possibility.
You know what? I know there's guys out there, you're going to be laughing at that. That's fine. Laugh all you want, man, because I've seen it happen.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona, your summer upgrade starts now. If you've been thinking about upgrading your ride this summer, now is the time during the Sanderson Ford Summer Sales Event. Right now, you can drive home a 2026 Ford F-150 STX or 2026 Ford Explorer, both starting as low as $38,995, or grab a new 2025 Ford Bronco Sport starting at just $28,495. And if financing is the better fit, Sanderson Ford has you covered with 0% financing for 36 months, 0 payments for 90 days, 0 maintenance fees for 2 years, plus $1,000 towards your down payment on select new Ford models. Summer always flies by, and these offers will too, so don't wait until it's too late. Hurry in today and choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford. All prices are plus tax and title. Go online for more information at sandersonford.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
The predictions say we could be in for a really wet monsoon season. Don't be the odd person out, hoping we don't get rain during a drought in the desert because you don't know if your roof can handle it. Contact Gleason Roofing and have them do what they did at my house. This is Jim Sharp, and when Gleason Roofing came to my place for a no-obligation roof audit, I knew I was going to need something done because my roof was more than 10 years old. But I was pleasantly surprised to find that I didn't need a complete roof replacement. Gleason Roofing only needed to replace my underlayment. The good news is that many roofing issues can be caught early before they turn into a full replacement. A simple inspection by Gleason Roofing now could save you thousands later during monsoon season. Go to GleasonRoofing.com to claim your no-obligation roof audit. That's GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com.
Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and joint pain is awful when you're the person who's fighting through it, but I'm betting you aren't the only ones affected by it. Maybe you love someone who struggles with joint pain. You see what they don't say, what they've slowly stopped doing. For instance, it's July, the days are long and hot, it's time to be in the pool, moving, living, and you're on the sideline sitting it out. Let's talk about getting that life back, because at QC Kinetics, that's what's happening every day. People who were stuck in that cycle of pain are finally stepping out of it with regenerative treatments done right there in the office. No surgery, no long recovery, no putting your life on hold, just real relief. The inflammation eases, the pain lets go, and you suddenly feel like your old self again. Go find out what's possible with a free consultation. They have clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Varaldis, and here is what's trending now. We're getting into the final couple minutes here of Suns Summer League action, taking on the Pistons in Las Vegas. And right now, the Suns leading much more comfortably than they were before, 95-88, minute and a half to go. It's still not over, but they're in a much more comfortable place than they were just a couple of minutes ago. Standouts so far from today are the second-year guys. Rasheer Fleming with 22 points on 8 of 12 and 4 of 6 from 3. Kamal Malawach even splashing from distance. He's 2 of 5 from that area of the floor. He's got 21 points and 14 rebounds, 6 of them on the offensive glass. Rasheer Fleming, 8 rebounds, 4 on the offensive glass. And then the rookie, Koa Pete, 19 points, 6 of 12 from the floor. He's also got 3 boards and 3 assists. We'll keep you updated here as the Burns and Gambo show finishes up with its final hour on this Wednesday. Just 2 more days until the Diamondbacks are back in action starting Friday against the Cardinals. Today they announced that Tommy Troy has been placed on the 10-day injured list. Outfielder is listed with a sprained right AC joint, retroactive to July 12th. There was no corresponding move announced with this decision. Additionally, the Diamondbacks announced that Pavin Smith has cleared waivers and has been outrighted to AAA Reno. And in World Cup action, the reigning champs back and hopeful to defend their title. Argentina came back to defeat England 2-1, scoring in the 84th and 92nd minutes of the match. They will now face Spain this Sunday at noon in New Jersey for the right to hoist this year's World Cup trophy. The consolation match between France and England will be Saturday at 2 in Miami. This report is brought to you by Talking Stick Resort. The 20th annual Arizona State Poker Championship is back at Talking Stick Resort August 13th to 19th with an estimated $3 million prize pool. Don't miss it.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. What will we get from the Summer Suns today against Detroit? We'll talk about our basketball team. Join us. The fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Third Eye Blind? Is this Third Eye Blind?
2 Princes.
This isn't Semi-Chimed
Spin Doctors?
Or Spin Doctors, that's who it is, yeah.
This is
2
the
Princes
Spin
is the song.
Doctors.
Yeah.
This isn't the Semi-Charmed Kind of Life.
No.
Okay.
This is that 90s song that caught on for a while.
Yes.
If you want to come out,
Yeah,
baby.
it's a little catchy. It's a little catchy.
Here's the...
Yeah.
Modern day scatting, if you will.
When I was in Scotland, my daughter would and her fiance would listen to podcasts. I'm like, I got to bring my earbuds because I can't listen to this garbage that you guys are listening to.
Suns are up by 9, 36 seconds and counting left in Vegas. They're going to win again.
Yeah.
Malawatch has got 23 and 15.
Oh, my goodness.
23 and 15.
Oh, my. I'm going to do some homework on what they're seeing out of him and just try to, this is incredible how well he's played. I'm glad he played. I'm glad they didn't shut him down. Let him get as much experience as he can. Let him dominate. Let them, let him. He's going to earn it.
He's a teenager. Put him out there on the court.
Put him out there. Let him earn. Let him take this opportunity and earn some minutes.
And again, the 23 and 15. We all understand it's summer league. I was joking about that going to break. But keep in mind, it was summer league last year, and Malawatch couldn't put up numbers like this. So we're seeing growth, and I think that's important.
Absolutely. Now, listen, I'm not the biggest power ranking guy. It's one of the things I don't like. Mock drafts drive me crazy. Power rankings in the NFL, I think, are the worst thing in the world. I just hate power rankings. Not a fan of them. You brought one up today, and there's a story. We're gonna spin it a little bit because it's kind of where the Diamondbacks landed in this power ranking, and whether they should even be there based on all the injuries they've had. So I'll let you explain.
Well, yeah, CBS Sportsline did their latest power ranking. It's at the All-Star break, so it has a little more, juice to it, if you will, to see where teams are here at the break. And the usual suspects are at the top. Dodgers are number 1. Brewers, Rays, Cubs, and Yankees round out the top 5. But you go down, and you don't have to scroll down too far to find the Arizona Diamondbacks, 49 and 47, with a power ranking of 13th on the year. Now, 13th, okay, kind of middle of the pack, but upper half of Major League Baseball here at the All-Star break. And it just kind of got me thinking, Torey Lovullo is always under fire from the fan base. Many times, maybe rightfully so. He's not perfect. He's made mistakes. He's had some pretty bad seasons, and he hasn't made the playoffs since they went to the World Series in 2023. I get all that. He doesn't have a contract for next year. Okay, Bob Nightingale wrote on Sunday that it might be playoffs or bust for Torey Lovullo in terms of coming back in 2027. But
I think, and I don't think that's unfair.
I don't think it's unfair either.
I don't think it's unfair. I think that there are determining factors like how well you play, how hard you play. You lose out in a last game in a tiebreaker. That may change your thinking. But I do understand after making the World Series and not being able to make the playoffs the next few years, you do have to make a decision on Lovullo, and I don't think it's going to be you want to take a one-year contract. Either you're going to commit to him for a multi-year contract or you let the guy go. He'll get a job somewhere else in a blink of an eye. You watch. He would get a job in no time because he's a good manager. But if you feel like you need to reset and change things if you don't make the playoffs, I understand where that logic comes from. I understand the logic.
I just think, and this is what got me going with ranking 13th, which is no reason to play on the parade. I'm not saying that, but the D-backs are 13th right now in Major League Baseball in this particular power poll. And you look about, down the list and you say, has this team overachieving right now? And maybe Torey Lovullo, instead of getting criticized, could at least be praised for the job he's done in the first half of this season alone. Forget everything else. And you look at it, and you look at what the D-backs did. They cut payroll. They handed him 2 guys at the corners, one guy who couldn't play a lick in Santana. That was going to be his first baseman. Give me a break.
Disaster of a signing.
Okay, Nolan Arenado. I mean, I know people.
The whole first base thing was a mess. Pavin Smith.
It was a mess. It was a mess.
Vargas had to play there, and the whole thing's a mess.
And maybe Torey, not maybe, gave Pavin Smith too long of a leash. But again, we were talking about options too for Torey Lovullo. But you look at what they did, and they put Arenado there at third, and they make that deal. And yeah, Arenado was a great player, but he wasn't a great player last year. Okay, and you look at Corbin Burns not pitching. You look at A.J. Puck not pitching. You look at Martinez not pitching. Ketel Marte doesn't hit for the first 5 weeks of the season. Soroka's gone down. Nelson's gone down. Gallen can't win a game. All these things are going into the pot of this 2026 season.
And they're still in contention, 2.5 games out of wild card.
And yet here they are, 49 and 47 with a power ranking of 13th, 2.5 back of the wild card, perhaps in a position to buy at the trade deadline. And I just kind of say to myself, I don't claim to be a baseball managerial expert. That's why I rarely, you'll never hear me on the air criticizing a manager for moves that he's made, okay? I got too much respect for the position. I understand when managers are bad and they need to get fired and that it's not working. That's a different story. But I just look at Torey Lovullo and the job he's done in a vacuum for this year, as I said, in the first half of 2026. And I would say, looking at what he's been dealt, what he was given in the offseason, the injuries that continue to pile up, the ineffectiveness and inconsistency of guys like Marte and guys like even Corbin Carroll at times, and Merrill Kelly, and Zach Gallen can't win a game. And as you said, they're 49 and 47.
Yeah. The positives have been Eduardo Rodriguez having a career year, one that may rewrite the record books for the Arizona Diamondbacks. He's on pace to have the lowest ERA of any Diamondback starting pitcher, and that would top the best seasons of Randy Johnson. He's on pace for that right now. The bullpen, and Lovello's use to the bullpen has been outstanding. Hazen did a good job of getting really good arms on the cheap. Loizaga's been really good for them. Taylor Clark's been really good for them. Paul Sewald has one blown save all years, like 21 out of 22 or 22 out of 23, something like that. He's been great. Thompson and Ginkel have had really good bounce-back years. Those guys have been fantastic. Murillo has been really good. Garcia, I think they should have had him up earlier. I think that was a little bit of a mistake. I think they needed a lefty. They didn't have that lefty early. I think that worked against them. But
they had no lefty. They had no lefty.
They had no lefty. Yeah. And you went with guys that sucked like Taylor Rashi and Joe Ross Velez was terrible. So there were some mistakes that were made there. I give the organization credit in being able to move on from guys when they needed to. Joe Ross, Rashi, Alec Thomas, Pavin Smith. I think that took too long. But I think that they really just didn't have a lot of options.
Well, that's what I was saying earlier. Yeah.
They just didn't have a lot of options.
I mean, I'm sure Torrey would have loved to put somebody else at first base and get Pavin Smith out of there.
You lose Burns, you lose Martinez, you lose Puck. You're hoping those guys are going to come back. Gurriel came back as fast as he could, but he hasn't been right. Gurriel hasn't been a good player for them.
And put that in the pot. They're getting nothing out of Gurriel
Nothing
Jr.
out of
either.
Gurriel. Yeah. And there's good money involved in Lourdes Gurriel. Like, there's good money into him, and you're not getting anything out of him. Listen, I think to some extent I'd like to see the Diamondbacks be a little bit more chaotic on the base paths. I miss that. I miss the stealing and the bunting and the first to third and, all that havoc that created. I thought that was an identity they had. I don't know what the Diamondbacks' identity is this year. And in past years when they had success, I knew what the identity was. I could have watched them on a video game and said, oh, that's the Diamondbacks because of how aggressive they were on the base paths. And now maybe they got a little gun shy last year with the third base coach that got fired. That was getting everybody thrown out at home. I don't know. But there was an identity that they played with, this little bit of a reckless abandon that they played with. That was fun. I don't know what the Diamondbacks' identity is this year, especially offensively. The strength of this team has been their bullpen. And ironically, they didn't spend any money on the bullpen. But that's been the strength of the team. I love the bounce back by Brandon Pfaadt. I love that, they sent him down to the minors. I think that was the right move. And now he's pitching great. Soroka was a great signing. I thought Nelson was pitching really good. Nelson's numbers are fantastic outside of like 2 starts. Mm-hmm. Kelly's bounced back to prove that he was worth it. So the only real negative in the rotation has been Zach Gallen. But there's negatives at first base. Look, Arenado, he's been okay.
He's
not bad. He's been okay. For what you got, you didn't pay him. You're not paying him anything. They're paying most of his salary. Like, he's been okay. But he hasn't been great. Corbin's in a major slump right now. Just a major slump. Marte's not having the year he had last year. So the fact that they're in the race, I think, is a credit to they find a way to win baseball games, and they just never give up. They don't quit. They don't give up. They fight hard. It's been a frustrating year because there's been so many games in which there's been no offense at all, no offense, and it gets very frustrating to watch this team. Sometimes there were stretches where if the other team scored 3 runs, you're like, they're going to lose. They're going to lose.
And this is not a black and white thing where, like, okay, Tim and Gambo are defending Torrey again. We get it. This could be it. He's not a perfect manager. He drives people nuts sometimes with lineup decisions and letting guys play too long like Pavin Smith and perhaps maybe even Zach Gallen getting far too many starts. But again, I look at this big picture again, and I'm sure I'm going to go on Twitter after this segment and I'm going to get torched for defending Lovello. I'm just talking about this season, the first half, 49-47, 2.5 back with all the crap he's had to deal with. I just think that this has been a pretty good job overall. Okay, have there been managerial mistakes if you go by a game-by-game basis? Of course. He's not perfect.
But overall, he's got them in contention for a playoff spot.
They're in contention. I mean, if you would have told a D-backs fan,
Corbin Burns isn't coming back.
Puck's not going to pitch, and
this
Martinez And Ryan Nelson's going to go down, and Soroka's going to go down, and Zach Gallen won't be able to beat anybody. Marte's not going to hit for the first 5 weeks of the season.
Bottom 5 team in the Major League Baseball, you would think.
Yeah, the worst first base production in 100 years.
100 years since
Oh, my
1920.
gosh. What's their record? What do they got, 20 wins?
And they're over 500.
That's all I'm saying.
But it's fair to say that they should expect that with all of that, it's still fair to say, like, they've spent a lot of money on the payroll here. Ken Kendrick should expect that they make the playoffs. He should. He's got a record high payroll.
Yes, and if this is it for Torrey, then so be it. He's certainly had ample opportunity to make playoffs and win a championship. But again, I can't get past that Santana move at first base. Like, to me, that said, like, okay, yeah, they have spent a lot of money on pitchers. Some of it unwisely when you talk about Jordan Montgomery. That's not Jordan Montgomery. They spent, but he didn't help them. He didn't help Torrey win any games.
Total waste of 2 years of money. When we come back, Kevin Durant is tweeting again. We certainly don't miss that. We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
When the word alignment is said so many times over the course of 2 years, how are we in this situation where the roster is not necessarily constructed for the head coach?
Jared speaks to a question that a lot of, I think, Suns fans are asking. Is the return of Mark Williams, is the acquisition of Miles Bridges, is this back in the moment Matt Ishbia getting away from the careful building of what seemed to be alignment? That's what it feels like.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about the Lund Mortgage team. They are ready to help you every single day when it comes to all of your mortgage needs. Refinancing, new home loans, getting pre-approved for a mortgage. They do a tremendous job at the Lund Mortgage team. They're helping a lot of people right now. First-time home buyers getting in. First-time home buyers that believe that, I don't have enough money down. I'm not going to be able to get myself a mortgage. Well, the Lund Mortgage team can help you. There's so many great programs out there for you with the Lund Mortgage team. No use to worry about it. The Lund Mortgage team can help you right now be that first-time home buyer. And again, great programs available for you. Take advantage of it. You don't need 20% down to buy a house anymore. Terrific programs that are out there, and the Lund Mortgage team will help you understand the difference. Whether it's programs that you can qualify for, there's FHA, VA, down payment assistance. There's very likely a program that's built for someone exactly like you. Call the Lund Mortgage team today at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
The sounds of summer. They're great until they're not. Luckily, AutoZone has free battery testing and charging
Let me check that for you.
to help make a rough moment smooth. Don't miss the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone. Free products with select deals until July 27th. And free services every day. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Plumbing problems never knock. They kick down the door at the worst possible time. A burst pipe turning your kitchen into a water park? A clogged drain bubbling like a swamp monster? Don't panic. Gettle wrestles plumbing nightmares for a living. Our perfectionist plumbers handle it all with the precision of a surgeon and the enthusiasm of a game show host. From sewer line repairs to water filtration to tankless water heaters, your home sparkles like we've never even been there, except your plumbing actually works now. Gettle, G-O-E-T-T-L, will fix your pipes, but it's hard to spell.
All right, Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you'd tell your listeners about them?
Oh, brother, you gotta have shade.
Temps hitting triple digits and the kids won't go outside?
You gotta have shade.
Hosting a backyard barbecue?
You gotta have shade.
Patio furniture fading?
Robert, you gotta have shade.
Wolf, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
We are entering the off-season. Your weekends just opened up, so before you turn that closet project into a DIY disaster, call the pros. Space Solutions has been building custom cabinetry for Arizona homes for years with luxury quality, affordable options, and expert care from start to finish. We're a local family business, not a franchise, and we actually show up when we say we will. It's the last call for summer installs. Book your free consultation now. Visit spacesolutionsaz.com or call 602-298-6956.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Hey, it's Luke. Which specific players could the Arizona Diamondbacks target at the trade deadline? We'll discuss that tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I always get a kick out of Kevin Durant in the tweets, but I really liked the comeback by there was a one has to go. I don't know if he created this thing or not, but somebody said one has to go, and they put like a bunch of analysts, like sports analysts. Charles Barkley, Shaq, Stephen A., Nick Wright, Skip Bayless, Shannon Sharp, Colin Cowherd, Max Kellerman, Kendrick Perkins.
Talking heads.
Is that who put it together?
No, it's a list of talking heads.
Okay, a list of
radio
talking.
show guys,
right?
TV analysts, the whole
One has to go.
Kit and caboodle.
And there it is, easy money sniper. Pack that lame Colin Cowherd up. So right away he's ripping, and then on the next one he took a shot at the Nick Wright guy, who I think is terrible, by the way. Tagged him as well, and said basketball would actually move forward if Nick Wright wasn't involved. Hold up. So he's got his enemies, he's got his guys that he doesn't like, and he says that. But man, this line by Colin Cowherd is just you could take this to the bank. It's so good.
I think this is what set Durant off.
Is this what set him off?
I'm sure. I mean, this quote by Cowherd
was this early? This was after or before this thing? Was this before?
This was before. This is what Cowherd said on the air about Durant was before
Oh, it's so
Durant.
true, though. It's so true. It's just so true. God, you can say it.
Oh, what Colin Cowherd said about Durant, KD is like buying a boat. The first day you have it and the first day you sell it are the two happiest days. That is a good line. That is a good line.
Yeah, somebody always told me boat is like bust out another 1,000, right? BOAT, bust out another 1,000, because you're always spending money on your boat. Like you're always doing something to the boat. It's so true. The first day you got Durant here in Phoenix was such a happy day for so many people. And the day they got rid of him was such a happy day. And in between, it was just a mess, right? But the happy days were when you got him, like, because you had these high expectations of winning a championship. And then the day you got rid of him, like, oh, we finally got rid of the guy. Finally. And that's just the deal with. I remember my New York fans. When the Suns got Durant, they were like, dude, we're just so happy he's gone. I'm just so glad good luck with him, because we hated him here. I was like, man, he's Kevin Durant. But in many ways, Kevin Durant's never really had a home. Like when Kevin Durant retires, who is he most closely associated with?
Well, probably the Warriors because of the two titles.
No, can't be.
But
no, that was Steph's team and Draymond's team and Clay's team. And
when you think
people criticize him for going to that team, you think Kevin Durant's going to say, I want to be remembered as a Warrior?
Yeah, because he won two titles.
No, I don't see it, man.
I mean, he won an MVP with Oklahoma City, but he didn't win there. He won two with Golden State. I'm sure Durant's going to look back at his
It's not going to be the Nets. It's not going to be the Rockets. It's not going to be the Suns. It's almost like he's a man without a home.
Durant will look at his time at Golden State as his finest NBA moments. I would think.
I would think. I mean, what? I would think Oklahoma City. Him and Harden and Westbrook, and they had a lot.
Well, that was. I mean, they went to the finals and lost.
But they did. But that was before. Like there was no negativity about Durant at that time. Like, there wasn't any negativity. All the negativity with Durant came after he left Oklahoma City.
As far as Durant's concerned, though, don't two titles trump no negativity in Oklahoma City? I don't know. It's a great question for Durant. Like, what was the pinnacle of your NBA career? What stop? I guarantee he says championships. Durant was a lot more fun when he was on Oklahoma City. Who didn't love the Durant-Westbrook teams?
Right. They were.
I mean, but they had their opportunities and they couldn't finish.
Right, but then he left and he gets criticized heavily for Golden State.
And probably rightfully so, because that was the team that knocked out him and Westbrook the year before. So he went and, as somebody said, instead of climbing the mountain, Durant took a helicopter to the top and got out at the top of the mountain.
Okay, right. He did the chutes and ladders right up to the top.
Yes,
He didn't have to work his way to get there. I don't know. It's like I think there are certain guys like I love Curt Schilling. I think he associates himself more with the D-backs than the Red Sox or the Phillies. But there's sometimes there are certain guys that play a lot of time. Like, what team are you most closely associated with? And with Durant, that's always been a question that I don't know. I mean, a guy's been on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams?
5 teams.
And I don't know that any place is a home for him. I think he was hoping it would be Phoenix.
I think he was too. He could have stayed in Golden State. This is what Draymond Green and they had the kerfuffle because he kind of held his future in the palm of his hand and kind of kept everybody in the dark. And Draymond, he didn't commit to them, and he pissed off a lot of people there at Golden State. But also at the same time, it's revisionist history.
Think about that. Think about how he left Golden State. Like, they wanted him to stay, and he left.
Of course they wanted him to stay. It's revisionist history to think that Durant was a bus rider on those Curry teams that won titles.
No, he was their best player.
Durant was the MVP.
He was their best player.
Durant hit the big shots.
Mm-hmm.
They may not win, though. They might not win. They might not beat LeBron without Durant those 2 years.
But that was already a championship team that he joined. They had already. It's not like he lifted them to the. They had already won 2.
They had won 1.
They had won 1. Then they won after him. Then they won after him. They won again.
And they won again after him.
So they won before him and they won after him. And that's why the knock will always be, how good are you? Like, they won before you and they won after you. Like, did they really need you? And maybe they did. But I still don't think that that's a place that he considers a home for him. I don't know. Well, maybe if he leads the Rockets to a title, it'll be the Rockets.
It depends on how you define that. Like, for me, where does he consider home? That might be Oklahoma City. What does he consider the pinnacle of his NBA journey? I would say it would be Golden State because there's 2 titles.
The pinnacle of the journey, but I think the most fond memories are the young Kevin Durant. Do we even consider Seattle?
He did do a year in Seattle.
Do we consider Seattle? That'd be 6 teams.
It's the same team. It's the same team.
Right.
6 different uniforms.
I would be more inclined to say that he probably most associates himself with, but Oklahoma City, he doesn't like going back and playing there. He doesn't like going back and playing there.
He is one sensitive dude.
And he is the most sensitive guy.
He's popped into a lot of people's DMs in the media.
I have hundreds and hundreds of them. Now, my commitment to him was I was never going to put them out there in the public.
Sure.
Because we had a lot of conversations. I would he'd come over and give me a hug after a game and then send me messages that night. What? I was right there. Would you say something to me? I'm right here. I'm right here. We walked by you. You bent down and hugged me. And then
you're surprised the guy that has 7 burner accounts for his social media didn't want to say something to your face?
I think I learned. I think I got a better understanding of KD from the messages, how he feels, what he sees, and I always made a point that I would never make them public, and that was my promise to him. I said, "Look, and I will never make these public. You don't have to worry. I'm never going to bust out and screenshot these and show them to people." But I said that I wouldn't do that to him, and I won't. I won't do that to him. I respect the hell out of him as a player. I think he's one of the greatest individual players I've ever seen in my life. I'll always respect that. But man, he was a hard guy to cover, and he made himself a hard guy to like. He did. He made himself a hard guy to like. D-backs prospects who are untouchable. We'll talk about that next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Football soon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. The home of Arizona State Sun Devils football. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, ArizonaSports.com, 98.7 FM.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax, and what a tremendous job they do, helping people every single day when it comes to all of your needs, when it comes to making sure you have the right financial plan, when to make sure you have the right retirement plan. Look, one of the things that Stuart Willis told me about right from the beginning, right from the get-go, a lot of people think, oh, I'm going to retire at this much money. Don't understand that a lot of the money you put away is going to be taxable, right? You saved it tax deferred. You're deferring the taxes. Eventually, you're going to have to pay those taxes. That's why having a guy like Stuart Willis that has a tax plan for you is imperative, because it's, Stuart always told me it's not about how much money you've made and how much money you've saved. It's really about how much of that money are you going to be able to keep. That's why I tell you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax every single day. So if you are looking for a great financial advisor to work with, I highly recommend Stuart Willis. Call him at 602-877-PLAN for a free portfolio review. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
You know, I used to think all money managers were the same until I spoke with Fisher Investments.
Really? How different are they?
Fisher's investment counselors are dedicated to service, not sales, keeping clients up to date on their portfolio.
Well, they probably just invest in a bunch of mutual funds like I do.
Nope. They build a tailored portfolio based on their clients' personal goals, helping them stay on track for a comfortable retirement.
Well, they must make commissions selling products.
Actually, Fisher doesn't sell any commission-based products. They're a fiduciary, and they believe that's a conflict.
Then they have some kind of complex fee structure.
Nope. Fisher has a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of their client's portfolio. So they do better when their clients do better.
It sounds like Fisher really is different.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Fisher Investments. Clearly different wealth management. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK frees you from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Find out about these procedures from the doctors who have performed over 300,000 of them. Join Doctors King and Kopstein for their free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Register now or schedule your free Zoom consult at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
Hey, it's Bodie with NewACUnit.com. A lot of people think buying a new AC unit is complicated. It's not. Just answer a few quick questions online, see your price up front, and we'll connect you with a certified install team. No pressure, no upsells, no surprises. Just a better way to buy a new AC unit. And many customers save 50% or more. If you need a new AC unit, don't overthink it, and definitely don't pay more than you need to. Go to NewACUnit.com today.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Mitch Vareldis, and here is what's trending now. Summer League action all wrapped up for the Phoenix Suns today. They took down the Pistons 100-88. And the Suns, they got great performances out of their big three, led by Kaman Malawach, who had 23 and 15. Rasheer Fleming with 22 and a rather efficient shooting line from distance as well. And Koa Pete added another 19 to the scoring ledger. Just 2 more days until the Diamondbacks are back in action starting Friday against the St. Louis Cardinals. Today, they announced that Tommy Troy has been placed on the 10-day injured list. The outfielder is listed with a sprained right AC joint, retroactive to July 12th. So he's technically eaten up a few days on that injured list stint. There was no corresponding move announced. Additionally, the Diamondbacks have said that Pavin Smith has cleared waivers and he has been outrighted to AAA Reno. And in World Cup action from earlier today, the reigning champs are back, hoping to defend their title. Argentina came from behind to defeat England 2-1, scoring in the 84th and 92nd minutes of the match. They will now face Spain this Sunday at noon in New Jersey for the right to hoist this year's World Cup trophy. The consolation match between France and England will be on Saturday at 2 in Miami. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Luke. Which specific players could the Arizona Diamondbacks target at the trade deadline? We'll discuss that tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
We are getting close to wrapping things up here on a Wednesday. Midweek, we've got the bucket hat Mitch with us. Lauren is on vacation. Bernsey is on vacation. This is that time of year. We're just like everybody's on vacation, you know.
It's vacation. It's the All-Star break. People are wondering why we're talking about Kevin Durant last segment. Got 4 hours to fill, brother. We got to think of some topics.
Well, I did get a kick out of the boat comment. Kevin Durant's like the happiest day with the boat is the first day you have it and the last day you have it. And that's kind of like Kevin Durant. Everybody's happy the first day they get him and happy when they
it's when happiest he days, yep. The day you buy it, the day you sell it.
Again, it's a shame. It's a shame because I think Kevin Durant has always felt that he was not appreciated anywhere he's been. Like, I know this. He's never felt like that he's been appreciated anywhere he's been. And he's been a great player. Like, he's a great player and he's a historic player. But he's almost felt like he's never had a home. Like, he's never truly been appreciated wherever he is. And then
some of that's on him, though, in the decisions he's made.
A lot of it's on him, but that kind of sucks. Like, it does kind of suck. But Kevin Durant also sticks up for himself. He doesn't let a lot of people, and look, I'm the same way with social media. I've got 400 people blocked, maybe more, because I fight with these people, too, all the time, you know? Kevin Durant doesn't like anybody. Like, I readily admit, I hate when people are like, oh, you get all these things wrong. No, I don't. My track record's 99.99% over 30 years, okay? If I broke 3,000 stories and I got one that wasn't perfect, you guys want to bag me for the one. But so when people like, oh, Gambo's 50-50, you're an idiot. I'm not. I'm 99.9%. And so I tend to want to fight with these people, too. And Durant's the same way. People question Durant, and he has that in him. He wants to fight back. He doesn't just want to let it slide. You're saying this about me, you're wrong.
Right.
You're wrong. You don't know. You know? So, but the thing like with KD, like what he doesn't understand is like sometimes some of that stuff does come from the locker room and guys in the locker room. And he's like, nobody in my locker room would say that. God, you tell me who said that. Nobody said that. Yeah, actually, some guys did. Not going to tell you who, but like there were guys that said that. Like, so I do think, I do think he's felt very, very underappreciated in his career. And not loved anywhere he's been, and to me, that's I do feel for him in that way. Like I don't dislike Kevin Durant. He's one of the greatest players I've ever seen, but he definitely makes it hard on himself with the thing. And look, and he was here, and we saw it firsthand. You know what? They were actually better off without you. I don't know how or why. They're better without you. You're a great player, but it doesn't work. It didn't work. They're a better team without you and without Beal.
One thing I can say, he can own the failures of his tenure here. One thing I could say, and it might upset some people, I don't care. I don't think, once they realized they had Booker and Durant, I think almost every subsequent move to put a team around them was wrong. So, yeah, you look back and say, well, the Durant trade was wrong. And you can't argue that it wasn't because of what happened. But I do believe that the core of Booker and Durant, everything Beal, Nurkic, all that's great.
Okay, Utah Watanabe, Keita Bates, Diop. They brought a bunch of guys that weren't any good.
Right. And some of that, okay.
Chemezi Metu. Who was the other guy? There's another guy.
Drew Eubanks.
And
then obviously the Beal thing was a disaster. And Grayson Allen was a really good player here, but they blew the Ayton Nurkic trade. I mean, that didn't work out. So everything they did, once they got Durant, they kind of crapped the bed in terms of putting the right pieces around Book and KD so those guys could flourish. And then Durant's shortcomings and how he plays were highlighted, and obviously the losses piled up, and they made one really bad coaching hire. And maybe Frank Vogel didn't look all that bad after Budenholzer got through with his season.
All right, we wanted to spend a few times just talking about the D-backs. Mike Hazen was on with Luke and Wolf this morning, and he had some sound. We have some sound here about him talking about the trade deadline. Listen to what he said about the trade deadline coming up.
Look, you know what I want to do. I've talked about this, but we also have to be realistic about where we are. Unfortunately, you talk about the Dodgers series. We took on a number of new injuries. We have a lot of guys that are down right now. Now, I'm hopeful that we're going to start seeing some of those guys coming back. That's going to be a huge addition to this team. The Sorokas, the Lawlers, I'm hoping Nelly won't be too, we're going to get an MRI this week. We'll see what happens with him on the other side. Obviously, Burns is on his way back. We'll see what happens with Gallen. Tommy Troy's going to be back. So I'm hopeful that group is all coming back to us at some point, within the next month or so, plus, differing time frames on all of those guys. That's going to change our profile dramatically without us doing anything at the deadline. But I would love to be able to add to this team, given if they show us that they belong in the wild card race. But we're going to see where they take us in the next couple of weeks. Like I said, we're going to be facing the competition we're standing next to in the wild card standings, and we kind of control where this thing goes.
All right, interesting. I think if the trade deadline was today, I think that they are absolutely buyers. We could debate what they need to buy, whether it's a starting pitcher. But if they think they're going to get Burns back and Soroka back, maybe it's not a starting pitcher. It's probably more a middle of the lineup bat. They've got some good prospects in the organization. I hope they don't trade Troy. I hope they don't trade Waldschmidt. They just got a catcher as a top 6 player in their prospect now. I'm not going to trade him. But it is going to be interesting to see what they do. Now, he also talked about, there is the games you're behind and the amount of teams that are ahead of you that matters too. You could be 3 games back and there's 1 team ahead of you, and you could be 3 games back and there's 5 teams ahead of you. That also could change their decision. Because if you've got a lot of teams to pass, you might not want to buy too much.
Right now, thanks to the 4-game win streak and the sweep of the Dodgers in L.A., there's only 2 teams ahead of them between the Diamondbacks and the Miami Marlins right now currently sit in that 3
And they play those teams.
The Marlins are coming here in September. You look at the D-backs' top prospects, though, and this is also a consideration, and this is something that Mike Hazen probably wouldn't want to say publicly, is like, how much do you want to give up to chase the 3rd wild card spot? Everybody wants to be in the playoffs. If you could make a move that makes sense and get into the playoffs, anything can happen. We've seen that before.
Do you really think about it like that? Do you really think about like 1st, 2nd, or 3rd? Just get in. Get in.
No, I think I look at my team and I see how good we are and I assess the competition, and that affects who I want to give up out of my farm system to try to get a piece to help us get into the postseason and make a run. I'll assess the big picture. If I'm the general manager, like if somebody says, hey, we can give you a great starting pitcher, but we want Waldschmidt, and it's like, okay, is that something we really want to do? Or we want Troy, or we want Case and Cunningham? Is that a move? Now, if you got 62 wins and you're neck and neck with the Dodgers and you are a freaking unbelievable baseball team and you think you got a chance to win the World Series, and it might cost you a top prospect to get that guy that you desperately need, to me, that would impact a decision-making process, much like if I'm chasing the final wild card spot in the National League would impact it. It just would.
Yeah.
Some may disagree, but that's the way I would see it.
Listen, nothing's been determined yet. I mean, it could go either way. I mean, they could lose 8 out of 10 and be out of it, or they could win out of 10 and be more in it, or they could be what they are, go 5-5 and just hang around that spot. When we come back, the Arizona Cardinals have a very long drought of not winning a play. It's been a long time since they won a playoff game. There are a few teams whose droughts are longer. We'll talk about that next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
We've got the world's biggest soccer tournament, and it only gets better when you can trade on the outcome. Yep, get in on all the action with Kalshi, because here come the final teams from the quarterfinals, semifinals, and, of course, soccer's ultimate prize happening July 19th. Kalshi, just the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states. Paul Calvise here. Hey, you see the latest? Messi joining Giannis, linking up with Kalshi. Remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in, buy out of your position, and for a limited time. Download the Kalshi app and use referral code AZSports, one word, AZSports, to get $10 when you trade 10. Referral code AZSports, one word, on the Kalshi app. Kalshi, Kalshi, trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Hey, sports fans, you know this. Every great team has one thing in common. They diagnose the problem, they adjust, and they execute. Pain works the same way. If you're dealing with sciatica, numbness, tingling, or that deep ache that shoots down your leg, you need a team that knows how to fix it. That team is Desert Institute for Spine Care, DISC. These are fellowship-trained, board-certified orthopedic spine surgeons who pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, the least invasive surgical technique available. It uses incisions smaller than a quarter of an inch. That means faster recovery, less pain, and getting back to life, the life that you love. They've treated thousands of patients, including athletes, who need to get back super fast. If pain is keeping you from workouts, from coaching your kids, from enjoying the game, it's time to get your life back. Go to sciatica.com and connect with DISC today, because pain shouldn't be your opponent. That's sciatica.com, or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
If your windows can't keep up with the heat, it's time for an upgrade. At the Window Depot, windows are what we do. Biggest inventory, best prices, guaranteed. Found a lower price? We'll beat it. Shop in stock or custom vinyl windows, built for efficiency and style. From one window to full home replacement, we help you get the right windows for less. Lower your energy bills and stay comfortable year-round. Visit a location near you or order online at thewindowdepot.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
This is Ken Goodrich with Gettle. Think your water's just H2O? Think again. It's full of minerals, chlorine, and mystery guests crashing through your pipes. Our Gettle water purity system blocks that bad stuff, so only clean water makes it through. Happier appliances, shinier hair, no more soap scum. With 85 years of Gettle know-how, it's more than a filter, it's peace of mind. Gettle, Goettl. We'll keep your water clean, but it's hard to spell.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
And we're back. What's on tonight? It's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Gambo, what is on tonight? Suns? Pistons are already in the books. The Suns won that game by 12.
I started watching the show with Chelsea last night. My problem is that I've been falling asleep like at 8:30 at night the last few nights. I swear, I can't stay up.
You still on Dublin time over there?
I am just so shot. Like the other day, I woke up at like 5 o'clock in the morning. I took the dog for a walk. I couldn't go back to sleep. It was 5 o'clock in the morning. Like so then I get up at 5 in the morning because I'm still on Europe time. And then by 8:30, but tonight, I might be good today because I slept till like 8:30 or 8 o'clock in the morning. I slept late.
It's going to take
so
you
I might
days.
be okay. But yeah, so we were watching, I'll tell you the show. We were watching a show called The Task.
Okay.
I got 20 minutes in, and I'm like, I can't get my eyes up. I got to go to sleep. She's like, okay. So I went to sleep, and then she watches like whatever she wants to watch.
Well, if you want to watch some hoops tonight, the Jazz and Spurs, Prime Video, Wizards and Clippers on ESPN.
The Jazz and Spurs are on Prime Video?
Prime Video.
The Summer League games are on Prime Video?
Monday night, I'm sitting there and I'm watching the Home Run Derby. Started at 5 o'clock our time, and it was on Netflix. And then when the Suns started, the Home Run Derby was still going on, and I wanted to see who was going to win it, so I watched the Suns on Prime Video on my phone. And then when the Home Run Derby was over, I switched from Netflix to Prime Video to watch the Suns on the big TV. And I thought to myself, imagine telling somebody this is what was happening like 25, 30 years ago. First of all, you just be able to watch something on your phone would be crazy. But then you're like, what's a streaming service? What are you talking about? Like, is it a channel? Well,
so after Blockbuster, we had, what was the one they would mail you the movie and then you mail it back? That was Netflix.
And did you ever use Redbox
and
as well?
Was Redbox the one that was like at the gas stations?
Yeah, they had a station set up.
Yeah.
You borrow the DVD, but you could return it wherever, as long as it was a different Redbox.
Hey, I'm not going to lie. If I could bring one thing back from my lifetime, it'd be freaking Blockbuster. I loved it. Go get the popcorn.
There's one left.
And
you love
Oregon, right? Bend, Oregon.
The act of going out and renting a movie.
I loved the act of going out and renting a movie. And I liked the little, when the movie would come out and there'd be none of them because everybody grabbed them, I would sit there and wait for a freaking hour for the guy that was going to return it. And I would stop people. Hey, what are you returning?
This was a better system for you.
Hey, the guy like, dude, I'm just trying to return. I don't care. What movies are you returning? I want to see them. He's got it. He's got the one I want. Larry, get over. He's got the one I want.
He's got Beverly Hills Cop.
What? It's not rewound? I'll rewind it. Don't worry about it. I miss freaking Blockbuster. I totally miss that.
I remember the days, in the early days of the VCR. You'd go to the video store, and they were all mom and pop stores. Like Blockbuster would have a new movie come out; they'd have 100 versions of it. But back in the day, it was one movie, one copy of the movie per store. Like you talk about having to get lucky.
So I God, I hope Chelsea's not listening. I dated this really rich girl once. Her name was Laura, Italian girl. Her father owned all the video stores before Blockbuster.
Okay.
Like he owned all the video stores. They were loaded. They lived in Nessaquag, gigantic, and I'm this literally street kid from a poor Italian family, whose family was in the mob. And I'm dating this girl Laura, and anyway, she was rich. And so when I was dating her, we had all the movies. Whatever before they came out, we had the movie. Hey, this movie's going to come out next month. No, it's not. I have it now. So we had them all.
The younger generation will not know how
my friends were like, we're going to Gambo's house. He's got I had the movie before it came out because I dated the girl whose dad owned all the movie who owned all the movie.
Well, you're coming from an era
rental places.
Well, you're coming from an era of 3 channels, and when movies did come on, they had commercials. The idea of being able to go to a store and rent a movie was groundbreaking. I remember I went to Take One Video in Barrington, Illinois, and I rented The Warriors. My mom let me see The Warriors because it was rated R, and I was obviously not rated R. But I remember that was a big deal, and I came home, and the thing would come open, the VCR, you put the tape in there, and you push the...
Bridges. He said Bridges. He said it's the son of Mikhail Bridges.
Sons of Bridges. That's right.
I'll show you some bridges.
Yeah. I'll end with this because we teased it. There's only 3 teams that have gone longer without a playoff win than your Arizona Cardinals. 25 years ago, the Miami Dolphins won their last playoff game. Is that crazy? They've got a quarter of a century without winning a playoff game, the Miami Dolphins.
And such a proud organization, too. And they've had some decent football teams in the last 25 years. It's actually incredible.
Have not won.
I was actually a sportscaster in Miami when they won that game. That was just after Dan Marino retired. Jay Fiedler, I talked about that earlier, was the quarterback, in fact.
I'll never forget Marino and Duper and Clayton and the Killer Bees. And before Marino, there was the Killer Bees. Yeah, they had some great, they had some great, and Greasy as the coach. They had some great teams. The Raiders have not won a playoff game in 23 years. 23 years for the Raiders. Storied franchise. Has not won in 23 years.
I think that was the year they won the Super Bowl, if I'm not mistaken.
Over Tampa Bay?
Yeah, the rich kid, right?
That was probably it. And the Jets, 15 years since Mark Sanchez and Rex Ryan were winning football games.
Back-to-back
15 years since the Jets have won a playoff game. Now, the next team after Miami, the Raiders, and the Jets is your Arizona Cardinals. They have gone 10 years now without winning a playoff game. They made it to the playoffs with Kyler Murray and got slaughtered by the Rams. That was the year they started 10-2. Looked like they were going to run away with everything and be the best team in the league, and Kyler was going to be MVP, and then they crashed and burned at the end of the season, and they ended up having to go to the L.A. and play instead of playing here. All they had to do was win their last game, and they would have had a home field game, but they didn't. They lost. They had to go to L.A., and they got clobbered in that game, slaughtered in that game. But it's been 10 years since the Cardinals have won a playoff game. The Steelers haven't won a playoff game in 9 years. The Falcons haven't won a playoff game in 8 years. The Colts, 7 years. The Vikings, 6 years. But the Cardinals, 10 years. The Jets, 15. The Raiders, 23. And the Dolphins, 25. It's been a long time, and I don't think we see any end in sight quick.